Book 39, Chapter 22, Arrival. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 22, Arrival. Time flowed on one day at a time. How long is Tao Lord Darknorth going to be training for? Patriarch Treewind stared at the wellspring of fire at the very center of that giant flaming sea. There was an absolutely enormous vortex there, and at the center of the vortex there was a white-robed figure seated in the lotus position a few hundred meters deep. As I see it, Imperator Jade Rainbow sent mentally, given that Tao Lord Darknorth has failed the Tao merge and has a limited lifespan, what's the point of training? By now, he's probably second to only the autarchs themselves in power. If I was Tao Lord Darknorth, I'd spend the rest of my days wandering about and visiting all of those places of legend. I'd especially want to visit the legendary Sith homelands. I'd definitely wander through that entire place. After doing so, I would be able to die contentedly. Oof. That's why you aren't Tao Lord Darknorth, Patriarch Treewind snickered. Imperator Jade Rainbow was startled by this comment, but moments later he nodded in agreement. That's true. He's already failed his Tao merge, but he's still intoxicated by cultivation. No wonder he was able to reach such heights. Woohoo! Master, this place is awesome. Come on, let's have fun together. The Flamewing God was happily rolling around in the sea of fire. Every so often, it would swim over to Ning, but when it saw how Ning was still meditating silently, it didn't dare to actually disturb Ning. Instead, it turned to wander through the other parts of the Great Sea. Azure Fiend, Hegemon Goodson, Nuwa, Suyuji, and the others all watched this marvelous scene from afar. Such an awesome amount of power. If someone was able to take full control over it, most likely not even an autarch would be able to withstand him, Hegemon Goodsong said with a sigh. There's no way it can be controlled. That's the natural energy of the Chaosverse itself, Suyuji said. Darknorth truly is formidable, Nuwa praised. He's able to force the water of the flaming sea to a distance of 300 meters, just by using his sword Tao domain. But 300 meters is nothing, Azure Fiend said, nothing more than a tiny little part of the entire flaming sea. They also benefited from their observations, but only Ning was at a high enough level of insight that he could understand the functioning and the mysteries of this place, the wellspring of the Blaze Sun domain. Thanks to this place, it had taken him merely 2 days to improve his mastery of the Tao of Water to the hegemonic level. The Tao of Water has now been infused into my sword Tao. So this is the result. As Ning slowly gained a greater level of understanding, his sword Tao had become even vaster. If a Tao was to be described in physical size, then Ning's eternal Omega sword Tao had already reached an incredible height, the same height which an autarch's Tao birth was at, but it was even purer. Ning's Tao was comparable to an autarch's Tao. The only problem was, it was a bit inferior in terms of its breadth. Autarchs had to upgrade multiple Taos to the hegemonic level in order to reach autarchy. In comparison, Ning was lacking in this regard. Now, Ning was slowly infusing his Tao of Water into his eternal Omega sword Tao, causing its breadth to slowly improve as well. Although its raw attack power didn't increase by that much, it did change in certain other areas. For example, Ning's Tao of the sword was now as gentle as water, making it softer and more elastic when defending. Most important of all, after Ning infused the Tao of Water into his eternal Omega sword Tao, his Tao was even gentler in nurturing his soul and true soul, causing the disintegration process to slow down by quite a bit. I understand now. As I slowly infuse more and more Taos into my sword Tao, it'll change as well. It'll become more lingering, more dominating, have more vitality, or perhaps be able to pierce through even greater amounts of spacetime. Ning was slowly comprehending the way forward. It would be hard for him to make his Tao any higher, but he could continuously broaden it. As he made use of the mysteries of countless Taos, there would come the day when he gained that moment of sudden insight, at which point, he would undergo a final evolution and become an Omega Autarch. When that happened, he would completely surpass all the other autarchs. Alas! Ning himself could tell that he would need an extremely long period of time if he was to succeed. What he lacked most of all right now was just that, time, Although I'll fall, at least I'll fall while trotting the path towards Autarch. Ning didn't feel the slightest bit dispirited. As he continued upon his path, he would at least have the chance to see the glorious light at the apex from afar. Even though he didn't have much time left, every extra step he managed to take would bring him a sense of accomplishment and gratification. Time flowed on. Soon, Ning had spent over 500 million years training within the vortex at the center of the flaming sea. Nuwa and the others, as cultivators, were naturally quite patient. None of them, not even a Tao Lord like Su Yuji, would care about a short period of time like a mere 500 million years. What's going on? The Blaze Sun ruler was seated atop the frozen throne on the altar, narrowing his eyes pensively. Below him stood a total of 8 figures. These were his most important generals. Domain ruler, a stooped and short figure, spoke out brightly, "We've laid down scouts in all of the likely locations throughout the entire Blaze Sun domain. So long as Tao Lord Darknorth is still here, we should be able to find him. My guess is that he hasn't left, he's still in the Blaze Sun domain. But we've already searched the entire Blaze Sun domain. We've gone everywhere there is to go and have questioned all the various races. There are no traces of him at all. The Blaze Sun domain is enormous. They might have fled into some particularly remote region." The various generals began to argue and debate amongst themselves. "Shut your mouths," the Blaze Sun ruler barked coldly. Everyone below fell silent right away. Could Tao Lord Darknorth truly have left? A resentful look was in the Blaze Sun ruler's eyes. He had been lonely for a very, very long time. The only ones who could pose a challenge to him were the Sith Exalts and the cultivator Autarchs. Alas, the Sith Exalts had all been imprisoned and weren't available for sparring, while the Autarchs were completely transcendent. There was no way to find an Autarch who didn't go out of his way to reveal himself, and even if the Blaze Sun ruler did manage to find an Autarch, he would never dare to issue a challenge. There is one last possibility. The Blaze Sun ruler's eyes suddenly lit up. Could he have gone there? Even the Blaze Sun ruler himself had only discovered that place thanks to a lucky coincidence. Every so often, he would go there by himself and train. He felt certain that he was the only person in the entire Blaze Sun domain who had ever discovered it. Tao Lord Darknorth is someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao. He might actually have discovered it as well. I'll go take a look. The Blaze Sun ruler's eyes lit up as he said, "I'll go take a look." He suddenly rose to his feet, then entered his vast black warship by himself and quickly departed, with all of his subordinates watching. The Blaze Sun ruler spent a total of 3 years as he passed through all the various obstacles. Finally, he arrived. Rumble, a giant black warship suddenly pierced through a distant membrane and appeared. Eh? What's that? Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, Azure Fiend, Su Yuji, and the other cultivators were either silently meditating or chatting and laughing as they waited for Ning next to the realm ship. They could all sense an enormous disturbance and couldn't help but turn to stare into the skies. There, they saw that enormous warship appear, radiating that aura of terrifying power. Nuwa and the others all jumped to their feet. Not good. Patriarch Treewind's face turned ashen. That's the Blaze Sun ruler's warship. Ha ha ha. A deep, sonorous laugh rang out like the waves of the ocean, shaking every inch of the vast sea of flames, right down to its very depths. I knew that Tao Lord Darknorth had to be hiding here. As I thought, Tao Lord Darknorth truly lives up to his reputation. He actually found the Wellspring Sea. As the laughter echoed throughout the area, the surface of the giant warship flowed apart to reveal an opening. A muscular, black-skinned man came flying out through the opening. The aura emanating from this man caused everyone present to feel a sense of fear. All of the cultivators trembled. None of them would be able to resist him, the only result would be a slaughter. That's the Blaze Sun ruler. He's caught up to us. Imperator Jade Rainbow's face was completely ashen. Whoosh! The Flamewing God, which had been swimming within the sea of fire, suddenly soared into the skies, its wings spread and its entire body bathed in flames. Its scales stood up straight like the hair on a cat as it stared intently at the black-skinned man. Although the flame-wing god's body was much larger, it was clearly in a state of maximum wariness right now. It could sense that the black-skinned man standing before it was a danger to it. The feeling was much like when it had faced that Sith Exalt. Perhaps Flamewing would be able to keep itself safe thanks to its indestructible body, but if it actually tried to fight this man, then it would be completely dominated. Chaos Primordial, eh? The black-skinned man glanced towards Flamewing, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chaos Primordials who like fire are quite rare. Young fellow, you should join me after I dispose of your master. In your dreams, Flamewing howled, but it didn't dare to attack. It knew that if it did, it would be utterly dominated. The black-skinned man couldn't even bother to glance at the others. His attention was fully focused on the white-robed figure that lay hidden deep within that giant vortex. His grin grew wider. He truly had picked the perfect opponent. The man was able to force away the flaming waters of the sea merely through a sword Dao domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 39, Chapter 23, Ning and the Blaze Sun Ruler. Book 39, Nuwa, Chapter 23, Ning and the Blaze Sun Ruler. Lord Dark North, get your ass out here! The black-skinned man shouted loudly. Boom! A ripple that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly swept out and blasted at the distant vortex. This scene caused Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others to all feel shock. The man was far too powerful. Without question, Chaos Primordials and Source Walkers were the most favored children of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Chaos Primordials were born with bodies that were unfathomably stronger than the bodies of the Golden Emperors of the Sith, and they had more energy reserves than entire realm verses. If a Chaos Primordial managed to somehow train to the hegemonic level, it would probably be stronger than even the Sith Exalts. As for Source Walkers, although they had weaker bodies and energy levels than Chaos Primordials, they were still far superior to cultivators in both respects. Even the weakest of Source Walkers who never trained at all would still be at the hegemonic level of power, a testament to their might. Just a bit of effort and they would become comparable to other Verse Lords in might, and if they managed to upgrade their insights into the hegemonic level, then they would have the power of Sith Exalts. Alas, both Source Walkers and Chaos Primordials were extremely few in number. Thus, the entire race of Source Walkers only had around 10 or so members who were at the Sith Exalt level of power. Everything in the Chaosverse was fair. Cultivators were blessed with far fewer gifts, but the most dazzling cultivators had absolutely incredible powers of insight and comprehension, such as Ning and the Autarchs. In fact, even the likes of God Emperor Helong or Nuwa vastly surpassed all Sourcewalkers in terms of comprehension. Boom! The vortex of liquefied fire suddenly exploded as the wave of power slammed into Ning's sword Dao domain. A white-robed youth with a black scabbard on his back came rising from the sea. He walked through the empty air until he reached a high point in the skies, then turned and stared at the muscular black-skinned man aboard the distant black warship. Blaze Sun Ruler. Ning had a smile on his face. Why the hell were you running? The Blaze Sun Ruler was palpitating with malevolence, and the two fiery globes that served as his eyes glowed with dazzling light. I can't believe you actually hid here for so long. I was intrigued and drawn here by the Wellspring Sea, Ning said with a laugh. As for wishing to avoid battle? I'm a Dao Lord who has failed the Dao merge. When I fight, I'm using up my own lifespan. I naturally wish to avoid combat when possible. That's not for you to decide. The Blaze Sun Ruler stretched out with his right hand, causing a giant fiery axe to appear within it. The axe's surface actually glimmered with scorching black flames. I'm impressed, Blaze Sun Ruler. This axe looks quite extraordinary. Ning then glanced at the giant black warship. I once saw another warship which was also completely covered with deepfire blackstone. That warship was named the Tiger Hill, but it was already ruined. Domain ruler, your warship seems quite similar to it. You can jabber as much as you like, but you aren't going to be able to avoid this battle. The Blaze Sun ruler was filled with the desire to do battle, and flames were beginning to actually fly out of his eyes. Die, Lord Dark North. All his life, the one thing he loved the most was to engage in exhilarating battles against other Apex experts. Alas, ever since he had become the Blaze Sun ruler, he had never again experienced such a battle. Today, however, he was going to get exactly what he wanted. He even shouted out the word die because Lord Darknorth would only fight with full power when his own life was on the line. That was the type of battle which would get the Blaze Sun ruler's blood pumping. A mere sparring match would be completely meaningless. Ning could sense the murderous intent raging within his opponent. Ning couldn't help but frown. Blaze Sun ruler. Cut the crap. Fight or die. The Blaze Sun ruler could no longer hold back, and he immediately charged straight towards Ning. I guess that's that. Ning truly didn't want to fight and waste his remaining lifespan here. It just wasn't worth it. The Blaze Sun ruler was overwhelmingly powerful, and there was no way Ning could simply dispose of him in just one or two attacks. You are forcing my hand, you battle-crazed maniac. Very well, then. I'll teach you a lesson. Ning reached out with his right hand, drawing forth a northbow sword from the sheath on his back. There was no way he would use all 6 swords at the same time, because that would use up his lifespan even faster, but... Fight! The Blaze Sun ruler charged through the skies, leaving behind a fiery red streak behind him. He raised his axe up high, transforming it into an arc of flaming energy that seemed capable of chopping anything apart. The axe was a savage weapon by nature, and the Blaze Sun ruler's mastery over the Tao of Fire made it even more explosive. He truly is blessed with an incredible body and natural talents. He's merely at the hegemonic level of insight, but he's able to unleash an utterly terrifying level of power, Ning murmured softly as he lifted his northbow sword up. Rumble, countless streaks of swordlight spread out in every direction. This was his sword Tao domain. The swordlight from his sword Tao domain was able to kill hegemons with ease. Its power was so great that it was on par with an Otherverse Lord's full-force attack. Under Ning's control, the flood of swordlight moved to bar the Blaze Sun ruler's path, serving as layers of obstacles that continuously stabbed at every part of his body, disrupting his movements and the mysteries behind his axe attack. This axe attack was clearly a powerful one, but with Ning's sword Tao domain continuously disrupting the Blaze Sun ruler's movements, the axe turned sluggish. The mysteries behind its movements were disrupted, causing its power to lessen dramatically. Mediocre insights. Ning shook his head. If this person was a cultivator, Ning would be able to slay him with a single strike. Impressive, Lord Dark North. Your sword Tao domain is truly powerful, and your sword arts are truly marvelous. You are able to disrupt my technique with ease. I once battled against a Sith Exalt during the Dawn War, but not even he was as tough as you. The Blaze Sun ruler stared at Ning. But I have yet to unleash my full power. The Blaze Sun ruler let out a furious roar, his body beginning to be covered with flames. At the same time, the black armor covering his body began to flow like water, transforming to cover every single inch of his body. As for the fiery axe in his hands, the runes on the surface of the axe handle suddenly lit up as flaming light appeared on the axe edge. The power of this axe was rising to a level which caused even Ning to feel a hint of danger. Now this is my full power. Die! The Blaze Sun ruler, covered by that black liquid armor, went completely berserk as he charged forwards, using his giant axe to carve a path through the sword Tao domain. The domain was now no longer able to affect him at all. How brutish! Now this is the definition of the brute force method, Ning murmured softly. He took a single step forwards. Whoosh! He instantly warped through space and appeared right in front of the Blaze Sun ruler. That's fast. The Blaze Sun ruler was shocked. Ning was simply far too fast. This was an enormous advantage which Ning had thanks to his overwhelmingly superior level of insight into the Tao. But fast alone is useless. The Blaze Sun ruler immediately chopped downwards with his giant axe with tremendous power. He felt confident that even if his opponent was the Sith Exalt he had battled so long ago during the Dawn War, the only choice would be to use a soft technique to ablate the power of his strike. Ning, however, just waved his sword. His strike seemed quite ordinary, but it was bizarrely fast, so fast that the Blaze Sun ruler's giant axe was completely unable to block it. Ning's sword slammed directly against the Blaze Sun ruler's body, and in that instant, the power of Ning's sword suddenly erupted. In this instant, Ning's sword became the most dazzling thing in this entire realm, and his swordlight blazed with a light that shone thousands of times brighter than the giant axe. Now this was Ning's full power strike. Slash! The sword pierced straight through the layer of liquid black armor and cut deep into the Blaze Sun ruler's body, piercing all the way through and coming out from his back. What an impressive, invulnerable form. The power of this sword strike was causing enormous internal destruction to the Blaze Sun ruler's vital energy, but Ning could sense that the Blaze Sun ruler's invulnerable flame form was resisting it fiercely. The power of Ning's strike was used up after merely destroying 5% of the Blaze Sun ruler's true soul. This had been a full-strength strike from Ning. If Ning wanted to actually kill the Blaze Sun ruler, it would take him 20 such attacks, but if the Blaze Sun ruler had other protective abilities up his sleeve, it might take 50 attacks or even more. The Black Warship was a good example. Ning had the vague feeling that it was powerful enough to completely disrupt the tempo of this battle. If it was factored in, it would probably take Ning more than 100 strikes in order to kill the Blaze Sun ruler. It must be remembered that this would not be 100 ordinary strikes, this would be 100 full-force strikes. That could well cost Ning nearly half of his life force, and if his opponent was more difficult to deal with than anticipated, Ning could actually die from this fight. As the Blaze Sun ruler's body was chopped through, his body transformed into fire and furiously strove to defend. He was at the hegemonic level of insight, after all, his body was incredibly tough and he possessed a formidable invulnerable form which made it so that even the Sith Exalt he fought had been unable to injure him. He managed to injure me heavily with just one strike. The Blaze Sun ruler's face was completely ashen. If a single strike could wipe out 5% of his true soul, this was terrifying. This was his true soul. Not even the supremely exalted autarchs would be able to kill him with just 1 or 2 strikes. It would take the autarchs a somewhat extended battle in order to kill him. It was likely that they weren't much more powerful than this Tao Lord Darknorth. In truth, his guess was spot on. In terms of profundity, the Eternal Omega Sword Tao was on par with the Tao births of the autarchs. The only difference was that the Eternal Omega Sword Tao wasn't quite as broad. However, Ning was currently wielding what could be described as the #1 offensive treasure of the entire Chaosverse, the Northbow swords. This meant that his full force attack was indeed on par with an autarch's attack. Flee! Flee! All other thoughts fled from the Blaze Sun ruler's mind as he immediately turned tail and fled. What he wanted was a fun and exciting battle, not to be massacred and killed. Whoosh! The Blaze Sun ruler quickly fled into his Black Warship, then immediately sent it tearing through the membrane surrounding Wellspring Sea and fleeing far away. Ning didn't move to stop him, just watching as he fled. Master, are you really going to let him run away like that? The Flame Wing God finally regained his usual aura of bravado. You should have just killed him and taken his warship away. That thing looks better than our realm ship. Let's leave as well, Ning said. Leave? Nuwa, Su Yuji, and the others all flew over. Su Yuji asked in confusion, why do we have to leave? If I really wanted to kill him, it'd probably cost me half of my own life, Ning said. Let's hurry up and leave. I scared him off with that attack, but he'll quickly realize that I won't be able to kill him that easily. He might even go and invite 4 or 5 of the other domain rulers to come with him. If that happens, we'll be in trouble. Su Yuji and Flamewing had been feeling excited, but now they came back to their senses. They remembered that their master was a Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge. Each strike he used was consuming his own life force. Let's go! Ning immediately led them into the realm ship and hurriedly left the Wellspring Sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 1, The Imprisoned Exalt. Book 40, The Five Autarchs, Chapter 1, The Imprisoned Exalt. Spacetime around the Wellspring Sea was in a state of constant flux. It had taken even the Blaze Sun ruler a full 3 years of travel via his warship before he had managed to pass through it. Ning was at a higher level of insight than him, but it had still taken Ning a full 5 months before passing through the region of dangerous, distorted spacetime. If you made a mistake when passing through a region of distorted spacetime, you could end up within a spacetime fragment and be forever unable to escape. If you were lucky, you might simply be teleported to an incredibly distant place, which might end up being a death trap. This was why the Blaze Sun ruler had felt so certain that he was the only person to discover the Blaze Sun Wellspring Sea. At first, he didn't even consider the possibility that Ning would be there. It was only after his forces had searched the entire Blaze Sun domain to no avail that he had thought of this place and came here to test us luck. Head in that direction, Ning ordered as he used his Sword Dao domain to chop a spacetime tunnel open for the realm ship to pass through. This Wellspring Sea truly was hidden quite well, Hegemon Azure Fiend mumbled to himself. I often visit the Blaze Sun domain, but I've never even heard of this place, Patriarch Treewind said. They continued to advance through the twisting, changing spacetime continuum. They constantly changed directions as they advanced, and after a full month Ning suddenly called out, "Halt! Master, we haven't left yet," Hegemon Azure Fiend said. "I'm preparing to train here for a period of time," Ning said with a smile. "This is currently the safest place in the entire Blaze Sun domain." "Ha!" Everyone present looked flabbergasted. "The Wellspring Sea is like a boulder which is sitting within many currents of chaotic spacetime," Ning said. "It doesn't matter which way we go, we'll still run into those streams. The Blaze Sun ruler is at a lower level of insight than me. Even if he came back with 4 other domain rulers, he would still just follow the pathways he is already familiar with. There's no way he would search and scan all of the possible routes. At his current level, if he dared to do so, he'd probably get lost. My guess is that the reason why he was even able to find the Wellspring Sea was because he had the warship helping him out, otherwise, he would never have been able to find this place." Ning's guess was correct. The warship was even more tightly attuned to spacetime than ordinary realm ships were, and it was primarily thanks to the warship that the Blaze Sun ruler had been able to find the Wellspring Sea. "They won't be able to find me as I train here," Ning said. "Their chances might improve if there are 3 or 4 of them, but eventually the other domain rulers will have to go back. There's no way they'll stay in the Blaze Sun domain the entire time." Ning partially wanted a quiet place to train, but he also wanted to be cautious. Battling against the likes of the Blaze Sun ruler was truly pointless for him. They were merely at the hegemonic level of insight. Their primary advantage lay in the fact that they were truly blessed with incredible gifts. Ning had only been able to destroy 5% of the Blaze Sun ruler's true soul with a full power strike. A battle against a domain ruler would literally be nothing more than Ning pitting his true soul against the domain rulers in a war of attrition. Ning truly couldn't be bothered to take part in something like this. Dark North speaks the truth. It is best to be cautious, Nuwa agreed. Yes. Let's spend some more time here. Su Yuji was similarly worried about Ning exhausting too much energy. And so, Ning began to train within a small spacetime pocket located within the chaotic spacetime surrounding the Wellspring Sea. Every day, he was able to hear the whooshing, rumbling sound of the Wellspring Sea. Even Su Yuji, who walked the path of the Tao of Fire, began to gain many insights and began to train. Ning himself continued to focus on slowly merging his Tao of Water into his eternal Omega Sword Tao. After spending a total of 1.2 billion years, he finally completed the process and fully integrated his Tao of Water into his Sword Tao. supremely kind and gentle, and filled with all the secrets of water. I suppose I can call this the water sword Tao. Ning smiled as he opened his eyes. He could sense that his sword heart was a hair more calm and peaceful than it had been in the past. This was the nature of water, it struggled against nothing and accepted everything. Thanks to the Tao of water, his soul and true soul were now significantly calmed and began to disintegrate much more slowly than before. I killed the lonely king and the 8-armed giant, then struck out against the Blaze Sun ruler. These actions caused my true soul to disintegrate more quickly, but integrating the mysteries of the Tao of water into my sword Tao caused the process to slow down once again. These things actually ended up canceling each other out. I still have roughly 8,000 chaos cycles left to me. Ning laughed, but he knew that there was no way to make up for what he had lost during those 3 battles. If he had never fought at all, then the full integration of the Tao of water would have resulted in his lifespan being extended to 10,000 chaos cycles. It must be remembered that his other Taos, such as the Tao of lightning, would be of little use to him in preserving his true soul. Ning had the feeling that the Tao of water was the most effective in this regard, but alas, its benefits had been cancelled out by the battles he had taken part in. These battles had an effect akin to creating cracks on a dike. Each battle would cause those cracks to become greater and greater, hastening the day when the dike crumbled apart in its entirety. Boom! Ning stretched out his right hand, causing a sword to manifest in the palm of his hand. This was an unadorned sword that looked extremely ordinary. This sword, Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, Azure Fiend, Good Song, and the others inside the realm ship couldn't help but feel intrigued and enticed by that sword. It looked quite ordinary, but in their hearts they couldn't help but feel that this sword somehow embodied all the mysteries of the Tao of the sword. Ning smiled as he then reached out with his left hand. A second sword appeared within the palm of his left hand, but this one was covered with a layer of flowing watery light that made it seem calmer, more beautiful, and more gentle. On one side is the pure eternal Omega Sword Tao, Ning said with a laugh, and on the other is the eternal Omega Sword Tao that has been infused with the mysteries of water. I suppose you can call it the Water Sword Tao. Can you sense the differences between the two? The first seems purer, save for the sword, there is nothing else, Nuwa said. I can sense a gentle stream of water coming from the other, but it also feels like a vast, completely calm ocean. Is purity better, or is infusing other mysteries better? Patriarch Treewind couldn't help but ask. Ning nodded in response to the question. In the early stages of cultivation, purity is better. But when you reach the utmost apex in purity and are unable to advance any further, that's when you'll need to broaden your base. Alright, I've already completed my task. Given that it has been 2 billion years, my guess is that even if the Blaze Sun ruler did invite other domain rulers to come help him out, they've probably left by now after all these years of fruitless waiting. Let's head out and go towards the place where that Sith Exalt has been imprisoned. Let's go! Flamewing said excitedly. Finally! It had grown bored long ago. I've never seen a Sith Exalt either. Azure Fiend was filled with anticipation as well. The Sith Exalts of legend, Nuwa and Su Yuji had never seen one of them either. Whoosh! Thanks to Ning's guidance, the realm ship spent another 3 months before finally exiting the region of distorted spacetime and returning to the normal spacetime continuum. Next, Ning's group spent another month riding the realm ship before finally reaching the place where the legendary Sith Exalt was imprisoned. The place where the Sith Exalt has been imprisoned is known as the Earthfire Continent, Patriarch Treewind explained. Anyone who sees a Sith Exalt will feel a sense of awe. The feeling they give us is completely different from the feeling which the Blaze Sun ruler gives us. Completely different? Ning was startled. But aren't the Sith Exalts on par with the Blaze Sun ruler in power? You'll understand when you see him, Patriarch Treewind said. The Sith Exalts are rather pitiable creatures, Imperator Jade Rainbow said. He shook his head and sighed. Everyone who sees them feels sorry for them, but none of us dares to go too close to them. This is because the Sith exalts remain as crazed and berserk as ever. If you go too close, you might end up dead. As they chatted, a vast continent suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. This continent was so gigantic in size, it was impossible for them to see to the ends of it. The realm ship flew into the skies above the vast continent, with Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow guiding them closer and closer to the prison. Boom! 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 Even though they were still very far away, Ning was already able to vaguely hear a series of booming sounds. He was also able to see with the naked eye a hint of fiery light flickering from far away. As the realm ship flew closer and closer, the fiery light became increasingly dazzling to behold. It was actually a vast field of fiery light that stretched off to cover an area of 10 billion kilometers. It was like a field of divine punishment that was crushing and suppressing a blurry figure at the very center of the field. The blurry figure was seated in the lotus position, its body emanating an aura of tremendous power that was fighting back against the endless field of fiery light. What? Ning turned pale. The vast field of fiery light clearly concentrated its power at the center, where an endless series of explosions continued to burst out against the blurry figure. The power of each explosion vastly surpassed the full-strength strikes of the Blaze Sun Ruler, and the aura emanating from the blurry figure was clearly superior to the Blaze Sun Rulers as well. Didn't they say that the Sith Exalt was on par with the Blaze Sun Ruler in power? Ning immediately felt puzzled by this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 2, Crazed. Book 40, The Five Autarchs, Chapter 2, Crazed. The realm ship continued to fly towards the prison. Ning could see that within the fiery field of 10 billion kilometers, there were actually a series of other figures who were either seated in the lotus position or located within small buildings. These cultivators were scattered in the region around the Sith Exalt, with even the closest maintaining a minimum distance of 10 million kilometers. Lord Dark North, Patriarch Treewind immediately explained, the Earthfire continent is extremely famous. Quite a few cultivators come here to visit, and every so often the imprisoned Sith Exalt will provide them with some guidance. Guidance? Ning was surprised. The Sith are our mortal enemies. Why would it be so kind-hearted as to provide us with some guidance? Can it perhaps be a trick? Nuwa guessed. Imperator Jade Rainbow laughed. The Sith Exalt has been imprisoned here for countless years. It is possible that to him, the occasional interaction with cultivators is a form of temporary release. How can there be any tricks when pointing out the flaws in their Daos? If they were wrong in their Dao, they were wrong. Quite a few cultivators have already perfected their Daos thanks to this Exalt's guidance. Oh. This was the first time that Ning, Suyuji, Niwa, and many of the others within the realm ship had heard such a thing. All of them felt that this really didn't make much sense. Master, Hegemon Azure Fiend said, there are other cultivators here. I'm afraid that they'll immediately recognize you once you appear, and then word will probably spread out quite quickly. Is it possible that the Blaze Sun Ruler would head over here? Ning said, don't worry, I wager that the Blaze Sun Ruler wouldn't dare to come here on his own. It would take him time to summon 4 or 5 of the other domain rulers and then make it all the way over to the Earthfire continent. All I wish to do is visit the Sith Exalt, half a day will be more than enough. By the time the Blaze Sun Ruler arrives, we'll have left long ago. Whoosh! Watched by many cultivators, the realm ship finally descended upon this great continent. This entire region was covered by fiery light, but the pressure wasn't all that great. The centermost region where the Sith Exalt resided suffered the vast majority of the pressure. Which major power has just arrived? He actually descended upon the Earthfire continent via realm ship. It seems an extraordinary figure has just appeared in our midst. The scattered cultivators all stared towards the descending realm ship. They watched as a large number of people flew out from within the realm ship, with the leader being a white-robed youth who bore a black sheath on his back, Next to him stood the dazzlingly beautiful Su Yuji as well as the honest-looking protector Whitethaw. Nuwa, Hegemon Azure Fiend, Hegemon Goodsong, the Flamewing God, Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and the others all appeared next to them as well. That's Patriarch Treewind. It's actually Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow? I heard that they left this place alongside Tao Lord Darknorth. I even heard that the Blaze Sun ruler had gone to Howu City to hunt them down. That white-robed Tao Lord at their head, his true soul is slowly crumbling away. That should be the legendary Tao Lord Darknorth, right? A white-robed youth who bears a black sheath on his back and who failed the Tao merge. Hegemon Goodsong is by his side, as is a dazzlingly beautiful red-robed woman. Yes, that has to be Tao Lord Darknorth. That almost certainly has to be Tao Lord Darknorth. The formerly calm cultivators suddenly all grew excited. A violet-robed elder who was an old friend of Patriarch Treewind's actually reached out to him mentally. Brother Treewind, is that the legendary Tao Lord Darknorth? It is indeed, Patriarch Treewind said proudly. Respectful greetings to you, Tao Lord Darknorth. The violet-robed elder hurriedly rose to his feet and bowed as he said these words. The other hegemons and emperors present emerged as well and all bowed respectfully towards Ning. Respectful greetings to you, Tao Lord Darknorth. Although Ning wasn't the type to stand on formal ceremony, all of the cultivators he had encountered recently had spoken to him in this very respectful manner, and so Ning no longer tried to dissuade them. In fact, if he was excessively courteous to them, many of them would actually begin to feel nervous. Carry on, gentlemen. I've merely come to take a look at the Sith Exalt, Ning said. Understood, the cultivators all assented. The cultivators had all come out to greet Ning respectfully. Some of the other creatures residing here quickly noticed this behavior. This was an important place where the Sith Exalt was imprisoned. After all, the Blaze Sun ruler had naturally arranged for some of his subordinates to be permanently stationed here and watch over it. Tao Lord Darknorth? Multiple creatures emerged. Some popped their heads up from beneath the earth while some manifested out of bonfires. All of them stared at the distant white-robed youth in astonishment. The domain ruler has been searching for Tao Lord Darknorth this entire time. Who would have thought that he'd suddenly appear in the Earthfire continent? Notify the domain ruler right away, but. Hurry up and notify the domain ruler. None of the creatures dared to approach Ning, but since they were responsible for keeping a watch over the trapped Sith Exalt, they naturally had ways to send information up the chain of command. They all sent word in almost the same instant. As Ning arrived, he didn't just attract interest from the cultivators and the other creatures, he also attracted the attention of the Sith Exalt. Boom! 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 Explosions continued to blast away at his body. All of the power of the fiery light was concentrated here and continuously hammered away at him. These attacks all seemed quite ferocious, but in truth they were all quite different. Some were like countless needles that stabbed into his body, piercing into his very soul and true soul. They caused truly soul-tearing agony. Others were like knives that continuously cut away at his skin. They didn't cause any real injuries at all, but the pain was excruciating. Still others carried illusory effects. In short, all of these attacks served to torment it to the extreme. Although the Sith Exalt was dressed in gray armor, the exposed parts of his arm, neck, and face were all covered by strange formation diagrams. Beneath his feet, there was an enormous formation diagram that was 10,000 kilometers in size, which was identical to the ones covering him. The formation diagram was imprinted on every part of his body, ensuring that he was perpetually trapped, suppressed, and tormented. Ah! He let out a screeching roar. He had 3 curved horns growing out of his head, and a pair of azure eyes that stared intently at the distant Ning. Die! Everyone should die! He continuously raved, repeating these words over and over again. He had been trapped here for far too long. He had been imprisoned here since their defeat in the Dawn War. The autarchs had used their full power to set up this ceiling formation diagram, then established the most tortuous methods available to them to force him to suffer perpetual torment. The suppressive effects of the formation diagram made it impossible for him to even commit suicide. There was nothing save endless torture, unless he was willing to lower his head and choose a humiliating path. Everyone should die, he mumbled. He had repeated these words far too many times. All of them are craven and afraid to move too close to me. He stared off into the distance, his azure eyes filled with malice. He truly did wish to squish these bugs and kill them all. Alas, the little bugs were all quite cautious. After having been sealed away, his attack distance had become limited to a mere 1,000,000 kilometers. After he had successfully killed a few of those ants, the rest had grown cautious and stayed at least 10 million kilometers away from him. Respectful greetings to you, Lord Dark North. The distant cultivators all bowed towards Ning with tremendous respect. The Exalt's attention was drawn to this. It had been a long time since he had seen these cultivators treated someone else so respectfully. The last time had been when the Blaze Sun ruler had come to this place. Yes, the autarchs also received this sort of reception when they came, but there was no way any other cultivators would. This was because the cultivators here consisted of hegemons and other verse lords. It was extremely hard for someone else to convince them to display such respect. Lord Dark North? Ha! He's a Lord of their civilization? He was puzzled. Lords should be weaker than emperors in their system, right? Why are so many of them being so respectful? Although word that Ning had mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao had spread like wildfire across the cultivator civilizations, the imprisoned Sith Exalt had not been informed. That feeling he gives me, wait. Something's wrong. That's no ordinary Tao Lord. He focused his gaze on Ning. And he's failed his Tao merge? In their civilization, the Tao Lords who fail the Tao merge shall face certain death. This Tao Lord has failed the Tao merge, but they are also respectful to him, and he gives me a strange feeling, almost as though he is a match for me. Suddenly, his eyes widened as an enormous suspicion swept through his heart like a tidal wave. Is he? Yes. There's no mistaking it. That's the only possibility. A Tao Lord who can inspire such respect from even other verse lords and who is a match for even myself, there's only one possibility. His azure eyes suddenly blazed with incredible luminosity. Can it be that their civilization has finally given birth to someone who is in control of an eternal Omega Tao? Thankfully, he's a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge. He doesn't have much time left, otherwise, he'd be a major problem. A Tao Lord who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao, eh? The Sith Exalt quickly came to this conclusion solely based off the scene appearing before him. It was an easy guess to make. The only way a Tao Lord who failed the Tao merge could be so powerful as to eclipse even other verse lords was if that Tao Lord was in control of an eternal Omega Tao. There were no other possibilities. If they'd given birth to one, they'll probably give birth to a second, a third, a fourth. Are we finally going to lose? I hope we do. Let's lose and end it all. Everyone should die. Everyone should die. He mumbled, his eyes turning even more crazed than before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 3, Exalt Dauber. Book 40, The Five Autarchs, Chapter 3, Exalt Dauber. The rest of you can stay here. No need to get too close to him, Ning said. I'll go and chat with the Sith Exalt. Be careful, Tao Lord, Patriarch Treewind said hurriedly. The Sith Exalt can attack at any moment. Even though he has been imprisoned, he can launch attacks out to a range of 1,000,000 kilometers. The nearby Imperator Jade Rainbow said, Treewind, not even the Blaze Sun ruler is close to being a match for the Tao Lord, much less this imprisoned Sith Exalt. However, Tao Lord, Treewind speaks the truth. It wouldn't be worth it if you ended up in a fight against this Exalt. Thank you for your advice. Ning smiled and nodded, then began to walk towards the centermost region of this field of flaming light. Nuwa, Su Yuji, and Azure Fiend all watched as he left. Flameling hesitated for a bit, in the end deciding not to follow. In its heart, it couldn't help but feel a bit of aversion towards Sith exalts. This field of flaming light had accumulated all of the fire elemental energy of the surrounding area, concentrating it into a series of terrifying attacks at the center. Every single one of these strikes surpasses the maximum power of the Blaze Sun ruler, but the Sith Exalt is able to endure them with ease. No matter how I inspect him, I keep on having the feeling that he should be stronger than the Blaze Sun ruler, but everyone in the outside world agrees that the Blaze Sun ruler is on par with Sith Exalts in power. Ning stared at the Exalt, his heart filled with suspicions. Suddenly, his gaze focused upon the incredibly complicated formation diagram that covered the area of 10,000 kilometers around the seated Sith Exalt. That formation diagram was the center and core of this entire field of flaming light. The exposed parts of the Sith Exalt's skin were also covered by identical imprints of that formation diagram. Now that is a nasty trick. Ning sucked in a cold breath. The person who set up this formation diagram vastly surpasses me in the Tao of formation. Ning continued to stare. And this formation diagram includes the Tao of fire, the Tao of illusions, the Tao of darkness, and many other instruments of torture. Many are meant to attack the soul and true soul. In all the Chaosverse, only the autarchs could possibly set up a formation diagram which contains so many Daos. Autarchs were at the Tao birth level, where one Tao births many Daos. Autarch Bolin had reached autarky via the Tao of the Claw, and he had also reached hegemony in all of the other Daos. Formations, illusions, even Daos he had never trained in, he had reached hegemony in all of them upon gaining autarky. Thus, autarchs were naturally able to employ many different Daos in setting up formation diagrams. The person who had set up this formation had mixed the various Daos together perfectly. It seemed as though the autarchs weren't just the strongest cultivators in the Chaosverse, they were also the most terrifying torturers. How much hatred must the autarchs hold towards them? Why is it that they continue to torment the Sith Exalts, even after the war has come to an end? Ning mused to himself, and this punishment is eternal and unending, wouldn't just killing them be easier? Why spend so much time and effort in creating these formation diagrams? Or perhaps, the autarchs have plans of their own? Ning mused. As he pondered this question, he continued to draw closer to the Exalt. 8 million kilometers. 5 million kilometers. 3 million kilometers. 2 million kilometers. 1 million kilometers. Ning didn't hesitate at all as he advanced. Although he was now within the range of the Sith Exalt's attacks, he didn't worry at all. Even though he had the feeling that the Sith Exalt was more powerful than the Blaze Sun ruler, Ning had outstripped the Blaze Sun ruler in both power and insight into the Tao. He was probably at the autarch level of power, and if it wasn't for the fact that his true soul was continuously crumbling, Ning would have dared to actually take an autarch on in a sparring match. How could he possibly fear an imprisoned Sith Exalt? The Sith Exalt, seated in the lotus position with his head lowered, finally let out a little snort. The gray armor covering his body seemed rather rusted and old. He raised his head up, the curved horns on his head looking wicked sharp as he glared intently at Ning. A rumbling sound rang out from his throat. "You actually dared to approach me, ... Why wouldn't I dare?" Ning continued to walk towards him, only halting when he was roughly 100,000 kilometers away. At this distance, the two were able to clearly see each other's features. "Ha! You truly are someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao." "Ha ha! I, Dauber, feel admiration towards very few members of your cultivator civilizations. You've just joined that list." The Sith Exalt stared intently at Ning, his features occasionally twitching from pain but his voice quite calm and steady. "A pity that you failed the Tao merge. Death will be coming for you soon. A true pity. You are the first member of your civilization to master an eternal Omega Tao, but you are about to die soon. Where there is life, there is death. Ning smiled. There's no reason to fear death, and death is far better than what awaits you. You literally are living a life worse than death. Damn you! The Sith Exalt let out a low growl, his eyes flickering with savage light. Kill me, Tao Lord. Kill me. I know you have the power to kill me. The autarchs must have imprisoned you for a reason. Why should I interfere and cause trouble? Ning shook his head. Besides, the Sith are the mortal enemies of us cultivators. I am a Tao Lord who has failed the Tao merge. If I was to kill you, I'd have to use up my own lifespan. There is no relationship between the two of us which would impel me to make such a sacrifice. The Sith Exalt was intrigued. It seemed as though this terrifying Tao Lord didn't know why he had been imprisoned. Gra-ah! The Sith Exalt let out a short, ragged growl of pain. Clearly, he was in a great deal of agony. A short while later, he suppressed the agony and continued to speak. We Sith were defeated, true. This was a war of civilizations, a war to the death. Either you had to die, or we would die. We lost the war, and I'm willing to accept death as being the result of that. Why must you torment me like this? Ning just listened silently. If I, Dauber, had been free and up to my own devices, I never would have wanted to launch such a cruel and deadly war. There was no way to avoid this war. If you cultivators remained in power, then we Sith would have perished. That is why I had to take part in the war. Both our sides suffered greatly in the war. Why must you feel such hatred for me? Why must you torment me so? Kill me. Grant me release. I've had enough of this endless torment. The Sith Exalt Dauber stared intently at Ning, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ning couldn't help but feel a sudden impulse to charge over and kill the man, releasing him from his torment. However, Ning quickly regained his usual calm. He was actually able to affect my thoughts? Ning glanced at the Sith Exalt, secretly shocked. From a certain perspective, the Sith was telling the truth. Even Ning himself felt that wiping out the enemy after winning the war was enough. There was no need to perpetually imprison and torment the survivors. However, the reason why Ning had felt that sudden impulse was primarily because the Sith Exalt's voice had managed to bewilder him. This Sith Exalt had definitely reached a terrifyingly profound level in the art of bewilderment. Ning had a truly perfect sword heart, but he had still been briefly influenced by the Exalt's voice, even though he had quickly recovered from it. A hint of disappointment flickered through the Sith Exalt's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "Are you really not going to grant me release? The autarchs must have imprisoned you for good reason. They are the leaders of the cultivator civilizations, and they could well have done this because of some secret they know which has a major impact on the war between our two civilizations." "There's no way I would intervene," Ning said. "Damn it. I was so close." The Sith Exalt Dauber instantly grew even more berserk and growled, "This is unfair. Unfair. An eternal Omega Tao? If I had also embarked upon the path of the Omega Tao long ago, then regardless of whether I succeeded or failed, I never would have ended up like this. My destiny would have been completely changed. This is utterly unfair." Ning could feel the deep emotions which filled the man's roar. It was a feeling of deep and intense regret, mixed with resentment. Ning couldn't help but mumble to himself, "So what if you had embarked upon the path of the Omega Tao? Even if you had embarked upon the path of the Omega Tao, you still would have taken part in this war as a member of the Sith." But whoosh! Suddenly, the growling Sith Exalt reached out with both hands. His arms expanded dramatically in size, causing even the formation diagram imprints on them to twist and distort. As he attacked, he finally spat out a murderous, hate-filled cry, "If you don't help me, you can go die." The two arms almost instantly expanded to become over 100,000 kilometers long. His hands were filled with tremendous power, and he reached out to tear Ning apart. As they swept out towards Ning, they were infused with such strange, profound mysteries that Ning wasn't even able to dodge them. it seemed as though he absolutely had to face this attack head-on. Eh? Ning turned ashen, and his heart shook with shock. Ever since he had mastered an eternal Omega Dao, he had always had a feeling that he was in complete control of his surroundings. Every so often, something would surprise him, but nothing truly caught him off guard. In this moment, however, Ning truly felt stunned, so stunned that his heart was shaking. Even his sword heart had become rather unsteady. It was as though he had seen something that was completely impossible before him. But Ning had no time to think this matter over, because those two giant palms had already reached him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 4, Completely Stunned. Book 40, The Five Autarchs, Chapter 4, Completely Stunned. Boom! With but a thought, Ning immediately summoned the awesome Sword Dao domain around him. Countless streams of sword light descended upon this place, filling it with attacks that were all comparable to full-strength blows from other verse lords. The sword light quickly moved in a marvelous way to block the murderous palms that were crashing down towards Ning, doing their best to slow the palms down. Each of the fingers on the twin palms began to slowly change. As they changed, they caused spacetime to change with them. Boom! 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 Every single finger completely suppressed the streaks of sword light that they touched. This was a truly ferocious attack from the Sith Exalt. If Ning wished to merely rely on his Sword Dao domain to defend against it, he would have to use the principles of using 4 grams of force to redirect 1,000 kilograms of power. However, his opponent was clearly at a far higher level of insight than the Blaze Sun ruler was, thus, Ning's attempted block didn't truly succeed. Ryup! The twin palms appeared in front of Ning and then slammed straight through Ning's body, tearing it apart into 2 pieces. Ning's body gradually faded away into nothingness, followed by a white-robed Ning reappearing over 1,000,000 kilometers away. He's fast. Exalt Dauber immediately halted his attacks, because Ning had already moved past his maximum attack range. Due to the suppressive effects of the formation diagram, he was only able to launch attacks to this distance. The Eternal Omega Daos truly are impressive. I can't help but envy his incredible speed. It would have been wonderful if I managed to master an Eternal Omega Dao. Exalt Dauber couldn't help but let out a sigh. To be honest, I knew I wouldn't be able to kill you. I just wanted to lessen your lifespan by a bit. Unfortunately, I wasn't even able to force you to draw your sword. Ning stood 1,000,000 kilometers away, a solemn look on his face. I didn't draw my sword, but I had to use up a bit of divine power in using that evasion art. Eternal Omega Daos were as profound as the Daos of ordinary autarchs. Thus, Ning actually had access to many truly incredible techniques which one would naturally gain access to upon reaching certain levels of insight. For example, when Ning had become a Dao Lord of the 4th step, he had reached such a high level of insight into the Dao of the sword that he had gained natural mastery over the shadowless form, an invulnerable form. His Dao of the sword had gained the power to pierce through spacetime and sever karma, and he had reached incredible heights in many different areas. Nowadays, Ning's abilities were even more unbelievable than before. If he was truly willing to exhaust his life energy, he could increase his speed to truly unbelievable heights. For example, when Ning had killed the Lonely King, he had taken a single step to move an extremely great distance to slay the Lonely King without the latter even being able to react. This was a testament to Ning's true speed. Similarly, he had been able to heavily injure the Blaze Sun ruler with one strike, and the Blaze Sun ruler hadn't been able to block at all. As far as warping through spacetime went, if Ning chose to use his sword to tear through spacetime, he would actually be able to travel a greater distance than even the Black Sun was capable of. The autarchs were able to easily tear through spacetime and warp tremendous distances, but alas, these incredible techniques all consumed enormous amounts of energy. Ning had to be extremely stingy with his energy usage. Every single scrap of energy and power represented his vital energy. Just now, he had simply used an evasion art to dodge a single step backwards. ensuring that the Sith Exalt wasn't able to touch him. This didn't take up too much of his divine power, but it still wasn't nothing. What? The Sith Exalt just attacked Tao Lord Darknorth. The distant cultivators and the creatures serving the Blaze Sun ruler all stared in astonishment. The Sith Exalt's attack was as savage and overbearing as ever. It was strange. The Blaze Sun ruler and the Sith Exalt were clearly on the same level of power, but when they saw the Sith Exalt attack, they felt a much greater sense of fear, but they had already witnessed the Sith Exalt attack on numerous occasions, and several cultivators had died as a result. Tao Lord Darknorth, however, was naturally different. He took just a single step back and was able to dodge with ease. One side struck with full power, the other dodged with calm and unhurried grace. Tao Lord Darknorth truly is more powerful. Incredible, the cultivators murmured. As for Nuwa, Su Yuji, and the others who were close to Ning, they only felt nervous. Given how fast Ning had just moved, it was obvious that he had been forced to use some of his own power. I was only able to force you to use an evasion art. How much energy could that possibly consume? You'd probably have to use it to take 10 steps back in order to match the amount of energy you would use up from a sword strike, Exalt Dauber said coldly. Ning's face remained as solemn as ever. He stared intently at the Sith Exalt, as though he was trying to see through to some hidden truth. After staring for several long seconds, Ning finally said, "The claw arts you just used." "Ah ha ha. So you noticed, eh?" The Sith Exalt laughed madly. "Ah, it makes sense, you are someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Dao. Of course you would be able to notice. Tell me everything." Ning stared at him. "Ha, the only thing I'll tell you is that you saw exactly what you thought you saw." The Sith Exalt, Dauber, continued to laugh with wild abandon. "I won't tell you anything else, I'll let you worry away and rack your brains trying to find an answer." "Ha! I'm having fun just thinking about it. To be able to mystify the very first master of an eternal Omega Dao in this Chaosverse, what a wonderful feeling." Ning frowned upon hearing this. The Sith Exalt continued, "Unless you were willing to kill me and grant me release. Only then would I tell you everything." Exalt Dauber stared hungrily at Ning. "Impossible." Ning shook his head. After seeing the Sith Exalt's claw arts, he felt increasingly certain that there was an enormous secret behind the Exalt's imprisonment. The autarchs had to have imprisoned them for an extremely important reason. "Then you will never know the answer," Exalt Dauber said viciously. "Tell me, do you think the autarchs know the answer?" Ning suddenly smiled. "You?" The Sith Exalt was stunned. "I'll go and ask the autarchs. I was planning to visit them a final time before dying anyhow," Ning said. He then turned and left. Exalt Dauber gnashed his teeth as he watched Ning leave, but there was nothing he could do. Use an illusion? That terrifying Dao Lord had an incredibly powerful Dao heart, one which was truly perfect. It was already quite incredible that the Sith Exalt had been able to have even a slight effect on Ning earlier. There was no way he would actually be able to influence Ning's actions. Other methods would be equally futile. There was no way such a major power as Ning would succumb to the likes of mere curiosity. "I'm going to be imprisoned here forever, tortured forever." Dauber raised his head, his azure eyes staring into the endless fiery light in the skies. His gaze was filled with hatred and regret, and then he mumbled with a hint of exhaustion, "When will it come to an end? I really don't want to hold on any longer." Ning turned and left, returning to Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, and the others with a belly full of suspicions. The images of the Sith Exalt using claw arts to assault him continually replayed in his mind. How is it possible? How could that be? Is this the real reason why the autarchs have imprisoned them? Ning continually pondered this question. Suddenly, Ning's face turned slightly pale as he raised his head and stared towards the skies. Whoosh! A bolt of thunder suddenly appeared, tearing through the heavens and warping through spacetime, causing a stable but temporary passageway to form. Right at this moment, 8 towering figures appeared within the bolt of thunder, with one being the muscular black-armored Blaze Sun ruler. The other 7 all had different auras. One was as cold and remote as an endless sea of ice, a second seemed to represent the destruction of space itself, but all of them were of equal magnitude. The 8 domain rulers. Ning's face turned completely pale. Have they gone mad? The Blaze Sun ruler must be insane. Ning had considered the possibility that the Blaze Sun ruler might be able to recruit 4 or 5 of the others to work with him, but he never would have imagined that the legendary 8, the most powerful source walkers of the 8 domains of the Chaosverse, would all appear en masse. All 8. Ning would probably exhaust himself and die without being able to do anything to the 8 of them. There was simply no way he could fight at full power for an extended period of time. The 8 domain rulers? But Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others were all shocked. That one over there is the Blaze Sun ruler. Why is it that I have the feeling that the other 7 are just as terrifying as him? Their auras seem to be of equal power. The other 7 are also domain rulers. What? The 8 domain rulers are all here? Given that even Ning was shocked, the other cultivators present were all completely scared senseless. They had never even heard of all 8 domain rulers appearing at the same time. They've gone mad. Stark raving mad. All 8 have rushed over right away? I'm certainly not sticking around. Ning took a single step forwards and reappeared in front of Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others. He pulled them into his estate treasure with a wave of his hand. Ryup! Ning brandished the Dark North sword a single time, generating a streak of swordlight that tore a rift through spacetime. Ning leaped into that spacetime rift, which quickly closed and healed behind him. By now, only the autarchs could surpass Ning when it came to tearing through spacetime. There was no way the 8 domain rulers could possibly stop him at all. The 8 domain rulers had just used a valuable treasure to instantly teleport here. They could do nothing but stare, stupefied, as Ning disappeared from right in front of them, and they could find no traces of where he had gone at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 5, The Castle. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 5, The Castle. If Ning wished to, he could have used his sword to tear through spacetime and let him exit the entire Blaze Sun domain. However, as one of the 8 domains, there were many places within the Blaze Sun domain which were extremely hard to traverse via a spacetime warp. To forcibly tear through via the Tao of the sword would require an enormous amount of energy. Ning wasn't willing to waste his lifespan on something like this. He was able to sense that there was something strange happening in spacetime nearby, and so he chose the exit tunnel to be placed there. Whoosh! Ning vanished from the Earthfire continent and followed the sword-formed spacetime tunnel to arrive at an extremely distant place within the Blazefire domain. Ning swept the area with his gaze, slightly surprised. I sensed from afar that the spacetime continuum here was quite unique. So this is what this place looks like? Ning was currently standing in empty space, facing a distant dimensional whirlpool. Battered bits of debris were flying out of the whirlpool, including some shattered pieces of gold and metal, strange mechanical parts, and even an enormous but tattered-looking castle. These bits and fragments were all flying out of the whirlpool, while the whirlpool itself was starting to spin more slowly, almost as though space was going back to normal. It seems my luck isn't bad. I managed to find a Sith trove after just a single teleport, Ning laughed. Ning waved his hand, releasing Nuwa, Suyuji, Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, the Flame Wing God, and the others. As soon as this awesome group of experts appeared, they began to scan their surroundings. They quickly noticed the dimensional whirlpool and were duly astonished by it and the Sith treasures floating out of it. A Sith treasure trove? There's actually a treasure trove here? And, by the looks of it, it looks like it just appeared. Patriarch Treewind and the others were all quite stunned. As for Ning, he laughed. I heard that other verses in Sith treasuries will often appear out of nowhere within the 8 domains. Is that so? It is. Patriarch Treewind nodded. When wandering through the Blaze Sun domain, you'll occasionally stumble across another verse which has no owners in it, and Sith caches will sometimes appear out of nowhere as well. However, the ones we find have usually been floating around in the Blaze Sun domain for quite some time. I've only heard stories about actually seeing them appear from dimensional whirlpools. This is my first time witnessing it in person. Other verses are created by autarchs, Ning said, but the Sith caches were left behind from the Dawn War. Why would they appear here out of nowhere? Not sure. The autarchs are probably behind this for some reason. Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and the others who were familiar with the Blaze Sun domain all shook their heads. Ning continued to ponder this question. The giant, battered-looking castle off in the distance was in a more or less complete shape, but it had clearly experienced the ravages of battle. Otherwise, why would it be riddled with so many wounds? But it had been an extremely long period of time since the Dawn War had ended. Why had it and all these other treasures suddenly appeared now? Ning had only sensed that something strange was happening in spacetime in this location while he himself was warping through spacetime, which was why he had exited here. Over the years, there had been other instances in the 8 domains where Sith treasure caches had appeared out of nowhere. In fact, even Nuwa had somehow vanished from the 3 realms and then appeared in the Blaze Sun domain, and the other verses, those were personally handcrafted by the autarchs. Why would they appear here as well? Master, we have an entire Sith treasury in front of us. Hegemon Azure Fiend was rather excited. Dark North. Nuwa remained quite calm, and she immediately asked, "Are the 8 domain rulers still in pursuit of us?" Ning laughed. "Don't worry, they aren't able to track us down at all. However, I really don't understand what the 8 of them were thinking. I still can't believe all 8 of them joined forces. They probably have plans of their own." Nuwa felt quite frustrated as well. Anyone faced with all 8 domain rulers at once would feel a sense of tremendous pressure. They can keep searching if they want. I have no desire to waste my time on them. Ning didn't wish to waste any of his vital energy, otherwise, if he truly went all out, he'd be able to dominate all 8 of them. All they would be able to do would be to endure his attacks as best as they could, relying on their innate gifts. If they managed to tank the hits, they would live, but if they failed they would perish. Ning himself felt that if he was lucky, he would at most be able to kill one of the 8 if all 8 joined forces. But why? What was the point? Ning naturally preferred to stay far, far away from the 8 of them. "Master, let's go take a look at those floating Sith treasures." Flamewing stared quite curiously at the distant castle and the other relics floating in space. Dark North? Nuwa looked at Ning as well. She, too, felt curious about this treasure cache. Dao Lord. All the others were also intrigued, but as they saw it, since Ning had discovered this cache, its contents would naturally belong to him. "Go ahead and take a look." Ning laughed. "Just be careful. Don't just rummage through things blindly, there might be traps hidden there." "All right. Let's go." "Don't worry, Dao Lord. We'll be careful." "Master, I'm going to go take a look as well." Not even Su Yuji could refrain from taking a look. All of them flew towards the Sith cache, with only Protector Whitethaw continuing to solemnly stand guard over Ning. By now, the dimensional vortex had already vanished, allowing space to go back to normal. Ning didn't really care that much about the Sith treasury, he was already close to the autarchs in power. Why would he care about Sith treasures or armaments? What did I just see earlier, though? Ning pondered by himself, his mind thinking back to the Earthfire continent and the sneak attack the imprisoned Sith Exalt had launched against him. It's completely impossible, but I can't explain it any other way. To this very moment, Ning still felt quite stunned by the implications. This was also part of the reason why he had no interest in exploring the Sith treasure cache. I definitely wasn't seeing things. That imprisoned Sith Exalt, it had definitely reached the autarch level of insight. Ning was shaking inside. That Sith autarch had probably reached hegemony in the Tao of Bewilderment, but the twin claw attacks he had launched against Ning had been incomparably profound. Ning hadn't been able to disturb it or shake it at all with his sword Tao domain. Other cultivators might not be able to tell, but Ning had already reached a level of insight which was comparable to that of the autarchs, and had also received guidance from legacies left behind by Autarch Awakener and Autarch Bolin. That brief moment of combat was enough for Ning to ascertain that the Sith Exalt, Dauber, had definitely employed autarchy-level mysteries in launching his twin claw attacks. The autarch level of insight, that means he should be an autarch. Ning simply didn't understand. But he ended up being imprisoned, just like that? If he really was an autarch, it would be incredibly easy for him and his peers to capture the Flame-Wing God, but instead, 3 of them had to work together to accomplish this. In fact, the Sith once had multiple Exalts. If the Sith Exalts truly were autarchs, they would have been able to overwhelm the cultivator civilizations with ease, but instead, their performance in combat proved that they were inferior to our autarchs. And when Exalt Dauber battled against me, I could sense that although he had reached an incredibly high level of insight, the power of his attacks were vastly inferior to mine. Ning truly was puzzled. He felt certain that Sith Exalt Dauber had reached the autarch level of insight, but the amount of power the Exalt had unleashed in battle was much lower than that level. At most, it was on par with the Blaze Sun rulers. Ning had only been forced to use a tiny bit of his energy, and a single backward step had allowed him to dodge the attack with ease. Clearly, Ning had completely outstripped the Exalt in power. How odd. There's no way I was wrong. He has to be at the autarch level in insight, but for some reason he's only able to unleash a fraction of their power. Ning mused to himself. It felt as though his techniques were only able to employ a tiny amount of the power of the Tao. For major powers, the power of the Tao was paramount. The higher a level of insight you reached, the more important the power of your Tao. Ning, for example, was able to form a sword Tao domain with just a thought. He didn't even need to use up any of his own energy, but the domain would be filled with streaks of swordlight that were comparable to full-strength strikes from other verse lords. This was the power of the Tao, not Ning's own internal power. When he himself fought in battle and used his sword arts were so profound that they were capable of unleashing many marvelous effects. This happened because he would use a fraction of his own energy to fully command the power of the Tao and unleash even more devastating amounts of might. But the Sith Exalt was completely different. Ning could tell that he had clearly reached the autarch level of insight into the Tao, but his techniques were only able to unleash a fraction of the Tao's power. As a result, the overall power of his attacks was nearly at the Blaze Sun ruler's level. So what's the reason for this? As far as I can tell, he should be an autarch, but he's dramatically weaker than the autarchs. Or perhaps these Sith Exalts are pseudo-autarchs? Perhaps they have inherently flawed Taos, which is why they are unable to unleash much power from them? Ning was filled with many questions. Why did these Exalts have such a high level of insight into the Tao? Were they truly autarchs, or were they pseudo-autarchs? Why was it that the true autarchs did not kill them and instead chose to torture them forever? I imagine only the autarchs know the answer to these questions, Ning mused. Dark North. Hurry over here. Nuwa suddenly called out from nearby that distant, levitating castle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 6, Formation. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 6, Formation. What's wrong? Ning took a single step forwards and warped through space, rippling through it to appear right next to the battered, scar-covered castle. Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, the Flame-Wing God, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and the others all stood next to the castle, completely helpless. Nuwa pointed at the giant castle, which was fully 15,000 meters long. We've already completely searched the place, and we're sure that there's a dimensional space within it, but we haven't been able to open it up, no matter what we do, nor can we find a way to get inside. This castle seems to be quite complicated. Let me take a look. Ning scrutinized it carefully. The enormous castle just hung there in space, covered with many scars and with a number of damaged parts floating around it. Ning slowly flew in a circle around the castle, inspecting every part of it with care. He also took a look at the damaged parts. How does it look? Flamewing couldn't help but ask, Master, are you able to open it up? Even if I was, you wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Why are you in such a rush? Ning teased. I'm just curious. Flamewing chortled. In truth, Su Yuji and the others were quite curious as well. Ning continued to inspect the castle for as much time as was needed to boil a kettle of tea. Suddenly, he waved his hand and caused 2 distant fragments to fly into his hands. One was roughly 3 meters long, while the other was merely fist-sized. Clack! Clack! Ning placed the 2 fragments into 2 different locations on the castle. Rumble, instantly, the entire castle began to slowly swivel on its base, which looked like a series of leaf-shaped mechanisms. The center of this towering castle suddenly parted, revealing an entranceway. It's open! It's open! Flamewing said excitedly. Dowlord, you truly are impressive, Hegemon Goodsong flattered. He was quite skilled in this regard. Ever since he had become a Golden Emperor, he had shamelessly chosen to follow Ning and flattered him non-stop. Ning had been in need of someone who was familiar with the Blaze Sun domain, and so had nodded and accepted his service. Hegemon Goodsong had done his utmost to serve as Ning's pathfinder, and so Ning had naturally decided to give him some tips from time to time. There were countless hegemons and emperors who envied Hegemon Goodsong, but alas, Ning wouldn't accept a retainer without a good reason. This Sith artifact seems to be usable, and generally speaking, castle-shaped Sith weapons are incredibly powerful, Patriarch Treewind said with praise. Due to the war, many powerful Sith war machines had ended up being completely destroyed or rendered inoperable. The stone elephant wall which Ning had once discovered, which had originally been known as the Sith warship Tiger Hill, was one example of an unusable Sith war machine. This Sith castle is probably comparable in value to Hou City, Imperator Jade Rainbow agreed. Ning agreed as well. It was generally quite easy to tell from just a visual inspection as to how powerful Sith weapons were. Chains, axes, shields, these were held items that generally wouldn't be all that powerful. The Black Sun, Hou City, the Tiger Hill, and this giant castle in front of them, these were all large-scale war machines and generally were incredibly potent. With but a thought, Ning summoned his sword Dao domain and used it to completely cover the entire castle, as well as its internals. Nothing dangerous inside. Let's go take a look. Ning immediately flew into the entrance. Nuwa, Su Yuji, Patriarch Treewind, and the others all followed Ning inside. The passageway was very deep, dark, and gloomy. From the outside, the castle looked as though it was merely 15,000 meters long, but on the inside it was absolutely enormous. Ning's group flew more than 1,000 kilometers along the hallway before they finally reached an open, empty region. This region was divided up into 3 different levels, with each level representing 3 different core controls used to operate the castle. There were Sith corpses floating above the altars which existed in all 3 levels. The corpses all emanated the auras of eternal emperors. There were also some black emperors and golden emperors who had undergone the ritual sacrificium, all of them had perished here. Ning slowly descended upon the bottommost layer, then glanced at his surroundings. Nuwa and the others came flying over as well, also landing on the altar at the very bottom. The insides of this castle are intact. How did they all die? Azure Fiend glanced at the corpses in astonishment. I don't see any wounds on these corpses. Someone managed to kill these golden emperors through the protection of the castle. Nuwa and the others were all quite stunned. A total of 32 Sith are inside here, Ning said. It had to have been an autarch who used either karmic techniques or true soul destruction techniques to bypass the castle walls and slay the Sith inside. The autarchs had chosen different dais and thus had different areas of specialty. Some, like Autarch Bolin, specialized in frontal attacks. Others had techniques which were more mysterious and harder to understand. There are actually 3 command centers. Ning raised his head to look at the other 2, a frown on his forehead. The bottom command center has an enormous formation within it which can be used to reach out from the base of the castle and connect it to an enormous area around it. This castle can be used to command, consolidate, and protect an entire region. It will gather chaos energy from the area around it, but the middle command center is comparatively simpler. It controls a scanning formation, ensuring that any opponent who appears will find it almost impossible to escape. It tremendous control over dimensional power, allowing it to scan an incredibly vast area and discover even the most minute of spatial ripples. Even I would probably be unable to avoid its detection, Ning said with a surprised sigh. As for the top command center, it is also quite complicated. It involves a powerful offensive formation that gathers together the power of lightning, focusing it together into an attack of incredible power. Even golden emperors would probably perish before it, Ning said slowly as he continued to inspect the insides of the castle. Is it really that impressive? That means this is a perfect weapon of war, Hegemon Azure Fiend said with a shocked sigh. During the Dawn War, it was probably just as important as the Black Sun, Ning said. This, too, is a war machine that is capable of affecting the flow of battle in an entire region. I'm amazed that we were lucky enough to stumble upon such an important war machine. Given your incredible prowess, Tao Lord, it is only natural that your luck is also extraordinary, Patriarch Treewind praised. Ning himself felt rather puzzled. Luck, eh? It was true that he was held in high favor by the prime essences of the Chaosverse. When he had failed his Tao merge, he could sense that the prime essences had sighed on his behalf. If the reason that he had just stumbled upon an incredibly valuable warfort was because he was lucky thanks to being favored by the prime essences, even Ning could do nothing but sigh. Sith war machines of this level of power were incredibly hard to find. Lord Howu had only become known as the Lord Governor of Howu after finding Howu City, while the Black Sun had made a Realms Lord out of Realms Lord Windgrace. I would need at least 3 people to take control of the formations in order to operate this castle. Ning frowned. And all 3 need to be hegemons. Me and my avatar can account for 2, but that won't be enough. Nuwa felt rather worried. What about me? Azure Fiend volunteered. Ning shook his head. I'm planning to leave this castle in my homeland. Azure Fiend, are you really volunteering to stay in my homeland forever? Azure Fiend was speechless. He loved freedom and loved adventuring. He really wouldn't be able to endure staying in Tao Lord Darknorth's homeland forever. The formations within this castle are quite complicated. Nuwa, you probably wouldn't be able to take direct control of them either, Ning said. Let me take a closer look. Ning was planning to modify the central command centers of this castle, making it more suitable for the 3 realms. Ning himself was able to easily control all 3 formation diagrams, but modifying them even slightly would be difficult. Ning actually ended up creating a 4th formation diagram inside the castle, one which would serve as the master controls. Thanks to this 4th formation diagram, a single emperor would be able to simultaneously control all of the castle's functions. This took Ning over 800 million years to accomplish. Aha! Finally, I've succeeded. Ning let out a loud laugh, his laughter echoing within the empty space. Nuwa, Su Yuji, and the others who had been quietly meditating all immediately stopped their training. Nuwa, Ning said with a smile, I added an additional formation diagram that simplifies the process of controlling this castle. Once the castle has been activated, it will be able to scan to a distance of over 1 trillion kilometers, and it'll be able to stand guard over this region. When I go back, I plan to modify the formations protecting our homeland and make this castle the centerpiece of our defenses. If anyone dares to attack our home, they'll have to endure an assault from the castle. My modifications have resulted in a decreasing in its scanning range, and have also resulted in it only being able to focus its firepower on a single target, but I think it should be enough, Ning said. Besides, if we have enough hegemons in the future, you can just ignore my fourth formation diagram and take direct control over the 3 original ones. Understood. Nuwa nodded. Ning waved his hand, causing a jade slip to appear with instructions on how to control the castle. Take it. Ning handed the slip over to Nuwa. Test it out and see how strong it is. All right. Nuwa scanned the slip, quickly memorizing the information. Let's go out, Ning said, and take a look at the castle's power. The group of cultivators immediately left the castle, leaving only Nuwa behind. They all stood outside in the void, staring at the castle. Rumble, the very tip of the castle suddenly began to light up. Boom! An invisible dimensional ripple suddenly spread out to cover an area of 1 trillion kilometers, making it so that nothing within this area could escape its sensors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 7, Acting on Orders. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 7, Acting on Orders. There was a round disc located at the neck of the castle, which was divided into a black side and a white side. Flickers of terrifying lightning could be seen gathering around that location. According to the castle's original configuration and power, it was capable of shooting out 2 bolts of thunder simultaneously, each one carrying a tremendous amount of power. In order to simplify the controls, Ning had made it so that just a single bolt of thunder could be unleashed. However, this had the beneficial side effect of reducing energy costs by 50%. Attacks of such power consumed enormous amounts of energy, after all. That looks absolutely terrifying. I can sense that the power of that thunder is more than enough to wipe me out, Azure Fiend said with a sense of lingering fear. You? Even I would find it hard to survive. Patriarch Treewind felt fear as well, as did Imperator Jade Rainbow and the others. These types of Sith war machines were absolutely terrifying. During the Dawn War, they were used to stabilize entire regions. So long as an autarch didn't intervene, these things spelled certain doom for any cultivators who faced them. However, they had to build up power before launching each shot, and so during the Dawn War the cultivators who were faced with these terrifying war machines used their own lives to block their attacks and buy time for their peers. Boom! A streak of lightning suddenly shot out, causing both space and time to congeal into a liquefied state. A distant, fiery red boulder which was levitating in the distance suddenly disappeared, silently and soundlessly. The bolt of lightning briefly showed itself as the boulder was destroyed, followed by it immediately continuing its forward surge. The power of this attack was so great that everyone save for Ning and the Flamewing God felt utterly stunned. This attack was more than enough to wipe them all out. That attack was too fast. Space wasn't just twisted, it was liquefied. Anyone within a range of 10 billion kilometers would find it almost impossible to dodge, Patriarch Treewind said with a frown. The only option would be to stay out of its range. In the future, I'll have to remember to stay at least 50 billion kilometers away from that thing, Imperator Jade Rainbow said with a laugh. If I'm too close, I won't even be able to dodge. Treewind, your disciple is now even more powerful than you are. Nuwa has always been far more talented than me. Even without Lord Darknorth's help, she would eventually grow to eclipse me in might, Patriarch Treewind chortled. Lord Darknorth was wholeheartedly helping out Nuwa, and Nuwa was his disciple. As a result, Treewind himself would benefit from the process. The more powerful this female disciple of his became, the more influential he himself would become. Whoosh! The silver-robed Nuwa flew out from the castle. She waved her hand, causing the castle to quickly shrink to become palm-sized and fall within her palm. Clearly, she had already fully mastered the control technique Ning had given her and was in full control of this castle. It really is powerful. With this castle under my control, our homeland shall be impregnable, Niwa said, her face covered with joy. Given how mighty its attacks are, its defensive prowess should be even better. Even the likes of the Blaze Sun ruler would find it difficult to break through. Ning felt delighted as well. After fleeing from the Earthfire continent, he had actually warped to this place and discovered a treasure that he was in desperate need of. He had actually been planning to spend some time finding a treasure which would be suitable for the Three Realms' defense. Now, one had just appeared before him. Dark North, this castle is still riddled with damage. What should we do? Niwa looked at Ning. There's nothing that can be done. I'm certainly not able to repair Sith artifacts, Ning said with a laugh. Thankfully, at least its interior is in perfect shape. The damage on the outside makes it look a bit ugly, but all we need to do is add another protective layer on top and it'll look as good as new. Eh? Ning suddenly frowned and turned to stare off into the distance. Boom! A faint dimensional ripple appeared, followed by a strange creature with a sharp head and furry tail appear. It stared curiously in their direction. These creatures again? Niwa said. That thunderbolt you launched was probably so powerful it attracted their attention. We've been discovered, Patriarch Treewind said. These creatures seem quite weak, the strongest of them are perhaps just barely comparable to ordinary hegemons. Patriarch Treewind and the others naturally wouldn't care too much about a squad of such weak creatures. Dowlord, these creatures are often under the Blaze Sun ruler's command, Imperator Jade Rainbow said hurriedly. Now that they've seen you, they'll probably send word to the Blaze Sun ruler and he's probably going to rush over here again. The Blaze Sun ruler, Ning felt resigned. There was nothing he could do against the 8 domain rulers. Let's go. Dowlord Dark North. A voice suddenly rang out, followed by the most powerful of the tailed beasts flying towards Ning at high speed. Eh? Ning glanced at the strange creature, puzzled. My name is Stoneblade. The strange creature bowed respectfully, then said, My humblest greetings to the mighty Dowlord Dark North. Oh, so you actually recognize me? Ning smiled. The Blaze Sun ruler long ago spread word that he is searching for you and provided a great deal of information about you. When I also saw Niwa and Patriarch Treewind by your side, I naturally was sure that it was you, the creature said respectfully. The Blaze Sun ruler certainly is persistent. It seems everyone has been notified about me, including you and your peers. Speak. What do you need from me? Ning asked. The strange creature said respectfully, the Blaze Sun ruler sent word long ago that if we encountered Dowlord Dark North, we were to immediately inform you that they bear you no ill will at all, nor do they intend to fight you. Instead, there is something important they must inform you. Oh? Ning was puzzled. Something important? What is it? That I do not know. After discovering you, I immediately sent word back. I imagine the domain ruler will soon be notified, and they'll probably hasten here at full speed. Once you see him you'll know the answer, Dowlord, the creature said. Understood. Ning nodded. The strange creature then bowed respectfully a second time before retreating. Dark North, the Blaze Sun ruler and the other domain rulers have important business with you? Niwa was puzzled. What important business could it possibly be? Could it be a scheme of some sort? Flamewing immediately asked. Ning laughed. Flamewing, when did you learn about schemes? Ha ha. However, I don't think it is a trick or a trap, because I'm powerful enough that if I wish to leave, the 8 of them are completely unable to stop me. There's no need to lie to me either. And, when I saw all 8 of them last time, I felt quite puzzled. For all 8 domain rulers to join forces against me is quite odd. Now, it seems, they have other business with me. We shall wait here for a time. Let's wait for the 8 domain rulers to come and see what they want, Ning said. Very well. We fled so quickly last time, I didn't even have a chance to see what the other 7 looked like. Me neither. I saw 2 of them. This time, I'm going to see what all 8 of them look like. Hegeman Goodsong, Tree Wind, Jade Rainbow, Azure Fiend, and the others all felt quite relaxed. With Ning present, they had nothing to fear at all. In any other situation, they would have been utterly terrified by the prospect of facing the 8 domain rulers. Roughly an hour later. Whoosh! A bolt of thunder appeared, splitting through the void and creating a temporary but stable spacetime tunnel. 8 figures appeared within the tunnel. It was the Blaze Sun ruler and the rest of the 8. When they saw the distant Ning, they revealed looks of delight and hurriedly flew towards him. It really doesn't seem as though they come with bad intentions, Nuwa sent mentally. Let's see just what they want, exactly. They have infinite lifespans and should be living without any worries or concerns whatsoever. There shouldn't be anything they need me to do for them, Ning said. And of course, if they came for his eternal Omega Sword Dao, there was no way he would transmit it to them. Soon, the 8 domain rulers arrived. They all shrank down to human size as they met with Ning and his team. Respectful greetings, Dao Lord Dark North. All of them spoke quite courteously. Respectful greetings, domain rulers. Ning smiled. Last time I saw you, Blaze Sun ruler, you were thirsting for battle and completely mad with bloodlust. This time, all 8 of you have appeared but are so courteous, and I hear there is something important you wish to tell me? Might I ask what that is? The 8 domain rulers traded a glance. The Blaze Sun ruler voluntarily stepped forward and said, rather embarrassed, Dao Lord Dark North, I was rash in my actions. As soon as we fought, I immediately knew that I was no match for you. A while ago, when we came to speak to you at the Earthfire continent, it wasn't for the sake of continuing the fight. Rather, we came on orders. On orders? Ning was startled. Yes. A Sourcewalker dressed in deep blue armor respectfully replied, after you appeared in the Blaze Sun domain, word of your presence quickly made its way to the Autarch. The Autarch is within the quintessence of the Chaosverse and is too busy to come out, and so she instructed the 8 of us to find you and bring you to meet with her. We've been searching for you this entire time. Last time, we found you, but you left so quickly that we weren't able to catch up, a Sourcewalker dressed in fiery armor said. Ning was enlightened. The Autarch is located amongst the Prime Essences and wishes to meet with me? Might I ask, which Autarch is it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 8, Entering the Quintessence. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 8, Entering the Quintessence. The Blaze Sun ruler said hurriedly, it is Autarch Skyfeeder. Ever since the war against the Sith concluded, the Autarch has spent almost all of her time within the quintessence of the Chaosverse. We were lucky enough to have received some guidance from her. Skyfeeder? Ning nodded slightly. The only Autarchs he knew of were Autarch Bolin, Autarch Awakener, and Autarch Titanos. He didn't really know much about the others. Go ahead and lead the way, Ning said. Dao Lord, the Sourcewalker dressed in deep blue armor glanced rather hesitantly at the many cultivators behind Ning. The Autarch is within the Prime Essences, a place filled with tremendous power. There is no way ordinary cultivators can enter there. You need to have either reached the incredible level of the Autarchs, which you Dao Lord have, or be like us and the Chaos Primordials. We're able to endure the power of that place with our powerful bodies. Weaker cultivators are completely incapable of moving about within the Prime Essences. I'm afraid that we would at most be able to bring you in your Chaos Primordial. Don't worry about us at all. The Autarch wishes to see you, Dao Lord. We wouldn't dare go, Patriarch Treewind, Azure Fiend, and the others said hurriedly. They had all but stopped breathing when they heard that an Autarch had summoned Ning. How could they possibly dare to get involved in a meeting between Tao Lord Dark North and such a supremely august presence? Dark North, go ahead and go. Don't worry about us, Nuwa concurred. Very well. Ning nodded. Even if he did bring them, there was no way for them to move about inside the prime essences. Stay here within the Blaze Sun domain. Once I return, I'll reunite with you. Very well. Understood. Su Yuji and the others hurriedly assented. Dark North, you must be careful, Nuwa instructed. Don't worry. Ning smiled. The 8 domain rulers wouldn't dare to cause trouble, which meant that Nuwa's team of cultivators had nothing to fear. Take me with you, Master. Take me with you. Flamewing said eagerly. It's been forever since I was back inside the prime essences. Ning laughed and nodded. Very well. Follow me. This way please, Tao Lord Dark North. The Blaze Sun ruler took out his warship and invited Ning and Flamewing inside. Moments later, the warship tore through spacetime and disappeared without a trace. The 8 domain rulers used all the considerable tools at their disposal. Just 3 days later, they exited the Blaze Sun domain and entered a silent, empty region of space. There was a total of 10 people in this group, and they all stood there within the empty region. This Sith warship is useless once we go inside the prime essences. Once we go inside, we'll have to slowly fly on our own, the Blaze Sun ruler explained. Open up. One of the domain rulers stepped forward and made a slashing motion with his hand. Swoosh! A gateway was torn within spacetime, and at the opposite end of the gateway was a region filled with an incredible, awesome amount of power and energy. After you, Tao Lord, the 8 domain rule said very respectfully. Let's go. Ning was the first to step into the spacetime door, with Flamewing and the 8 domain rulers following from behind. After they entered, the spacetime door vanished without a trace, leaving behind a very ordinary seeming region. Ordinary cultivators who came here, including other verse lords, were completely incapable of finding the prime essences. The region they entered was filled with overwhelming power. Imagine a mortal falling into an ocean. The entire area around him would be surrounded by endless waves of suffocating might. The pressure from these waves could easily cause even hegemons to perish, while other verse lords would find it too difficult to take as much as a single step here. Rumble. The 8 domain rulers and the Flamewing God were all under tremendous pressure as well. They had powerful bodies and thus were able to endure it, especially Flamewing, whose body was virtually indestructible and who could thus completely ignore the pressure. However, they still had to use all the power they could muster in order to advance through this region. Thankfully, Flamewing had such an endless source of power that this wasn't of concern. Which way shall we go? Ning was the most relaxed of the 10. The Sword Dao domain emanating from him was enough to cause the surrounding pressure to instantly vanish without a trace. This was because the Dao of his Sword Dao domain was the same as the prime essence of the Dao of the sword. The prime essence of the Dao of the sword was naturally part of the collection of prime essences, and so Ning was able to move through this region as easily as a fish moving through water. He didn't suffer any pressure or sense of rejection at all. Unfortunately, Ning wasn't able to protect anyone else. The power of the prime essences was omnipresent, while the prime essence of the Dao of the sword was merely one part of them. If Ning pulled Flamewing and the others into his estate world, they would be protected. Otherwise, they would simply have to endure it on their own. Just follow us, Tao Lord, the Blaze Sun ruler said respectfully. If you feel tired, you can rest inside my estate world for a time, Ning said with a chuckle. No need. Don't worry about us, Tao Lord. We're used to this place. This bit of pressure is nothing at all, Master. The 8 domain rulers and Flamewing continued to advance rapidly, but they were all using their full power to do so. As for Ning, he was able to effortlessly follow from behind. Ning scanned at his surroundings. The quintessence itself was like a place that was divided into many different lakes, with each lake representing a prime essence. He saw the prime essence of thunder, the prime essence of water, the prime essence of ice, the prime essence of the Tao of the sword. Every single prime essence was here and overflowing with might. Through them, Ning was able to more clearly scry some of the secrets of the various Taos. The prime essence of the Tao of the sword was nothing more than one of many prime essences. This is the true foundation of our entire chaosverse, Ning murmured softly. Even I am only able to control a tiny part of it. All of them flew very fast, but even so it took them a full 5 days before they flew past the many different prime essences. Finally, they arrived at an ordinary-looking wooden cottage that was floating in midair. There was a small courtyard surrounding this wooden cottage which looked rather like a small crop field. Here we are. Looks of delight appeared on the faces of all 8 domain rulers. Swoosh! 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 They hurriedly flew closer, stepping into the courtyard around the wooden cottage. Ning and Flamewing followed them from behind. Invisible barriers had been placed here which kept out the natural pressure of the quintessence. Only now did everyone finally relax. What a marvelous formation! Ning scanned the formation, then let out a sigh of approval. A formation capable of completely blocking out the pressures of the quintessence is impressive indeed. Ning then glanced at the surrounding area. He could sense that no one was here aside from them. He immediately turned to the Blaze Sun ruler and asked, "Where is the autarch?" "This is a place where the autarch often rests," the blue-armored sourcewalker said. "She's cultivating nearby. As soon as we entered her residence, she would be immediately notified. She'll be coming soon." Cultivating nearby? Ning glanced at the area around them. Soon, Ning was able to detect a strange ripple of power emanating from a place off in the distance. This was a temporal ripple, and it contained utterly savage levels of power. It was almost like a terrifying apocalyptic demon that sought to devour all before it. Ning couldn't help but turn slightly pale. How was it possible that time itself could become so terrifying? However, the ripples quickly calmed down. A short while later, an ephemeral figure began to drift towards them, quickly leaving the prime essences and arriving in front of the wooden cottage. This was a willowy woman whose features Ning wouldn't describe as exceptionally beautiful. In the 3 realms, her features would be considered quite common and ordinary. Her face was slightly plump, her gaze was gentle, and her aura was both awesome and mysterious, tinged with the ripples of time. Time itself was like an obedient child which swirled around her. She was the only female autarch in all the Chaosverse. Autarch Skyfeeder. "Dark North greets you, autarch," Ning said immediately. Autarch Skyfeeder walked barefoot into her courtyard, then smiled merrily at Ning and said, "Skyfeeder greets you, Tao Lord Dark North." Both spoke quite courteously. As soon as they glimpsed each other, they were able to sense the level of insight the other had reached. Ning could sense how tremendously powerful this autarch's temporal Daobirth essence was, while the autarch was able to sense how incredible Ning's eternal Omega Sword Tao was. They had embarked upon different paths, but they had now reached the same heights of power. Autarch Skyfeeder and the other autarchs had all first become hegemons after fusing multiple supreme Taos together, then broke through to become autarchs. Ning had embarked upon the path of the Omega Tao, and he had eventually come to master the eternal Omega Sword Tao. Although strictly speaking he was still just an eternal emperor, he truly had reached the same heights of insight as the autarchs possessed. His only weakness was that the breadth of his understanding wasn't quite as wide. In actual combat, however, their blows would be incredibly close to each other in might, but of course, as someone who failed the Tao merge, Ning wasn't able to fight for too long. "Dark North, let's chat inside," Autarch Skyfeeder said. She pushed the door to the wooden cottage open. The cottage was quite plain, with a few seams appearing between the wooden logs that allowed one to clearly see what was inside. Autarch Skyfeeder sat down on the ground in front of a table. Ning did the same in front of another table. Each table had a flagon of wine, and the fragrant aroma of the wine instantly caused Ning's eyes to light up. This was, without a doubt, the finest wine he had ever seen. Although the two of them were merely separated from the 8 domain rulers in Flamewing by a thin wooden door, the 9 were completely unable to hear a word of the conversation within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 9, The Autarchs. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 9, The Autarchs. When Ning smelled the aroma of the wine, he couldn't help but pour himself a cup and taste it first. He then nodded and sighed happily. What fine wine! My soul itself is uplifted by it. In fact, I can sense that even the disintegration of my true soul slowed down for a brief instant. Unfortunately, the disintegration of the true soul is irreversible. Autarch Skyfeeder slowly poured herself a cup, her voice tinged with regret. Otherwise, our civilization would have given birth to a truly incredible figure. To tell you the truth, your rise is far more important to our civilization than the rise of a new autarch. You are, after all, the very first who truly mastered an eternal Omega Tao. Sadly, I can only blame myself for not having trained well enough, Ning said with a laugh. Perhaps if I was just a bit better, I would have succeeded in the Tao merge, but the path is always the most perilous for the first trailblazer, Autarch Skyfeeder said. There has never been anyone who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao before you, and so there were no guideposts or experiences you could draw upon. If you did, you probably would have succeeded in the Tao merge. Ning was startled. Indeed. He had been so very close. If he had just a few extra months' worth of time, he probably would have been able to find the flaws during his Tao merge, and he would have been able to discover the true eternal Omega Sword Tao before it ended. Alas, he had wasted 3 entire years on perfecting his sword heart. Ning let out a chuckle. Well, there always has to be a trailblazer. To serve as the trailblazer for the eternal Omega Daos isn't a bad destiny to have it. Autarch Skyfeeder smiled and nodded. I just heard about you a short while ago. When I found out you were in the Blaze Sun domain, I immediately sent the 8 domain rulers out to search for you. I have something important to discuss with you, something which involves the very existence of all cultivator civilizations in the Chaosverse. We need your help. Something involving the very existence of the cultivator civilizations? Ning was startled. This sounded serious. Is there something which is capable of threatening us? Ning couldn't help but ask. There is indeed. Autarch Skyfeeder nodded. Just now, I informed the other autarchs of your arrival. They are all hastening here as fast as they can. When the others arrive, we'll discuss this matter. It is a blessing that the cultivator civilizations have finally given birth to someone who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao. Unfortunately, you failed the Tao merge. If you had succeeded, we would be even more overjoyed. The other autarchs? Ning was rather shocked. The cultivator civilizations currently have a total of 6 surviving autarchs. One of them is permanently stationed in front of the Sitherlands and won't be able to make it. The other 4 will all be coming, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Nin nodded slowly. 6 autarchs in total, with 5 of them coming to meet him. This was indeed a weighty affair they wished to discuss. Autarch Titanos' residence. Autarch Titanos was almost always secluded away within his private chambers, analyzing the marvelous parts and artifacts which floated in the center. Ha! Suddenly, Autarch Titanos' face turned pale. What? The 2 fleshy antennae on top of Autarch Titanos' head suddenly stood up straight, and his golden eyes bulged out. An eternal Omega Tao? Someone from our civilization has finally mastered an eternal Omega Tao? Autarch Titanos was truly stunned. And his name is, Dark North? Wasn't that kid I saw a while ago also named Dark North? Back then, he had merely improved his Omega Tao to the level of a Tao Lord of the 4th step. He actually mastered an eternal Omega Tao. This is huge. How did it happen that the old bitty Skyfeeder actually ended up being the one to find out and notify me? Autarch Titanos completely ignored the Sith artifacts floating around in his room. He immediately charged outside in a fine rage, slamming open the door with a boom. Master! The azure-robed youth immediately moved to welcome him. Sven! Autarch Titanos said furiously, have you heard about the Dao merge of that kid who once asked me for help? Dao Lord Dark North? Heard? Of course I heard. The azure-robed youth nodded repeatedly. This was major news which quickly spread everywhere. He failed his Dao merge, but he still managed to master an eternal Omega Dao. Even the lonely king of the Ice Peak army was killed by a single slash of his sword. He went out searching for Nuwa, and Realm's Lord Windgrace did everything in his power to help spread the word. He even asked us to help out. I told quite a number of my friends about this. By now, I imagine the major powers in most of the Realmverses and other verses all know about him. But I didn't know. Autarch Titanos stared at him, eyes bulging. Why the hell didn't you tell me? But a baffled and miserable look was on the azure-robed youth's face. Master, didn't you forbid me from disturbing you while you were analyzing those Sith weapons unless something really big happened? This is big. This is literally bigger than anything else. Autarch Titanos exploded. Dao Lord Dark North failed his Dao merge. He'll probably die soon, leaving behind nothing more than a legend. Why would this be big news to you, Master? The azure-robed youth was completely puzzled. To him and the other hegemons, this was a stunning piece of gossip, but in the end it was nothing more than that, gossip. He didn't feel there was a need to bother the Autarch over it. For the love of, Autarch Titanos felt helpless. There were 6 Autarchs in total. One was permanently stationed in front of the Sitherlands and thus didn't know of Ning. The other 4 were almost impossible for hegemons to find, which was why they didn't know of Ning even though Ning's legend had long ago spread far and wide amongst the hegemons and emperors. The only Autarch who was in fairly constant contact with the hegemons and emperors was Autarch Titanos, but he had been researching in seclusion and his subordinates didn't dare to disturb him. As a result, he didn't find out either. It wasn't until just a short while ago that the Autarchs found out about Ning, with Autarch Skyfeeder who was located within the Quintessence being the first to find out. She had notified the other Autarchs, and only then did they realize what had happened. Forget it. Autarch Titanos shook his head. I've really embarrassed myself this time. I am usually the first to find out about things, but this time I was the last. As he spoke, he waved his hand and immediately warped through spacetime and departed. He couldn't help but feel angry. The Autarchs had agreed long ago to a division of labor, and Autarch Titanos had agreed to be the one responsible for maintaining contact with the hegemons and emperors. He was to serve as the bridge linking the Autarchs to the rest of civilization. If anything major happened amongst the hegemons and emperors, news of it would quickly make its way over to him, and he would then notify the others. This time, the news involved the rise of someone who controlled the eternal Omega Sword Dao. This was news of incredible importance, but he ended up being the notified party rather than the notifying party. Of course he felt humiliated by this. An empty, barren region. The stars and chaos worlds here seemed to have sunken into the silence of death. This entire region, which was the size of dozens of territories, was completely and utterly still. No life could rise here, nor would anyone dare to draw near here. If hegemons did dare to draw near this place, they would sense the terrifying power of death seep into their bodies, and if they came any closer, they would die. And so, this region was in a perpetual state of death and silence. There was an enormous planet here that was roughly 100 billion kilometers in diameter. This entire planet was a dark gray color, and an incredibly dense aura of death surrounded the entire planet. This planet was the source of the deathly energy which pervaded this entire region, and even the stones here had been completely broken apart into countless grains of dark gray sand. Rumble, the earth began to tremble, and the endless aura of death began to change. The ground slowly began to turn fertile and full of life. Soon, countless blades of green grass began to appear on the surface of the earth as the power of life began to emanate from this planet, and the aura of death that surrounded this region slowly began to dissipate. Rain began to fall from the skies, resulting in rivers, lakes, and seas appearing. The earth began to change, with mountains and valleys taking shape. Vegetation began to grow rapidly, with prairies and forests appearing. This transformation from utter death to brimming life happened in just a single breath's worth of time. In this single instant, time itself seemed to have somehow twisted. An incredibly long period of time seemed to have gone past, more than enough time to allow this place to become brimming with life. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the surface of this planet. A sorrowful look was in his eyes, and he slowly shook his head. I trained for very long this time. Why is it so difficult to gain insight into a Tao birth essence from the line that separates life from death? If I mastered an additional Tao birth essence, there would probably be a new transformation. Ugh! I failed yet again. Perhaps cultivators are only capable of mastering a single Tao birth essence? Perhaps all the efforts of myself, Bolin, are for naught? However, Skyfeeder just sent some good news. It seems our civilization has finally given birth to someone in control of an eternal Omega Tao. His name is Tao Lord Dark North, eh? A pity, truly a pity. How wonderful would it be if he had succeeded in his Tao merge? Still, no matter what, at least he has mastered an eternal Omega Tao. He took a single step forwards, causing space to ripple around him, then vanished without a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 10, The Autarchs Gather. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 10, The Autarchs Gather. Within the sea of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. Inside the wooden cottage. Ning and Autarch Skyfeeder were seated in the lotus position. They were going to patiently wait for the other autarchs before talking business. While waiting, Ning began to discuss the Tao and its myriad mysteries with Autarch Skyfeeder. Over 2 hours went past in the blink of an eye. Ha! A thunderous laugh rang out, followed by the door swinging open and a muscular man dressed in loose green robes walking in. He had a pair of curved horns on his head, and his eyes were like an endlessly dark abyss. He emanated an aura of terrifying pressure that caused Ning to feel shocked, and his palms were quite large and thick. Tao Lord Dark North. The muscular man smiled when he saw Ning. Dark North, this would be Autarchicone, Autarch Skyfeeder introduced with a smile. He is the only Autarch who rose from our civilization after the Dawn War against the Sith concluded. He was incredibly talented and rose to become a hegemon in a very short period of time. He caused quite a stir in his youth, and he has a rather special title. He is known as the Autarch of Annihilation. I'm actually a fairly nice guy and I rarely kill people, but my path was that of the destruction Tao birth essence. That's why I'm known as the Autarch of Annihilation, the muscular Autarchicone said with a booming laugh. You can just call me Akone. Akone, hurry up and sit down, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Sit and chat with us. I can't help it. I'm so happy to meet Tao Lord Dark North. Our civilization has finally given birth to a master of an eternal Omega Tao. Autarchicone sat down. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh in approval. Every Autarch truly was an extraordinary figure. For example, Ning felt as though Autarch Skyfeeder was a transcendent figure that was quite unlike ordinary living beings. She was like the mother of all things who benevolently watched over all creation. As for Autarchicone, he emanated a heroic aura that was tinged with a terrifying, all-encompassing dominance that whispered of a hidden potential for destruction. Akone, you little drakeling. I can't believe you actually got here faster than me. The door swung open once more, followed by a bald, black-robed old man walking in with a smile on his face. The 2 fleshy antennae on his head twirled around, seemingly quite delighted. Old man, can you knock it off with the little drakeling thing? Just because you started training a bit earlier than me, Tarkakon said helplessly. It's your own fault for calling me old man. Autark Titanos gave him a hard look, then turned and beamed at Ning. Dark North, my young friend, we meet again. Respectful greetings, Autark Titanos. Ning smiled. You've met? Autark Skyfeeder and Autarkakon were both surprised. Autarks were quite hard to meet, and Ning had only trained for a fairly brief period of time. They had thought that Ning had never met with any Autarks before. Yes, indeed. My young friend Dark North once asked me to help him reverse spacetime to revive his Tao companion. Autark Titanos let out a sigh. Alas, the chaos world his Tao companion resided within was a world that was created from the god gems left behind by Ol Awakener after he died. In fact, it was a world created from two god gems that collided together. I'd probably kill myself trying to bring her back to life, and it still probably wouldn't work. Skyfeeder and Akon were both startled. As for Ning, he fell silent for a moment before letting out a chuckle. What's past is past. Come, let me offer you a toast. Akon lifted up his wine cup. I've had quite a few Tao companions in the past and thus have experienced the travails involved in reversing spacetime to bring them back. Thankfully, my Tao companions resided in a mundane chaos world, making reviving them much easier. I was a bit luckier than you, I suppose. Let's drink together. Ning lifted up his own cup and drank some of the wine. I didn't expect that you would actually have a connection to Awakener, Dark North. Autark Skyfeeder let out a sigh. Awakener was tremendously talented and was actually one of the first Autarks to rise to power. The only one remaining from the oldest days is you, old man Titanos. That's because I'm not tired of living yet. Autark Titanos stared at her. But you, Skyfeeder, you've trained for a shorter period of time than me. Are you thinking of taking the same route which Awakener and Entropos took? There are no other paths to take. That was the same conclusion they came to. However, thankfully, our civilization has finally given birth to someone like Tao Lord Dark North, a master of an eternal Omega Tao. As a result, I can relax a bit and won't rush off to give it a try. Autark Skyfeeder smiled as she glanced at Ning. Ning couldn't help but ask, Awakener and Entropos, who were they? Two other old fellows, Autark Titanos chortled. The three of us were the originals, the ones who lived the longest, Entropos, Awakener, and myself. A great deal of time passed before Skyfeeder and the others made their breakthroughs. Alas, Awakener and Entropos have already died. Both of them died? How did they die? Ning couldn't help but ask. Autark Titanos, Autark Skyfeeder, and Autarkakon exchanged a glance. Autark Titanos then let out a chuckle and said, Dark North, my young friend, don't be impatient. We'll discuss this matter later, and I'm sure you'll come to understand. This actually is connected to the reason why we need your help. Let's wait for the other two to arrive. Actually, they've already arrived. Ning and the others all turned to look towards the outside. The seams between the wooden logs were quite large, allowing one to clearly see what was going on outside. Right now, two figures were walking side by side towards the cottage. These were the two remaining Autarks of the 5 who were meeting today. The 8 domain rulers and the flame wing god continued to wait outside in the courtyard, their eyes growing wider and wider. They just keep coming, they mumbled breathlessly. Every single person who came was an Autark. Each time, the 9 could sense that invisible aura of might and pressure. Even the normally brash Flamewing was now on his absolute best behavior. 2 more Autarks? Flamewing and the others all stared as 2 figures emerged from the sea of prime essences and walked into the courtyard. The 2 glanced at the 8 domain rulers and Flamewing but didn't say a word, simply walking straight inside the cottage. 5 Autarks. Flamewing muttered to itself, what do these 5 Autarks want from my master? I've been alive for an eternity, but I've never seen 5 autarchs together. Even I have only seen 3 of them. 5 autarchs have gathered together. How rare must this be? The 8 domain rulers were all speechless. Autarchs were incredibly hard to find. Even during the Dawn War against the Sith, the autarchs had commanded separate troops of hegemons. Some of the 8 domain rulers had taken part in this war, but none of them had seen all of the autarchs. All 8 of the domain rulers and Flamewing stared towards that wooden cottage with curiosity. That ordinary-looking cottage actually held 5 autarchs and a Dao Lord who was the first person in the Chaosverse to master an eternal Omega Dao. All 9 of them were curious, what was being discussed inside? Inside the room. The 2 final autarchs walked in alongside each other, and Ning couldn't help but smile when he saw them. Compared to Autarchicome or Autarch Titanos, Ning could be considered quite handsome. Even Autarch Skyfeeder wasn't all that attractive, but the final 2 autarchs who had just arrived were both ravishingly handsome men of empire-toppling beauty. Ning could use every single superlative in his vocabulary to describe their appearance, and it would all be completely justified. The one on the left had white hair. He had a rather tired aura and his face was unshaven, but he was without a doubt a truly handsome man. He seemed to be walking the line between life and death. He seemed like the font of all life, but he also seemed like the final resting place of the dead. All living creatures would feel an uncontrollable sense of yearning towards him, but of course, major powers like Ning wouldn't be affected. As for the one on the right, he was an incomparably noble figure. He had black hair, or a smile on his face, and seemed to be a truly perfect person. Even someone whose Dao heart was incredibly strong like Ning couldn't help but feel somewhat attracted to this man, who seemed to embody the very essence of beauty itself. This is Bolin. Autarch Titanos pointed at the tired-looking white-haired man, then smiled. This fellow has been ruminating on life and death, or something like that. That's why he looks so terrible. When I first met him, he was quite a dashing and imposing figure. He's the master of the Claw Daobirth essence, but now he looks like this, TSK. Eh? Autarch Bolin looked at Ning, rather startled. The 2 of us are actually connected by karma? There is indeed some karma between us, Ning said with a laugh. Autarch Bolin, you don't know me, but I actually benefited through your actions. That chaos primordial outside? I actually tamed it due to the verdant azure soul you left behind in one of your beast worlds, Autarch. Oh? A hint of a smile appeared on Autarch Bolin's face. Yes, long ago I did in fact leave behind quite a few estate worlds throughout the Chaosverse. I was worried that we would lose the final battle and wanted to ensure that the seeds of rebirth and resistance would be planted for our civilization. However, we ended up winning, making the estate worlds of limited use. I stopped paying attention to them as a result. I didn't expect that they would end up helping you out, Dao Lord Darknorth. It seems my work wasn't wasted after all. Ning felt a sense of tremendous admiration for Autarch Bolin. Autarch Bolin clearly walked the path of the Claw Daobirth essence, but he had reached such incredible heights in the Dao of life that he had been able to create an entire race, the race of Aeonians. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 11, The Source of Everything. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 11, The Source of Everything. Ning had just heard Autarch Titanos say that Autarch Bolin was studying the secrets of life and death, which was why his aura had changed so dramatically. Based on this, Ning surmised that the Aeonians probably represented certain accomplishments Autarch Bolin had reached in understanding the mysteries of life. What, then, were his accomplishments in the mysteries of death? And why was an Autarch even researching the principles of life and death? And this gentleman is Stone Rule. Autarch Bolin pointed at the perfectly beautiful man next to him and chuckled. Stone Rule become an Autarch via the Tao of Illusions. His divine body is filled with boundless magnetism and charm. Those of us who have perfect Tao hearts aren't affected too much, but hegemons and other verse lords who run into him would be instantly charmed and would willingly do whatever he commanded. Illusions? Ning was shocked. So Autarch Stonerul's path was that of the illusion Tao birth essence? How impressive. Respectful greetings, Tao Lord Dark North. Autarch Stonerul smiled. My little parlor tricks are nothing to you, Tao Lord. We have been waiting a long time for someone to finally master an eternal Omega Tao, but we never knew when it would finally occur. Very few can even become Tao Lords of the fourth step through an Omega Tao, while the Tao merge for one would be even more incomparably difficult. It truly was hard. Ning nodded. Although you failed, Tao Lord, you still managed to master an eternal Omega Tao. This truly is a blessing for our civilization, Autarch Stonerul said. All of you, sit down. Look at how antsy you all are, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Autarch Bolin and Autarch Stonerul immediately sat down. Now, all 5 Autarchs and Ning were all seated. Ning felt a sense of anticipation. He knew that it was finally time to discuss business. Shall I go first? Autarch Titanos swept the others with a glance. Go ahead, old man, Autarch Akong said. The other Autarchs all nodded. Autarch Titanos looked straight at Ning. Dark North, by now you should be aware that the Sith have not been truly exterminated, right? They haven't been truly exterminated? Ning was astonished. You didn't know? Autarch Titanos was rather surprised. Haven't you visited the legendary Sithilans? I've heard of the Sithilans but haven't visited them yet, Ning said. The Sithilans were indeed quite famous. Ning had heard Emperor Waveshift speak of them and had discussed them with several major powers. The Sith had arisen from that place, and to this very day it held more Sith treasures than any other place. Major powers often went there to go adventuring. Weren't the Sith exterminated after losing the war? Ning asked. Autarch Titanos chuckled. I would have assumed that after you failed the Tao merge, you would have gone to visit as many of the famous places in the Chaosverse as you could prior to dying. I thought you visited the Sithilans already. If you had, given your current level of insight, you probably would have seen the truth. You would have understood that the Sith are not truly extinct. Rather, we've completely sealed them away, making it impossible for them to return once more. Ning continued to listen attentively. Long ago, Autarch Titanos said, the vast Chaosverse arose, giving birth to countless living beings. Slowly, some embarked upon the path of cultivation. Intropos was the first Autarch, and he was followed by Awakener, then by myself. Next came Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Bolin, Autarch Stonerul, and Autarch Mog. Back then, we lived without any worries or concerns. Intropos died trying to take the final step, but that didn't matter, everyone was seeking their own paths, after all. But then, all of a sudden, and without any warning, the Sith emerged. The Sith were both mysterious and powerful. The prime essences of the Chaosverse sent us a warning, ensuring that we could subconsciously sense that the Sith posed an enormous threat to us, Autarch Titanos said. Have you seen any Sith exalts yet? I have. Ning's eyes lit up and he immediately said, I saw the Sith Exalt imprisoned in the Earthfire continent. If I'm not mistaken, that Sith Exalt had the insights of an Autarch. Logically speaking, he should have been an Autarch, but his actual power level was far lower. He was probably just on par with the domain rulers outside this cottage. Autarch Titanos nodded. Yes. They are Autarchs. Ning was stunned. They really are Autarchs? But their power, They aren't Autarchs from this place, Autarch Titanos said. Although our Chaosverse is almost infinitely vast, outside the Chaosverse there is a truly infinite and endless region which has other living creatures within it. The Sith race stems from another Chaosverse located within the infinite void. A different Chaosverse? Ning had yet to even leave this Chaosverse. Once we became Autarchs, we were able to glean some secrets from the prime essences of the Chaosverse, Autarch Titanos said. The vast and endless void is filled with a number of enormous celestial bodies, with the largest being the chaos verses. But even in the infinite void, chaos verses are incredibly rare and few in number. The most powerful and most invincible of all beings in the infinite void are the Lords of Chaos, the controllers of the chaos verses. If you wish to become a Lord of Chaos and master a chaos verse, you must first become an autarch. Then, you must master and bind the entire quintessence of that chaos verse, which would give you full control over all the power that chaos verse has. Autarch Titanos looked at Ning. You should understand by now how much strength would be needed to take full control over the power of the chaos verse. Ning was stunned. Of course he knew. The power hidden within the vast wellspring seas of the 8 domains was already vastly beyond the power which autarchs could command. The power of the entire chaos verse? That would be insanely, indescribably vast. Taking control over all of it was completely inconceivable. The Sith come from a different chaos verse which already has a supremely exalted Lord of Chaos controlling it. This was why their civilization has reached such incredible heights, and why they have so many marvelous techniques at their disposal, Autarch Titanos said. But because their chaos verse already has a person in control of it, there's no way for a second chaos lord to arise, and so they have invaded our chaos verse and seek to dominate it instead. But they are foreign invaders, while this is our home. Here, they will suffer invisible pressure which ensures that they aren't able to gain any additional power from the Tao here. Even their autarchs are weakened by this invisible pressure. Without the power of the Tao supporting them, they are naturally much weaker than they should be, Autarch Titanos said. They are completely different races from us, because they were born in a completely different chaos verse, but once they are able to take control over our chaos verse, they can transform it and make it suitable for them. As for those of us who were born here, all of us will perish. From that day forth, all creatures born from our chaos verse shall be like them, Sith. Autarch Titanos looked at Ning. This is literally a war of survival. We cannot shirk our duty. Ning asked, so the enemy Lord of Chaos is afraid to come here? He wouldn't dare. Autarch Titanos explained, the wellspring of his power is his chaos verse. He's able to make use of that power anywhere in the infinite void, which is why he is invincible. But, if he was to enter our chaos verse, he would lose access to that power and would be suppressed, just like everyone else. That's why he wouldn't dare to enter himself. Ning nodded. And besides, why would he? He already stands at the very peak of power in all the infinite void, capable of accomplishing anything he desires. Autarch Titanos sighed. Alas, the other creatures within his chaos verse wish to become lords of chaos as well. Their only choice is to leave their chaos verse and invade other ones, and so, we ended up becoming a target for them. But we've already killed 16 Sith exalts and trapped 6 of them. There are probably other exalts sealed away within the Sithilans as well. In other words, tens of autarchs from their chaos verse have invaded ours. From this, you should be able to tell the difference in power between them and us. Ning nodded. The difference was clear, obvious, and enormous. They surpass us in many ways, such as in fashioning treasures and techniques, Autarch Titanos said. We were able to suppress them during the war thanks to our geographical advantage and managed to lock them away into their homelands, making it impossible for them to invade us again, but in the end, they will always pose a threat. Even worse, if enough time passes we might be invaded by other civilizations as well, Thus, the only way to forever get rid of all these problems is to produce a Lord of Chaos ourselves. Autarch Titanos said. If we can take control over our own chaos verse, then we'll be able to make full use of its power. When that happens we would have the power to invade others, but no one would dare to invade us. Ning agreed with this assessment. Their chaos verse was without a ruler, but they had still managed to fight back for so long. Once they did gain a Chaos Lord, then they would become truly invincible. Alas, taking control over the Chaos verse is simply too hard. Autarch Titanos shook his head. Entropos gave it a try, but he died. Awakener also tried, but he also died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 12, Help. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 12, Help. The power of the Chaosverse is too overwhelmingly mighty. Although we were born from this Chaosverse and thus the prime essences do not reject us, we still cannot withstand their incredible might. Autarch Titanos sighed. Trying to accomplish this task through raw force simply results in us imploding under the weight of the Chaosverse's power. It's sheer suicide. Entropos and Awakener were both extremely powerful, but neither of them were able to endure the weight of that power. Before they died, they sent us messages to never try it again. The difference was simply too great, but the other 4 autarchs all fell silent, while Ning himself nodded slowly. It was like death through overeating. Sometimes, accepting an excessively heavy burden would result in you being crushed to death by it. Even the most powerful figures in the Chaosverse, the autarchs, were unable to withstand even the minimum pressure required to take control over the full power of the Chaosverse. This must have been why the estate spirit of the Azure Flower Estate had stated that Autarch Awakener had essentially committed suicide. But we had no other choices available to us, Autarch Titanos said. This is the only method we had available for ensuring the perpetual security of our Chaosverse. There really are no other options available to us. That's why Skyfeeder was planning to make the attempt as well. I've spent an incredibly long period of time training in the quintessence, Autarch Skyfeeder said. I've tried a few low-level mock bindings. I think I have a shot. Awakener and Entropos both felt the same way. Autarch Titanos shook his head. That's the allure of it all. Autarch Akong chuckled. Stop playing the fool. There's always a shot, but we'd probably all die chasing after that flitting chance. Now that we have Dark North, our civilization has a real shot. There's no need for us to foolishly go off and commit suicide. Puzzled, Ning asked, are there really no other options? Is becoming a Lord of Chaos truly the only path which is available to us? If we've already defeated the Sith and sealed them away, why don't we just kick them all out? If we could kick them out, we would have done so long ago. Autarch Bolin chuckled softly. We're not able to do that, Autarch Stonerule said. Autarch Skyfeeder smiled and explained, Del Lord Dark North, as you know the Sith have incredibly powerful weapons at their disposal. The deeper you go into their homeland, the stronger their defenses become and the more powerful their weapons are. Their homeland is the most dangerous place in all the Chaosverse. During the Dawn War, what we did was to attack their bases throughout the Chaosverse. We didn't fight them in their lair. We had a geographical advantage when fighting in the other parts of the Chaosverse. The Sith were confident in their chances at first, and if they wished to bind the quintessence they would have to kill us all, Autarch Skyfeeder explained. That is why they came out of their main base and fought against us throughout the Chaosverse. In the end, we won an extremely narrow victory. If they wish to bind the quintessence, they must kill you all first? Ning didn't fully understand. Autarch Titanos nodded. Correct. Early on, during the first days of the Chaosverse, there were actually extremely few living beings. Later on, life began to flourish. More and more living beings came into existence, but there's a limit to how much energy the Chaosverse has. Cultivators learned to take in the power of the Chaosverse for themselves, becoming more powerful. By now, I estimate that the majority of the power of the Chaosverse has actually been concentrated within the bodies of the countless cultivators currently alive. Thus, when cultivators die and their true souls collapse, all that energy shall return to the quintessence or the local everworlds and other verses. However, the Sith knew a way to kill us and then take away our true soul energy. Autarch Titanos continued, the more of us they killed, the weaker our entire Chaosverse became. If it loses enough power, the quintessence itself will become so weak that even foreign outsiders like the Sith will be capable of binding it. Ning finally understood. As in all other areas, the Sith undoubtedly had binding techniques that far surpassed what the local cultivator civilizations possessed. However, they were still outsiders. They would be suppressed and rejected by this chaos verse. They had to first weaken it and bleed it before they would stand a chance at success. The most powerful creatures in our entire chaosverse are the autarchs. Us. If they can kill even a single autarch, it would be considered a great success. Autarch Titanos chuckled. A pity for them that killing us is extremely difficult. Below us are the hegemons, and the Sith are quite happy to kill them as well. What they needed was slaughter on a vast scale, and in order to achieve that they had to come out from their main lair and attack us throughout the chaosverse. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve their aims. In the end, we won. However, during our final assault against the Sithilans, we were only able to take control over their outer perimeter. We could sense that tremendous danger lay hidden at the center of their lair, and we could subconsciously sense that if we dared to attack, we could very well perish. Thus, we decided to instead seal them away and ensure that they cannot come out, Autarch Titanos said. Since their goal was to weaken our chaosverse, we naturally had to come up with a way to replenish it and strengthen the quintessence. We chose to use the imprisoned Sith exalts for that task. The torture those Sith exalts are enduring is actually serving to slowly assimilate them in order to replenish the energies of the chaosverse. The goal is to cause them to break down, at which point we would assimilate every scrap of their power. Since their power originally came from outside our chaosverse, this will allow the total amount of energy belonging to our chaosverse to grow, Autarch Titanos explained. This was a clumsy method, but the only one we had. Autarch Akong smirked. Unfortunately, it hasn't really worked at all. Those 6 imprisoned Sith exalts have been resisting our efforts. They've been tormented for ages, but their Dao hearts have yet to crumble and they remain in control of their energies. Sooner or later, they'll give up. Once they do so, they'll be assimilated and their energies shall be taken away, Autarch Titanos said. Puzzled, Ning said, during the war, we killed many Sith exalts. Were we unable to draw from the true soul energies of those slain exalts? Wouldn't work. Autarch Akong laughed. Things aren't going to be that easy. Long ago, the Sith set wards over their true souls. As soon as they die, their energies will depart from our chaosverse and return to their own. That's why we had to imprison those 6 Sith exalts. Thus, our civilization is actually in dire straits, Autarch Titanos said. All of us are doing our best to try and solve this problem, because we fear that one day an outside power will take control over our chaosverse and terraform it to become more hospitable to them, resulting in our complete extermination. Ning finally understood. In the past, Ning was without any real worries or concerns. He felt that if there were any existential problems, it would be up to the autarchs to handle them. There was no need for him to concern himself. But now that he stood amongst the ranks of the autarchs, he finally understood just how dangerous a situation the chaosverse was in. How much longer would the cultivator civilizations be able to last? A few million more chaos cycles? A few billion? Longer? But if they were unable to produce a true Lord of Chaos, then in the end they would still face extinction. Even if they weren't destroyed by the Sith, they would be destroyed by other outside civilizations. Going against the laws of the chaosverse is actually causing harm to the prime essences, which is why we rarely reverse spacetime to revive people. Autarch Titanos sighed. Your deceased Dao companion is a good example. Her true soul contained just the tiniest of smidgens of Autarch Awakener's power. Reverse spacetime to revive her really wouldn't cause my harm to the prime essences at all. And yet, the prime essences would fight back with all their might to resist it. This is because they innately wish to stay in peak condition, for fear that outside forces will take control over them. Nin nodded slowly. Ha ha. Thankfully, the situation isn't critical just yet, Autarch Akong said with a laugh. Although there might be more enemies in the future, for now we only have to face the Sith. We've sealed away their homeland, giving us the upper hand. Don't celebrate just yet, Autarch Titanos said calmly. The Sith have been dormant for far too long. They might receive reinforcements from outside and become even more powerful. But we have Dark North. Autarch Akon continued to smile happily. He was the only Autarch who had risen to power after the Dawn War had concluded. As a result, he was the most confident of the five. Dark North. Autarch Titanos laughed in a relaxed manner. 5 of the 6 Autarchs have all gathered here today. Mog is the only one absent, and that is because he permanently stationed to stand guard over the Sitherlands and keep an eye on it. This is because there is something we need from you, something that involves the survival of our entire civilization. Yes. The other 4 Autarchs all looked at Ning. Pray tell. Ning nodded. Now that he knew what a dangerous situation his civilization was in, he naturally wouldn't shirk his duty. As someone who now stood at the very apex of power, he had to help the Autarchs as best he could. As the saying goes, when the skies collapse, let the big guys handle it. Ning was now one of the big guys. Only when our civilization gives rise to a Lord of Chaos shall we be truly and perpetually safe. Autarch Titanos looked at Ning. But taking control over the full power of the Chaosverse is very, very difficult. We stand no chance at all. There is, however, one path that is certain to succeed. That path is, using an Omega Dao to become an Autarch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 13, What Do You Desire? Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 13, What Do You Desire? You are on par with us in power. If you became an Autarch through an Omega Dao, you would probably become far, far more powerful than the rest of us, and far more powerful than Entropos and Awakener were. Awakener, Entropos, Skyfeeder, all of them sensed that they had a chance. An Omega Autarch would probably be able to easily annihilate the entire Sitherlands with ease. If you also had control over the full power of the Chaosverse, you would become completely invincible. Autarch Titanos looked at Ning. And that is what we need your help for. Me? But I've already failed my Dao merge, Ning said. Ah, but you've mastered an eternal Omega Dao, Autarch Skyfeeder said. With your eternal Omega Dao, I feel confident that our civilization will soon give birth to a true Omega Emperor. There are no lethal pitfalls between the Emperor stage and the Autarch stage, which means that given enough time that person would have a chance. Even if he remained at the Emperor stage, he would still be on par with the 5 of us in power. Autarch Titanos said eagerly, in the past, we've actually worked to hide the existence of the Omega Daos, preventing word of them from spreading. This was because this path was so difficult, we were afraid that many of our most talented geniuses would die when attempting to trot it. Consider many of the current hegemons. Imagine if they had known of the existence of Omega Daos when they were at the world level, and even had techniques to guide them. Given their talent and given enough time, many of them would stand a good chance in embarking upon the path of the Omega Dao, but what would the end result be? They would fail the Dao merge, then die. Your chances at the Dao merge are much better if you train by yourself, rather than receive fragmented guidance from others. Those who are good enough to blaze a trail for themselves stand the best chances of all, Autarch Titanos said. Ning agreed with this assessment. When you had no guidance, cultivation would be extremely difficult, but as a result, those who nonetheless succeeded were generally possessed of incredible comprehension abilities. The 3 Realms was a good example of this. They originally had no legacies or techniques to guide them, making it hard for them to even reach the world level, but those who succeeded were all truly incredible figures. This was doubly true for the Omega Daos. If you were given guidance, you might be able to embark upon a path you would never have been able to discover on your own, but in the end you would still fail before the Dao merge. Those who were able to embark upon this path on their own would naturally be blessed with tremendous talent and insight. In all the Chaosverse, only a pitiful handful of people were able to even reach the fourth step of an Omega Dao. Every single such person was an incredible genius, and they had a good chance at the Dao merge. Even though they all failed, it merely represented a fairly small loss of life. It wouldn't have much of an impact on the Chaosverse as a whole. But if cultivators began to train in the Omega Dao on a wide scale, many geniuses would perish on this path, resulting in the Chaosverse having fewer experts and becoming weaker as a whole. But now, things are different. Autarch Titanos said. Now that we have an eternal Omega Dao, we have a complete path which future cultivators can follow. That means we can now truly publicize the existence of the Omega Daos, allowing many cultivators to embark upon this path at the world level. With your Dao merge experiences guiding the way, they won't make any unnecessary mistakes. Their chances at success will instantly increase 100-fold or more. Autarch Titanos explained. Ning sighed. If a senior had blazed a path for him and let him know what was needed, he himself probably would have succeeded. Now that he had become the trailblazer, future cultivators would have a clear understanding of what they needed to do. With enough experience and enough preparation, they would stand a far better chance than cultivators did in the past. We need your help, Autarch Titanos said solemnly. We would like to ask you to entrust your eternal Omega Dao to us. We will then impart it to the juniors who have become Dao Lords of the fourth step in an Omega Dao, but of course, we'll also ask them to swear lifeblood oaths to enter your school and become known as the honorary disciples of Dao Lord Dark North. Dark North. Autarch Bolin, Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Stonerule, Autarch Akon, and Autarch Titanos all looked at Ning, hoping to hear his answer. However, they also knew that cultivators guarded their supreme techniques with extreme jealousy, treating them as their babies. Ning had experienced so many setbacks and sorrows. He had experienced countless dangers and seen many things before finally managing to devise his Eternal Omega Sword Dao, his most supreme technique. Any major power would feel a tremendous sense of attachment to a supreme technique like this. They had sacrificed far too much for the sake of their Daos. It could be said that they had poured their entire lives into their Daos. This is why there was a saying that the Dao is not to be transmitted lightly. The five of them were asking for Ning to just give them his Dao to them in all of its entirety, allowing every single fourth step Omega Dao Lord to train in it. Very well. Ning nodded, and looks of delight instantly appeared on the faces of the five autarchs. Thank you, Dark North. The cultivator civilizations will never forget you. All of them were tremendously excited. They were afraid that Ning would be stubborn and selfish. If he refused to transmit his Dao to them, there would be nothing they could do. Ning smiled. Autarch Awakener and the others have all sacrificed their lives for this, and Autarch Mog has sworn to eternally stand guard over the Cithalans. I, Ning, have nothing of value to offer. The only thing I have is my eternal Omega Dao. How can I complain about offering it up? However, I do want to add in a rule: it is not to be transmitted to those who are wicked of heart. There's no need to worry about that, Autarch Titanos said hurriedly. What we're trying to do is produce a Lord of Chaos who will be in charge of our Chaosverse. How could we possibly dare to let an evil person take that role? He could well become a calamity unto all of civilization. The only reason we even allow those evil cultivators to exist is to ensure that the cultivator civilizations remain in a state of constant combat, which helps to temper cultivators and allow for more powerful cultivators to arise. If it wasn't for that, I personally would have wiped out many of the vilest cultivators long ago, Autarch Skyfeeder said coldly. By her very nature, she was someone who felt extreme hatred for evildoers. Ning nodded. Now that you've agreed, Dark North, things will be simple. Autarch Titanos beamed merrily. We'll immediately send word throughout the Chaosverse of the existence of Omega Daos. We'll even give copies of the various fourth step Omega Dao techniques we already possess to the hegemons of the various realmverses and let them impart them to those they favor. Autarch Akon smiled. We have quite a few fourth step Omega Dao techniques. Once one of them becomes a Tao Lord of the fourth step, we'll transmit your eternal Omega Tao to them, Dark North. Very well. I'll immediately record a copy and also include all the many experiences I had and insights I gained during the Tao merge process, Ning said. Dark North. Autarch Bolin looked at Ning. In doing this, you will have contributed far more to this chaos verse than any of us ever have. Tell me, is there anything you need? We'll do whatever we can to help you out. Yes, what do you desire? Autarch Titanos and the others all looked at Ning. They knew that Ning had already failed his Tao merge and wouldn't have much time left to live. Most likely, he had certain things he wished to ensure were taken care of. Ning was briefly startled by this. My greatest desire, Ning's mind instantly became filled with images of his homeland, of his wife Yue. His homeland was the place he cared the most about, a source of warmth, while his wife, Yue, was the person he would never be able to forget about. Unfortunately, we aren't able to reverse spacetime to revive your Tao companion. Autarch Titanos let out a sigh. Ning chuckled. There is one thing that worries me, the safety of my homeland. But I've already sent Nuwa to stand guard over it. If something truly dangerous happens, I'll have Nuwa ask you to help out, Autarchs. A minor matter. That's a minuscule request. The 5 Autarchs all felt that this was very simple. There is one more thing, but it'll be a bit trickier, Ning said. My homeland is located within the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Thus, I don't wish to see the Flame Dragon Realmverse be destroyed. The Terror Star Sea is close to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, and it has a slowly growing pair of yin-yang samsara wheels. I'm fairly strong, but I can't last too long in combat. If I tried to destroy the yin-yang samsara wheels, I'd probably die in the attempt due to my true soul collapsing. Thus, I would like to ask you to help destroy the yin-yang samsara wheels. I'll handle this one, Autarch Titanos said immediately. Although destroying the yin-yang samsara wheels would be rather taxing even for the Autarchs, it still wasn't an excessively major request. Of course, they normally wouldn't intervene in this manner as they would allow the Chaosverse to develop in its own natural manner. There was no point in them exerting so much effort for something of little benefit, but now that Ning had made the request, they immediately accepted. Anything else? These are all simple tasks. Autarch Titanos smiled. To be honest, the 5 of us feel like we have wronged you and owe you a tremendous debt. You have blazed a trail for us and brought hope to our Chaosverse, after all. I really can't think of anything else for now, Ning said with a laugh. His greatest desire was to revive his wife. If he could somehow manage to reach autarky with his Omega Tao before his true soul disintegrated, he'd probably be able to avoid dying, but that was nothing but a foolish dream. The Autarchs weren't capable of reviving his wife, while Ning himself didn't have enough time. There was no way he could upgrade his Omega Tao to autarky. I heard that you were searching for Nuwa, Autarch Skyfeeder said suddenly. You've now arranged for her to safeguard your homeland. The more powerful she is, the more effective she will be in this task. Based on what I know, she hasn't become an Otherverse Lord yet, right? There are some unbound Otherverses within the 8 domains. I'll gift one to Nuwa and let her become an Otherverse Lord, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 14, A Perfect Technique. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 14, A Perfect Technique. Thank you, Autarch Skyfeeder. Ning revealed a delighted look. Finding an ownerless Otherverse was no easy task, but it was quite simple for Autarchs because they were the creators of the Otherverses. Dark North. The calm and stoic Autarch Bolin said, you failed the Tao merge, resulting in your true soul crumbling away. I have a treasure that can help fortify and stabilize your true soul, ensuring that the crumbling speed is somewhat slowed down. Autarch Bolin waved his hand, causing a palm-sized white disc to appear in front of him. This white disk was covered with 2 golden runes that emanated mysterious ripples of power which caused Ning's true soul to feel very comfortable. Just as Ning was sighing in amazement, it flew into his hands. With this treasure, I should be able to live 30% longer than I originally anticipated. Ning didn't decline, immediately accepting it into his body. I have one as well. It might not be as good as Bolan's, but it should still be of help to you, Autarch Skyfeeder said immediately. Me too, Autarch Titanos said with a smile. I can give you one of these toys as well. All 5 Autarchs took out a variety items for Ning. Some were unique Sith treasures, while others were naturally formed curios that were born from the primordial chaos. All of them were beneficial to the soul and the true soul. In truth, the Autarchs really didn't care about treasures like these, because they had truly infinite lifespans. Why would they even need these things? They only thought of them after Autarch Bolan raised the subject. Ning didn't decline any of the offers. All of the treasures served to firm up the soul and true soul, but of course using multiple treasures resulted in diminishing returns. All combined, these treasures would slow down his true soul's disintegration by nearly half. He would most likely be able to live roughly 60% longer than he had originally anticipated. But of course, if he had to engage in fierce combat, then his true soul's disintegration would be hastened dramatically. Unfortunately, our civilization is far weaker than the Sith civilization, Autarch Titanos said with a sigh. The Sith have far more profound techniques, and they don't even differentiate between divine power or immortal energy. They've perfectly merged everything into one type of energy, and their Dao Lords don't even face any mortal danger during the Dao merge. Their world-level cultivators become Dao Lords, their Dao Lords become emperors, and their emperors become autarchs. None of them face any mortal danger during each step of the process. This is a truly perfect cultivation system they have, Autarch Titanos said. Our civilization, however, only has access to cruder techniques. Dao Lords tread the line between life and death with each step they take. The first 4 steps aren't so bad, but the Dao merge is the greatest obstacle all of us face. No danger at all? Ning was shocked. He knew that the Sith followed a completely different path of cultivation that was akin to the Azure Flower Mist energy, which Autarch Awakener had created based on his research into the Sith. Correct, Autarch Skyfeeder agreed. At the Dao Lord level, they can make repeated mistakes but still try again. Even if they fail the Dao merge, their true soul will not disintegrate. They can try the Dao merge 1,000 times if they so choose. Their only limitation is that there is a limit to their lifespan. If they cannot succeed before their lifespan comes to an end, they will die. What? Ning immediately asked, have any of you received the Sith training techniques? We have. Many of them, in fact. Autarch Titanos shook his head. But it is useless. They are completely different types of lifeforms who were birthed from a completely different chaosverse. There's no way for us to use their cultivation techniques at all. We tried to make use of them long ago, and Awakener poured his heart into researching them, but to no avail. This was his greatest regret when he died. Ning couldn't help but ask, can you give me those Sith techniques and let me take a look? Absolutely. I have plenty as well. Take a look, Dark North. The 5 Autarchs knew what Ning was thinking. The Sith cultivation techniques were truly perfect, ensuring that there were no fatal obstacles at any stage of cultivation. In truth, this wasn't all that surprising. There were no fatal obstacles for world-level cultivators seeking to become Dao Lords, nor were there any obstacles for emperors seeking to become autarchs. Why, then, was it so difficult for Dao Lords to become emperors? It was precisely because of existing flaws with their cultivation techniques. The 5 autarchs immediately handed over storage-type treasures to Ning, each of which was filled with many jade slips. None of these techniques are suitable for us cultivators to train in, Autarch Titanos said. You would have to retrofit them in order to make use of them. Some technical techniques are usable, but the cultivation techniques are completely unusable. Let me take a look first. After acquiring all these jade slips, Ning waved his hand and caused On to appear at random, which he immediately began to read. The jade slip was filled with the Sith language. The Sith script was actually quite similar to the script used to write the words Crimson Wave Temple, and they also seemed similar to the Azure Flower Seal script within the Azure Flower estate. This was an extremely profound and abstruse language. The language alone was a testament to how much more advanced the Sith were compared to local cultivators. This was why a mere Sith incursion force had such an enormous number of exalts within it. Thankfully, the autarchs and the local cultivators had the advantage of geography. The invading exalts were unable to manifest the power of the Tao and were constantly suppressed by the prime essences of this chaos verse, ensuring that they were merely at the power of the Blaze Sun ruler. This invasion force had paid an enormous price. Invading another chaos verse and taking control over its quintessence was an extremely difficult task. This truly is a perfect cultivation technique. Ning couldn't help but sigh in awe when he read through the jade slip. There was literally nothing to change or improve on. Every single part of the process, from start to finish, was filled with boundless mysteries. It was profounder than profound and represented true and utter perfection. This sort of cultivation ensured that the energies produced by cultivation were all one and the same, making it even more complete than the Azure Flower Mist energy Ning used. In the end, the Azure Flower Mist energy still had some flaws. Sith cultivators, however, were able to use their energies to both control magic treasures and refine their bodies to make them comparable to the bodies of ancient cultivators. At the Tao Lord stage, no true soul crumbling would occur whatsoever. Such perfection. After reading through the technique, Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. He was completely incapable of creating something like this. The difference between them was incredibly vast. Autarch Titanos and the other autarchs had been alive for countless years, but they couldn't create anything like this either. All of them had given up. Ning felt certain that this technique was probably created by the Chaos Lord of the Sith Chaosverse, as in order to create a technique like this you would first have to create an appropriate language for it. Every single character of this language was filled with the boundless mysteries of the Tao, and the language only completely surpassed Ning's abilities. Only with that marvelous, arcane script could such an even more arcane technique be created. Once our civilization gives birth to an Omega Autarch, we'll have our own Lord of Chaos and will also be able to produce such marvelous techniques, Autarch Titanos said. We'll skyrocket in many different ways, and our weapons and treasures shall also rise to become comparable with those of the Sith. Ning nodded. Right now, they were behind in every single area: techniques, weapons, warships, and more. Their only advantage lay in geography. This was their home, and so every single stance they used was filled with the tremendous power of the Tao. In contrast, their opponents were being constantly suppressed and stifled by the prime essences. Oh, right. Dark North, every single autarch has a message talisman that allows us to communicate with each other across great distances. So long as we are within the Chaosverse, we'll be able to speak to each other right away, Autarch Titanos said as he produced a dark red jade talisman in his hand. These talismans aren't easy to make. Previously, only autarchs had access to them. You, however, are special. You get one as well. If there's anything you need, just notify the 6 of us. Ning accepted the dark red message talisman. It was so red, it looked like it had been bathed in blood. After binding it, Ning was able to immediately sense the other 6 who were connected to it. He was able to tell who each of the 6 was due to their unique auras, with the most unfamiliar one most likely being the autarch who was in charge of safeguarding the Sith lair, Autarch Mog. The autarchs spent quite some time chatting with Ning. They stood at the very apex of the cultivator civilizations and thus concerned themselves with affairs that involved the entire Chaosverse. Now that Ning had reached the same level, he couldn't help but sigh at how little he could do. There was a limit to how much longer he would be alive for, after all. In the end, it would be up to the autarchs and the future Omega Emperors to defend their realm, and the Omega Autarch everyone was waiting for. That Omega Autarch would catapult their civilization to brand new heights. Ning used the Jade Slip to leave behind a full and complete record of his eternal Omega Sword Dao, and also fully explained the experiences he had during his Dao merge. For example, he wrote that one had to have truly perfected one's Dao heart as a prerequisite. Even the Autarchs couldn't help but shake their heads when they heard this requirement. This was incredibly difficult. Only when one's Dao heart was perfect could one perfectly fuse heart force, divine power, and immortal energy together. This truly was very, very difficult. However, having Ning's experiences to serve as a guidepost was far better than going in completely blind. If Ning had the benefit of something like this, he would have succeeded in the Dao merge long ago. After spending half a day here, Ning prepared to bid them all farewell. "Dark North, let me send you off," Autarchicong said with a smile. "Didn't you say that once you left the Blaze Sun domain, you would head back to the Flame Dragon Realmverse? That's quite a distance away. I'll save you the trouble and send you myself, that will be much faster. Once I reach the Flame Dragon Realmverse, I'll go ahead and deal with that set of Yin-Yang Samsara wheels. Then I'll have to trouble you to help out," Autarchicong, Ning said appreciatively. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 40, Chapter 15, Autarchicong. Book 40, The Five Autarchs, Chapter 15, Autarchicong. Creak. The wooden door swung open, with Ning and Autarchicong walking out side by side. Autarch Titanos, Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Bolin, and Autarch Stonerule remained inside the cottage, but they rose to their feet to send the two off. As for the 8 domain rulers, they hurriedly and respectfully parted before the two. "Master." The Flame Wing God was being exceptionally obedient today. The 5 Autarchs had given it a rare sense of enormous pressure. "Let's go," Ning said with a smile. "Done already?" Flamewing blurted out. It was common for major powers to spend 1,000,000 years gathered together and chatting about the Tao. "How long did you think it would take?" Ning smiled as he glanced at the 8 domain rulers. "Shall you come with us?" "We're in no rush to leave. Please go right on ahead, Tao Lord." It was quite rare that the 8 domain rulers had a good excuse to come visit one of the Autarchs. How could they simply return like this? They naturally wanted to get some tips or pointers out of Autarch Skyfeeder first. "Dark North, just notify us if there is anything you need at all," Autarch Titanos said. "If there's anything we can do, we'll put all our effort into carrying it out," Autarch Stonerule agreed. And so, watched by 4 Autarchs and 8 domain rulers, the two departed. Autarchicong released a field of power which covered both Ning and Flamewing, then began to advance through the sea of prime essences at high speed. Whoosh! They almost instantly vanished off into the horizon. "This has been my first meeting with Tao Lord Dark North, but it is also most likely a final farewell," Autarch Bolin sighed. Ning didn't have much time left. Given how strong he was, he probably wouldn't need to trouble them for anything he needed. It was naturally quite unlikely that they would ever meet again. "Although we've only met him this once, he's done something truly incredible for all of civilization," Autarch Stonerule said. "Ensure that his homeland is protected. That's all we can do for him now." The Autarchs felt many mixed emotions. In their eyes, Tao Lord Dark North was like a dazzling meteor who shone as radiantly as any Autarch, but it was destined for him to fall. And yet, the light of this meteor would illuminate a brand new path for all cultivators to walk. All they could do was take care of Tao Lord Dark North as best they could, but at his level, there really were very few things he needed help with. For Ning, seizing an otherverse from someone else would be incredibly easy. At most it would cost him a bit of extra time. Autarchicong continued to flare his around Ning and Flamewing, allowing them to travel through the sea of prime essences at incredible speeds. In truth, Ning would have been able to do the same, but his true soul probably would have fully disintegrated from the exertion before they had even made it out of the quintessence. Autarchicong didn't have this concern and so was able to move at maximum speed. Soon, they left the quintessence. After traveling a great distance, they reappeared within the Blaze Sun domain. Here, within an empty region of space, there was a realm ship with Nuwa, Suyuji, Patriarch Treewind, Azure Fiend, Hegemon Goodsong, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and a number of others inside it. They were all relaxing and discussing the Tao while waiting for Ning to return. Master's back. Azure Fiend, who was in control of the realm ship, was the first to notice the three figures who had appeared outside. Whoosh! Those three figures instantly appeared inside of the realm ship. When Nuwa and the others saw the muscular, horned man dressed in green robes who was by Ning's side, they immediately fell silent. Ning smiled. This is Autarkakon. The Autark of Annihilation? Patriarch Treewind turned slightly pale. Respectful greetings, Autark Annihilation. Patriarch Treewind and Imperator Jade Rainbow were the first to speak out, quickly followed by the others. Ning was able to refer to the man by his name, Akon, but most cultivators would respectfully address and refer to him as Autark Annihilation. The Autark of Annihilation was extremely famous, especially since he had arisen after the Dawn War. All learned figures like Patriarch Treewind knew of his name and title. Autark Akon said calmly, "No need to stand on ceremony. I'll be coming with you for a time, so you can all relax." But of course, no one present could possibly relax save for Ning himself. Even Flamewing was shifting from side to side. Autarkakon, let's go find that other verse first, Ning said. Very well, let's go. Autarkakon sent out his will, generating a massive wave of power that scooped up the realm ship and then sent it tearing through spacetime. Just a heartbeat later, they were out of the Blaze Sun domain and within a region of darkness. A second spacetime warp, and they had arrived in an empty region within another one of the 8 domains, the Roaring Elephiant domain. They moved so fast that Patriarch Treewind, Nuwa, and the others were all speechless. The many complicated spacetime obstacles within the 8 domains were nothing to the Autarks. Is that an Otherverse? An ownerless Otherverse? Patriarch Treewind, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and the others all called out in surprise. They were able to clearly see an enormous globe off in the distance that looked as though it was merely 100 billion kilometers in diameter. This globe was covered with a layer of light that distorted time, and it emanated ripples of unfathomable profundity. Other verses were incredibly vast inside and were comparable to a realmverse, but from the outside, they weren't necessarily all that large. When the Autarks first created them, they were merely palm-sized. If no one was in control of them, they would grow to become 100 billion kilometers in diameter, and their aura would be clearly visible for any to see. But once someone bound an Otherverse, things would be completely different. Boom! We should be celebrating the fact that we discovered this Otherverse. Why do we have to fight to the death? If this battle continues, both of you would probably die before winning this thing. How about this? Why don't you let me take control over this Otherverse? I promise I'll give you the next one. I'm also willing to give you almost all of my treasures. Why must you be so stubborn? 5 figures were engaged in a furious battle off in the distance. You are completely shameless. Give me the next one? Who knows when that will be? We've all been cultivating for countless ages before encountering something like this. How can I possibly just let you take it? Either give me the Otherverse or give me a comparable amount of treasures. Compared to the Otherverse, the treasures you offered are a joke. It was quite a furious battle, but the two sides were fairly evenly matched. In a situation like this, it would be difficult for either side to truly defeat or kill the other. This was why neither side was willing to give up. Generally speaking, the battle would only come to an end once one side had completely depleted their reserves of divine power and immortal energy. In fact, for hegemons to end up perishing was quite ordinary as well. Flamewing, make them stop, Ning said with a laugh. It would be rather excessive to ask Autarkakon to handle this, while the other experts probably wouldn't be frightening enough to bring an immediate halt. Yes, Master. Flamewing immediately assented to the order, then turned towards the battling experts. "Hey! You five! Stop that right now!" A thunderous roar swept through spacetime as a giant winged bear who was bathed in flames suddenly appeared. Flamewing glowered down towards the five with unbridled arrogance, causing all of them to instantly turn pale with terror. A chaos primordial? If a chaos primordial wanted to kill a hegemon, it would be simplicity itself. Whoosh! Moments later, an entire host of cultivators came flying out of the realm ship, with Ning and Autarkakong in the lead. Behind them were Nuwa, Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, Hegemon Goodsong, and the others. What? Isn't that Patriarch Treewind? The 8 domains were all located quite close to the quintessence of the Chaosverse, and so these 5 hegemons instantly recognized the incredibly famous Patriarch Treewind and equally famous Imperator Jade Rainbow. Both of them were Otherverse lords. As for Hegemon Goodsong, they were able to immediately see that he was a Golden Emperor, which meant he also had the combat power of an Otherverse lord. Any of the 3 would be able to slay them with ease, as could Flamewing. The scary thing was, none of these 4 were the leaders of this group. The 2 leaders, one was a white-robed youth with a black sheath on his back whose true soul was disintegrating. A Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge, then? The other was a horned, muscular, green-robed man whose aura, even when restrained, was enough to cause them to quiver in their boots. They had never felt terror like this before. An autarch. Although they had never met an autarch before, they instantly understood that it had to be an autarch. Only an autarch could bring them such a sense of utter terror. A Dao Lord who failed the Dao merge but can stand alongside an autarch, that has to be the legendary Dao Lord Dark North. The 5 hegemons stood there, shaking with terror. They no longer even thought about fighting over the Otherverse. They were stunned by this utterly terrifying squad that had appeared before them. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh. Each autarch had a different way of dealing with things. Autarch Titanos would generally completely hide his aura, while Autarkakong clearly was more dominating and imperious in his actions. Bah, Skyfeeder, the ownerless Otherverse she picked out for us had actually been discovered by other cultivators already. Autarkakong frowned and shook his head. Given his pride, he really didn't want to earn a reputation for taking Otherverses away from hegemons. He immediately said, "Dark North, have your friend go and bind that Otherverse, I suppose." "Go ahead, Nuwa," Ning said. "All right." Nuwa didn't hesitate, immediately flying towards that Otherverse. "As for the 5 of you," Autarkakong frowned. "This Otherverse was never meant for you, so you can forget about it. However, since you managed to discover it, we are bound together by karma. I'll give each of you some good fortune. You can go now." He waved his hand, causing a surge of power to grab all 5 hegemons and send them through a spacetime tunnel that led to a treasure cache which Autarkakong knew of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 16, Return. Book 40, The 5 Autarchs, Chapter 16, Return. The light shimmering over the surface of the Otherverse rippled with unfathomable, secretive mysteries. Nuwa entered it all by herself. Just a heartbeat later, the Otherverse began to change and transform. The aura emanating from it began to retract, while the ripples were completely restrained as well, and at the same time, a flicker of green vitality appeared on its surface. "This Otherverse seems to have life in it," Tsuyuji said with surprise as she stared at the Otherverse. "It is indeed filled with life," Autarkakong said calmly. "Ownerless Otherverses will operate in accordance with their intrinsic nature, but they won't have a will of their own. Now that Nuwa has bound this one, Nuwa's will shall become the will of this entire Otherverse, and her life force shall become one with the Otherverse. This Otherverse shall become one of her incarnations." Moments later, the Otherverse began to shrink in size before vanishing almost completely. Nuwa reappeared once more as the tiny little dot flew straight into her body. Disciple, where do you plan to station your other verse? Patriarch Treewind asked. Close to home, Nuwa said. That way, the people of my homeland will also be able to enter the other verse and live there. Ning approved of this plan. Once an other verse was affixed somewhere, it would become a foundation of power. Other verses also had many uses. For example, one could use the power of an other verse to warp through spacetime at the speed of a realm ship. It could even be linked to the outside world via a stable spacetime tunnel. However, the longer the tunnel was, the more difficult its creation would be. Nuwa was definitely going to establish a stable, permanent spacetime tunnel between her otherverse and the three realms, and so she had to keep it fairly close to the Flame Dragon realmverse. Based on what Ning now knew, it seemed obvious that the otherverse lord of the alternate universe which Ning had once visited, the lord of the Church of Annihilation, had to have a connection to Hegemon Brightshore. Otherverse lords were in absolute control over their otherverses, as the otherverses served like their incarnations. There was no way that Hegemon Brightshore would have been able to secretly establish a spacetime tunnel to it. The reason why Hegemon Brightshore had claimed otherwise was because he wanted Ning, Skyfire, and the others to feel as though they were in a dangerous place. He wanted to ensure that they would be on their guard at all times. Only then would this adventure serve its true purpose. Ning suspected that if the protectors had died, nothing would happen, but if Skyfire Brightshore had been at the verge of dying, Hegemon Brightshore or the Lord of the Church of Annihilation would have intervened to save him. In other words, that seemingly dangerous adventure had actually been just a tempering experience for Skyfire Brightshore. There had been no real danger at all, and Ning's group had merely served as his companions. There had been no real danger, but of course, Hegemon Brightshore couldn't let Skyfire know that. This was yet another testament to how much effort Hegemon Brightshore put into his race. He truly did pour his blood, sweat, and tears into making it prosper. Let's go. We're heading back to the Flame Dragon realmverse, Ning said. Autarkakon, Ning, and the others all boarded the realm ship and tore through spacetime, once more warping towards the Flame Dragon realmverse. Halfway there, Hegemon Goodson, Patriarch Treewind, Imperator Jade Rainbow, and most of the others all departed. There was no way Ning would keep them around at all times, after all. Nuwa bade her own master farewell for now. She was going to go back home. They continued to advance through spacetime, moving far more quickly than when they had left the Flame Dragon realmverse. The realm ship tore through spacetime at frightening speeds, causing spacetime to twist into a dazzling rainbow tunnel around them. Dark North. Autarkakong and Ning were seated facing each other, sipping some wine and chatting casually. Su Yuji, Azure Fiend, and the others naturally didn't dare to disturb them. What are your plans for after I deal with the Yin-Yang Samsara wheels? Autarkakong asked. What can I plan? Ha ha. While I'm still alive, I'm going to wander around the Chaosverse for a while, Ning said. But of course, I'll also analyze those Sith techniques. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to create a complete technique that will allow me to somehow survive. If that happens, I'll stand a good chance of becoming an Omega Autark. Wouldn't that be just perfect? Ha ha. I'm afraid to even imagine how wonderful that would be. Who knows? It might just work. Autarkakong laughed as well. In truth, both of them knew that this was far too difficult. Even Autarks would feel despair when they saw the marvelous, perfect techniques the Sith used. Ning felt the same. He himself had the feeling that if he truly did devote all of his attention to analyzing those techniques, he might have a chance at surviving, but the amount of time needed would be measured in the hundreds of millions of chaos cycles, if not longer. The short amount of time left to him wasn't even close to being enough for him to accomplish this. Not even Autarks could accomplish this. Autark Awakener had been the most stubborn and had poured the most effort into it, but in the end he had still failed. I was joking just now. However, even though I'm going to die, I'm still going to advance along the path of the Tao, Ning said. Akon, the 5 of you have already given me your techniques, along with the techniques of Autark Antropos and Autark Mog. I'm going to wander the universe and learn as much as I can. I'll make as many breakthroughs as I can. Even if I am to die, I shall die on the path I have chosen. When Ning had recorded his eternal Omega Dao technique, the various autarchs had handed over all of their own Daos to Ning as well, hoping that they might inspire him somehow. But of course, Ning wasn't to transmit them to any others, he was the only one permitted to examine them. In the Blaze Sun domain, Ning had mastered the mysteries of water and then created the Water Sword Dao, which had benefited him quite a bit. Ning was planning to continue along this path and upgrade his other Daos to the hegemon level, then slowly infuse them all into his eternal Omega Sword Dao. This was a path towards autarky that would require an extremely long period of time. Ning didn't have enough time, but he would still continue along this path. To be honest, I'm just bored. If I don't cultivate, what would I do? Ning smirked. Now that's more like it. When you have as much time to burn as we do, meditating on the Tao is a great idea. Come, let's drink. Autarchicone lifted his wine cup in a toast. The Flame Dragon Realmverse. The Terror Star Sea. A group of cultivators were gathered here. Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, Daoist Bluestone, Emperor Goldisle, Emperor Anshan, Emperor Islehide, Emperor Sever5, all of them were present. Ning's primal twin was located in the Flame Dragon Realmverse, and so he had notified the emperors and hegemons early on. Once they heard that an autarch was going to intervene and destroy the yin-yang samsara wheels, they became incredibly excited. They quickly spread the word far and wide, allowing all of the 6 major powers within the Flame Dragon Realmverse to know what was about to happen. Everyone was incredibly excited by this news, because the destruction of the Flame Dragon Realmverse would result in them being forced to wander the Chaosverse as refugees. Almost all creatures within the Realmverse would perish, with only a tiny fraction of creatures who were protected by the major powers and drawn into their estate treasures being able to survive. Even if they made it to other realmverses, they would be viewed with disdain by the original inhabitants of those realmverses. This was exactly how the Dark Kingdom had been treated by the rest of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. There were also some races who actually lived in the Terror Star Sea itself. Thus, everyone hoped for the yin-yang samsara wheels to be destroyed. They all hoped that their homeland would be preserved. To wander as refugees and then be rejected as outsiders was not a good life to live. Whoosh! A spacetime tunnel appeared out of nowhere, followed by a realm ship flying out of it. That's Tao Lord Darknorth's realm ship. Hegemon Brightshore and the leaders of the 6 powers all stared over excitedly. A group of people flew out of the realm ship, led by Ning and a muscular, horned man. Behind them were Su Yuji, Protector Whitethaw, Flamewing, and Azure Fiend. This is Autarchicone, Ning introduced. Respectful greetings, Autarch Annihilation. Hegemon Brightshore led the various cultivators in a deep, respectful bow. Autarchicone nodded. I've been asked to come here by Tao Lord Darknorth. No need to stand on ceremony. I'll go and destroy the yin-yang samsara wheels right now. As he spoke, he glanced at Ning and nodded. Sorry for the trouble, Ning said with a smile. A minor matter, but the yin-yang samsara wheels are rather troublesome to deal with. It'll take me a bit of time. Autarchicone flew off into the distance, moving through the void towards the distant yin-yang samsara wheels. That really was an autarch. An autarch really has come to destroy the yin-yang samsara wheels. The Flame Dragon Realmverse has been saved. We won't have to evacuate after all. Everyone present felt tremendously excited. Even Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Netherlily, and Hegemon Windrain were besides themselves with joy. As for the Aeonians, Emperor Islehide and Emperor Anshan felt rather awkward when facing Ning. Although there were a few grudges between them, the difference in power was now so vast that they had long ago admitted defeat. As for Ning, given that Autarch Bolin had been the creator of the Aeonians, he wasn't going to quibble over ancient matters. Once this matter is resolved, we can all relax. Ning smiled as well. After this was finished, he would be at ease as well. Yuji, watch closely. Events like this are quite rare, Ning said with a sigh. The distant yin-yang samsara wheels consisted of two enormous symbiotic vortexes that were so vast, each of them was comparable to 100 Badlands territories in size. The enormous green vortex was like a vast and verdant world, bathing the area around it with green light that looked like the surface of the sea. As for the black vortex, it formed a world of light around it as well. As the two vortexes slowly drew closer to each other, all the laws of spacetime began to twist and break apart. It had already reached an inconceivable level of power, allowing it to shatter apart the natural laws governing the universe. In fact, it was extremely close to autarchs in power. However, it was just a celestial body. It wasn't alive, and so it could only passively stand there and be beaten down. This was why autarchs could destroy them, if the autarch was willing to pay the necessary price. Rumble. Autarchicon transformed into a giant, but compared to the yin-yang samsara wheels he was still a tiny little figure. He devoured an enormous amount of energy from the surrounding area, then produced a great axe in his hands. He first delivered a furious blow with the great axe towards the green vortex. Boom! The power of this blow was so tremendous that even the distant Ning sighed in amazement. This truly was an impressive display of power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 17, Back to the Three Realms. Book 40, The Five Autarchs, Chapter 17, Back to the Three Realms. Autarchicon furiously slammed his great axe down again and again, each strike filled with dominating power. Boom! The yin-yang samsara wheels seemed to sense that they were in danger, and they began to instinctively react and defend themselves. The green vortex and the black vortex simultaneously began to expand in size, almost instantly expanding to become many times greater than they were previously. A moment later, they instantly shrank to become less than half of their original size. This sudden expansion and contraction resulted in the power of both vortexes skyrocketing. Ning and the others were watching from very far away, but even so Hegemon Brightshore and the others felt their hearts tremble with fear. A while later, Ning's eyes lit up. It's almost done. Break! Autarchicon roared furiously as he smote down his great axe. The axe actually transformed into an enormous black shadow that was as large as the green vortex itself. The green vortex let out a strange, almost groaning sound as the great axe caved its center in, but it quickly managed to repair itself. Break! 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 Autarchicon attacked with extraordinary ferocity, each strike filled with the power of annihilation. After the autarch let out 12 furious shouts, the green vortex was beginning to tremble violently. The nearby black vortex was doing its best to devour and tear apart all of the energies around it, but it was unable to shake the autarch at all. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as its companion was annihilated. Boom! The green vortex finally disintegrated, resulting in an awesome wave of boundless life energy spreading out in every direction. The black vortex could not survive on its own. It instantly began to collapse in on itself, with the process causing a tremendous amount of destruction to its surroundings. Even Autarchicon had to generate an aura of flowing black light to protect himself against the final, suicidal burst of the black vortex. Finally, the yin-yang samsara wheels were destroyed. The only things left were a few ripples of power where they had existed. Ha ha ha! The yin-yang samsara wheels have finally been destroyed. The Flame Dragon Realmverse is saved. This is absolutely wonderful. The Flame Dragon Realmverse shall be able to last for countless more eons. We won't have to evacuate. The hegemons and emperors of the 6 powers of the Flame Dragon Realmverse had all been watching nervously. Now, they shook with excitement and their faces were covered with joy. Hegemon Brightshore turned to look at Ning, who was standing next to him. He never would have imagined that the gravest peril the Flame Dragon Realmverse faced, the unstoppable apocalypse of the Samsara wheels, would eventually be resolved thanks to the then world god he had abducted all those years ago. It all seemed like a marvel, a miracle. That world-level kid had skyrocketed in power at an inconceivable speed, reaching a level where everyone looked up to him. "Thank you, Dark North," Hegemon Brightshore said. "If you want to thank anyone, go thank Autarkakon." Ning looked at Autarkakon, who was flying back with a rather tired look on his face. "Don't downplay your role. The entire Flame Dragon Realmverse owes you a debt of gratitude. If it wasn't for you, almost all of the weaker beings in the entire Realmverse would have died once the apocalypse came. Very, very few would have been evacuated and given the dubious honor of wandering homeless through the cosmos. In fact, most of the evacuees probably would have died during the wandering, and the few who survived would be hated as outsiders once they reached their new home." Hegemon Brightshore sighed. "It's hard for me to even imagine it. My own homeland is located in the Flame Dragon Realmverse." "I was acting on my own behalf as well," Ning said. He could sense the tremendous gratitude the leaders of the 6 powers of the Flame Dragon Realmverse felt towards him. Even the Aeonians who had once held a grudge against him, such as Emperor Anshan and Emperor Eilhide, were staring towards him with gratitude. Now that the Realmverse was not going to be destroyed, the Aeonians would be able to continually benefit from the estate world which Autark Bolin had left behind for them. Whoosh! Autarkakon came flying over, looking rather exhausted. These yin-yang samsara wheels really were a pain to deal with. If they had been allowed to grow for another million chaos cycles, even I would have been gravely injured in the process of destroying them, Autarkakon said with a sigh. Nin nodded. The yin-yang samsara wheels were similar to the wellspring sea of the enormous Blaze Sun domain. They were all bodies of natural energy that actually surpassed the autarks in terms of raw power. However, because they lacked true sentience, it wasn't too hard to deal with them. "Alright, now that I've dealt with the yin-yang samsara wheels, I'll be off," Autarkakon said. "If there's anything you need, just give me a call. Come to my estate and have some wine first?" Ning felt as though he was being a bad host to let the autark leave right away. The man had come all this way to help him out, after all. "Ha, no need. Honestly, I have much more and much better wine than you." Autarkakon bade Ning farewell, then stepped through spacetime and departed from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. The only person he spoke to this entire time was Ning. He didn't say so much as a single word to the others. He was by nature a solitary and arrogant person. Those he respected, he'd view as friends and brothers; those he didn't, he wouldn't so much as glance at. Word of the yin-yang samsara wheel's destruction quickly spread across almost all of the supreme figures of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Everyone felt incredibly excited. Finally, the looming, creeping apocalypse that had been a threat to all of them had been dealt with. As for Ning, he led Tsuyuji, Azure Fiend, and Nuwa back to the 3 realms. Mother Nuwa. Nuwa. Mother. The entire 3 realms was thrown into a state of excitement. By now, the 3 realms actually consisted of an enormous field of space that held a total of 8,100 chaos worlds within it. Ning's primal twin was here, and so he had already spread the word that Mother Nuwa was coming back. Subhuti, Maitreya, Kwafu, and the other major powers who had arisen during the First Age were all incomparably excited. Finally, Mother Nuwa was coming home. Subhuti, Windfiend, Kwafu, Jade Cauldron, Ludongbin, and tens of thousands of other cultivators were all waiting in the emptiness of space in front of the 3 realms region, staring off into the distance. Finally, a dimensional ripple appeared, followed by a realm ship appearing within it. Several figures flew out of the realm ship, led by a white-robed Ning and a silver-robed Mother Nuwa who bore a blood diamond in the center of her forehead. After binding the other verse she had been given, Mother Nuwa's aura had become even vaster than ever before, as it whispered of the limitless power of the other verse itself. Nuwa. Subhuti was so excited that his eyes were starting to fill up with unshed tears. Nuwa. Windfiend revealed a smile. She had been an old enemy of his, but he had never been able to best her. She had been the undisputed leader of the Nuwa Alliance. Mother Nuwa, Kwafu and the others were all incredibly excited. Subhuti, Kwafu, Jade Cauldron, Mithraea, when Nuwa saw all of these old friends, she felt emotions surging through her breast. Many of her oldest friends were already gone, such as Taoist Three Purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, or the Three Sovereigns of Mankind. The dazzling Hoey had also perished, as had many of the younger cultivators she had held high hopes for. However, a few of her old friends were still alive, as were some of the children. Nuwa. Sun Wukong was incredibly excited. Silly monkey. Nuwa smiled happily. When she saw some of these familiar young faces, she couldn't help but feel overjoyed. This was her home. This was the place where she had been born from the primordial chaos, and these were the friends she had slowly grown to know. She had been born out of chaos, and so these friends were like her family members. When she had left the Three Realms, she had wished to see the wider world outside before coming back and using what she had learned to strengthen the Three Realms, making it better than ever. Alas, destiny makes fools of mortals and gods alike. She was actually teleported to the indescribably distant Blazefire domain and had only survived thanks to Patriarch Treewind saving her. Now, thanks to Ning locating her, she had finally come back home. Mother Nuwa's return was an event of great joy. They naturally held an enormous celebratory banquet for her. The many immortals and fiend gods of the Three Realms all came to take part. Not only did even the world-level cultivators come, even many of their elder god and ancestral immortal disciples were permitted to take part. Millions of immortals and fiend gods took part in this grand banquet. Seated at the highest positions within this banquet were Mother Nuwa, Subhuti, Ji Ning, Windfiend, Kwafu, and the other ancient figures. By now, Ji Brightmoon, Ji Ichuan, and Yuchi Snow had all reached the world level, and they were all seated quite high up. They were very happy to be able to see the legendary Mother Nuwa herself. This was a congregation of countless immortals and fiend gods, and immortal wine flowed liberally. Ning was very happy, and he naturally wouldn't be stingy with his resources. He naturally had far more treasures than anyone else by now. The Three Realms are truly flourishing. Ning felt a sense of joy when he saw all the cultivators present, and he couldn't help but sigh in praise. The Three Realms were flourishing far more than in previous years. Now that an Otherverse lord like Mother Nuwa was standing guard over it with the assistance of many powerful Sith treasures, the Three Realms truly had reached an incredibly high level of power. Given even the autarchs had promised to help watch over it, Ning finally felt completely satisfied with its chances. It really is flourishing. Only, a few of our old friends are missing, Subhuti said from next to Ning. Ning nodded. Yes, a few people are missing. Many of the true, original leaders of the Three Realms were missing, as were some of his friends and his wife. If they could all come back and be reunited, how wonderful would that be? Ning closed his eyes, just imagining the scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 18, A Wandering Life. Book 40, The Five Autarchs, Chapter 18, A Wandering Life. After the banquet came to an end, Ji Ning led Nuwa and Subhuti out to begin assembling the formation. Ning's primal twin had already assembled roughly 90% of the formation, and it only really needed the powerful castle to merge together with the formation and become its core and command center. This would allow the power of the formation to skyrocket. No one save for the autarchs would stand a chance at breaking apart a formation like this. Even the most powerful sourcewalkers like the Blaze Sun ruler would probably find it very difficult to breach this formation. It could be described as truly impregnable. Clack clack clack, the castle slowly slid into position, moving to become the very center of the entire Three Realms region. The leaves at its bottom layer began to manifest green ley lines that looked like the veins of a tree leaf. These green ley lines reached out of the leaves themselves, stretching out into empty space and then completely disappearing. They had completely linked up to the rest of the grand formation. Nuwa maintained control over the fort while Ning made the necessary adjustments. After 3 days, they finally completed the great project. Boom! The entire castle itself vanished into thin air, as did the formations surrounding the 3 realms. They had all turned invisible, but their power had just skyrocketed to a brand new level. I'll arrange for a golem to stand here and keep watch, ensuring that nothing within the range of the formation scanners can avoid detection, Nuwa said. If it finds anything, I'll instantly enter the castle and take control over it. Ning revealed a smile. The nearby Subhuti couldn't help but turn to glance at Ning. He knew just how much this disciple of his had done for the 3 realms. Ning wanted to do everything he could before he passed away. Oh, right. Master, Ning suddenly said, I'm planning to spend some time with Brightmoon and my parents. I'm going to wander about the Chaos-verse with them, seeing the many marvels of the cosmos and allowing them to better understand the Tao. Master, Windfiend, would you like to join me? Wonderful. Subhuti revealed a delighted look, then asked, but wouldn't we be disturbing your family trip? It's fine. My retainers will be taking part as well. It'll make this trip more fun, Ning said with a laugh. He was planning to spend his remaining years cultivating, but just staying in seclusion and training in isolation was pointless. He didn't have much time left. He was going to spend at least some of it visiting the marvelous sights of the Chaosverse. Many of those places might be dangerous, but there were no dangers that concerned him in the slightest. In the Chaosverse, any naturally occurring dangers were no longer any threat to him at all. He was on the same level of power as the autarchs, after all. Even the 8 domains and the prime essence sea were nothing to him. The only place that Ning felt any true dread of was the Scythelans. There were numerous locations even in the outer perimeter of the Scythelans, which had already been breached by the autarchs, which were capable of posing a threat to him. This was because even the autarchs had to put tremendous effort into breaching the outer perimeter. There were a number of places the autarchs didn't actually go inside and had instead simply sealed off. Thus, there were many cultivators who would go exploring the outer reaches of the Scythelans. That was a truly dangerous place, and it was filled with all sorts of Sith relics, treasures, and traps. Ning didn't feel that it was a suitable choice for his parents and his daughter to visit. He'd go take a look when his life was nearing its end. For now, he was going to engage in cultivation instead. He had to infuse all the other Daos into his eternal Omega Sword Dao, and he was also going to view many of the natural wonders of the Chaosverse. This would actually be helpful for him in comprehending the Tao. Besides, this was a good chance for him to show his daughter and his parents some truly dangerous places. There were some places where not even other verse lords would dare tread, but for him it wouldn't be a problem. Perhaps Brightmoon will be able to make a breakthrough as a result, Ning mused. There was no chance his parents would improve any further on the path of cultivation, as they had to rely on pills just to reach the world level. Brightmoon had spent 5 years and 2 months in Yue's belly before being born, and she was born with such incredible talent that she reached the celestial immortal level with ease. Although her path to the world level had been rather bumpy, Ning had patiently and attentively instructed her, ensuring that she was able to succeed without needing to use any pills. Ning had certain expectations of his daughter. He wasn't going to just let her take the easy way. Ning's final decision was to bring his family members, his retainers, and the duo of Subhuti and Windfiend. Windfiend was rather hesitant about this, as his relationship with Ning couldn't quite compare to that of Subhuti's. However, he was now a member of the 3 realms. The future of the 3 realms would be up to Nuwa, Subhuti, and Windfiend. Ning wanted to help his master and Windfiend as best he could. We've finally left the Flame Dragon realmverse. Brightmoon was quite excited as she stared from within the realmship. Everyone in this realmship was like an elder family member, and so she was able to act in a much more relaxed manner. I've never left the Flame Dragon realmverse before. I hear that realmverses are all extremely far from each other. Calm down. We're going to visit some of the nearby realmverses first, then we'll head off to an extremely distant and dangerous place known as the Flame Sea Thunderfalls. That place is highly suitable for training in the Tao of Lightning and the Tao of Fire. Ning looked at his daughter. Bright Moon, your greatest affinity is with the Tao of Fire. You'll be able to meditate and gain keen insights there. Father, didn't you say that the Flamesea Thunderfalls is a place that can easily kill emperors, and where even hegemons would suffer heavy injuries? Bright Moon asked. Yes. It is considered one of the 30 most dangerous locations of the entire Chaosverse, Ning said. The nearby hegemon Azure Fiend chuckled, Little lady, with Master present you have nothing to fear. The Flamesea Thunderfalls is nothing to Master. I'll protect you too, Bright Moon. The pudgy Flamewing said, pounding his chest. Windfiend, Subhoodie, Ichuan, and Snow all stared curiously towards the sights outside. None of them had left the Flame Dragon Realmverse before. Time continued to flow on. Ning's group spent quite a bit of time wandering all of the Realmverses in the 16 Realmverses Alliance. In total, they spent over 30 million years here. Ning happily accompanied his family in their wanderings, not worried in the slightest. Finally, they left the 16 Realmverses Alliance and began to wander through the cosmos. They visited many unique locales where the local cultivators were often brutish, powerful, and eccentric. Generally speaking, they weren't very welcoming of outsiders. But when they saw Ning, they all went on their absolute best behavior. This was because Ning, to avoid unnecessary trouble, sent Flamewing ahead of them and ensured that the locals would all be sufficiently cowed by the time the realm ship arrived. As soon as the locals saw Flamewing, they quickly understood that their visitor was Tao Lord Darknorth. Who would dare to be disrespectful to him? This planet is so beautiful. I've never seen a world as beautiful as this one. Bright Moon loved this place. This was a unique world known as the Immortal Ravine, and Ning's group ended up spending a million years living here because it truly was quite beautiful. Its lovely but alien environment was completely a product of nature. Father, buy this. And that. I want this one also. Each time Ning reached a new place, he would ask the local powers to bring over some unique treasures which might be of use to his daughter or his parents. Once they found something of interest, Ning would pay a very high price to acquire the items. Thus, the major powers were quite eager to bring out all of the strange and odd treasures they had stored away. They all hoped for Tao Lord Darknorth to take a fancy to their treasures, as they knew that Tao Lord Darknorth wouldn't be stingy in payment. Bright Moon, Snow, Ichuan, Subhoodie, and Windfiend all had their horizons expanded considerably. Even Su Yuji saw much more than she had in the past. Although she had accompanied Ning to the Blaze Sun domain, they hadn't made any detours and so she hadn't really seen much. This time, they were on what amounted to a leisurely excursion. They toured through one place after another, and when they found some unique treasures or saw some unique sights, Ning would seize the opportunity to guide his daughter and help her in her cultivation. But of course, Ning devoted the majority of his time to his own cultivation. His primal twin remained within the Azure Flower estate. Not only had he acquired a large number of Sith cultivation techniques from the autarchs, he had even acquired the Daos they used to reach autarky. Ning naturally wanted to spend his time analyzing them and perhaps find a way for himself to survive. Although the chances were quite low, he still had to give it a shot. Ning wasn't the type to just sit there and wait for death. The Heart of Eternity. Within the Azure Flower estate. The black-robed Ning waved his hand, causing the Heart of Eternity to appear and float in the air before him. It remained covered by layers of inscrutable runes. It's been quite some time since I've tried to solve it. I should give it another shot. Ning had reached a much higher level of comprehension, now that he had mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Tao. I'm far more powerful than I was before I attempted the Tao merge. I should be able to solve more levels of it this time. Right now, Ning was mainly focusing on two goals in his training. The first was to infuse the other Daos into his Eternal Omega Tao, while the second was to create a perfect cultivation technique. In both cases, his chances for success were extremely slim. As for the Heart of Eternity, Autark Awakener had poured his heart and soul into its creation. Ning felt certain that spending some more time analyzing it might be of benefit to him. Crack! 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 Ning began to attempt to break through the various layers, and the outermost layers quickly crumbled away before him. Now that Ning had reached a much higher level of insight, he was able to solve the seals much more quickly than before. He blew through the lower levels like rotting deadwood, reaching the 50th level almost instantly. Level 50. Level 60. Level 70. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 19, 3000 Chaos Cycles. Book 40, The 5 Autarks, Chapter 19, 3000 Chaos Cycles. Next to Ning was the elderly white-haired spirit of the Azure Flower estate. The old man watched rather eagerly. Lord Dark North may have failed the Dao merge, but he gained control over the eternal Omega Sword Dao and reached a higher level of insight. There is some time left before he dies and his Dao vanishes. Perhaps this time will be enough for him to accomplish Master's final wishes? The black-robed Ji Ning stared at the Heart of Eternity floating in front of him and the seals covering them. Each time he broke through one level of seals, he was able to see the next level and get to work on it, and each time Ning gained a few new insights. This was because each layer of seals represented much of the wisdom Autark Awakener had gained over the process of devising the 9 Chaos Seals. Ning's insights were not on Autark Awakener's levels, but he had such a high level of comprehension that when he put some effort into it, his talent combined with the Autarka's Stone Dais and the Stonefire Pearl ensured that he could resolve the simpler seals with ease. 75. 80. 85. 90. Ning was taking more and more time to solve each layer of seals. Each layer of seals now gave him many new insights, making it increasingly difficult for him to solve them. There's nothing else I can do. Ning finally came to a halt. He had merely spent a bit over 5,000 years in solving the first 92 seals, but he had then spent over 100,000 years without improving even slightly. The boost given to him by his eternal Omega Sword Dao had done everything it could. He had blown through the earlier levels with ease, but now he would need to slowly accumulate new insights once more. 92 levels, a total of 99. Ning revealed a smile. It seems I have a chance at solving it before I die after all. I really do want to see what Autark Awakener hid in the Heart of Eternity, for him to have put so much effort into setting up these levels of seals. According to what the spirit of the estate said, the treasure inside is just as valuable as the Stonefire Pearl. Ning had analyzed many Sith techniques and also mastered the eternal Omega Sword Dao. These two different paths had allowed him to reach a very high level of insight, and they would be of use to him in breaking through the Heart of Eternity. He had only reached the 92nd level, but he had more than 10,000 chaos cycles left to him. He still stood a chance. After leaving the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning and his family spent a total of over 1.2 billion years touring through the Chaosverse before finally reaching their first target, the Flame Sea Thunderfalls. Rumble! Countless bolts of lightning came crashing down from the skies, so dense that it looked like a vast waterfall of electricity. Below the lightning was a layer of twisted spacetime, and when the waterfall of lightning came crashing down upon the twisted spacetime, the resulting collisions resulted in an enormous sea of fire having formed below. This sea just lay there in the void, utterly dazzling to behold. As for the giant waterfall of lightning, it was over 100 million kilometers thick and looked almost like a vertical pool of lightning. This truly was a stunning and beautiful sight, but it was also a deadly one. The power of this place was so great that even the laws of the Chaosverse were bent and twisted. This place was perhaps a bit weaker than the Wellspring Sea of the Blazefire domain, but it was mighty enough to heavily injure hegemons and obliterate Archon-level emperors. Suddenly, a tiny little flying ship appeared in the void directly above the flaming sea of the Flame Sea Thunderfalls. So this is the Flame Sea Thunderfalls? Brightman's eyes widened as she stared at the vast sea of fire in front of her and the endless waterfall of lightning above her. The Chaosverse truly is filled with endless marvels, Subhoodie sighed in amazement. The tiniest amount of power from that thing would obliterate me instantly. Come, let's go inside and take a look, Ning said. Boom! For the first time in their journey, Ning unleashed his sword Dao domain, causing it to surround the realm ship as they continued to fly forwards. Bright Moon, Yuchi Snow, and Ji each one were all stunned as they watched themselves charge deep into the lightning waterfall. Ning's sword Dao domain stretched out to a distance of 3,000 meters, creating a true void which neither the lightning nor the fire could penetrate. Whoosh! Ning sent the realm ship sinking downwards, plunging through the lightning until it reached the point where the lightning clashed against the sea of fire. This was the place where the waterfall of lightning collided against the distorted spacetime at such an incredibly frenetic rate that the flaming sea was formed, something which was just as powerful as the lightning. The natural power of the thunderfalls came from the primordial chaos and was truly limitless, and the same was true for the flame sea. However, there was a limit to how far the power of the flame sea thunderfalls could extend. At a certain point, the power would dissipate and turn back into primordial chaos. This is the place where the thunderfalls and the flame sea meet, where the lightning transforms and gives birth to flame. Bright Moon, focus on your meditations. This place will benefit you greatly, Ning said. While you are training here, you must remain within my domain. You are not permitted to go beyond it. Understood, Bright Moon said obediently. Ning nodded. In truth, he had long ago ensured that this domain of 3,000 meters was completely separated from the outside world. There was no way anything outside could come inside, but it was also impossible for anyone inside to exit. He had given his daughter this stern warning simply because he wanted to rein her in a bit. His daughter's path was that of the Tao of Fire, and so Ning was planning to stay here for an extended period of time. His daughter was merely at the world level. His concern was that she wouldn't be patient enough to stay in any one place for an extended period of time. Ning sat down by himself in the void, assuming the lotus position and beginning to meditate silently. Ichuan and Snow relaxed within the realm ship too, sharing some fine food and wine while enjoying the beautiful view in front of them. When they felt bored, they would enter the estate worlds they carried within them to have some fun. Su Yuji and Ji Brightmoon both trained in the Tao of Fire, and so both of them went into meditation. Subhoodie did the same, as he couldn't help but be filled with questions when he stared at the twisted region of spacetime which actually produced fire when the water of lightning slammed into it. He meditated attentively, and as he did he gained many new insights. The more you saw and the more of the Chaosverse you experienced, the better you would understand how the Tao functioned in its many myriad ways. Ning trained the fastest of all. It took him just 2 years of carefully studying the Flame Sea Thunderfalls for him to upgrade his Tao of Lightning to the hegemonic level. The reason why it hadn't been quite as fast as the Tao of Water was because Ning hadn't previously accumulated quite as many insights in lightning as he had in water. However, his overwhelmingly high level of insight into his eternal Omega Tao made it quite easy for him to reach hegemony in any and all Taos. After another 12 years, Ning upgraded his Tao of Fire to the hegemonic level as well. Ning then turned his attention to the region of twisted spacetime and began to ruminate on the Tao of Space. However, the mysteries of space here were insufficiently incomplete, and so Ning didn't spend much time on it. There really wasn't a need. Their next destination was the perfect place for them to meditate on the Tao of Space. However, simply understanding these Taos was easy. To fully absorb them into his eternal Omega Tao, now that would be the hard part. Time flowed on. Ning and his family spent a total of 96 chaos cycles in the Flame Sea Thunderfalls. Only when everyone felt that there were no further insights they could gain did they depart from this place and head towards their next destination. During the past 96 chaos cycles, most of them had improved dramatically. Ning had managed to successfully infuse his Tao of Lightning and his Tao of Fire into his eternal Omega Sword Tao. They continued their long excursion, going to many dangerous places where they would spend extended periods of time in meditation. They merely spent 20 or 30 chaos cycles in some places, while they spent over 100 chaos cycles in others. These places were all quite different. Some were truly dangerous, while others were simply rather unique. In the blink of an eye, more than 3,000 chaos cycles had passed since they had departed from the Flame Dragon realmverse. During this period of time, Downlords Tsuyuji, Subhuti, and Windfiend had all improved dramatically. Tsuyuji could sense that she could attempt the Dao merge whenever she wanted, but of course, she wasn't certain as to whether or not she would succeed. Subhuti and Windfiend both were Downlords of the fourth step. Visiting all these places had been of tremendous benefit to them, as was the guidance on the Dao they had received from Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend. And of course, there was Bright Moon. She had now visited many places which not even other verse lords would have a chance to visit, places which fully displayed the mysteries of how the Dao worked in keeping the Chaos verse operating. Frankly speaking, Bright Moon had been given far more opportunities than Ning ever had, but alas, she simply hadn't suffered enough setbacks or danger, and her talent was inferior to Ning's as well. She was just barely able to master a single Supreme Dao, at which point Ning stopped trying to force things. Next, Bright Moon used her Supreme Dao of Fire to become a Samsara Dao Lord, and became a Dao Lord of the third step after a fairly brief period of time. It was fairly easy for Dao Lords to break through in the early stages, after all. You know, if Master put this much effort into training any of the true geniuses of the Flame Dragon realmverse, I guarantee that they would probably all reach the level of fusing multiple Supreme Daos together, Hegemon Azure Fiend whispered to Tsuyuji. Our little lady's just not that talented. Even if she succeeds in the Dao merge, she won't be able to become a Hegemon. Her father's comparable to the autarchs. She's his daughter. Of course he's going to pour all of his effort into training her. Is he supposed to do the same for strangers? Tsuyuji said. Ning truly did put as much effort as he could into training his daughter. He was also extremely studious in guiding his master Subhuti, Windfiend, Tsuyuji, and his personal disciples. He also provided some tips to Hegemon Azure Fiend from time to time. As for others, they might be incredibly talented and have had incredible experiences, but what the hell did any of that have to do with Ning? Ning couldn't be bothered with them, much like how none of the autarchs had popped up to guide Ning in the past, even though he was clearly an incredible talent. Cultivators were self-interested at times, after all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 40, Chapter 20, A Great Land Planet. Book 40, The Five Autarchs, Chapter 20, A Great Land Planet. Ning was definitely going to do absolutely everything within his power, acquiring treasures like the Dao Merge Fire Cloud Flower, to give his daughter Bright Moon the best possible chance at the Dao Merge. If she succeeded, before he died Ning would even ask an autarch to help find an Otherverse for his daughter, letting Bright Moon become an Otherverse Lord. This wasn't completely unheard of. The Lord of the Church of Annihilation, for example, wasn't a Hegemon. In this matter, Ning didn't feel the slightest hint of shame at all. Of course he had to look after his daughter's interests. In the indescribably distant Wild Sky realmverse, there was a marvelous place known as the Great Land Planet. Ning was training atop this planet, while Bright Moon, Ji-Ichwan, Yuchi Snow, Tsuyuji, the Flame Wing God, Subhuti, and Windfiend had all temporarily left to go exploring the area around it. The reason why the others didn't stay here was because this place, the Great Land Planet, was quite special. This was a vast planet that was over 100 trillion kilometers in size. This was the largest planet in all the Chaosverse, and it was formed by an incredibly dense wave of Earth element energy. The amount of power contained within this single planet was actually comparable to that of the entire Wild Sky realmverse. It was vast, dense, and teeming with life, all thanks to the almighty power of Earth which flowed through it. Ordinary cultivators would find it impossible to train here, as they would find their mind and body disturbed by the overwhelming power of the place. This planet was also surrounded by a layer of deep yellow clouds which were so thick and dense, one had to at least be a Hegemon in order to bypass. Thus, there were virtually no cultivators here at all. Although this vast world had given birth to countless living beings, including many humanoids. These humanoids were quite talented, strong, and attuned to the power of the earth, and many were even born with the ability to control the earth. However, there was no way for them to actually cultivate. This was because all other Daos had to give this place a wide berth. Even the Tao of Earth itself was hidden deep within the recesses of the world. Even hegemons would find it very hard to train in the Tao of Earth here. Only someone who was at as high a level of enlightenment as Ning would be able to scry the many secrets hidden deep underground. How could the ordinary mortals here possibly embark upon the path of cultivation? I've completed the Tao of Earth as well. A white-robed youth was seated on a patch of grass in front of a thatched cottage within a mountain gorge. A smile was on his face as he reached out with both hands. Whoosh! 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 Swords began to appear out of nowhere, numbering 5 in total. The first sword was covered with a layer of flowing, watery light. The second gleamed a faint metallic color, appearing to be indescribably sharp. The third emanated a green aura of life and vitality. The fourth was surrounded by tendrils of flame which gave it utterly explosive power. As for the fifth and final sword, it was covered with a layer of deep yellow light and it seemed weighty beyond measure. The water sword Tao, the metal sword Tao, the wood sword Tao, the fire sword Tao, the earth sword Tao. Ning nodded. The 5 elements are now complete. As I thought, it has been somewhat beneficial to my true soul. However, Ning also noticed that his improvements in the Tao were suffering from diminishing returns when it came to nourishing his true soul. This was particularly true now that he had many true soul treasures. To further slow down the rate of crumbling was becoming increasingly difficult. I've infused the Tao of lightning and the 5 elements into my eternal Omega Sword Tao, making for 6 in total. The Tao of space should be finished soon as well. Ning felt a sense of pressure, because infusing the Tao of space had been noticeably more difficult. He had long ago reached hegemony in the Tao of space, but infusing it was extremely difficult. As for the Tao of time and the Tao of karma, those would be even more difficult and would definitely require more time. Great Immortal, please save my grandson. Great Immortal, I beg of you, save my grandson. So long as you save him, I'll do anything you want. A faint sound could be heard coming from afar. Ning frowned, glancing past the material obstruction of the mountain to see an elderly white-haired man who was on his knees in front of a cliff. There were no cultivators in the entire Greatland planet, and so Ning didn't see the need to set up any complicated wards to surround his training canyon. He had merely set up something to prevent people from coming in. Is he that kid's great-grandson? When Ning saw the white-haired elder, he immediately remembered something from 200 years ago. Back then, there had been a kid who had accidentally fallen down from the cliff and into the gorge where Ning had been training. Ning's wards were quite benign, but for an ordinary child to fall from that height spelled almost certain doom. Ning had moved to save that little child, who had immediately kowtowed and offered thanks to the great Immortal who had rescued him. Ever since the child had grown up, he had often come to the mountain to offer sacrifices and pay his respects to the great Immortal. Ning really didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, especially when the kid ended up bringing his own children and grandchildren to do the same. Ning was able to immediately recognize this white-haired elder as the great-grandson of the original child. Ordinary mortals only live for a mere century. Multiple generations of your family have knelt down towards me, and today, I just so happened to finish some of my training. I suppose it can be said that there are karmic ties between us. Ning took a single step forwards and appeared at the top of the cliff. The white-haired elder was still on his knees, calling out for mercy. Suddenly, he froze in stare and amazement as a white-robed youth appeared in front of him. The youth was ephemerally graceful and was clearly no ordinary mortal. Great Immortal! The white-haired elder was incredibly excited. I beg of you, save my grandson. Kid, your hair's gone all white. Ning chuckled. Your grandson, eh? Is that him over there? Ning was able to see the karmic ties swirling around the elder and was thus immediately able to locate his grandson. Ning waved a single finger, causing the white mist surrounding the cliff to suddenly condense into an image of a swarthy, muscular youth dressed in tattered clothes within a mine. He was carrying a load of minerals on his back. Clearly, he had been working as a miner. The area around him was surrounded with ore, and an overseer was next to him with a whip in hand. "That's Rocky. That's my grandson Rocky," the white-haired elder said excitedly. "That's the mine of doom. No one who goes in there ever survives to come back. Great Immortal, please save my grandson." "No one who goes in can survive?" Ning stared at the images in the mist, then chuckled, "You underestimate your grandson." Ning was able to see the youth's future. If Ning didn't interfere, the youth would slowly rise to power within the mines and become a powerful expert. He would be extremely hardworking and devoted to his training, and would reach the apex of what little cultivation was possible within this planet. In the end, he would die a lonely death. Although it was impossible for the beings in this planet to engage in true cultivation, there were many who were born with natural power over the earth and who would thus be capable of some simple cultivation techniques, but even at the apex of power, they wouldn't be even close to the earth immortal level of power. "I dare say your grandson has the unyielding heart of a true cultivator," Ning chuckled. "A pity that it'll all go to waste in a place like the Great Lin planet." As Ning continued to view the youth's past and future, he began to take a liking to the kid. In fact, Ning started to consider taking him on as an apprentice, and just a short while later, Ning settled on making the kid his 8th apprentice. But there's no rush. I should let him experience some more difficulties in life first. In the future, his Dao heart only became decent after he became lonely in his invincibility, Ning mused. Go back and live your life. Don't worry, I promise your grandson will come back alive and perfectly well. You'll be able to see him one last time roughly 10 years from now, Ning said. The beings in this world were at most able to live a bit over 100 years. Ning wasn't going to make any alterations, but the old man was still going to live a long life. Why yes, Great Immortal. After witnessing the incredible abilities of the Great Immortal and hearing his promise, the white-haired elder became hopeful and energetic. He returned to his own home and began to wait for his grandson to return. Ning to watch from afar as this disciple continued to grow and develop. Finally, the day came. I've wandered the 4 corners of the earth and have visited many countries, defeating all who sought to challenge me. Is this truly it? A swarthy man dressed in hemp clothes was standing at the peak of a mountain, staring at the vast world below him. He had a thick saber on his back, and a look of loneliness was in his eyes. After becoming truly invincible, he felt a sense of extremely uncomfortable loneliness. He truly did wish to find a good opponent, but he had been unable to do so. Perhaps I should find a good place to bring my life to an end. The swarthy man shook his head. Ha! A loud laugh rang out, followed by a white-robed youth appearing from nowhere. The swarthy man stared in shock. Given his control over the earth and his current level of power, how was it that someone could appear next to him without him even noticing? You, the swarthy man stared at the white-robed youth. He suddenly thought of a painting his grandfather had once owned and forced him to kowtow towards. Supposedly, the person in the painting was the legendary Great Immortal their clan often spoke of. Great Immortal? The swarthy man said hesitantly, not quite believing it. He then drew his saber with a clanging sound as he stared at Ning. Senior, you might be more powerful than me, but I'd still like you to give me a few pointers in combat. After speaking, he delivered a furious saber chop towards Ning, confident that his control over the saber was enough to ensure that he could bring it to an instant halt without harming the person in front of him. Ning simply chuckled. The swarthy man suddenly flew backwards, almost as though time had just gone backwards. Even his saber flew back into his sheath, and he even said in reverse, This bizarre scene caused him to be truly stupefied and dazed. Are you willing to be my apprentice? Ning asked. The swarthy man was indescribably excited. He immediately fell to his knees. Stonepool kowtows to you, master. Ning nodded. From this day forth, you shall be the 8th disciple under the tutelage of myself, Dark North. If there are any affairs in the mortal world you wish to wrap up, hurry up and take care of it. After doing so, you shall accompany me in departing from this planet, and you shall have the chance to face the true world of cultivation. And so, Lord Darknoth's 8th disciple, Stonepool, formally entered his tutelage. It is time for me to leave. Ning raised his head to stare into the skies. He had the vague feeling that something just happened, and that he would no longer be able to continue this relaxed life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41 Chapter 1, The Church of Annihilation. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 1, The Church of Annihilation. In the Brightshore Kingdom of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Whoosh! The black-robed primal twin Ning appeared out of nowhere in front of the Imperial Palace. A snowy-robed old man had been waiting here for quite some time. It was Hegemon Brightshore. Dark North, Hegemon Brightshore said hurriedly. Hegemon Brightshore, what is this about? You summoned me quite hastily, the black-robed Ning said with a smile. I was asked to do so by a friend. Hegemon Brightshore smiled in a rather embarrassed manner. I didn't want to bother you with this request, but it involves a Hegemon who you are on very good terms with, the Paragon of Pills. The black-robed Ning's pupils contracted. The Paragon of Pills? What's this about? You have probably heard of my friend before. He's the leader of the Church of Annihilation in that other verse you visited, Hegemon Brightshore said. I can't explain it as clearly as he can. I'll take you over to see him. I'll go take a look then. Ning had the vague feeling that the reason why wouldn't be able to continue his relaxed, wandering life for much longer was because of the Paragon of Pills and the Lord of the Church of Annihilation, and that this matter was of grave import. The higher a level of insight one reached, the more clearly one would be able to divine the tides of the future. But of course, the future was always in a state of flux. No amount of scrying was guaranteed to be accurate. Hegemon Brightshore led Ning through a spacetime tunnel to quickly arrive at the alternate universe. This tunnel again, eh? Ning glanced at the empty void around him, then at the enormous dimensional vortex. He let out a sigh. It was me, Skyfire Brightshore, Greatjoy, Soulwind, and Firesurge who went on that journey together all those years ago through this other verse. None of them have achieved as much as you, Hegemon Brightshore said. This is doubly true for Skyfire, who has progressed the least out of the 5. We Chaos God Beasts are, as a race, slow in cultivation. Ning replied, you have your boons, and you have your banes. Some things you simply cannot force. Of those 4 friends, Skyfire, Greatjoy, and Soulwind had been sincere in their friendships towards him. Ning was able to keenly sense this through the karma which tied them together. As for Firesurge, Ning was able to discover through karma that Firesurge wasn't all that sincere, and as a result the karmic ties binding them were quite weak. When Soulwind, Greatjoy, and Skyfire were ready for the downmerge, Ning would send over some presents and help them as best he could. However, that was as much as he could do for them. He couldn't even guarantee that his own daughter Brightmoon would succeed in the downmerge. All he could do was prepare the treasures which would be of use to her. I wonder if those 3 in 9 dust will succeed in the downmerge or not, Ning mused. Suddenly, a figure manifested out of nowhere within the primordial chaos in front of Ning. This figure was extremely skinny and dressed in black armor, and he radiated an icy aura. This person immediately bowed respectfully towards Ning. Annihilation pays his respects to you, Lord Darknorth. The reason why this person had named his church the Church of Annihilation was because his own Taoist title was Annihilation. This was a Taoist title he had chosen long ago, when he was young and had no idea that one of the exalted autarchs was also known as Autarch Annihilation. In truth, this was actually a fairly common Taoist moniker. There were a number of commonly used Taoist titles which were shared by many cultivators. The leader of the Church of Annihilation. Ning nodded. I heard of you back when I was a world-level cultivator. Back then, Brightshore asked me to help out. I watched all 5 of you the entire time, Tao Lord. Lord Annihilation immediately squeezed out a smile. If I had known back then that you would reach such heights, I would have done everything in my power to befriend you back then. Ning laughed. My main goal back then was to temper Skyfire, Hegemon Brightshore said hurriedly. That's why I hid the truth. Don't worry, I fully understand what you were intending and how much effort you put into it. Chaos God beasts are solitary by nature, but you've poured all of your energies into building up your clan. Ning smiled and nodded, then glanced at Lord Annihilation. Speak, Annihilation. Why have you sought me out, and for that matter, why have you sent a mere incarnation? You didn't even send your avatar, much less your true body. But after one bound an otherverse, the otherverse would become akin to a clone. An otherverse lord would be able to easily materialize an incarnation anywhere within the otherverse. Even otherverse lords would feel slighted by Lord Annihilation sending a mere incarnation to greet them, to say nothing of someone of Ning's stature. Tao Lord, please forgive me. My true body and my avatar aren't able to make it back. There's nothing I can do, Lord Annihilation explained hurriedly. What's this all about, and why is it connected to the paragon of pills? Ning asked. Ning felt a profound sense of fondness towards the paragon of pills, because she truly had treated him very well. Ning could sense that she loved him as she would a family member. Through karma, Ning had previously been able to sense that she was still alive, but was incredibly far away from him, but now, even after entering the otherverse, Ning still felt she was incredibly far away from him. This meant she clearly was no longer inside the otherverse. For Lord Annihilation's true body and avatar to also be absent. Ning had a bad feeling about this. Let me explain the situation, Lord Annihilation said respectfully. Tao Lord, I imagine you know that the Paragon of Pills has always wanted to revive her 3 elder brothers. Ning nodded. However, all 3 of them were powerful eternal emperors, and one of them was a hegemon, Lord Annihilation explained. If they had died in the outside world, not even autarchs would be able to reverse spacetime to revive them. Thankfully, they only died within my otherverse, but the backlash that would be generated if I tried to bring them back would probably cause the prime essences of my otherverse to collapse. Only autarchs are strong enough to prevent this from happening and maintaining my otherverse stability while still reviving the 3 of them. My otherverse would still be badly wounded, but it would remain intact. Ning understood this principle. When that sword hegemon had died, the prime essences of the otherverse had naturally swallowed his true soul fragments right away. There was no way to force them to spit it back out, because those true soul fragments had already been integrated into the deepest parts of the otherverse core, becoming part of it. If Lord Annihilation tried to forcibly bring them back, the damage caused to the otherverse would be enough to cause its prime essences to break apart. The entire otherverse would be doomed. Only autarchs were capable of reviving hegemons in an otherverse without destroying it, because they were the ones who had created the otherverses to begin with. They knew how to protect the otherverses and ensure that they were merely injured, not destroyed. Otherverses, in the end, they were only comparable in size and scope to a realmverse, and so the true soul fragments of a hegemon were incredibly important and greatly beneficial to them. The awesomely vast Chaosverse itself was naturally a different story. It was countless times larger than any realmverse, and it was so mighty that no autarch could endure its power and bind it. Only a mythical Omega autarch would be capable of binding the Chaosverse, whereas even ordinary eternal emperors were capable of binding an otherverse. The difference was enormous. She wanted to fin an autarch to revive the 3 of them, Lord Annihilation said, because this was her greatest goal, her reason for cultivation. Ning couldn't help but sigh. Although he had only spent a limited amount of time with her, he was able to sense how deep her feelings were towards those 3 men. Even autarchs would have to carefully protect and safeguard my otherverse as they worked to revive the 3 of them. This is a very tiring and very troublesome task, Lord Annihilation said. And in general, autarchs do not agree lightly to revive a hegemon. The Paragon of Pills once did manage to contact an autarch, but the demands the autarch listed were so harsh that even I felt completely stupefied. Harsh demands? Ning asked, what were the demands? He asked for treasures equivalent to 1,000 realm ships in value, Lord Annihilation said. Even Ning turned speechless upon hearing this. However, he knew what the autarchs were thinking. Cultivation was meant to be a dangerous path. If everyone who died on this path could be brought back to life, wouldn't it make cultivation nothing more than a game? In addition, reviving destroyed true souls would have a negative impact on the very fabric of reality and the laws of the Chaosverse. Yes, each revival only had a small impact, but it could quickly add up. This was not a good thing, especially when invaders from a foreign Chaosverse were lying in wait. On the other hand, if they completely refused to revive anyone, they would probably cause many cultivators to feel absolute despair, and so, they had chosen to instead exact stringent requirements for their aid. You want me to revive a hegemon and 2 emperors? Sure. Give me 1,000 realm ships worth of treasure. I'll wager not even the Sith have that many realm ships. Ning shook his head. The Paragon of Pills asked the autarch to guide her in finding enough treasure. The autarch told her that the Citadels is filled with treasure. The only problem was she woman enough to take them? Lord Annihilation continued, and so, ever since she became a hegemon she began to make repeated trips to the Citadels. To tell you the truth, I've met countless cultivators, but I can count on one hand how many people are as fearless and maniacal as she is in her pursuit of Sith treasures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 2, The Crazy Paragon of Pills. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 2, The Crazy Paragon of Pills. The legends say that the Citadels is the most dangerous place in the Chaosverse, Lord Annihilation said. It can threaten even the autarchs. But it truly is filled with the most treasures as well. There are some who are very stubborn and are willing to place themselves at high risk by repeatedly venturing into the Citadels for the sake of their goals. Those people are absolutely mad, but they are often quite deadly. So long as they survive, their repeated journeys will usually result in them possessing several Sith weapons. Lord Annihilation said helplessly, the Paragon of Pills is one such madwoman. She's quite famous, and she has multiple Sith weapons. Even I am merely on par with her in power. I would only have an advantage if we actually fought inside my other verse. Ning fell silent. For the sake of her goals, she was willing to repeatedly brave danger and tread the line between life and death. Suddenly, the image of a woman clad in black gauze appeared within Ning's mind. This was a woman who was forever cold and distant. Although they hadn't known each other for too long, this woman had treated him as family and had asked him to address her as mistress, with the sword hegemon being Ning's master. Ning still clearly remembered the final words the Paragon of Pills had said to him when they parted. You must be very careful on your path of cultivation. If you encounter any serious issues, you can use my name to warn those who would harm you. It might be of some use. You can use my name to warn those who would harm you, Ning murmured softly. In the past, he hadn't really taken this to heart, but now, it seemed, she was known as a madwoman who had so many Sith treasures, even hegemons would feel a hint of trepidation. She was also quite well known, given how many trips she had made to the Citadels. That meant that her name would indeed be quite useful as a protective talisman. Where is she now? Ning asked. In the Citadels, Lord Annihilation said hurriedly. My true body is there as well. Although I am Otherverse Lord, I wasn't a hegemon prior to taking control over the Otherverse, and so I'm weaker than the Otherverse Lords in terms of my insights into the Tao. I'm supported by the power of my Otherverse, but in terms of raw power I'm somewhere between a hegemon and an ordinary Otherverse Lord. Thus, I sometimes find it difficult to slay powerful hegemons. Brother Brightshore is a good example. It'd be very hard for me to kill him, Lord Annihilation said. That's why many major powers seek to kill me and then take my other verse, which makes life quite miserable. I spend most of my time hiding inside of my other verse. This time, the Paragon of Pills found a truly remarkable place which she felt certain was a Sith treasury, but it was also a place of incredible danger. She sent out invitations for people to join her. I thought to myself, weak Sith weapons are useless to you. If you are going to take a risk, go all out and take a big one. The Paragon of Pills has visited the Sitherlands many times and is experienced in navigating it, and so I decided to take part in this trip. Myself, the Paragon of Pills, and 2 others headed off on this journey together. One of the 2 is just as crazy as the Paragon of Pills is. As it turned out, the Paragon's predictions were correct. She truly did find an enormous Sith treasury, but it was filled with many dangers, Lord Annihilation said. In the end, we were defeated and one of us died, leaving just 3 of us alive, myself, the Paragon, and that other madman. However, all 3 of us ended up being separated. To be honest, when we headed in we already knew of your illustrious fame. Back then, many of us were actually commenting that the Paragon now stood a very good chance of achieving her goals. If she asked you to help out, she'd probably be able to revive her 3 brothers. However, she refused to send you a message, even after we fell into grave danger. She said that the treasury was far too dangerous, and she knew that if you found out you would probably go there to rescue her, but the end result might be that you yourself would also be trapped. Lord Annihilation continued, now, all 3 of us have been split apart. All of us are in mortal danger, and so I can no longer afford to respect her decision not to contact you. That's why I have come to ask you to help out, Dark North. Ning nodded somberly. The Sitherlands was indeed extremely dangerous. Even the autarchs had merely sealed it away not daring to trespass too deeply within it. If they did, even they would be at risk of perishing. Even the outer perimeter held a number of extremely dangerous areas which had simply been sealed off rather than penetrated and destroyed. Thus, even if Lord Annihilation was to ask an autarch for help, the autarch would probably be unwilling to assist. There were some unexplored places which even the autarchs were unfamiliar with. It just wouldn't be worth it for them to risk themselves like that. Wait. You came here to ask Dark North to go into the Sitherlands to rescue you? Hegemon Brightshore glared at him, hard. Annihilation, that's not what you told me earlier. I was afraid that if I told you too much, you wouldn't help me. Lord Annihilation hurriedly apologized, Brightshore, I'm sorry about this. You son of a, Hegemon Brightshore was absolutely livid. The Paragon of Pills is crazy, and you yourself said the 3rd person is also a madman. I don't really approve of their behavior in general, but I have to admit that all of them are extremely well versed in the dangers of the Sitherlands. If both of them are trapped with no way out, then the area you were in was definitely an incredibly dangerous one. Yes. Lord Annihilation nodded shamefacedly. It was indeed incredibly dangerous. He could still remember that nightmarish battle which had claimed the life of their 4th party member. The other 3 had been lucky enough to survive, but had ended up being separated. Even when they had been together, progress had been arduous. Now that they were separated, their chances were exceedingly grim. That was why he had come to beg Dark North for aid. All of them were much weaker than Tao Lord Dark North, who had slain even the Lonely King with a single swipe of the sword. Tao Lord, I really was out of options, Lord Annihilation said, rather embarrassed. Tell me where you are in the Sitherlands, Ning said. I'll go there as soon as possible. Also, do everything you can to protect the mistress. Otherwise, when I see you, you are still going to die. The mistress? Lord Annihilation was stunned. He knew that Ning had a very special relationship with the Paragon of Pills, but he had no idea that Ning would refer to her using such a close and familial term. Star map. Ning looked at him. Here's the star map, Tao Lord. Lord Annihilation waved his hand, causing a star map to appear before them. The only parts of the star map which were detailed were the parts involving the Scythelans. Ning gave it a glance. The 5 autarchs had long ago provided Ning with a highly detailed star map of the entire Chaosverse, and they had taken especially detailed notes on the Scythelans, the only place which was a threat to them. Ning had a far more detailed map of the Scythelans than Lord Annihilation, and as a result he immediately knew where they were. All right. I understand. Ning nodded, then turned and went back into the spacetime tunnel with He-Gem and Brightshore. The two returned to the Brightshore kingdom of the Flame Dragon Realmverse. He-Gem and Brightshore's wizened old face was covered with embarrassment. Dark North, I had no idea that Annihilation was going to make a request like this one. We've known each other forever. I can't believe he pulled something like this on me. Ning shook his head. His life was at stake. Playing a little trick on you is nothing. The Wild Sky Realmverse. The Great Lind Planet. Ning's true body was there alongside his 8th disciple Stonepool, G Brightmoon, GH1, Yuchi Snow, Subhoodie, Windfiend, Suyuji, Azure Fiend, Protector Whitethaw, and the Flamewing God. I'm not going to lie. This trip to the Scythelans will be a bit risky, Ning said. I'm not sure I'd be able to keep you all safe, and so all of you shall wait here. I've already sent word to Realm's Lord Windgrace to come and pick you up. They only had just a single realm ship, and Ning needed it to visit the Scythelans. Thus, he asked Windgrace to come and pick them up. The sooner he went off to rescue the Paragon of Pills, the better his chances would be. His family wouldn't be in any danger here in the Wild Sky Realmverse either. They originally had 2 realm ships, but Ning had already given the one he had taken from the Lonely King to Nuwa. Master, let me go with you, Su-Yuji said hurriedly. I'm not afraid of any danger. Ning, my son, Yuchi Snow was rather worried. Ning shook his head. None of you are to follow me. Flamewing, protect them all. Don't worry, Master, but make sure you are careful in there, Flamewing said. I will. Ning glanced at Azure Fiend. Azure Fiend, you are more detail-oriented than him. Take good care of my family and my master. Your avatar can come by my side. Understood. He-Gem and Azure Fiend revealed a look of delight. A place which even Ning felt was dangerous was a place He-Gem and Azure Fiend would never dare to visit in person, but his avatar was a different story. Being able to experience a dangerous place like this would be of benefit to him in cultivation. He knew that Ning was trying to help him out. As for Su-Yuji and Brightmoon, they also had avatars, but those were back in the Flame Dragon Realmverse. More importantly, they were far too weak. Even if they did create new avatars, the distance between this place and the Scythelans was simply too far. There was no way their true body would be able to sense and connect to the avatar at such a distance, which meant that the tiny bit of God sense within the avatar would eventually disappear and dissipate from the lack of reinforcement. Thus, the only person who was lucky enough to take part in this adventure would be He-Gem and Azure Fiend. Brightmoon, I have a task for you. Ning looked at his daughter. This new disciple of mine, Stonepool, has yet to truly embark upon the path of cultivation. I'll temporarily leave his tutelage up to you. Teach him until you are back at the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Don't worry. I'm a Dao Lord. Teaching him will be no problem. Brightmoon was extremely confident. She glanced at Stonepool and said, Junior apprentice brother Stonepool, I'll train you well. All right, Stonepool said obediently. Everyone here was at an unfathomably more profound level of the Tao than he was. That very day, Ning led Azure Fiend's avatar in traveling towards the Scythelans via realm ship. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 3, Entry. Book 41, The Daugard Tower, Chapter 3, Entry. After spending over 12 million years traveling a great distance via realm ship, Ning and Azure Fiend's avatar finally reached the outer perimeters of the Scythelans. So this is the Scythelans? Ning stared at the titanic glowing sphere that lay amidst the endless darkness. They were still quite far away from this sphere, and it was roughly comparable to 20 or so realm verses in size. This was the enormous base which the Sith had secretly constructed after infiltrating the local chaosverse. The process had been very fast, too fast to stop, because the Sith had constructed the main parts outside of the chaosverse, then brought them inside and assembled them together. It was like a nail which the Sith had driven into the body of the chaosverse, a nail which the cultivators were completely helpless against. Whoosh! The realm ship quickly flew closer and closer towards the Sithulans. Finally, they entered the sphere. Light flashed past their eyes, resolving into a strange, delightfully bizarre world. The Sithulans was like a self-contained ecosystem, with the world within it being completely different from the rest of the chaosverse. It even contained a few stars in the sky, although the stars had all been battered and broken to the point where the Sith machinery underneath could be seen. Mysterious runes continued to flow over the surface of those skeletal stars, and they continued to hum with power. Clearly, they must have been incredibly powerful in the past. There was no way for cultivators to take them away and move them elsewhere, they were simply too large in size. Autarchs might be able to do so, but they wouldn't deign to collect garbage like this. When we broke through their outer defenses, the cultivators who were present already took away all the Sith weapons they could move, Ning mused. The only places in the outer perimeter that are still filled with many Sith weapons are those forbidden regions which were sealed away. Master, we are probably heading into one of those sealed regions, right? Hegemon Azure Fiend felt a mixture of nervousness, excitement, and anticipation. Nin nodded. During the Dawn War itself, time was of the essence. Thus, the Autarchs simply did whatever was the most expedient. They sealed away the toughest and most dangerous regions in the outer perimeter, trapping their foes inside. The trapped foes would no longer pose any further threat, after all. They had sealed away many regions during the final invasion. In the end, the heartland regions of the Sithulans had proved to be so deadly that the Autarchs had sealed it away as well, after killing any and all Sith who dared to come out and fight back. There had to be many powerful experts who were still alive within the heart of the Sithulans, including a number of Sith exalts, but they were no longer able to leave it. They might be able to win a battle on their own terms and on their own turf, but the Autarchs wouldn't go inside to fight them. Thus, their only choice would be to fight outside, but without the geographical advantage, the end result would be defeat followed by imprisonment, just like the others. There are many barriers in the outer perimeters. Over the eons since the dawn many have been slowly unlocked, Ning said. The Autarchs are not opposed to watching hegemons unlock the barriers and test themselves inside. Even if the hegemons perished, their true soul fragments and energies would return to the quintessence. This wouldn't have much of an impact on the chaosverse as a whole. But of course, if for example 70% to 80% of all the hegemons in the chaosverse were to perish, this sort of large-scale death would certainly have an impact, in that the chaosverse would be poorly equipped for dealing with any foreign invaders. It simply wouldn't have enough defenders. Yes, the Autarchs had played a major role in defending it against the Sith, but the many hegemons who had bravely stood up had also played an important role. In the end, there simply weren't enough Autarchs to go around. Another month went past. By now, Ning had finally reached the region where the paragon of pills had been trapped. Ning stood there in the air, staring at a planet that was surrounded by a billowing black fog. As for Azure Fiend's avatar, it stood behind Ning to one side. This is one of the sealed regions. The Autarchs didn't attack it, and so it is in perfect shape, Ning mused softly. Even from here, I can dimly sense the threat it poses. I imagine the Autarchs were able to sense the same, which was why they sealed it off instead of attacking it. Oh, mistress, how could you be so impetuous as to challenge a place like this? Powerful Sith weapons can only be found in undamaged places that were completely sealed off, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. If you are careful enough, you might be able to avoid some of the dangers. Everyone's putting all their faith on luck. Ning shook his head. Some cultivators would succeed, true, but many would end up dying. Let's go inside. Whoosh! Ning led Azure Fiend in flying towards the planet of billowing black fog at high speeds. Hiss! The black mist was so highly corrosive that weaker eternal emperors would quickly be rotted away into a pile of noxious water. However, Ning's sword Dao domain was able to easily hold the mist at bay. The two continued to fly together through the sea of black mist. They flew for over 10 billion kilometers before finally passing through to the surface of the planet below. This was a desolate planet whose surface was filled with countless streams of freezing energy. As Ning and Azure Fiend landed on the ground, they turned to stare at the world around them. "Master, where should we go?" Azure Fiend asked. "I can feel a powerful sense of danger coming from this place, as though moving in any direction will result in annihilation. The autarchs sealed away this place because they weren't willing to spend their energies here, and also because this place can kill hegemons with ease." Ning shook his head. As he spoke, he continued to carefully scrutinize the world with his karmic senses. As soon as he descended upon this world, he was able to use his karma lines to sense and locate both Lord Annihilation and the Paragon of Pills. The karmic connection between Ning and Paragon of Pills went without saying, while Lord Annihilation's decision to beg Ning to rescue him had also established karmic ties between them. They are both in that direction. After carefully tracing his karmic ties, Ning was able to fix on their location and he turned to stare towards his left. Both of them are over there. This freezing wind howled through the entire area with such intensity that not even he was able to see to a great distance here. "Let's go," Ning said. He immediately headed off, with Azure Fiend hurriedly following from behind. Push! Far away from them, a ghostly humanoid figure suddenly manifested out of thin air within a crevice in the ground. It stared towards Ning's direction, followed by its body emanating excited ripples. "Outsiders! More outsiders! Sisters, more outsiders have arrived." It didn't speak at all, it simply used those strange ripples to communicate with its underground comrades. Soon, even more streams of energy began to surge from underground, each of them manifesting into ghostly humanoid figures within the crevice. "Two outsiders have come, sisters. Let's eat them. Quick, let's eat them all." Dozens of the humanoid creatures had appeared. They all transformed into streams of energy once more, merging into a single awesome stream of energy that flew like the wind in Ning's direction. The surface of this world was covered with so many gusts of cold wind that they weren't particularly noticeable at all. Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend continued to advance via walking on the surface of this planet. Ning was extremely careful with each move he took. He too felt a sense of grave danger as soon as he stepped foot onto this planet, and he knew that rescuing the Paragon of Pills would be no easy task. He had to be very careful with this. Ning suddenly turned to glance towards the right, his gaze following upon a distant stream of energy. This stream of energy seemed to be identical with the other howling streams of wind energy that filled this place, but Ning was vaguely able to sense that it was filled with malevolence, greed, and murder. "What's wrong, Master?" Hegemon Azure Fiend didn't feel anything yet. "Freeze!" Ning barked. His sword Dao domain suddenly expanded dramatically, instantly stretching out to encompass the area where the deadly stream of energy was. The power of his sword Dao domain was capable of unleashing a suppressive effect. The stream of energy instantly trembled, then transformed into a series of humanoid figures. These creatures weren't even able to maintain their ghostly image and thus were revealed to reveal their true appearances. These were fairly short creatures with grayish-black skin, and their features were fairly handsome, but the nails growing out of their fingers and toes were as sharp as knives. Trapped by the sword Dao domain, the grayish-black creatures all let out agonized shrieks. They struggled fiercely to break free, their claws dancing in the air as they tried to tear the powers surrounding them apart. So these are the legendary Vilfions, the most commonly seen creatures within the Citadels? Azure Fiend was rather excited. Yes. They aren't all that powerful and are the easiest creatures to deal with here, but for this many to attack at once would still be rather problematic to deal with. Ning glanced at the dozens of contorting Vilephions, then unleashed the power of his sword Dao domain with but a thought. The Vilephions let out ear-piercing screams before their bodies shattered apart and disappeared. Vilephions were quite unique. They were only able to survive within the Scythelans. Even if you managed to capture one, they would instantly dissipate once you took them outside of this area. Cultivators had noticed something special about these creatures. Generally speaking, the more of them there were in a place, the more dangerous that place was. Ning had immediately encountered dozens of them as soon as he had descended upon this sealed planet. This meant there was an abnormally high concentration of them here. I hope the situation isn't as bad as it looks. Ning felt even more nervous. The 5 autarchs had given Ning extremely detailed maps and notes pertaining to the Scythelans, and Ning couldn't help but feel increasingly worried for the paragon of pills. Let's move fast. Ning led Azure Fiend in advancing towards the other end of his karma lines at high speeds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 4, Daugard Tower. Book 41, The Daugard Tower, Chapter 4, Daugard Tower. Shortly after Ning's group walked past this region, the surface of the ground suddenly became liquid, almost watery. A pair of 4-hoofed creatures appeared from underneath the ground. Each creature had a golden horn atop its head, while their entire bodies was silver in color. Each was over 30 meters large and extremely muscular. As for their eyes, they were gray and looked as cold and desolate as death itself. Outsiders have passed through the territory we control. They are headed in that direction over there. The 2 4-hoofed creatures stared towards the distant Ning and Azure Fiend. All invaders must die. Kill them. Boom. Boom. The 2 4-hoofed creatures charged through the air at terrifying speeds, moving towards Ning and Azure Fiend. They moved far more quickly than the vast majority of hegemons, with only the most powerful hegemons who reached hegemony via the Tao of Lightning or the Tao of Light being able to match up to them in speed. They didn't try to disguise themselves at all as they galloped towards Ning's group at maximum speed. Ning and Azure Fiend both instantly were able to sense the furious power which had erupted behind them, and they hurriedly turned to look at the 2 streaks of light that had almost reached them. Those things? Ning turned pale. Silver gold horns? Not good. Die. The 2 galloping beasts charged straight towards Ning and Azure Fiend, their eyes filled with the cold remorselessness of death. Azure Fiend instantly felt a chill go down his spine. These 2 creatures were definitely capable of killing him. Ning expanded his sword Dao domain, using it to suppress and weaken the 2 silver gold horns, but the 2 were able to continue to charge forwards while growling angrily. Moments later, streaks of swordlight began to appear and assault the hooves of those 2 silver beasts. How could these 2 creatures possibly comprehend or defend against the marvelousness of Ning's sword arts? Thud. Thud. The 2 silver gold horns stumbled to the ground after their hooves came under assault, but they quickly clambered back up. This time, they chose to fly through the air. Although this resulted in them being slowed down, they were still able to fly through the suppressive effects of the sword Dao domain. Azure Fiend. Ning waved his hand, tossing out 6 long black chains. Hurry up and bind them. Use these weapons and wait for my signal. Yes, Master, Azure Fiend acknowledged. He recognized that these 6 black chains were the chains that had previously been used to bind Flame Wing. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel secretly shocked that these creatures were actually able to force his master to use these chains. In truth, Ning was capable of easily defeating these creatures if he himself attacked, but that would require him to use up some of his own energy, which meant using up his own lifespan. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Ning wanted to avoid using any of his power. Guara R. Kill. The 2 silver gold horns continued to charge towards Ning, who continued to unleash the power of his sword Dao domain against them. streaks of swordlight shot out in accordance with Ning's marvelous sword arts, allowing him to easily toy with them and force them to stumble, stagger, and even be knocked backwards. There was no way for them to approach Ning after all. The swordlight from Ning's sword Dao domain was capable of slaying even hegemons with ease. These were blows comparable to full-strength strikes from other verse lords. Even though he wasn't able to kill the silver goldhorns, he was still able to make things incredibly difficult for them. They are strengthened by the Dao Guard Tower. Although they are strong, in the end they are nothing more than golems. They have a low level of insight, making it easy for me to toy with them. Ning commanded, "Get ready for my signal to use your chains to trap them and then pull them away." "I've already bound the chains to myself," Azure Fiend said immediately. His avatar manifested a total of 6 arms, each of which held onto one of the black chains. "Now! Catch the one on the left," Ning ordered. Right at this moment, the silver goldhorn on the left was knocked down as multiple streams of swordlight converged upon it. Azure Fiend immediately hurled out his black chains, sending them flying through the air towards the beast. The silver goldhorn hurriedly moved to dodge, but 4 of the 6 chains still managed to coil around it and bind it tightly. It struggled to fight back, but was completely incapable of breaking free. Soon, it turned limp and stopped resisting. These chains have a powerful sealing and draining effect. Flamewing has an almost limitless amount of energy, and so the draining meant very little to it, but the silver goldhorns draw their power from the Dao Protector Hall. There's a limit to how much energy they can use. Ning shook his head. "Get in here." Azure Fiend immediately drew the bound silver goldhorn into one of his top-grade Eternal Estate treasures. A short while later, he retrieved the black chains. "Ha! Master, why is it that the silver goldhorn seems to be extremely weak within my estate world?" Azure Fiend was surprised. "Because it can no longer sense the Dao Guard Tower." Ning instructed, "Hurry up and catch the other one." A short while later, the tag team of Ning and Azure Fiend captured the second silver goldhorn and drew it into the estate world as well. "What's a Dao Guard Tower?" Azure Fiend asked. "Why have I never heard of it before?" The Dao Guard Tower, Ning had a rather ugly look on his face. "It is literally the most dangerous type of location the Cithalans has." As soon as Ning saw the silver goldhorn, his heart had turned cold. He knew that the situation was even worse than he had thought. Golems like the silver goldhorns were extremely powerful, and they were only possessed by Dao Guard towers. Now that he knew that this world was where a Dao Guard tower was located, he knew just how difficult this journey would be. The Dao Guard tower, as the name implied, it was meant to guard a certain area. Even beings as powerful as the Sith needed to train and cultivate, and so the most powerful Sith would generally pay absolutely enormous prices to construct extremely safe, secure, and stable places where they would live and train. These places were known as Dao Guard towers. The powerful Sith would use everything available to them to reinforce the Dao Guard tower, using it to fight back against foes. Even the most powerful of foes would generally find it very hard to breach the defenses of a Dao Guard tower, but they did have a weakness: they were completely immobile. In the Sith Chaosverse, Dao Guard towers were able to draw upon the natural energies of that Chaosverse. In Ning's Chaosverse, the Sith were unable to do the same, and so they had to first pay an absolutely enormous price to set up this place, the Cithalans. This was a place which held an enormous energy generator within it. For the Sith, the Cithalans actually served as a miniature Chaosverse in many ways. They were able to make use of the energy generator and then build Dao Guard towers throughout the area. Once they were built, they could no longer be moved. This was their main weakness. However, they were tremendously powerful and were perfect for protecting important locations. Every single Dao Guard tower was extremely difficult to deal with the best Dao Guard towers capable of claiming the lives of even the autarchs. This was why the autarchs hadn't fought their way inside. Every single Dao Guard tower represented extreme danger. But of course, they also had a correspondingly great amount of treasure inside of them. It could be said that Dalgard towers were literally built out of a giant mound of treasures. Silver goldhorns generally are used to patrol the area outside a Dalgard tower and locate enemy intruders, Ning said. As soon as we ran into those silver goldhorns, the master of this Dalgard tower was probably alerted to our presence as well. Alerted? Azure Fiend was worried. Yes. In other words, we are now in a great deal of danger. Ning smiled. I might not be able to protect you, in which case your avatar will be finished. Don't worry about me, Master. I would at most lose the materials needed for an avatar, Azure Fiend said. Let's continue. Ning didn't waste any more time on words as he led Azure Fiend towards the other end of the karmic lice, tying him to Lord Annihilation and the Paragon of Pills. Deep within the heart of this planet, there was indeed a tower that was protected by many layers of traps and barriers. This tower had a total of 8 levels to it. A short creature that was merely 1 meter tall was seated on an altar inside the tower. He was a true Sith, but he merely had the power of an ordinary eternal emperor. The short creature opened his eyes, staring at the images which had begun to appear in front of him. The images displayed 2 silver goldhorns battling against Ning and Azure Fiend. In the end, the 2 silver goldhorns were captured and taken away. Cultivators? The short creature frowned when he saw this. How odd. Both of these cultivators are odd. One is a hegemon, but the white-robed cultivator with that black sheath, he looks to be a Dao Lord. In addition, his true soul is actually crumbling away, which makes him a Dao Lord who has failed the Dao merge. What's going on? From the looks of it, the hegemon is actually subservient to him. And what's with that odd domain? It was able to defeat those silver goldhorns with ease. The short creature had the feeling that something was off. Ugh. Ever since the barriers were breached, Master slipped away and ordered me to stand guard over the Dalgard tower. The short creature gritted his teeth, rather unhappy. He had originally been a mere retainer of this Dalgard tower's owner. Once the barrier had been opened, it was guaranteed that this tower would eventually be conquered by the cultivators, and so the master of this tower had fled, leaving him behind to stand guard. Given how easily they dealt with the silver goldhorns, I have to be careful with them. Yes, I'll put them in the secondary dimension, but... The short creature immediately began to activate the power of the Dalgard tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41 Chapter 5, Hope of Release. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 5, Hope of Release. The short creature was unable to disguise the excitement in its eyes. Each time he took control of the Dalgard tower and used it to deal with powerful figures, he felt extremely happy. This was because if he truly engaged in a fair fight against those powerful cultivators, he would probably be annihilated with ease. But with the Dalgard tower at his disposal, he was able to toy with them instead. By now, this was the only bright spot in his life, the reason for him to keep living. The Sith had been defeated, after all, and his master's orders meant he had to stay here forever. His life was one of solitude and despair. If he didn't have the occasional bit of entertainment, how could he have possibly been able to stay alive? His Dao heart probably would have crumbled long ago, resulting in suicide. Those 2 are the most powerful cultivators I've ever encountered. I have to be careful. They won't be beaten as easily as other cultivators. The short creature took control over the Dalgard tower's powers, watching the scenes of Ning and Azure Fiend advancing at high speed. After dealing with the silver goldhorns, Ning and Azure Fiend continued to advance at nearly maximum speed. What's that? Ning soon saw some scattered weapons and armor. Master, is this connected to the Paragon of Pills team? Azure Fiend asked. This belonged to their slain comrade. Ning scanned the area, his gaze causing time to flow backwards. Soon, Ning was able to see the scene of the paragon of pills, Lord Annihilation, a short, fat old man, and a silvery-haired woman fight against a total of 4 silver goldhorns. The 4 silver goldhorns were overwhelmingly powerful. Although the paragon of pills and the others had many tricks up their sleeves, their techniques were blown away in the very first exchange. The short and fat old man was the closest to the 4 and the first to die, while the other 3 scattered and fled. The 4 silver goldhorns were about to pursue, but all of a sudden they gave up the pursuit and left. Ning narrowed his eyes. As I thought. This Dalgard Tower has someone controlling it, but the Dawn War had ended long ago, and the barrier sealing the Dalgard Tower had also been breached quite some time ago. Logically speaking, the powerful Sith who owned this Dalgard Tower had probably slipped away long ago, and so Ning had harbored the faint hope that this Dalgard Tower was now unmanned. However, he knew that even if the Sith who owned this tower had fled, he might have arranged for a servant or a golem to control it in his stead. Ning knew the chances of this Dalgard Tower being unmanned were slim, and now, his hopes were crushed entirely. I hope the controller of this Dalgard Tower is a wise man. Ning shook his head slightly, then waved his hand and collected the armor and weapons lying on the ground. Master, where should we go next? Azure Fiend asked. That's odd. Ning suddenly frowned. The Mistress and Annihilation clearly fled in 2 different directions. Why, then, are my karmic senses indicating that they are in the same region right now? Follow me. Ning trusted his karmic senses, and so led Azure Fiend in a high-speed advance towards the Paragon's location. A short while later, Ning came to a sudden halt because a series of ripples had appeared in the air before him. The world around him was beginning to twist and contort as well. Master of the Dalgard Tower, Ning said with a frown, his voice echoing within the world around him, I am simply adventuring in this place and do not intend to enter the Dalgard Tower itself. There is no need for us to fight against each other at that. A low, hoarse laugh rang out and echoed within the air around Ning. What a formidable Dao Lord! I am truly rather mystified by you. But this is my territory. Now that you have dared to trespass here, your fate is under my control. But let's not be impatient. We have plenty of time. Let's take it slow and have some fun together. Is this about those 2 silver goldhorns? I can give them back to you, Ning said. Ha! Once I capture you, they'll become mine again regardless. All the treasures you carry shall be mine. Even you yourself, you diverting Dao Lord, shall become mine. The voice was filled with a hint of wicked glee. Ning's face hardened slightly. He barked coldly, so you are a madman. It seems you've been alone for so long you've gone insane, but Dalgard Towers were used by powerful Sith to protect their lairs. Generally speaking, so long as you didn't try to attack the towers, they similarly wouldn't expend too much effort in attacking you. This was why Ning had tried to be fairly low-key and hadn't caused too many problems. He had come here to rescue his friends, not to defeat the Dalgard Tower. He had thought that if he didn't cause a fuss and didn't infringe upon the Dalgard Tower itself and threaten its controller, the controller wouldn't start a life-and-death fight against him. Clearly, he was wrong. The controller of this Dalgard Tower was a madman. The madman by himself wasn't that frightening, but the Dalgard Tower was. No one who has come here has ever been able to escape and survive. You won't escape either. As the voice fell silent, the surrounding dimensional ripples quickly began to reach out towards Ning. Master? Azure Fiend was a bit worried. I'm done playing nice. Ning's face hardened and a sharp look flashed through his eyes. Sword Dao Domain. Rumble, countless blades of swordlight appeared throughout this entire planet. Clearly, Ning had just expanded his Sword Dao Domain to an incredible size, using it to cover the entire planet. Suppress. Ning held nothing back at all. In the past, he had kept his Sword Dao Domain reined in to cover a fairly small area because he didn't wish to cause too much of a problem with the master of the Dalgard Tower, but since they were already at loggerheads, he wasn't going to show any mercy at all. Rumble, the terrifying sword Dao domain instantly crashed down, bringing a terrifying amount of power against everything within this planet. Damn it! The short creature within the Dao Guard Tower instantly turned pale, and his eyes became filled with both terror and excitement. His body began to quiver. This is the domain of an eternal Omega Sword Dao. Aha, it's actually an eternal Omega Sword Dao. All my defenses have to hold. A series of membrane-like barriers appeared across the surface of this entire planet, each of which covered part of the planet in an interlocking way. Thus, when the membranes rose together, they were able to block off all of the sword light. The Dao Guard Tower's energies are being depleted at an incredible rate. The short creature was rather nervous. Defending against this much sword light was consuming power from the Dao Guard Tower at a shocking rate, but Ning's sword Dao domain drew energy from the power of the Dao itself. In other words, it drew from the power of the Chaosverse. Its energies were limitless. In a different part of this planet, where space and time were both distorted, the paragon of pills, dressed in black gauze, was seated in the lotus position within a field of light. Ever since she had been trapped here, she assumed the lotus position and didn't move around. I still haven't been able to see through the secrets hidden behind this place. The more I move about, the closer I will be to death. The paragon of pills weighed the area around her with her gaze. She had traversed many places in the Scythians and had quite a bit of experience in this regard. She was also extremely patient and had reached extremely high levels in the Tao of Karma, the Tao of Formations, and the Tao of Spacetime. Thus, in most places she was usually able to discover the mysteries behind the various traps and then escape. The reason why she had reached such high levels of skill in these Taos was because she knew she would have to rely on them and herself to revive her departed brothers. She had invested enormous amounts of effort into studying spacetime and karma, and they had become her secret weapons in ensuring that she was able to survive her trips into the Scythians. Otherwise, she would have died long ago in one of her crazy expeditions here. Boom! Suddenly, the entire field of light around her shook violently. The paragon of pills lifted her head to stare into the skies. She could sense that outside the field of blurry light, there were two enormous surges of power that were clashing against each other. Both powers were so vast as to cause her to feel shocked. Could it be Dark North? The paragon of pills had a rather complicated look on her face. Her avatar was alongside Lord Annihilation's avatar, and so she knew that Lord Annihilation had gone against her will and asked Ning to come save them. Either we stop now, or we continue until you are gone. Ning's voice was cold, and it rang out throughout the entire world. The walls of rippling spacetime around him blocked out his senses, but he knew that the Dao Guard Tower had to be using up an enormous amount of power. Stop now? Ah ha ha ha. Go ahead and try to attack the Dao Guard Tower. Just try to kill me. Ha! If you can't, you'll be the one to die. Did you really think you are able to contend against me, puny cultivator? Besides, if I can take out someone who is in control of the eternal Omega Sword Dao, my death would have been worth it. The short creature had never felt this berserk before, because everyone in his own Chaosverse who was in control of an eternal Omega Dao would have an extremely high status that was far superior to that of the autarchs. This was because emperors who mastered an eternal Omega Dao were on par with ordinary autarchs in might, but the autarchs had reached the end of the road. There was no way for them to become any more powerful. Omega emperors, however, still had a chance to take one more step and become Omega autarchs. This local Chaosverse was a weak one, and its cultivators were barbaric, which meant that for them, a cultivator who mastered an eternal Omega Dao would only be even more important. If you were a true emperor, I would probably stand no chance at all. However, your true soul is crumbling, which means I have a chance to kill you. The short creature had gone completely berserk, because he knew that if managed to kill an eternal Omega Sword Dao wielder, he would have rendered incredible merits to his side. Even if he died, his true soul would return to his homeland, at which point he would almost certainly be revived and brought back to life for his efforts. He had thought that his only choice was to await death, that there was no longer any hope in his life, that toying with impudent trespassing cultivators was the only thing left. But now? Now he saw hope of release. Die. Dimensional separator. The short creature no longer chose to be as cautious as he was at the start. His eyes filled with madness, he immediately used a vicious technique that had a serious backlash effect. Whoosh. Ning suddenly felt as though this entire planet had suddenly been split apart like a watermelon. It was separated into two parts, which was then separated into hundreds of different parts. The area he was in was just one shard of the watermelon, a shard that was in a completely different dimensional continuum that had been completely locked away, trapping himself and Azure Fiend within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 6, They Meet. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 6, They Meet. Since I've chosen to fight, I'm going to use everything I have and give him no chance at all. The short creature's eyes were filled with madness. He knew just how terrifying someone who controlled an eternal Omega Dao could be. Even his master, the original owner of this Dalgard Tower, was far from being a match for Ning. In their own chaosverse, this short creature would probably never even be given the chance to meet such an august personage. And precisely because he knew just how fearsome Ning could be, he immediately attacked with all his power. In the end, he's someone who has failed his Dao merge. Sands of time, arise. The short creature held nothing back at all, immediately using yet another one of the Dalgard Tower's killer techniques. Spots of sparkling, sand-like grains of light instantly flew out of the Dalgard Tower, falling under the spacetime dominion of the tower, which synchronized it with and sent it into the sealed dimension which Ning and Azure Fiend were trapped in. Now for the killing blow. Charged to the maximum power. The short creature gritted his teeth, and the very tip of the Dalgard Tower suddenly began to light up as a large amount of energy began to gather together there. By now, this entire planet had been separated into hundreds of sealed dimensional pockets, with Ning and Azure Fiend being trapped in one of them. Azure Fiend was starting to panic a bit, because he could sense an enormous amount of danger, as though he could die at any moment. Azure Fiend, go into my estate world for now. Ning waved his hand, pulling Azure Fiend into his estate. He then scanned his surroundings. What a vicious technique! He's actually willing to destroy his own territory for the sake of killing me. What the hell? Why does he hate me so much? This is the first time we've ever met. Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled at how viciously his opponent was behaving. His opponent's very first act was to destroy the very world which the Dalgard Tower had been created to protect. The world itself had also served as an additional defensive layer for the Dalgard Tower. Now the world was gone, the only thing left was the tower itself. This was clearly a technique which was dangerous to both the user and the target. Generally speaking, most people wouldn't use such a powerful, double-edged technique until things truly grew desperate. Still, the technique was indeed powerful. Not even Ning's sword Dao domain was capable of breaking through a completely sealed dimension like this. Clink. Ning drew a northbow sword from the sheath on his back. Whoosh. Just as Ning was about to use his sword to chop apart this cage of sealed spacetime, the entire region suddenly rippled with rainbow light that twisted time wherever the light appeared. In some places, time sped up 1,000,000 times over, in other places, it froze completely. Ning's face hardened. The Sands of Time? The Sands of Time was yet another type of treasure the Sith had access to, and it was described in great detail in the records which the autarchs had given Ning. This type of treasure was extremely dangerous when used against most cultivators, but against Ning it was absolutely lethal. When activated, it was possible that time would be frozen for the upper half of your body, while time would be accelerated a trillionfold for the lower half of your body. This sort of temporal twisting would cause ordinary emperors and hegemons incredible discomfort during battle, lessening their combat prowess, but Ning wasn't an emperor, he was a Dao Lord whose true soul was breaking apart. His true soul could very well collapse and die from this. He first destroyed his own territory, then used the sands of time, just to kill me? Ning had no time to think. He immediately sent a serious, horizontal chop towards the space in front of him. This blow from his sword seemed to have enough power to completely sever apart everything in heaven and earth. The passage of the sword light was followed by a tiny thread of water, but a heartbeat later the thread of water transformed into a raging river, and then into a titanic wave. Endless waves of sword light crashed through the skies with absolutely terrifying power, completely overwhelming the onslaught of the sands of time and sweeping through all of the rainbow light. The terrifying sword intent had completely submerged and annihilated the sands of time. This was Ning's water sword Dao. After destroying the sands of time, the wave of sword light was dramatically weakened as well, but it still continued to sweep forwards and crash against the dimensional membrane of this sealed space. Boom! The entire region shuddered violently, as a large amount of cracks began to appear at the margins of this space, both in the skies and deep underground. The cracks spread out like ripples, while Ning stood at the center of the region and watched carefully. I thought that strike would have been enough to annihilate both the sands of time and this pocket dimension I'm in. It seems I didn't put enough power into that strike. This dimensional pocket is more stable than I thought, Ning mused. He was extremely miserly with his energies right now, and would hold back power whenever necessary without overusing even the slightest amount. Go! Ning stabbed out with his northbow sword once more. This time, he himself transformed into a streak of sword light that shot outwards. The tip of the sword light was Ning's northbow sword, and it easily pierced through the crumbling dimensional seal and appeared outside. In the instant that he broke through the dimensional membrane, Ning was able to see the hundreds of dimensional shards that hung in the air like lonely little islands. At the very center, there was a clearly visible 8-story tower that was sitting on a foundation of earth that was millions of kilometers in size. The ground was covered with countless runes and ley lines, allowing it to serve as the foundation of this tower. It must be remembered that Daoguard towers were immobile and had to be anchored somewhere. Through the foundation it was anchored to, it was able to maintain contact with and draw power from the energy generator fueling the entire Cithalans. Is that? Ning instantly saw the dazzling light building at the very tip of the Daoguard tower. Die! Die! Spittle was flying out of the mouth of the short creature within the Daoguard tower, and his eyes were completely deranged. The dimensional separator and the sands of time were two of his killer weapons, capable of slaying even ordinary Otherverse lords with ease. The sands of time in particular should have been a perfect counter for a Dao lord whose true soul was crumbling, but it had still ended up failing. He had never fought someone like this before, after all, but everything was as he had expected. Dai Thai! The short creature howled hoarsely. Boom! The light on the top of the Daoguard tower suddenly shot out, moving in absolutely terrifying speed. Ning was roughly 1 billion kilometers away from the Daoguard tower. Given the short distance and the incredible speed of the attack, not even Otherverse lords would be able to dodge in time. Swish! Ning suddenly transformed into a streak of electric light that moved with equally terrifying speed. He was able to dodge the attack with ease and then charged straight towards the tower. As for the attack, it shot past the location NNG had been in and then continued on to pass through the distant black fog behind him. He dodged it? The short creature was both angry and anxious. He's too fast. He's too strong and he's too fast. He wanted to kill Ning and then be rewarded for it. This was his only chance of salvation. Alas, the only tool he had available to him was the Daoguard tower. He's too fast and his sword arts are too furious. There's no way I can kill him at long range, the short creature mused. I'll wait for him to come inside. Once he actually enters the Daoguard tower, I'll unleash all of the Daoguard tower's powers at the same time. He's a Dao lord who has failed the Dao merge. He has to die from that. The farther away two fighters were, the more difficult it would be for one to kill the other. Daoguard towers were built with layers of defenses. They had roving patrols to keep invaders at a distance, ranged attacks to deal with those who made it past the patrols, and also self-destruct options meant to take out invaders who made it into close range. As for Ning, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. The records indicate that the closer you get to a Daugard tower, the more dangerous it is, with the insides of the tower being the most dangerous of all. I've been quite far away from it, but it was still able to force me to use power thrice. The first time was when he used his sword to break through the sands of time. The remaining power hadn't been enough to break through the sealed dimension. He used a fair amount of power in this strike. The second time had been when he pierced through the sealed dimension and fled, while the third time had been when he used an evasion art to dodge that strike. He had used up very little power here, with the evasion art using up the least. If I really wanted to break into the Daugard tower, I'd probably have to use several times as much energy. In fact, I could well die there, Ning muttered to himself. He once more turned to follow his karmic senses, quickly using his karmic lines to locate the paragon of pills. He immediately turned towards one of the hundreds of sealed dimensions. Now that the entire world had been shattered, he was able to find her with ease. The mistress is located in that region over there. Ning was certain of it. As for Lord Annihilation, he was located in another dimensional pocket that was quite close to hers. Swish! Ning was able to move at incredible speeds when transformed into a streak of electric swordlight. In fact, he was a bit faster than when he had first mastered the Eternal Omega Sword Dao. He instantly appeared in front of the sealed dimensional continuum where the paragon of pills was located, then delivered a blow with his northbow sword. Whoosh! The swordlight carved a giant gaping hole within the sealed pocket that was thousands of meters long. Ning had no choice but to do this. These sealed dimensions were so strong and stable that he wasn't going to be able to breach them unless he used his sword. Through the gaping hole, he was able to clearly see what was inside that dimension. He saw a cold, austere-looking woman dressed in black gauze who was seated in the lotus position. No matter how calm and collected the woman normally was, she was unable to prevent a look of shock from appearing on her face as she turned to stare at the white-robed youth standing behind the gaping hole in the dimensional wall. Dark North? She recognized this youth right away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 7, Playtime is over. Book 41, The Daugard Tower, Chapter 7, Playtime is over. This was the only disciple her big brother had ever taken. In her heart, Ning was arguably more important than even her own disciples. She had always felt that Dark North was someone she had to protect, but somehow, without her even realizing it, the kid had grown up. She had received word that the kid had grown to become an absolutely incredible figure, slaying the lonely king with just a blow of his sword. How unbelievable was this? She was absolutely delighted to know that her big brother had taken in a truly remarkable disciple. And today, the young fellow had appeared before her once more, rescuing her from her plight. Mistress, let's hurry up and get out of here. Ning sent mentally. At the same time, he sent out his sword Dao domain to plug the gap, preventing it from healing. The sword Dao domain was unable to tear through the dimensional seal, but it was able to dramatically slow down the healing process. All right. The paragon of pills rose to her feet, a smile on her face as she transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the dimensional tear. As she did so, she cast a radiant and joyful smile towards Ning. For some reason, she felt even happier than she would have if it was her own disciple who had reached such a level of power. I was vaguely able to sense that we would meet again, but I never would have imagined that the circumstances would be you rescuing me. The paragon laughed. I rather thought that it would be the other way around. Ning could sense how happy the paragon of pills was. He was quite happy as well. There weren't that many people who truly treated him as family, but the paragon of pills was definitely one of them. In fact, Ning could sense from the paragon of pills a sort of motherly love that reminded him of the love which his true mother Yuchi Snow bore him. Mistress, you seem quite calm and relaxed. I've been worried sick over you. Thankfully, you are all right. Ning let out a sigh of relief. There's always danger when adventuring through Sith ruins. I've been in situations like this on multiple occasions, the Paragon said. But this place is different. There is a Dalgard tower here. Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. There was no way the Paragon of Pills or any of the others would have been able to flee on their own. A double-edged technique like the dimensional separator, which had completely shattered the planet apart and divided it up into many different pocket dimensions, were powerful enough to slay even other verse lords, and that was just one of many techniques the Dalgard Tower had access to. Dalgard Tower? What's a Dalgard Tower? The Paragon of Pills was rather puzzled, but she hurriedly said, "Let's not waste any time, Dark North. This place is extremely dangerous. Let's leave right away. If you can save my two companions, you should do so. If you cannot, don't try to force it. I'll rescue them, but they need to wait a bit." Ning smiled mysteriously. Within the Dalgard Tower, the short creature stared at the images of the outside world, puzzled. The white-robed Dowlord had easily dodged his attack, then immediately moved to another sealed dimension and used his sword to slice through the dimensional membrane. He had rescued the woman who had been trapped inside that dimensional pocket, and the two clearly seemed quite happy to meet each other. He came here to save his friends? The short creature was puzzled. Let's go. Ning let out a happy laugh, then led the Paragon of Pills in transforming into streaks of light that flew off towards the horizon. What? They are leaving? The short creature was stunned. His original plan had been to wait until Ning attacked the Dalgard Tower, then continue his own assaults. His hope was that Ning would actually enter the tower. But now, Ning did the exact opposite. After locating the Paragon of Pills, he had immediately moved to depart. Ning had gained a thorough understanding of the Dalgard Tower from the autarchs. He obviously wasn't going to be foolish enough to charge into the Dalgard Tower when he already knew how deadly it was. As a result, the short creature's perfect plan came to nothing. Did you really think you could just leave whenever you wanted? The short creature was completely berserk. This represented his only chance of escape and release. Even though his chances were slim, he was still going to use all his power to fight for it, but triple-dimensional hallway chains. The creature ranted in a crazed manner, "All silver gold horns, move out and trap them. Dalgard Tower, release the seals and unleash those monsters." Upon seeing that Ning was about to leave, the short creature finally unleashed all the tools at his disposal. There were some traps he was unable to use as Ning hadn't moved closer towards him, but he had fully unleashed everything else. As Ning led the Paragon of Pills in departing, he sent mentally to her, "That 8-storied tower is known as a Dalgard Tower, a truly terrifying Sidgard Tower. I'm unwilling to actually enter it, but it seems as though the tower's master is hellbent on killing me. Now that I'm leaving, he'll probably grow a bit anxious. Let's see what he tries to pull a dot." Just as his words finished, Ning's eyes widened. What the? The distant Dalgard Tower began to rumble menacingly as the entire thing began to tremble and crack apart like a turtle shell. Even the enormous foundation beneath it was beginning to split apart. The overwhelming power of the Dalgard Tower spread throughout every pocket dimension surrounding it. The pocket dimensions that had previously hovered around it like little islands suddenly began to shoot out in every direction, forming a series of dimensional membrane walkways. The only things Ning could see in front of him were those dimensional walkways. He could no longer see the outside world at all. Ning turned to glance backwards at the Dalgard Tower, which was now filled with innumerable cracks. He's wrecking the Dalgard Tower? Ning could hardly believe it. Even the foundation is splitting apart. The foundation was the most important part of the Dalgard Tower, but even it was beginning to break apart. Ning could tell how terrifyingly determined the Dalgard Tower's controller was. A series of thunderous roars rang out, followed by silver gold horns charging out of the various dimensional islands. They were completely unimpeded by the pocket dimensions, coming in 3s and 5s as they charged towards Ning. All in all, there was a total of 65 of the creatures. Not just that. 2 creatures that looked like stone pythons suddenly came flying out of the crumbling Dalgard Tower. When the 2 stone pythons first flew out, they were quite small, but they quickly expanded in size to many tens of thousands of kilometers long. They were completely formed from stone, and their eyes were a dull gray color. They radiated an aura of life, but their eyes were completely dead. They are clearly alive, but they don't seem to be sentient at all? Ning was rather shocked. Dark North, can you handle it? Do you need me to help? The Paragon of Pills couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw the 65 silver goldhorns swarming towards them. Her original team had been instantly defeated by 4 silver goldhorns, and so she knew that every single one of them was capable of battling an Otherverse Lord. It was said that the most dangerous Sith bases were the ones which held Dalgard Towers, and the number of silver goldhorns this place held was proof of it. This was why the cultivators had been unwilling to actually attack these places during the Dawn War. They had lured the Sith into the outside world, ensuring that the strongest Sith bases were taken out of the equation. Only then did they manage to win and decimate the Sith forces. Only after doing so did they attack the Sithilans, but even then they had only been able to successfully breach the outer perimeter. As for the Dalgard Towers in the outer perimeter, they had merely sealed them away rather than actually assault them. Don't worry. Ning let out a chuckle as he released his sword Dao Domain, causing countless streaks of swordlight to fill the entire area and begin to assault the silver goldhorns. The silver goldhorns began to stumble, stagger, or even be knocked backwards. There was no way for them to close in on Ning at all. As for the 2 stone serpents, they were slowed down by the sword Dao Domain, but they still managed to move closer towards him. Clack! 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 The foundation of the Dalgard Tower splintered apart. Ning cast the shattered foundation a glance. The Dalgard Tower had always given him a sense of danger. Now that the foundation had shattered, he felt that the danger level was actually rising. A massive creature was slowly beginning to arise from within the vast, shattered foundation. Her body was unmistakably massive, nearly 100,000 kilometers in size. This creature had the lower body of a centipede but the upper body of a humanoid female. The Nagapede's face was beautiful and her eyes were shut, and as the foundation and its barriers crumbled around her, the power within her body began to skyrocket. She slowly opened her eyes. At first, there was a lost look in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced with endless malevolence. She opened her mouth, unleashing an earth-shaking roar of terrifying power that spread out in every direction. The short creature within the cracked Dalgard Tower stared at the distant Ning, his eyes filled with madness. Now that I've destroyed the Dalgard Tower and released the monster beneath it, I'll die, but you will die as well. This entire region has been locked by 3 levels of dimensional walkway chains. You won't be able to escape. You'll have to fight, and if you do, you fail Dao Lord, you won't be able to withstand her power. You'll die in battle, and the glory shall go to me. Ah ha ha. Boom. As the short creature laughed wildly, his body suddenly disintegrated as the shockwave from the Nagapede's earth-shaking roar washed past it, destroying even some of the weapons he was carrying before continuing to blast outwards. Even Ning turned slightly pale when he saw this. As for the Paragon of Pills, she was completely terrified by this display of power. Such power, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky as to encounter something like this in my very first Dalgard Tower. Ning had a solemn look on his face. He had learned many secrets from the autarchs, and so he knew exactly what this creature which had been imprisoned beneath the Dalgard Tower was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 8, The Nagapede. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 8, The Nagapede. The shockwave from the roar blasted outwards from the vast creature, causing space itself to tremble and shudder. This roar alone was capable of heavily injuring hegemons, but it was still a bit weaker than Ji Ning's sword Dao Domain. Long before it even got close to Ning, it was blocked off by those endless streams of swordlight. "What is this freak?" the Paragon of Pills asked. "Many dangerous areas in the Sitherlands have been sealed off, and some of those areas are places with Dalgard towers," Ning said. "Dalgard towers vary in power. There's obviously no way that a Hegemon's Dalgard tower would be as strong as an Exalt's Dalgard tower. This Dalgard tower we ran into wasn't all that strong. The owner definitely wasn't a Sith Exalt. However, all Dalgard towers contain a multitude of attacks, ranging from long-distance strikes, traps to capture foes, close-range attacks, and a final kamikaze attack." "A kamikaze attack?" The Paragon of Pills was surprised. "For example, this Dalgard tower was used to suppress a creature known as a Nagapede," Ning said with a laugh. "Even back during the Dawn War, our side only encountered a total of 19 such creatures. I didn't expect to run into one of them today. It was quite rare for a Dalgard tower to be hiding such a powerful creature beneath it, which was why Ning had mocked himself as being lucky. The autarchs and the cultivator civilizations all lived in a single enormous celestial entity known as their Chaosverse, while the Sith hailed from a different Chaosverse. Chaosverses were the largest celestial bodies in the infinite void, but the void did hold some other creatures within it as well. On the whole, these creatures were generally less intelligent than beings who lived within the Chaosverses, as only the vitality of a Chaosverse could give rise to truly perfect beings and the incredible figures who would become the Lords of Chaos. The creatures who lived within the infinite void were somewhat inferior, but many of them were born with incredible strength. However, their low level of intelligence made it easy for them to be manipulated and made use of. The autarchs had once slain two strange creatures who were comparable to autarchs in power. Both of them came from the infinite void. When the Sith invaded Ning's Chaosverse, they not only lost the benefit of having the Tao empower their strikes, they were also suppressed by the foreign Chaosverse itself. This was why the local cultivators were able to make their invasion so difficult. But in the infinite void? There, they weren't strengthened by the Tao but also weren't suppressed. As a result, they were much more powerful and able to capture many of the strange beings which lived in the void. This creature is fairly powerful. It is probably on par with Sith Exalts, Ning said. On par with Sith Exalts? What are we supposed to do, then? A look of worry appeared on the Paragon's face. Leave it to me, Ning said. The titanic creature's lower centipede body slithered forward slightly, its giant head focused straight towards the area Ning was in. The silver goldhorns, Ning, and the Paragon of Pills were all there. Kill! 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 The Nagapede growled. Can you tell me your name? Ning said, his voice transmitting directly into the ears of the creature. The Nagapede stared back at Ning with a savage, maddened look in her eyes. Suddenly, she let out a fierce howl and shot forwards, her centipede-like body scuttling forwards like a crawling streak of light that shot straight towards Ning. Yet another one which has been driven mad. Many of these creatures caught by the Sith end up being driven mad by them. Ning shook his head. These powerful creatures weren't very intelligent, but they were at least comparable to ordinary mortal adults. This one, however, was more like a madman. Whoosh! She scuttled forwards at incredible speeds. Ning and the Paragon of Pills were far away, with countless streams of swordlight barring the Nagapede's path towards them. Thus, she turned her attention towards the silver goldhorns. Kill! 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 She flew next to the nearest silver goldhorn, then reached out towards it. Her giant alabaster fingers took a firm grip over the silver goldhorn, which howled and struggled fiercely. Alas, it was like a toy that had been firmly gripped by a pair of alabaster pincers. The Nagapede clenched her fingers, causing cracks to appear throughout the surface of the silver goldhorn's body. Clack! 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 Boom! The silver goldhorn was crushed to death. Ning raised an eyebrow when he saw this. She's strong. The Sith had brought only the most terrifyingly powerful creatures they had found and enslaved in the infinite void outside the Chaos Verse. Every single one of these creatures possessed absolutely apocalyptic levels of power. Judging from the clench, this Nagapede was clearly much stronger than even the Flameling God. She might be able to rival even the Sith Exalts. Kill! Kill! She continued to growl this single word as she reached out once more, her fingers moving like a blur to latch onto yet another silver goldhorn. Her long, slender white fingers once more clenched tightly, shattering that second silver goldhorn. She was going to kill and destroy everything she saw. By now, she no longer had any clarity of mind, she had gone completely mad. In fact, she had been driven mad and transformed into a creature that only lived for murder even before she had been sealed away by the Daugard Tower. Poor woman. Ning watched silently from afar as he continued to use his swordlight to keep the silver goldhorns at bay. Time flowed on. Some of the silver goldhorns began to flee, but the sword Dao Domain gave them nowhere to run. Ning drove each and every one of them towards the Nagapede, which crushed all of them. There was no point in him subduing and collecting them, after all, as to this very day the cultivators were still unable to find a method for controlling the silver goldhorns. Crunch! 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 One of the stone pythons was captured by the Nagapede, which latched onto it with both hands and tugged at it fiercely to no avail. The Nagapede then lowered her head to bite the stone python. Crunch! This time, the stone python was broken into two halves. After roughly the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, all of the silver goldhorns and both of the stone pythons had been slain by the titanic Nagapede. As for Ning, thus far he had merely maintained his sword Dao Domain without actually exchanging blows against the creature. Kill! The Nagapede focused her full attention upon the distant Ning and the paragon of pills. They were the only living creatures left in the region. Mistress, please enter my estate world for a short while, Ning said. The paragon knew that she couldn't afford to be a distraction to Ning. She immediately said, "Be careful." This was definitely the most terrifying creature she had ever seen. She had thought that the silver goldhorns were tough, but this giant Nagapede had crushed them like bugs. Don't worry. Ning waved his hand, collecting the paragon into his estate world. Kill! 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 The titanic Nagapede howled, charging towards Ning. There was simply no way for the sword Dao Domain to hold her back. Clang! Ning drew a northbow sword, then murmured softly to himself, "I hope I'm lucky enough to be able to get rid of her within 3 strikes. The giant Nagapede scuttled forwards towards Ning, emanating an aura of earth-shaking power that was far more baleful than even the Blaze Sun rulers. In the infinite void outside the Chaos Verses, she had annihilated an entire celestial body in just this manner. She definitely stood at the very apex of power amongst the creatures that resided in the infinite void, but upon being captured she had been converted into an insane beast that lived for slaughter. Unfortunately for Ning, being in this Chaos Verse hadn't lessened her power at all. This was because her power came from her own body, rather than the power of the Tao. As a result, there was virtually no difference in power between when she was in the infinite void and when she was in a Chaos Verse. Swoosh! A streak of dazzling golden swordlight appeared, swiping forwards in a completely unblockable manner. It pierced straight into the titanic Nagapede's body, which was unable to impede it despite being extremely tough. Slash! 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 Swordlight appeared a total of 6 times inside of her body. Finally, she trembled and her eyes turned dim. Her gigantic body quickly began to shrink as it came to a halt in midair. A streak of light flew out from the injury to her chest. It was Ning, northbow sword in hand. I had to attack a total of 6 times before I was able to land a fatal blow. Clink! Ning resheathed the northbow sword back into the scabbard. Every part of this creature is an absolute treasure and has many uses. Ning waved his hand, pulling the giant body of the Nagapede into his estate world. Next, he released Azure Fiend and the Paragon of Pills. Dark North, just now I believe I saw the Nagapede's corpse appear within your estate world. The Paragon of Pills had a look of surprise and delight on her face when she appeared. She immediately inspected Ning carefully. You disposed of it quite quickly. It seems you truly have reached an unfathomable level of power. Long ago, the autarchs informed me of the weak spots these creatures possess. That made it much easier for me to deal with this one, Ning said. Only a fool would have engaged the creature in a proper battle. These creatures all had weak spots inside their bodies, but their outer shells were so tough that only Ning and the autarchs were able to dispose of them with ease. The short creature who had been in control of the Dalgard Tower had hoped that the powerful creature would be able to exhaust Ning and cause his death in such a manner. In truth, he couldn't be blamed for this belief. Amongst the Sith, he was a low-status servant who had never before encountered a Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge yet was in control of an eternal Omega Dao. He was operating on guesswork when he believed that the Nagapede would be able to exhaust Ning, and indeed if Ning knew nothing at all about the Nagapede then she really would have proven to be rather troublesome. The Nagapede had been the short creature's only hope of dealing with Dark North, but it had fallen far short. Dark North, is it time to rescue Annihilation? The Paragon of Pills asked. Not just yet. Right now, it'll be quite hard to break through those dimensions to rescue them, Ning said. The sealed dimensions had been rearranged to form the dimensional hallway chains, which were extremely difficult to break through. These dimensions were all extremely stable because they drew power from the Dalgard Tower. Now that the Dalgard Tower has been destroyed, they will be like rivers which are running dry. They won't be able to replenish any of the energy which they have used up. Eventually, they'll transform back into ordinary space which can be torn through with ease, but... Now, let's go take a look at what's inside the ruins of the Dalgard Tower. As Ning spoke, he began to fly towards the shattered remnants of the toppled Dalgard Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 9, Sweeping the Loot. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 9, Sweeping the Loot. Ning, the Paragon of Pills, and Azure Fiend flew over together. All 8 floors of the tower had already crumbled apart, with the shattered remnants of the tower forming a pile of rubble atop a foundation of dirt that hovered there in space. Dark North, why is it that the Dalgard Tower crumbled without you even attacking it? The Paragon of Pills was puzzled. I distinctly remember that it collapsed on its own. This Dalgard Tower wasn't all that strong. I expect that its owner was just a hegemon, Ning said. It would be too difficult for him to personally subdue a Nagapede like that, and so he used the entire Dalgard Tower to keep it sealed and suppressed. So long as the tower was in good shape, the creature would be unable to break free, but once the tower began to crumble, the Nagapede would appear and massacre everything around it. The Paragon of Pills nodded slowly. Now, if this was an Exalt's Dalgard Tower, we really would have been in much more trouble. Ning let out a sigh. Still, we're merely in the outer perimeter of the Sitherlands. Almost all of the Dalgard towers owned by Sith Exalts are located in the Heartland. The Sith Heartland? The Paragon said, I visited the Sitherlands on many occasions. I could sense that spacetime was in a state of complete disorder and that there were many places that were unexplored. Those places were never meant for cultivators to challenge, Ning said. Very few knew the true details and secrets behind the Dawn War. The Paragon of Pills naturally didn't know the secrets either. Yes, she had learned a few things thanks to her crazy, repeated adventures within the Sitherlands, but the Heartland was a place which not even the autarchs would dare trespass lightly. Rumble, as Ning flew towards the toppled tower, his sword Dao domain rippled outwards, brushing away the pieces of rubble as he closely inspected the remains of the tower. Now this is a fun little toy. Ning removed a dark red globe which had been affixed to one of the top floor. This globe was the object which had unleashed the terrifying attack of light. Once it accumulates and stores enough energy, it can unleash an attack of incredible power. Ning chuckled. This is a decent Sith weapon, mistress. Azure Fiend, help me search through the rubble. I want to sweep this place clean. Heh, my pleasure. Master, perhaps you would be willing to bestow some of the treasures you are uninterested in upon me, Azure Fiend said, a look of utter shamelessness on his wizened old features. Depends on my mood. Ning chuckled. He wasn't just going to give this shameless old man what he wanted. I never encountered a Daugard tower before. In fact, I never even heard of it before you mentioned it. The Paragon of Pills was filled with curiosity as well. The dangers she had experienced here, especially the terrifying Nagapede, had all served to ensure that she understand that this site was very different from the other Sith ruins she had visited in the past. The previous ruins she had scoured had been unoccupied. This time, she ran into one with a controller. If it hadn't been for Ning, she truly would have been doomed this time. Boom! Bang! Rip! Ning, Azure Fiend, and the Paragon of Pills happily dismantled the remainders of the Daugard Tower, taking out all usable Sith artifacts and even a few unusable ones. Daugard Towers were exclusively employed by extremely powerful Sith, who placed many of their treasures inside the towers. Some of the weapons could even come together in incredibly powerful combinations. During the previous battle, Ning hadn't even entered the Daugard Tower. As a result, many of the powerful internal defenses hadn't even been used. None of the external weapons were capable of killing Ning from a distance of 1 billion kilometers. At this distance, Ning was able to dodge with ease even the quickest of attacks. Other Verse Lords might not be able to dodge, but Ning was a different story. Not bad. This one is decent. Now this hammer is scary powerful. Ning and the other two continued to loot the tower, with Azure Fiend and the Paragon of Pills occasionally testing out the items they found. The Paragon of Pills was fairly blasé, as she had adventured through the Sitherlands many times and already owned multiple Sith weapons. Azure Fiend, however, didn't own any Sith weapons at all. Even the suppressive black chains were merely on loan from Ning, who had yet to actually gift them. After spending a full hour combing through the ruins, the team completely looted the area clean. They even took many fragments which were completely unusable. They found a total of 21 usable Sith weapons, and they all had different effects. Some were actually used to scry and scan. That is a lot of fine weapons, Azure Fiend said excitedly. We found so much treasure from this one site. The Paragon of Pills was delighted as well. Ning, however, was rather disappointed. Is this it? This is much less than what I expected. We didn't find a single major artifact at all. Realms Lord Windgrace Black Sun, the castle that was used to defend the three realms, the city of Howu and the Blaze Sun domain, the Blaze Sun ruler's giant warship, all these counted as major artifacts. In contrast, the treasures which Ning had acquired after combing through the tower were all quite mediocre. There wasn't even a single major artifact. All of the treasures combined were probably just barely on par with the Black Sun in value. This is already a good haul, the Paragon of Pills said. No. According to the Autarch's records, even the most ordinary of Daugard towers would have more than this, Ning said. I suspected early on that the original owner of the Daugard tower had slipped away long ago. Now, I'm sure of it. The original owner must have taken the most valuable treasures out of the Daugard tower, leaving behind just the ones he was unable to physically remove from the tower itself. The Paragon of Pills cast a puzzled glance at the armor and items left behind by the deceased short creature. Isn't that dead Sith the owner? Probably not, Ning said. A mere roar from the Nagapede was enough to transform him into dust. He probably wasn't at the hegemon level of power. Mistress, you might not know this, but amongst the Sith only hegemons can build Daugard towers. And, to be more precise, only an incredibly small fraction of hegemons are qualified to do this. In the Sith Chaosverse, weak eternal emperors were all permitted to build their own Daugard towers, but here, they were invaders. They had invaded Ning's Chaosverse, and their resources were extremely limited. Building Dalgard towers was extremely difficult, and erecting a weak one was pointless. Thus, only the most supreme of Sith hegemons as well as the Sith exalts were permitted to build Dalgard towers, which they used as focal points for massacring unsuspecting cultivators. Azure Fiend, go and bind the estate world that Sith left behind. Let's see if there are any interesting treasures inside of it, Ning said. Right on. Azure Fiend excitedly flew over and began to bind the estate world. Right now, he was on his absolute best behavior in front of Ning. This was partially due to Ning's overwhelming power, partially to convince Ning to give him more pointers, and partially because he hoped that he might be lucky enough to receive a Sith treasure reward from Ning. Whoa! Azure Fiend's wizened old face suddenly twisted in shock, his eyes bulging out. That is a lot, Wipe that freaky look off your face. What treasures does it hold? Ning laughed. So all the treasures were hidden here. Master, take a look at all these treasures. Azure Fiend waved his hand, causing a series of treasures to appear and levitate in the air before them. Light shone from the paragon of Pill's eyes, and even the formerly calm Ning revealed a look of shock. 20, 21, 22, a total of 29 treasures appeared before them. There were even 2 realm ships in this cache. So all the good treasures were here. The paragon of Pills let out an amazed sigh, then turned to stare with shock at a gray spear that was covered with a fiery red floral pattern. Isn't that the exterminatus spear of the almighty seeker of defeat? The exterminatus spear? Azure Fiend was shocked as well. He stared intently at the spear, then said, Paragon, are you sure? Is it possible that this is another, similar weapon? There's no way I'm wrong about this. When the almighty seeker of defeat first acquired this spear, it didn't have that red floral pattern on it. The seeker added it later on. Supposedly, he put that fiery red floral pattern on every single weapon he used. The floral pattern probably had some sort of special meaning for him. The paragon of Pills shook her head. He died long ago, and I heard he died in the Sitherlands. I never would have thought that he actually died here. Nin nodded. That explains it all. Most of these treasures were probably left behind by the cultivators who invaded this place over the course of many eons. That short Sith collected all of their treasures after killing them. I was wondering why there were 2 realm ships in that estate world. It seems that they came from slain cultivators. The paragon of Pills let out a sigh. Mistress, take whatever you need, Ning said with a laugh. To be honest, these are of no use to me. The paragon of Pills looked at Ning. Dark North, I think you know what I want above all else. As for these treasures? Even if I took all of them, they probably still wouldn't be enough to convince an autarch to help me out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 10, Space Sword Dao. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 10, Space Sword Dao. I have a request to make. I know it is a bit excessive, but I truly am out of options. The paragon of Pills looked at Ning. I have no choice but to shamelessly ask you to help me out, Dark North. Please ask an autarch to revive those 3 brothers of mine. The paragon of Pills rarely begged others. She was, by nature, an extremely proud person. However, reviving her 3 brothers was virtually her entire reason for existence, something which she wanted above everything else. It was much like how Ning desperately wished to be able to revive his wife Yue. The paragon of Pills had repeatedly risked her life in diving into the Sith ruins, but she still wasn't even close to having as much treasure as the autarch had demanded for his aid. The autarch had asked for 1,000 realm ships worth of treasure. This was an incredible request, so high as to cause her to feel despair. This was why she had become even more crazed in her pursuit of treasure. Now, she was able to sense hope when she looked at Ning. She viewed Ning as she would a son, and in her heart she truly didn't want to ask this of him. However, she really was out of options. Thus, she had shamelessly begged him for help. Mistress. Ning knew how the paragon of pills felt. He smiled. Mistress, don't worry. I'll definitely go ask the autarchs to help out. I can't speak on their behalf, but I can say that there is a 90% chance they'll agree. 90% chance? The paragon's heart swelled with indescribable excitement. Even her face turned ruddy. She had been waiting for far, far too long. For the sake of this goal, she had nearly driven herself insane. In pursuit of this goal, she had accomplished many things which were viewed as miracles. When she had first gained eternity, she was an ordinary eternal emperor, not a hegemon, but she had managed to slowly train to the hegemon level, then reach incredibly high levels of skill in many different das. All of this was for the sake of reviving her three brothers. Ning smiled upon seeing this. The reason why he had said there was a 90% chance was merely because he hadn't actually asked any of the autarchs yet. In truth, Ning knew that the autarchs were desperately looking for ways to help him out in order to express their gratitude. Bring something back to life? This was a fairly minor ask. So long as it was possible, the autarchs would definitely agree. Once we leave the Sitherlands, I'll immediately ask the autarchs to help out, Ning said. Dark North. The paragon of Pill's entire aura seemed to have transformed. In the past, she was incomparably cold and remote, but now, a hint of lively fire seemed to course through her. Ha ha. Now, mistress, can you go ahead and choose the treasures you want? Ning said. I already have multiple Sith weapons. A few more won't make much of a difference, the paragon refused. She felt that she had already taken too much advantage of Ning. She couldn't accept any further gifts. Seeing this, Ning nodded. Ah, but you don't have a realm ship yet, right? The paragon blinked. Realm ships make life much more convenient. Take this one. Ning waved his hand, sending a realm ship to float in front of the paragon of pills. The paragon of pills no longer held back. She immediately said, fine, I'll accept this. She truly did feel as though destiny was a marvelous thing. When she had led Ning to the Tri-Leaf realm, he was just a child, and now, this child had completely changed her destiny. This suit of armor can be used to cover your entire body. It is highly defensive, but it'll also increase your attack power dramatically. It's quite multifunctional. With this by your side, you should be able to survive even an enraged Otherverse Lord. Ning waved his hand, choosing a heavy suit of coppery red armor and sending it over to Azure Fiend. Azure Fiend was rather stunned. He truly did badly desire a Sith treasure, but he himself felt that he had done too little for Ning to warrant one yet. He felt a bit embarrassed to be given one. Master, I'll accept it. Azure Fiend had a solemn look on his face. I've been alive for so many years, but I never had a Sith weapon to call my own. I, Azure Fiend, shall never forget your benevolence, Master. In his heart, Azure Fiend silently decided that although his master would one day perish, he would continue to safeguard his master's family and friends. It is just a toy to me. No need to get too emotional. Ning waved his hand, collecting all of the other treasures. He didn't really care about them, because his original plan had been to wait until the later stages of his true self's disintegration before doing a bit of adventuring in the Sitherlands. Since he was already here, he was going to continue wandering through the Sitherlands after asking the autarchs to revive the paragon of Pill's three brothers. In other words, he would have plenty more treasures coming his way. Hegemons might have to risk their lives to acquire Sith treasures, but Ning was able to acquire them with ease. After fully looting the Daugard Tower, Ning turned to stare at the many-dimensional hallways barring their path. These dimensional hallways have been completely sealed off. For now, there's no way out. If I used all my power, it would take me 10 or 20 sword strikes to carve a path open for us, but it really isn't worth it. Now that the Dalgard Tower has been destroyed, they no longer have a power source and will quickly use up the little energy they have. Rumble, his awesome sword Dao domain descended and began to furiously smash against the distant dimensional hallways. The crisscrossing hallways were able to endure the assault, but flickers of light began to appear on their surfaces. Clearly, they were using up a great deal of power to resist. "Master, how long will it take?" Azure Fiend asked curiously. "How should I know?" Ning laughed. "Less than a chaos cycle." Ning was able to keep his sword Dao domain continuously activated. It drew from the power of the chaos verse itself, not one iota of Ning's own energies were consumed. It would last for as long as he wanted it to last. While doing so, Ning began a period of silent meditation and cultivation, as did the paragon of pills and Azure Fiend. Time flowed on, 1 year after another. The dimensional hallways continued to hold firm. Clearly, they had been infused with quite a bit of power. Over 8 million years went by in the blink of an eye. Rumble, a ripple suddenly spread out with Ning at its center. The paragon of pills and Azure Fiend were seated in the lotus position atop boulders within the tower ruins, and they both opened their eyes as the ripple washed past them. They both felt a thrill of fear go down their spine, and both sighed at how incredible Darknorth was. One was Ning's retainer, while the other was essentially one of Ning's teachers, but both marveled at how unfathomably powerful he had become. At their level, they couldn't even truly understand how terrifying Ning's sword Dao was. Just the tiniest bit of leakage from its aura was enough to cause them to feel fear. When that invisible ripple washed past them, they felt as though invisible blades were slicing at their bodies. The space sword Dao. Ning opened his eyes, then reached out with his hand. Whoosh! An ethereal sword appeared above the palm of his hand, emanating ripples of dimensional power. Prior to coming here, Ning had spent 3,000 chaos cycles wandering the Chaosverse with his daughter and had nearly finished infusing his Dao of Space into his eternal Omega Sword Dao. After seeing the dimensional hallways, he gained new insights into the Dao of Space. This sped up the infusion process, allowing him to break through and master his Space Sword Dao. The Space Sword Dao was highly suited for dimensional travel, allowing him to tear through space like it was nothing more than tofu. From this day forth, the amount of distance he could travel when he used his sword to tear through space would skyrocket. The Autarch of Annihilation, Autarchicon, was not particularly skilled in the Dao of Space, and so he wouldn't be able to travel as far or as fast as Ning. Ning had reached the hegemonic level in the Dao of Space long ago, after all. Now, he had infused it all into his Sword Dao and formed the Space Sword Dao. Mastering the Space Sword Dao clearly took much more time than the Lightning Sword Dao or the Five Elements Sword Dao. Ning shook his head to himself. But the further down this road I go, the more time will be needed. I just don't have enough time. With each improvement, Ning could sense that his foundation was broadening and that he was getting slightly closer to success. Ning felt certain that if he had enough time, he had a very good chance of reaching the ultimate pinnacle via this route. Another 500,000 years went by after Ning mastered the Space Sword Dao. Finally. Crack! 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 The dimensional hallways that had been for many years just barely able to endure Ning's swordlight finally began to twist, shudder, and crack. Looks of delight appeared on the faces of Ning, Azure Fiend, and the Paragon of Pills. Ah, we've finally broken through. Azure Fiend grinned. I thought that we'd actually spend an entire chaos cycle here. I'm impressed it managed to last as long as it did. I kept my Sword Dao domain active this entire time, assaulting them without pause, but they still managed to last for many years. Honestly, if I used the brute force method, I don't think 20 blows of the sword would have been enough. I probably would have had to kill myself, Ning said with a laugh. As he spoke, some of the dimensional hallways began to completely break apart and collapse. Countless dimensional hallways began to break apart and crumble. The dimensional hallway lock was an extremely complicated technique which not even Ning could solve, despite his mastery of the Space Sword Dao, but now that its energies had been exhausted, it was still going to crumble. Soon, all of the dimensional hallways vanished without a trace, leaving behind just a few pocket dimensions which hovered in the skies like lonely little islands. Thanks to the karmic lines tying them together, Ning knew exactly which pocket dimension Lord Annihilation was in. "Let's see what the other dimensions hold," Ning said with a laugh. With but a thought, he sent out countless streams of swordlight to surround and assault the hundreds of pocket dimensions, piercing through them to reveal what lay within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 11, Tamed. Book 41, The Daoguard Tower, Chapter 11, Tamed. Ning, the paragon of pills, and Azure Fiend all stared at the pocket dimensions as the streaks of swordlight pierced through them. They instantly saw that two of them held the two companions of the paragon. One held Lord Annihilation, whose eyes were filled with murderous bloodlust. The other was filled with a grey-robed woman who had silvery hair. Lord Annihilation raised his head to stare at the outside world, a murderous look in his eyes. The grey-robed woman turned to stare at Ning as well. "Annihilation!" The paragon of pills barked coldly. "Wake up!" Lord Annihilation's gaze slowly returned to his normal calm. Swoosh! Swoosh! Both he and the grey-robed woman immediately flew out of their pocket dimensions. "Thank you, Paragon of Pills. Thank you, Lord Dark North." Lord Annihilation had a delighted look on his face and behaved with tremendous respect. What was going on just now? Ning was rather surprised. Annihilation was being constantly assaulted by illusions. Every so often, he'd be drawn into a berserk state, the Paragon said. However, each time he would eventually regain his clarity of mind after giving vent to his rage. Lord Annihilation said in a rather embarrassed manner, "But the amount of time I was able to remain clear-minded was slowly shrinking. If I was trapped for a few hundred more chaos cycles, I probably would have completely lost myself to the madness. I only escaped that fate because you saved me, Lord Darknorth." Ning continued to keep his sword Dao domain active, using it to scan through the secrets of that dimensional pocket. He couldn't help but secretly sigh in amazement at what he found. The illusions had been set up in a truly intricate and marvelous way which would allow them to silently and soundlessly penetrate a prisoner's defenses, then affect his mind. However, Ning suspected that many of the formations in this Daoguard Tower had not been personally set down by the master of the tower. The Sith had major powers who specialized in formations or artificing. They would mass-produce these things, then auction them off. The dimensional hallway lock, for example, was something which only a Sith Exalt could create. "Tia greets you, Lord Dark North." The silvery-haired grey-robed woman flew over and bowed respectfully. Ning knew that this woman was viewed by many as being just as crazy as the Paragon of Pills. She often went adventuring in the Cithalands. However, she was different from the Paragon, who was more distant and cold. Hegemontia was calm and tranquil, as though nothing could cause a stir in her soul. She was someone who would react calmly to anything and everything. Even if she herself was about to die, she would respond with this calm equanimity. "Master, look over there." Azure Fiend pointed towards a distant pocket dimension. Ning, the Paragon, Tia, and Lord Annihilation all turned to look. This was a dimension filled with black mist. Inside, there was a towering mountain that had a beautiful palace located at the very peak. There were even a few servants in front of the palace. "It seems rather lavish." "I imagine that's where the Sith normally resided," Ning said. "Come, let's go take a look." Ning's group quickly flew through the air towards that floating pocket dimension. The palace was quite beautiful. Some servants were busy keeping it clean, while others were standing watch. As soon as Ning's group landed, they all bowed respectfully and called out, "Masters." All of them, however, seemed rather puzzled. "They are all Dao Lords." The Paragon of Pills was rather startled. She asked, "You've never met any of us. Why do you call us masters?" The servants exchanged glances, rather nervous. The paragon of pills frowned. You were able to become Tao Lords. How is it that you are this spineless? She pointed at the old Tao Lord who seemed to be the most powerful. You. Answer my question. The old man said respectfully, everyone who comes here is a master. We are eternal servants. Ning stared intently at them, scrying the pasts of these servants. These Tao Lords all felt rather terrified when they saw Ning staring at them like this. They felt as though this white-robed Tao Lord was able to completely see through them. This sensation caused their hearts to quiver. They all used to live within the estate world. Ning sighed. Afterwards, they were chosen by the Sith to come here and serve. All of them have been trained to be incredibly obedient. Since when were Tao Lords so easily tamed? Azure Fiend was rather surprised. Most Samsara Tao Lords would rather die than submit. Not just Tao Lords. Even hegemons have been tamed. Ning couldn't help but sigh. When he scried the pasts of these Tao Lords, he was also able to see some other information regarding this palace. All of you, come out. Ning barked, sending out his sword Tao domain to press down upon every inch of the palace. The formerly quiet palace suddenly changed, with 5 figures flying out of it like streaks of light. All of them had awesome auras of power. They were all either hegemons or other verse lords, and their eyes were completely dead and devoid of all emotion. This is Master's estate. How dare you trespass here? The 5 figures were filled with malevolence. Are you Lord Starbearer? The paragon of pills was able to recognize one of the other verse lords. Brother Skypillar? Hegemon Azure Fiend called out in shock, why you, do you recognize me, but Azure Fiend? A red-haired man replied coldly, of course I recognize you. However, this is my master's territory. Now that you have come here, you must die. Kill. All 5 figures quickly charged forwards, seeking to slay Ning and the others. Freeze. Ning commanded softly. Instantly, 4 of the 5 charging figures were completely paralyzed by the suppressive might of Ning's sword Tao domain. Only the other verse lord who the paragon had called Lord Starbearer was able to continue his charge towards Ning, thanks to his entire body being covered by the power of his other verse. However, Ning was able to send out incredibly powerful blows of swordlight to keep him at bay with ease. Azure Fiend, chain him down, Ning commanded. Yes, Master. Azure Fiend had been patiently waiting for a good opportunity. When he saw Ning knock down Lord Starbearer with a streak of swordlight, Azure Fiend immediately attacked with all 6 black chains. He quickly bound Lord Starbearer in layers of chains, ensuring that he was no longer able to move at all. Brother Skypillar, what's wrong with you? We journeyed together and adventured together. Have you forgotten? Hegemon Azure Fiend couldn't believe that this good friend of his would attack him. He had wandered through many places, and Hegemon Skypillar was someone he counted amongst his life and death friends. All who offend Master must die. The bound Hegemon Skypillar said through clenched teeth, a frenzied look on his face. As for the others, their eyes remained completely dead, but they also had berserk looks on their faces. They truly wanted to kill Ning and his team. Ning suddenly understood what was going on. He let out a sigh. Although they kept their memories, they've already lost their sense of self. They've been tamed and transformed into a type of special Sith golem. Golem? The paragon of pills and the others didn't understand. Their bodies were unchanged and they kept all their powers and memories, but they've completely lost their ID, their ego, their sense of self. They are like golems in that they will simply do whatever their master commands. They will obey any order their master gives them, Ning explained. They might be alive, but in reality they are like golems. Those 2 stone pythons who attacked me earlier were also living creatures who were transformed into golems. Most golems were created via magic treasures. The Sith, however, they were able to convert living beings into golems. For all intents and purposes, they died long ago. Ning looked at the 5 powerful cultivators, sighing at the savage, murderous look on their faces. Let us grant them rest at long last. Slash. 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 All 5 were ground to dust by Ning's swordlight. Even Lord Starbearer was slain, due to the black chains suppressing his power and preventing him from fighting back. A look of heartache and grief was on Azurfian's old face. Hegemons and other verse lords can be transformed into golems? The paragon of pills shook her head. It is extremely difficult to convert powerful creatures into golems, and the stronger their Dao is the better. For these 5 to have been converted is a sign that their Dao simply weren't strong enough. In addition, the conversion process requires an extremely long period of time. The process has to be slow and gradual, without the cultivators even noticing anything. If the cultivators knew that their terrifying fate was to be transformed into golems, they would probably commit suicide instead. That's why the process has to be gradual, not the slightest bit of haste is acceptable. By the time the cultivator realizes what has happened, it is already too late, Ning said. This was part of the information which the autarchs had provided to him. Lord Annihilation was greatly shocked by this. Then when I was being repeatedly assaulted by those illusions, was that part of the taming and transforming process? Most likely, yes. Ning nodded. I could sense some charming spells aimed at me in my pocket dimension as well, the paragon of pills said. But I just stayed there without daring to move anywhere. It didn't seem to affect me much. Given how strong your Dao is, mistress, there is no way the Sith would have been able to convert you. Ning glanced at the palace. I can sense that this palace holds quite a few prisoners inside. Almost all of them are Dao lords who refuse to obey orders, which is why they were imprisoned and tortured by that short Sith. I can also sense that a hegemon has been imprisoned there as well. Most likely, the taming process failed with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41 Chapter 12, Grand Dimensional Formation. Book 41, The Daoguard Tower, Chapter 12, Grand Dimensional Formation. Ji Ning waved a finger from afar. Rumble. Ning's sword Dao domain actually forcibly excavated the entire prison beneath the palace, causing it fly outwards before settling upon the ground with a boom. The prison cages all shattered apart, revealing the imprisoned Dao lords who were inside, all of whom looked to be in terrible shape. The largest cell had been used to imprison a black-haired man who had a single horn on his head. His hair was tousled, and his entire body was covered with a spiderweb of countless scars. The black-haired man raised his head and stared towards Ning. His gaze was cold and resolute, as though nothing could shake his will at all. Eh? A puzzled look appeared in his eyes. The paragon of pills? Hegemon Tia? The black-haired man said in a low, hoarse voice. He recognized these 2 mad women who often visited the civilians. Brother Flame left? Hegemon Tia was startled. Flame left, you are still alive? The paragon of pills was shocked as well. Ning glanced at the mechanisms and barriers used to chain the black-haired man. He immediately sent out streaks of swordlight that quickly shattered them to bits. With those barriers gone, Hegemon Flameleft regained his power and the wounds on his body quickly vanished. Black robes appeared over his body, and he turned to stare at Ning in a rather puzzled manner. He could sense that this white-robed Dao Lord in front of him was incredibly terrifying. The swordlight the Dao Lord had created was capable of slaying him with ease. And yet, the man was clearly just a Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge. Hegemon Flameleft, this is Dao Lord Dark North, Lord Annihilation said hurriedly. We all owe our very lives to Dao Lord Dark North. He is so strong that he treats with autarchs as equals, not even the Sith exalts can compare to him in power. Hegemon Flameleft instantly realized just how incredibly powerful Tao Lord Dark North was. Flameleft thanks you, Tao Lord, for saving my life. Hegemon Flameleft hurriedly bowed respectfully, a grateful look in his eyes. Flameleft shall never forget the grace you have shown me today. No one would ever know how much torment and misery he had suffered. On multiple occasions, he had very nearly broken down. All the others who had been captured had committed suicide early on. Those who didn't commit suicide in time would see their divine power and immortal energy sealed away, making future suicide impossible. They were imprisoned and suffered countless torments that were truly indescribable. Suicide was no longer an option, and they had only two options before them. The first was to submit and become a puppet. The second was to continue resisting. In the end, the only one who managed to continue resisting was Flameleft. The autarchs who had seen this in the past actually drew from it, using it as an inspiration for their idea of torturing Sith exalts in the hopes that they would finally give up and allow their true souls and souls to be infiltrated. That way, once the Sith exalts died, their true soul fragments would be absorbed and swallowed by Ning's Chaosverse. The Sith exalts had nearly been driven mad from the torture, but they clearly were still capable of enduring it. Flameleft, were any of your weapons stolen by the Sith? I already killed the Sith who ran this place and have all of his treasures, Ning said. He felt a great deal of admiration for Hegemon Flameleft. The man had been able to endure for so very long, even though there was no visible hope whatsoever. This was no easy feat. I didn't have many powerful weapons, Hegemon Flameleft said. The only good weapon I had was that axe I always used. Ning immediately waved his hand, causing a series of axes to appear before him. There were 6 in total, and one of them voluntarily flew over to Hegemon Flameleft. Hegemon Flameleft excitedly grasped the axe. The axe itself was shivering. It wasn't easy for you to stay alive, Ning said with a laugh. Stay safe and avoid the Sitherlands unless you have a compelling reason to be here. Understood. Hegemon Flameleft was the type of person who always repaid his debts to others. Ning had saved his life, and so he privately swore that he would definitely do everything he could to repay Ning. This bracelet is an interesting Sith trinket. It won't make you much stronger, but it'll be useful to you whenever you need to flee. Ning waved his hand, tossing out a Sith bracelet. Don't be shy and just take it. I feel quite a bit of admiration for you, to tell you the truth. Hegemon Flameleft hesitated slightly. Brother Flameleft, just accept it, Hegemon Tia said, as did the Paragon of Pills. Both of them knew that Tao Lord Dark North had completely surpassed all other cultivators and was virtually a peer of the autarchs. Most Sith artifacts were truly useless to him, while the 3 realms only needed some of the more important ones. Besides, if Ning really did need Sith weapons, he could go to any of the ruins and acquire a mountain of them. Thank you, Tao Lord. Flameleft wasn't the wishy-washy type, and so he offered a simple thanks while firmly engraving Ning's kindness into his heart. It's time for us to leave. Ning glanced at the surrounding area. Daugard Towers were absolute nightmares for other cultivators, but they wouldn't be that bad for him if it wasn't for the fact that his true soul was constantly crumbling. He had been forced to attack several times here, resulting in his lifespan lessening by quite a bit. Whoosh! Ning and the others immediately soared into the skies, flying into the endless black mist outside the lonely dimensional islands. After flying for a short period of time, they flew out of it and reached the empty void outside of it. Ding! An extremely pleasing sound suddenly spread out from very away in spacetime. Ning's face hardened slightly as he swept the area with his gaze. Ever since he had mastered the space sword Dao, his attunement towards space had become extremely acute. He saw that far off in the distant, there was a total of 9 corners which held enormous hidden regions within them. Now, all 9 corners had suddenly begun to emanate dazzling light. What's wrong, Dark North? The Paragon of Pills, Azure Fiend, and the others were all puzzled. Let's get out of here right away. Just as the words were leaving Ning's lips, space began to twist around them. Whoosh! The 9 distant specks of light resonated together to generate a grand dimensional formation that instantly swept across the region Ning was in, forming a black hole that sucked all of them inside. A heartbeat later, everything grew calm again. Aside from the fact that Ning's group had just vanished, everything seemed completely ordinary and unperturbed. Ning's group reappeared within a blurry region filled by clouds and mist. "Where are we?" the Paragon of Pills said as they all scanned the region. "My god sense has been suppressed. I'm unable to see anything at all," Lord Annihilation said hurriedly. Ning scanned the area silently. His face was even more solemn than it had been during their battles at the Dalgard Tower. What a terrifying formation, and what a terrifying level of mastery over the Tao of space. Ning murmured softly. Just now, he had been able to witness with great clarity how they had been forcibly teleported into this place. Those 9 incomparably distant and vast dimensions had joined together into an enormous formation of dazzling profundity. This was a level of mastery over space which left Ning breathless. Nobody in their entire Chaosverse was capable of such a thing. "Dark North, where are we?" the Paragon of Pills asked. "Still in Sith territory," Ning said heavily. "But this place is probably 100 times deadlier than the Dalgard Tower we were in." Although they had arrived just a short while ago, the hints which Ning saw allowed him to quickly understand how dangerous a situation they were in. Autark Titanos. Autarkicon, Ning immediately began to reach out through the message talismans to all 6 autarks. "Dark North. What's wrong, Dark North?" The autarks scattered throughout the Chaosverse all immediately responded to Ning, including Autark Mog, who was responsible for standing watch over the Cithalans. This was the very first time Ning had ever used the message talisman to contact them. "There is something I need some assistance with," Ning sent through the talisman. "I am in the Cithalans and broke through a Dalgard tower to save some cultivators, but just as I was about to leave I was forcibly teleported elsewhere by a formation of incredible power. This formation was established by linking together 9 enormous dimensions and was incredibly complex. I believe it has surpassed the limits of what cultivators in our Chaosverse can accomplish. My companions and I are now trapped here, and we are afraid to recklessly move around. Dark North, stay right where you are. Stay there and don't move." The autarks quickly began to send their replies. "In dangerous places, the more you moved around the quicker you would die. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. I could sense danger as soon as I arrived. If I tried to escape on my own, I'd probably end up dying here. I don't really care about my own life, as my true soul is already breaking down, but someone extremely important to me is here as well as a few other cultivators," Ning sent. He truly didn't wish for the Paragon of Pills to die. "Our avatars are all standing watch over the Cithalans," Autark Titanos said. "I'll have my avatar meet up with Mog's and we'll work together on this." Autarks had incredibly powerful avatars, as they were generally outfitted with many mighty weapons. Most autark avatars had nearly 80% of the true body's power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 13, The Hidden Dimension. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 13, The Hidden Dimension. Although the Sith Heartlands had been completely sealed off, they continued to represent a disaster waiting to happen to the cultivator civilizations. Thus, Autark Mog stood watch over this place in future, as did his avatar and the avatars of all 5 other autarks. Ryup. Space twisted, resulting in a dazzling tunnel of light appearing. 2 figures emerged shoulder to shoulder from this tunnel of light, with one being the bald red-robed avatar of Autark Titanos, and the other being a tall, skinny, azure-robed man who had some scales on his cheeks. The second man was Autark Mog, and his eyes were flecked with azure light. The 2 stepped out of the tunnel of light and entered normal space. "Dark North, we've already arrived. Let Mog and I investigate this place first." Autark Titanos glanced at the distant region, filled with a billowing black fog which surrounded many pocket dimensions that floated in the air. This was the place where the paragon of pills had been trapped previously. All right. Ning waited from the separate dimension he had been teleported to. Now that the two autarchs had arrived, he felt a sense of hope. The reason these two had arrived was because of the specific Daos they followed. Autarch Mog walked the path of the space Daubirth essence and was the autarch with the greatest amount of control over space. This was why he was responsible for standing guard over the Scythelans. If anything happened, he would be able to sense it thanks to his dimensional mastery. As for Autarch Titanos, his path was that of the Karma Daubirth essence, an even more incredible Dao. He had met Ning twice, and as a result the two were connected by karma. It was possible that he would be able to sense Ning's location thanks to the karma which bound them together. The avatars of Autarch Mog and Autarch Titanos scanned the area vigilantly. Mog, what do you think? Autarch Titanos asked. Wait a moment, Autarch Titanos said, his azure eyes scanning the void around them. Although the grand dimensional formation was now dormant, there were still some traces of its previous activation which allowed Autarch Mog to calculate some of the secrets behind it. Space trembled and rippled before his gaze. Suddenly, he stared off into the distance, then turned to look at several other locations as well. Frowning, he said, Dark North was right. This formation was activated from 9 separate locations, each of which is incredibly far away. This formation is marvelously intricate, and its usage of dimensional mastery far surpasses my own. I cannot find the dimension Dark North and his team have been teleported to. Autarch Mog shook his head. What about you, Titanos? Dark North is too far away. I can't find him via just karma alone. Autarch Titanos frowned as well. Clouds lazily drifted nearby. Ning's group remained atop the clouds, not daring to move about rashly. Dark North, we're unable to find the exact place you have been trapped, Autarch Titanos replied. Our only option is to have your primal twin come over here as well. Your primal twin should be able to sense your true body, allowing it to find you. All right. Ning nodded. Mog will head straight to the Flame Dragon Realmverse and bring your primal twin over here, Autarch Titanos stated. The place you have been imprisoned is most likely an extremely important Sith Nexus point. Given that we didn't even know it existed, it has to be an incredibly dangerous place to be in. Don't move about rashly, just stay there and wait for us. Don't worry, I'm not so rash as to run around wildly, Ning sent back. The two sides then broke off the connection. Ning was starting to feel rather grim. Autarch Titanos was skilled in karma, while Autarch Mog was skilled in space, yet neither was able to locate him. This meant the formation which teleported him here was truly incredible. How did it go, Dark North? The paragon of pills looked at Ning. Don't worry, everything will be fine. We'll wait right here. The autarchs are already on their way, but the place we're in is fairly stable. It'll probably take them a bit of time, Ning said. Hegemon Tia, Hegemon Flameleft, and the others were all secretly astonished. Lord Dark North truly was incredible. As soon as he was trapped here, autarchs hastened over to help him out. The words "the autarchs are already on their way" clearly indicated that more than one autarch had come. Since when were autarchs so amenable to helping out ordinary cultivators? Why did the Sith establish this secret location? Ning glanced at the surrounding area. Thanks to his incredible insight, he was able to vaguely see a vast sea off in the distance. He was quite curious as to what this realm contained, but he knew that if he indulged it too much it would be the death of him. He couldn't be rash, it was best to wait for the autarchs to come. It took Autarch Mog a mere month to find Ning's black-robed primal twin, then bring it all the way over to the Scythelans. The black-robed primal twin Ning was currently standing next to Autarch Mog and Autarch Titanos in the air. My true body and the other cultivators were teleported away from that location right there. The black-robed Ning pointed to an area of space, then pointed towards 9 different directions. The 9 different sources of that dimensional formation came from those 9 directions. All of them were located extremely far away. That's exactly what I sensed as well. Autark Mog nodded. He had been in a rather contemplative state ever since he had discovered the dimensional formation. Clearly, he had been pondering over this formation. Dark North, where is your true body? Autark Titanos asked. I can sense its location. Ning noted. I'd like to ask you to help me lead the way, Autark Mog. Autark Mog led the way in carving through space, while Ning's primal twin guided him in his path. After spending the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, they had traversed the equivalent of 5 or 6 realm verses. Halt! They had reached a region of empty darkness which held nothing at all. The black-robed Ning stood there in the void, slowly moving forwards and warping through 10 billion kilometers of space with each step he took. Forward. Back. Up. Down. Ning seemed to be walking in circles, while the avatars of Autark Mog and Autark Titanos watched from afar. Now that's odd. The black-robed Ning scanned the area. Autark Mog, Autark Titanos, I can clearly sense that my true body is within 100 billion kilometers of us. And yet, I've discovered that no matter where I go, I cannot move any closer to it. Just now, I even tried to enter other dimensional continuums but still remained unable to move closer to my true body. 100 billion kilometers? Autark Titanos glanced at Autark Mog. Mog, what do you think? 100 billion kilometers was a very short amount of distance to figures like Autarks and Ning. A single step through spacetime was more than enough to traverse such a distance. And yet, Ning's primal twin was able to sense his true body's location but was completely unable to move any closer to it. There is an enormous hidden dimension here. Autark Mog scanned the area, his eyes shooting out rays of blurry azure light which caused space to twist and distort. He said calmly, this gigantic dimension is extremely well made and perfectly separated from the outside world. No matter what you try, you won't be able to move a single step closer to this dimension. It was similar to mortals walking on Ning's old world of Earth. No matter how much time they spent walking on Earth's surface, they would never be able to move any closer to Earth's core. By the same principle, Ning was completely unable to move closer to this hidden region. It is absolutely perfect. Although I can vaguely sense that it is here, I can't find any flaws in its creation at all which would allow me to lock onto it, Autark Mog said. If the teleportation formation was to activate again and bring another outsider here, I would be able to detect its location during the teleportation process and then open a dimensional tunnel to it. Right now, though, it is completely hidden and sealed away from us. There's nothing I can do. I have to somehow activate it a second time. The black-robed Ning felt a bit frustrated. This dimensional has completely blocked off karma itself. I can't locate Dark North's true body through karma either. Autark Titanos looked at Ning. Dark North, I'm ashamed to say this, but neither of us will be able to solve this problem in a short amount of time. I'll have a comb and the others come test it out as well. Perhaps one of them will succeed. It'll be fine even if you cannot. I might be trapped inside, but not just anyone can bring harm to me, the black-robed Ning said. I'll figure something out. Be careful. Autark Titanos and Autark Mog felt rather guilty. They knew that if even the two of them were helpless, it was unlikely the other 4 would succeed. Autark Skyfeeder was skilled in the Tao of Time, Autark Akon was skilled in the Tao of Destruction, Autark Bolin was skilled in the Tao of the Claw, and Autark Stonerule was skilled in the Tao of Illusions. The reason my true body entered the Scythelans was to save someone, the Paragon of Pills, Ning said. The mistress wishes to revive her 3 brothers, one of whom is a hegemon of the Tao of the Sword. Oh, the Paragon of Pills? I know of her. Autark Titanos nodded. She sought me out, and I told her to come back after she had 1,000 realmships worth of treasure. Ning said, Autark Titanos, I'd like to ask you to help the mistress complete this dream of hers. A minor matter, Autark Titanos said. But the other verse she resides in was created by Autarch Skyfeeder. I'll have her handle this personally. It'll be much easier for her to keep that other verse safe while reversing spacetime to revive those three. This task was indescribably difficult for hegemons, but to Autarchs it was nothing more than a bit of extra effort. Dark North, you have to be careful inside there, Autarch Mog said solemnly. We originally thought that we had taken full control over the Sitherlands' perimeter, sealing away the few places we didn't breach, but clearly, we were wrong. There are hidden areas we were not aware of. I imagine that the Sith have been watching us in secret, biding their time. Don't worry. Even if a Sith Exalt comes, I'll kill him with a blow from my sword, Ning said with a smile. Within that blurry, cloud-filled region, the white-robed Ning said to the Paragon of Pills, Mistress, I've already spoken to the Autarchs. Autarch Skyfeeder will personally revive your three brothers. Tears appeared in the Paragon's eyes, and her entire body began to tremble. Finally, 2 tears fell down, but a smile was on her face. This solitary, glacially cold woman was actually, finally smiling. Her smile was radiant and beautiful, and even Ning was rather stunned by it. This was beauty that stemmed from the depths of a soul, beauty and joy which was truly infectious. Thank you, Dark North. The Paragon of Pills looked at Ning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 14, The Island Battle. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 14, The Island Battle. Many people knew of the mad Paragon of Pills, including Azure Fiend, Hegemon Tia, Hegemon Flameleft, and Lord Annihilation. They all knew how frenzied she could be in the pursuit of her dream, and now, it was finally going to be realized. They could imagine the emotional upheaval she felt. This was a happier moment for her than succeeding in the downmerge had been. The joy she felt surpassed even life and death. Congratulations, Paragon of Pills! Lord Annihilation said with a laugh. Congratulations, congratulations! Azure Fiend chortled as well. Hegemon Tia smiled as she looked at them, but a hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes. The Paragon's brothers were about to come back to life, but her beloved, the one who she viewed as more important than life itself? It was completely impossible for that person to be brought back to life. Grief had killed her heart long ago, and the only reason she hadn't killed herself was because she had promised to keep living. Ever since that day, however, she had no longer truly cared about life, and thus she had dived into one dangerous location after another, earning the nickname of Mad Hegemon Tia in the rest of the Chaosverse. I'm feeling a bit excited. The tears quickly dried on the Paragon of Pills' face, and she smiled brightly. I was so worried. I feel much better now that I know Autarch Skyfeeder has agreed. Ha, mistress, once we manage to leave this secret dimension, Autarch Skyfeeder will go with you to the Otherverse and reverse spacetime to revive your three brothers, Ning said. Once we leave? The Paragon suddenly frowned. Dark North, didn't you say this place is incredibly dangerous? Not even the Autarchs will be able to enter here. Ning nodded. Don't worry. I'll do everything in my power to get you out of here, mistress. No, that's not what I meant. I trust you. But, it's not guaranteed that we'll be able to escape this place, the Paragon said. If I die here, my avatar will die immediately as well. I'll never be able to see the three of them again. Even though I know Autarch Skyfeeder will still reverse spacetime to revive the three of them, if I'm not able to see it in person. I really can't accept this. I understand. Ning nodded. Then what are you suggesting, mistress? My avatar is alongside Tia and Annihilation's avatars. I can give you the location. I'd like to ask Autarch Skyfeeder to go find my avatar, then take it with her when she revives my three brothers. Is that acceptable? The Paragon asked. Might as well. Ning didn't refuse, because he himself wasn't completely confident that they'd be able to escape this place. He had been forced to use his own sword arts multiple times in the Dalgard Tower area, and they were now in a place that was so mysterious the autarchs couldn't even locate it. This was definitely a far more dangerous place than the first Dalgard Tower. Ning immediately sent a message to Autarch Skyfeeder, asking for her help. She agreed, her true body exiting the quintessence. However, the Chaosverse was so very large that it would take a bit of time for her to go find the Paragon of Pills. Let's scout the surrounding area for now, but make sure to be careful. Let's not take any risks just yet. We'll save that for after your 3 brothers are revived, Ning said with a laugh. The Paragon of Pills, Hegemontia, and the others all acknowledged. Whoosh! Ning flew into the skies by himself, quickly reaching an altitude of over 100 million kilometers. The skies above him were like an enormous azure bowl. Ning frowned when he stared into them, and he released his sword Dao Domain to apply some pressure to the heavens. Alas, the heavens were incomparably resilient, and they actually pushed back and down against Ning. It really is quite stable. It seems there is no chance at all that I might be able to tear through this place through raw force. Ning quickly came to this determination. As soon as he had arrived here, he had suspected that this might be the case. This was because even the dimensional hallway chains formed by a single Dalgard tower had been incredibly stable. This place was clearly much more dangerous. There was no way he would be able to break through this place with ease. Indeed, his test confirmed his suspicions. Whoosh! Ning flew back down, descending to rejoin Azure Fiend, the Paragon of Pills, Hegemontia, and the others. What should we do, Dao Lord? Lord Annihilation asked. There's no way to break through via brute force, Ning said with a chuckle. We'll need to find some weaknesses in this dimension and then break through via them. For such a large dimension to be so stable means that it has to have an internal energy source of some kind or a formation keeping it together. We'll be able to escape by destroying either of them. I can vaguely sense some living creatures off in the distance. Ning pointed towards the horizon ahead of them. Very weak creatures. Let's go take a look. Very weak? Azure Fiend was startled. How could a terrifying place like this have weak creatures within it? But they really do seem to be extremely weak. I could probably wipe them out by breathing on them, Ning said. Since he had already promised that they wouldn't do anything dangerous before reviving the Paragon of Pills brothers, Ning was going to play it safe for now. Given his current level of insight into the Tao, he was able to sense and avoid danger while seeking out good fortune. However, the central controls or other critical points in a hidden realm like this would generally be extremely dangerous, and so there was no way to avoid danger here. Sometimes, you knew the road ahead of you was dangerous but you still had to take it, because only then would you have a chance at survival. Whoosh! The group quickly flew into the air. Below them was a vast sea of water that seemed to be truly boundless and without end. Right here! Ning quickly came to a halt and stared downwards. Beneath him was an island that was tens of millions of kilometers in size. Actually, in most places it would have been described as a continent, but this dimension and the sea it held was so incredibly vast that this island was nothing more than a tiny little speck. It wouldn't be wrong for major powers like Ning to refer to it as an island. This island had countless living beings thriving within it. Ning stared downwards, his gaze quickly locking onto the most powerful being in this entire island. Within a wilderness region, 3 humanoids were battling against a vile fiend who was dressed in long black robes. He was fairly handsome and exuded an aura of charisma, but in battle he was indescribably ferocious and savage. You humans have killed me many times, but you'll never be able to kill me permanently. I'll come back to life time and time again. Ah ha ha. I can fail any number of times, but you cannot fail even once, because if you do, I'll butcher every living person on this entire continent. Ah ha ha ha. Want to know a little secret? I've actually already done it on 5 different occasions in history. The vile Fian's voice was sharp and shrill. This will be my 6th time. If you want to survive, you should bow down to me. I need a few lackeys, after all. I don't like you, but you are fairly strong. Forget about it. This continent belongs to us Civ. We would never allow a vile fiend like yourself to run rampant here. The leader of the three was a six-armed man who was furiously attacking with 6 giant warhammers. Alas, the vile fiend was far too fast and nimble. If it wasn't for the other 2 party members, the leader would have been defeated long ago. The second member of the party was a red-haired man who wielded a warblade and whose entire body was bathed in flames. He howled furiously, "The valiant men of the Sith shall never succumb to a vile fiend like yourself." The final member of the party was a gray-robed woman, and she had an icy look on her face as she controlled her magic treasures to attack from afar. She said in a frozen voice, "We Sith would rather all die in battle than submit to a vile fiend like yourself." Ning, the paragon of pills, Azure Fiend, and the rest all watched from high up in the skies, rather shocked by all of this. The valiant men of the Sith? Ning blinked. Why does that phrase feel so odd? The Sith would rather all die in battle than submit to a vile fiend? Azure Fiend mumbled to himself, "That's a pretty determined statement. I had no idea the Sith were so intrepid." The 3 humanoids below them were merely of the Elder God/Ancestral Immortal level, while the Vile Fiend was an extremely weak member of the Vile Fiend race. There was an enormous degree of difference between it and the Vile Fiends Ning encountered near the Daugard Tower. This was nothing more than a battle at the Elder God level. To the likes of Ning, the paragon of pills, Azure Fiend, Lord Annihilation, Hegemon Flameleft, or Hegemon Tia, these 4 were all very puny. And yet, they were the most powerful beings on this island. Ning was telling the truth earlier when he said that they were very weak. Ha ha. Lord Annihilation laughed as well. To us cultivators as a whole, the Sith are a calamity, a nightmare, a blight on existence. The Sith, however, also have weak members of the race who are akin to our mortals. Perhaps they find pride in being Sith. They call themselves Sith, but they aren't actually true Sith, Ning said. They aren't true Sith? Everyone present stared at Ning, puzzled. Master, how is it that you know this? Azure Fiend asked. Ning didn't explain any further, because this involved many hidden secrets that would only cause Azure Fiend and the others to feel unnecessary consternation. If they were true Sith, they would be rejected by all the prime essences of the Chaosverse, making it impossible for them to use the power of the Tao. However, all 3 of the humans below them were infusing the Tao into each and every strike. They weren't rejected by the prime essences. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 15, Filthy. Book 41, The Daugard Tower, Chapter 15, Filthy. Did you hear that? That little vile fiend just said he's wiped out all life on this island several times, Azure Fiend said. Unsurprising, Ning replied. This hidden dimension is within the Sithlands, which means that vile fiends can arise here. Although they are fairly weak without the power of a Daugard Tower behind them, they are still enough to be absolute catastrophes for islands like this. In addition, vile fiends have essence springs located in other places. I can kill them with my sword and then locate and destroy their essence springs via karma, but the living beings on this island can only use all their strength to fight and kill the vile fiend time and time again without being able to truly exterminate it. Given enough time, the vile fiend will rise to power once more and then cause yet another calamity to descend upon this island. The paragon of pills sighed. Vile fiends are nothing to us, but they represent apocalypse to the countless beings on this island. Hegemon Tia said, perhaps this is a method the Sith used to train and temper the members of their race. Yes, that's extremely possible. Ning's eyes lit up. Applying pressure via vile fiends could result in more powerful experts arising more frequently. As they spoke, Ning and the others descended onto the island. Attack! Let's launch an all-out assault. The 3 humans were beginning to unleash their desperation attacks. Ha ha ha, desperation attacks? I'll give you one final blow and annihilate any hope that you might still harbor. I'm looking forward to those looks of despair on your face, the despair that stems from the very depths of your soul. I can't help but feel excited when I see those looks. The vile fiend was so actually shaking from anticipation. Suddenly, slash! A streak of swordlight sliced through the vile fiend. The vile fiend's face still had that look of twisted joy on it, but a heartbeat later it completely disintegrated into dust. Ning's sword followed the karma lines attaching it to its essence spring, destroying that as well. From this day forth, the vile fiend which had troubled this island and its many living beings for countless generations was no more. Helping you kill that vile fiend is a form of recompense for rifling through your memories. Ning began to search through the memories of those 3 Sith humans. The fact that their attacks were infused with the power of the Tao meant that they were also natives of this chaosverse, and so Ning treated them as humans rather than as Sith. This was why he wished to repay them for what he was doing. Master, now that you've killed that vile fiend, this island won't suffer any more attacks. Doesn't that mean that the tempering trial the Sith set up is over? Azure Fiend asked. I don't give a shit, Ning said casually. Azure Fiend blinked. The Paragon of Pills, Hegemon Tia, Hegemon Flameleft, and Lord Annihilation all stared at Ning in shock. I don't give a shit, how could words like this have come from the mouth of the peerlessly dazzling Tao Lord Darknorth? There were many emperors and hegemons with foul dispositions and even fouler language. However, to the people present, Darknorth was a person of incomparably exalted stature, someone who was very nearly a peer of the autarchs. They couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable when they heard Ning say this. In truth, Ning had a completely perfect Tao heart. He'd say whatever he felt without needing to disguise it. So what have you discovered? The Paragon of Pills asked. They are just elder gods and ancestral immortals. They know very little, but their memories do contain information regarding a legendary and invincible figure who controls all 63 islands in this vast territory. That person is known to them as Archfiend Huabua, and he is so unfathomably powerful that he has never been defeated and can wipe out an entire island with a wave of his hand. Ning snickered. Their memories indicate that Archfiend Huabua should know more about this place than them. Ning and the others left, and as they did the 3 humans regained consciousness. What just happened? What's going on? Where's the vile fiend? All 3 of them were completely puzzled. When Ning had rifled through their memories, it hadn't had a negative impact on them at all. It was like a brief moment of unconsciousness. Archfiend Huabua was the ruler of 63 islands, and in truth he was a Tao Lord of the 4th step. In this era and amongst these weak cultivators, he truly was invincible. But to Ning and his team? A Tao Lord of the 4th step was still extremely weak, so weak that he could be exterminated with just a breath. Archfiend Huabua was seated on his royal throne. Below him was a large number of beautiful women who were dancing for him, while at each side of the hall there were many chained beings who were being tortured and tormented. He had an extremely strange personality and temperament. He was the undisputed hegemon of these 63 islands, and countless living beings had been tortured to death by him. He delighted in torture, in hearing their final screams and cries. This was what made him smile, and was the reason why he was known as the Archfiend. A smile on his face, he watched the beautiful women dance while listening to the viperous curses and blubbering wails of his prisoners. Those fools. All of them ran off to the sacred realm, and for what? The sacred realm has many powerful experts there, we'd be nothing more than the crust on their boots, Archfiend Huabua mused. Staying behind is a much better decision. I'm virtually invincible here and can do whatever I want. Isn't that wonderful? As for the Tao merge, humph. Did they really think they would succeed in the Tao merge just because major powers in the sacred realm will provide them guidance? I hear that their success rates remain pitifully low. Staying behind is definitely the better choice. Tomorrow, I'll go capture a few more people. The ones in the prison have almost all died out by now. Archfiend Huabwa was in a superb mood. As for the beautiful dancers, all of them were quivering in fear, even if none of them dared to reveal it. They did their best to please the almighty Archfiend, for fear of being tortured to death as well. Suddenly, a total of 6 people walked into the hall. The dance came to a halt, and the smile on Archfiend Huabwa's face suddenly froze. Even the steam coming from the cup of mulled wine by his side froze in midair. Time itself seemed to stop. The 6 figures walking in were Ning, the paragon of pills, Azure Fiend, Hegemon Tia, Hegemon Flameleft, and Lord Annihilation. Ning's sword Dao domain had sealed down spacetime itself, causing time to freeze completely. The dancers and the Archfiend would have no recollection at all of what happened in this moment. Let's take a look at their memories. Ning was able to easily rifle through this Daelord's memories. He finished after a few moments, then fell completely silent. How does it look? The others all looked at Ning. This is going to be troublesome, Ning said, then chuckled. But we knew that from the beginning. Simply put, this Daelord's memories indicate that this hidden dimension has a total of 6 realms where mortals live, as well as an exalted sacred realm and an evil, desolate purgatory. Together, the 6 mortal worlds, the sacred realm, and purgatory formed this entire hidden dimension, Ning said. At least, that's what he believes and his memories indicate, but the 6 mortal realms are all extremely vast and are filled with countless mortals and many cultivators. However, only cultivators who become samsara downlords are qualified to enter the sacred realm. Of course, there are many samsara downlords who choose to stay behind in the 6 mortal realms instead, but if they succeed in the downmerge and become eternal emperors, they are required to enter the sacred realm, Ning said. If they do not, then major powers shall descend from the sacred realm to capture and then punish them. The paragon of pills frowned. It seems as though the sacred realm is where all the major powers of this hidden dimension are gathered. What of this purgatory, then? The purgatory is the place where extremely evil people and people who are being punished by the major powers shall be exiled to. That place is both dangerous and desolate, Ning said. My guess is that the most important parts of this dimension reside within the sacred realm. The most powerful people present in the 6 mortal realms were downlords of the 4th step. The sacred realm was where the true major powers had gathered, which meant that there was a 99% chance that the core control mechanisms of this hidden dimension were located there as well. Are the countless living beings of this dimension truly Sith progeny? And what is the history of this place? Hegemon Flameleft asked. That's not information a downlord of the 4th step like him would know, Ning said with a chuckle. What we need to do is to head into the sacred realm. The sacred realm, it was undoubtedly filled with many major powers and terrifying Sith traps. Ning wouldn't be surprised if it had 10 Daoguard towers within it. Once they headed off to the sacred realm, a war would probably break out. How can we get there? Azure Fiend asked. Through the realm gate, Ning said. However, now is not yet the time. Let's wait for the Mistress 3 brothers to be revived before we head off to the realm gate and enter the sacred realm. The paragon of pills smiled. Let's go. Ning glanced at Archfiend Huabwa, who was still seated on his throne with a frozen grin on his face, then waved a finger. A streak of swordlight shot out, passing through the Archfiend's skull and destroying his soul and true soul. From this day forth, Archfiend Huabwa, who had been the hegemon of these 63 islands for countless years, died as a result of people who literally came out of nowhere. Even as he died, he had no idea what was happening or who was killing him. Master, you already looked through his memories. Why'd you kill him? Azure Fiend stared. It was precisely because I looked through his memories that I killed him. Ning shook his head and muttered, absolutely filthy. I really couldn't help myself. Ning's group quietly slipped away, leaving behind a palace in a state of chaos. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 16, Spacetime Reversal Resurrection. Book 41, Chapter 16, Spacetime Reversal Resurrection. Roughly 5 months after Ning's group had first been sent into this hidden dimension, Autarch Skyfeeder brought the avatars of the Paragon of Pills and Lord Annihilation to the Otherverse they resided in. It was time to begin the process of reversing spacetime and reviving those 3 emperors. Lord Annihilation's Otherverse. The Arceus region. The prime reaches of the Genesis lands. This was a place filled with corpses, all of whom had failed in the struggle over the control of this Otherverse. The gentle-eyed and slightly plump Autarch Skyfeeder glanced at the various Emperor-class corpses within the prime reaches as the avatars of the Paragon and Lord Annihilation stood respectfully to one side. "Looks like this was quite a bitter battle," Autarch Skyfeeder said. "This is an Otherverse which I created extremely early on. I didn't put it within the 8 domains, which is why only a few hegemons took part in this struggle. The Blaze Sun domain and the rest of the 8 domains had so many experts present that the members of most squads were usually at the hegemonic level. Every so often, you would also see an Otherverse lord or someone in control of a powerful Sith weapon. Thus, when 2 competing teams found an Otherverse to fight over, the battle would involve 10 or so hegemons. However, the prime reaches here only held 3 hegemonic corpses, as well as quite a few ordinary Eternal Emperors. It was indeed a bitter battle, but the power of the combatants involved was somewhat lower than what would be seen in the 8 domains. Otherverses are incredibly rare outside the 8 domains, the avatar of the Paragon of Pills said softly. The appearance of this Otherverse caused everyone to go wild. The 4 hegemons who were the first to arrive each brought subordinates and were willing to risk everything for the sake of this Otherverse. A great battle broke out, and in the end Hegemon Dustfall was the one who won. My 3 brothers covered me, letting me escape, but the ones who were left behind were all suppressed and bound by the power of this Otherverse, which now had a master. Nothing awaited them save death, and they knew it. Hegemon Dustfall was kind enough to allow each of the emperors a chance to leave behind a legacy, and he also let their corpses remain intact. An Otherverse lord who was inside of his Otherverse would be dramatically more powerful than when he was outside in the normal world. The Otherverse was his territory, and the overwhelming power of the Otherverse ensured that he himself would also be incredibly strong. This was why the Lonely King instantly became famous after chasing someone into an Otherverse, then destroying it. As for hegemons, when directly suppressed by the power of an Otherverse, they wouldn't even be able to move a finger. However, shortly after Dustfall acquired this Otherverse, he died while adventuring in a dangerous place. You ended up lucking out, Annihilation. The Paragon of Pills glanced at Lord Annihilation. It was just a matter of speed, but I admit that my luck wasn't bad. Lord Annihilation smiled. I'm going to begin now, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Just stand there and watch. Understood. The avatars of Lord Annihilation and the Paragon of Pills both nodded respectfully, with a look of excitement appearing in the eyes of the latter. Rumble. Autarch Skyfeeder stared towards the sword hegemon, still leaning against his enormous dark blue greatsword. Behind him was the white-robed man who had 3 swords on his back as well as the azure-armored man who had planted 9 blood-colored swords into the ground before him. Time quickly began to slow, stop, and then reverse in the area around them. Whoosh! 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 Countless images went past, including the images of Ning's arrival within this region. Just a short while later, it had reversed all the way to the earliest and most ancient days of this Otherverse. This was when the 3 had fallen in battle. My beloved friends all died in this battle. There is no way I will pardon you or release you. In the temporally inverted images before them, they were able to see a valiant old man dressed in silvery white armor who stood high up on a mountain. However, I don't blame you for doing what you did. All of us were trying to take this Otherverse. I simply was the one to win. I'll give you all some time to make your final preparations, make sure you don't waste this time. I'll also set down barriers to ensure that your corpses will not be disturbed in the many eons to come. None of the hegemons or emperors tried to argue with him. This truly had been a bitter battle with many deaths. It was already quite magnanimous that the victor was giving them time to pass down legacies for themselves. Big brother, second brother, we were so close. I still can't believe this, said the azure-armored man who had planted those 9 blood-colored swords in the earth before him. It doesn't matter how close we were. We lost. At least we 3 brothers will be able to die together. The white-robed man had a smile on his face. Clearly, he had already accepted his fate. This was all my fault. The muscular greatsword-bearing hegemon let out a sigh, but his eyes were quite peaceful as well. When the paragon of pills saw and heard this, her eyes turned moist. She tightly clenched her hands together, continuing to watch. Freeze! Autarch Skyfeeder stared at the image before them, causing time to freeze before her. In this frozen moment, the 3 of them were still alive. Spacetime, reverse. True souls, return. Autarch Skyfeeder turned quite solemn as well. The true soul fragments of this hegemon, along with the true soul fragments of the other 2 emperors behind him, had all been swallowed by the prime essences of this otherverse and hidden at its very core. They had become one with the otherverse itself. What she was doing right now was akin to tearing out part of a stone tower's foundation. If not done correctly, it was quite possible that the tower itself would crumble. It was easy to swallow something and digest it, but very hard to drag it back out. Not even Lord Annihilation, the master of this otherverse, would be able to accomplish it. Thankfully, Autarch Skyfeeder had been the person who created this otherverse. Even if she did wreck it, she would be able to repair it. Right now, all she needed to do was to keep it stable. Gather! Autarch Skyfeeder barked out a second time. This time, countless true soul fragments began to fly out from the deepest part of the prime reaches, then levitate into the air. The prime reaches was the location where the prime essences of this otherverse were located. Visually, the true soul fragments looked like tiny little motes of light. These countless little motes of light all flew towards the 3 standing emperors. As more light appeared and as spacetime continued to advance, the bodies of the 3 formerly illusory figures quickly began to solidify. Rumble, the earth throughout the prime reaches began to shudder. In fact, the entire massive otherverse began to tremble slightly. Lord Annihilation turned pale as he continued to watch nervously. This was his otherverse. If it collapsed, he would be doomed. But all he could do was look at Autarch Skyfeeder, not daring to make a sound. Autarch Skyfeeder herself remained quite calm. Big brother. The paragon of pills watched this all excitedly. The 3 figures grew increasingly solid as more and more light poured into them, and their auras became increasingly real as well. A hint of light appeared within their eyes, a light which represented life and sentience. Boom! 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 Finally, all 3 auras completely stabilized, and a look of shock appeared in the eyes of the hegemon and his 2 brothers. Alive! They were alive again. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. Overwhelmed with excitement, the paragon of pills charged straight towards them. Autarch Skyfeeder had made use of their 3 undamaged corpses to bring them fully back to life. If their bodies were gone, she still would have been able to revive them, but it would have taken more effort. Recreating a hegemonic body was no easy feat, after all. Little sister. The greatsword-bearing man looked at the paragon of pills, then at his 2 nearby brothers. Second brother. Third brother. The paragon of pills wrapped her arms tightly around the muscular man. She had endured many, many things after her 3 brothers had died. Little sister. The muscular man hugged the paragon of pills back, a complex look on his face. They weren't true siblings, they just referred to each other that way as a term of endearment. In truth, they were lovers. Ha, we've come back to life. Ha, we've all come back to life. The azure-armored man was the most excited of the 3. Big brother. Third brother. Little sister, the white-robed man sent mentally to them, his gaze focused on the distant autarch Skyfeeder. It was the autarch who brought us back to life, right? He was the calmest of the three who had just been brought back to life. The paragon of pills quickly came back to her senses. She hurriedly turned and bowed gratefully towards autarch Skyfeeder. Thank you, autarch, for saving my three brothers. Thank you, autarch, for saving our lives, the hegemon and his two emperors said. Impressive. You were actually able to convince an autarch to come rescue the three of us, and it looks as though you yourself have become a hegemon, little sister, the azure-armored man sent mentally. Autarch Skyfeeder said with a calm smile on her face, I came at Dark North's request. Of course I took it seriously. Alright, now that this matter is finished, it is time for me to go. Safe travels, autarch. Lord Annihilation let out a sigh of relief. Autarchs truly were impressive, his other verse had been barely affected by this process. Safe travels, autarch. The paragon of pills and the others all bowed respectfully once more. Autarch Skyfeeder took a single step, then disappeared into the void. Congratulations, my friends. Lord Annihilation smiled as he bowed towards the three brothers. I imagine there are many things the paragon of pills wishes to talk to you about. I won't bother you any further. When you are free, you must come and be my guests at the Church of Annihilation. Lord Annihilation's avatar then took a step away, disappearing into the void as well. Little sister, you truly are incredible. The azure-armored man was still extremely excited. As for the muscular man, he continued to hold the paragon of pills' hand in an affectionate display of love. Little sister, the autarch said that she came on the request of Dark North? Who is this Dark North? He must be a major power. Is he an autarch as well? The white-robed man asked. Right. Based on what I know, it is almost impossible to convince an autarch to help revive a hegemon. The muscular man couldn't help but ask as well, who exactly is this Dark North fellow? He was able to have an autarch carry out tasks for him, and apparently didn't even come in person? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 17, Assaulting the Realm Gate. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 17, Assaulting the Realm Gate. If you were going to ask someone to help you out with something, you would at least show up yourself, right? This was doubly true when you were asking an autarch to help out. How much face were the autarchs giving this Dark North fellow, for them to show up even when he himself did not? Ha ha. The paragon of pills laughed. Dark North is a Dao Lord who has failed the Dao merge, but he is extremely close to the autarchs in actual power. What? The three were astonished and unable to believe this. A Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge? They felt no regard at all for people like that, but one who was close to the autarchs in power? They couldn't even imagine how this was possible. Hegemons are nothing more than ants to him. He doesn't even need to strike them in order to kill them. Only someone like the lonely king of the Ice Peak army is worthy of him attacking, but he only needed to strike a single time to slay the lonely king, the paragon of pills said. He is on extremely good terms with the autarchs, and he was the one who convinced autarch Skyfeeder to come here. Her three brothers were truly flabbergasted by this. This Dark North was truly an incredible figure. In fact, big brother, the paragon of pills said with a chortle, he's actually one of your honorary disciples. What? Mine? The muscular man stared at her, his eyes popping wide. My honorary disciple? The hidden dimension. Ever since Ning and the others had discovered that this dimension was divided up into 6 mortal realms, a sacred realm, and a purgatory, they had begun to relax and wander through the mortal realms. The plan was to wait until the paragon of pills' 3 brothers were revived before risking entry into the realm gate. Congratulations, paragon of pills. Congratulations, mistress. Ning, Azure Fiend, Tia, Flameleft, and Annihilation all offered their congratulations. They even prepared congratulatory gifts. All of them could clearly sense how the Paragon of Pills' aura had changed. In the past, she had seemed so solitary, cold, and remote. Now, it was like winter had left and spring had come. She had an uncontrollable smile on her face, and her joy was absolutely infectious. Now that I've met them again, I truly have no regrets left. The Paragon looked at Ning. Dark North, I have to thank you for everything. If it wasn't for the insights I gained in the Arceus region and the help you provided, Mistress, I might not necessarily have been able to embark upon the path of the Omega Tao, Ning said. I wouldn't have reached my current level of power either. If he was allowed to choose again between success in the Tao merge and becoming a hegemon, via fused Supreme Taos, or failure in the Tao merge but mastering the eternal Omega Tao, he would probably still choose the latter. Why? Because, if even the autarchs were unable to revive Yue, the Omega Tao was the only chance he had. Even though he failed, he would still be an incandescently dazzling figure for over 10,000 chaos cycles. As far as Ning was concerned, this was superior to an eternity of mediocrity. The Paragon of Pills had no further regrets in life. Now, she was able to face all dangers with complete calmness and equanimity, meeting even death with a smile on her face. Ning, however, was even more determined to ensure the Paragon's safety. She had just reunited with her beloved brothers. If she was to die here, wouldn't that be a truly painful farewell? Once hegemons died, it would be virtually impossible to bring them back to life. Her big brother had only been revived because he had died within an otherverse. If the Paragon of Pills died here, there would be no way she could be brought back. Whoosh! They soared through the air and quickly reached the location of the Realm Gate. This here is the Realm Gate. They had spent several months scanning through the memories of many different Tao Lords. As a result, they were able to recognize it right away. Master, we were teleported directly into this dimension. I imagine the true ruler of this dimension was made aware of our appearance long ago, Azurfiend said. Prior to this, we were in the mortal realm. There's nothing in the mortal realm which can pose a threat to us, and so the controller of this dimension was unable to touch us from afar, nor would he dare to actually attack you directly. But once we go through the Realm Gate and reach the Sacred Realm, things will be different. We'll be surrounded by danger. Agreed. Nin nodded. He had long ago prepared for the likelihood that the master of this place was aware of his presence. Traveling to the Sacred Realm is our only hope, the Paragon of Pills said. Dark North, you are so very strong that the Sith experts hiding this place would never dare to challenge you to a fair fight. That's why they haven't attacked yet. Our records indicate that when Tao Lords dare to disobey orders from the Sacred Realm, powerful experts will descend to seize and punish them. This means it is possible for Sith experts to descend upon this place, but they have not. Why? Because they fear you, Dark North. But you failed your Tao merge, which means that you will eventually die from your true soul crumbling away. Once that happens, the Sith will probably attack and kill the rest of us. I'm not willing to spend the rest of my life in these mortal realms either, Ning said with a chuckle. In a fair fight, not even Sith exalts were a match for him. Even if 4 or 5 exalts attacked him, given his speed and agility, if he focused on dodging then they wouldn't even be able to touch his clothes. The difference in ability between them was enormous. But if their opponents were aided by Tao Guard towers? That would make this extremely difficult. Let's advance via realm ship, Ning said as he produced his realm ship. All 6 of them entered the realm ship. They did this not because they needed it to travel, but because they wanted to benefit from the extra layer of protection it provided. Realm ships were extremely sturdy, after all, breaching them was no easy task. The Realm Gate was 100,000 kilometers high and utterly massive. It emanated dazzling light and was shaped like a giant door, and around its space was twisted and distorted into multiple folds. Swoosh! Ning and the others flew forwards via realm ship, protected and surrounded by Ning's Sword Dao domain. As they moved closer to the gate, they could sense that the twisted dimensional folds were impeding their advance. To Ning, however, they were like nothing more than a spring breeze, incapable of barring his path in the slightest. "We're heading in. Be careful, everyone." Ning could sense his subconscious warning him of danger, but there was nothing he could do. This was their only chance to escape and survive this play. Delay and buy time? There was no way he could outdelay the Sith. The realm ship finally flew into the iridescent realm gate. It quickly made its way completely inside the gate, only to see an extremely stable tunnel which was formed through many layers of folded dimensional space. Whoosh! The realm ship flew through this stable dimensional tunnel at high speeds. Given Ning's current level of power, he was able to see past all obstacles and make out the awesome aura of the world off in the distance, the sacred realm. The aura of the sacred realm was noticeably vaster and more powerful, and it held far more experts as well. Crack! 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 Suddenly, the formerly stable tunnel began to shatter apart as two strange triangular weapons appeared in the sides of the dimensional folds off in the instance. Two more appeared within the sides of the dimensional tunnel behind Ning as well. It was their appearance which caused the dimensional tunnel to begin to crack. Not good. Ning's face tightened. He didn't hesitate at all, immediately expanding his sword Dao domain dramatically in size, causing a large amount of sword light to appear and furiously assault the four triangular weapons. The four triangular weapons all had sharp edges which shot out rays of light. These rays of light were extremely thin and allowed them to easily tear through space. There was no way Ning's sword Dao domain could resist the four streaks of light. Each streak of light represented an enormous amount of energy and power, and all four of them shot out to Ning's realm ship. What a terrifying weapon! Ning immediately willed the realm ship to move in an erratic pattern as it flowed through the crumbling and chaotic tunnel, moving from one position to another. The realm ship itself was like a sword which was being used to display a truly marvelous sword art. Whoosh! 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 All four rays of light shot past the realm ship, not able to touch it at all. Thank goodness I mastered the space sword Dao. Ning let out a sigh of relief. They were within a dimensional tunnel. As the tunnel crumbled, space here became increasingly chaotic. Those four triangular weapons had just launched attacks with extremely thin dimensional blades, and by all rights it should have been nearly impossible for someone to dodge them unharmed in such a chaotic environment. Ning, however, had achieved just that thanks to his space sword Dao. Boom! 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 Those four triangular weapons suddenly expanded dramatically in size as they charged towards Ning's realm ship. Ning could sense the enormous threat they posed. As for Azure Fiend, the paragon of pills, and the others within the realm ship, they could do nothing save watch. They wouldn't even able to react in time against attacks of this level. Get in here! Ning instantly emerged from the realm ship, then drew it back into his estate world. There was no way he could simply rely on the realm ship to deal with those triangular weapons. Snick! Nu drew a northbow sword from the sheath on his back. I can't let them get close to me. They seem to possess the ability to self-detonate. At Ning's current level, he was able to vaguely see what some future possibilities would be. Thus, Ning suddenly tossed his sword out. Whoosh! Ning tossed the sword out like a whip, sending a gentle stream of swordlight sweeping out like a beautiful creek. The water glowed in a dazzling manner as it lashed through the air, gently rapping against the surface of one of the triangular weapons. That triangular weapon couldn't help but be nudged off course to one side, clashing against one of the other triangular weapons. No more playing around. Ning glanced at the nearly collapsed dimensional tunnel around him. Ahead of them was the end of the tunnel and the sacred realm. He immediately used his sword arts to forcibly charge through all opposition and make it outside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 18, Dimensional Seams. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 18, Dimensional Seams. Seal. A cold voice suddenly rang out from the sacred realm in front of them. A streak of light shot out from the sacred realm, forming a membrane in front of it that denied entry. A moment later, the four triangular weapons surrounding Ning suddenly unleashed a blast of utterly terrifying power. Boom! 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 Dot. The four triangular weapons released all of the power held within them in a final explosion, blasting apart and sending shrapnel in every direction and creating a zone of death around them. There was no way one could avoid this zone attack, as the entire area was filled with explosive waves of power. Even the Blaze Sun ruler would have been reduced to dust if enveloped by such powerful explosions. They actually detonated such incredibly valuable treasures? Ning held a single northbow sword at the ready. Swoosh! He suddenly sent out a swirl of swordlight that chopped through the space surrounding him like tofu, causing it to ripple and form into a dimensional barrier which surrounded and protected him. Time to go. Ning wasn't going to just stand there like a fool. Swish! Using his Tao of space, Ning transformed himself into a dimensional shard that fled off into the distance. When any of the explosive power struck him, the dimensional barrier surrounding Ning would simply deflect it with a slight ripple. This level of power might be able to easily breach the defenses of a Sith Exalt or the Blaze Sun ruler, but the defensive power of Ning's space sword Tao was far too great. However, given enough time, the power would still be depleted and exhausted. Rumble, the dimensional tunnel had been completely disintegrated, while the four terrifying triangular weapons had exploded apart into countless little shards. Ning rapidly flew away from this region, ensuring that the detonations were unable to harm him in the slightest. A short while later, Ning came to a halt. Northbow sword in hand and sword Tao domain surrounding him, Ning scanned the nearby area. So this is the scene between the 8 realms, eh? Ning mused to himself. Now that the dimensional tunnel had been destroyed, Ning was trapped within the scene between the realms. Space was incredibly chaotic and twisted here, but given Ning's level of mastery he wasn't impeded by it at all. Whoosh! Ning used his sword Tao domain to separate the surrounding dangers from himself, then quickly advanced towards the front. A short while later, he saw an enormous membrane. Behind it, he could vaguely make out a vast world filled with incredible amounts of power. The Sacred Realm. Ning immediately knew that the world beyond the membrane had to be the Sacred Realm, but the dimensional membrane was incredibly tough. Ning didn't even need to test it with his sword Tao domain to know that there was no chance of using it to punch through. Even the membranes surrounding the 6 mortal realms of this hidden dimension were incredibly tough and durable. If I couldn't break through them, I have no chance at all at this one around the Sacred Realm, Ning mused. The 6 mortal realms, the Sacred Realm, and Purgatory have all been completely sealed off. Does that mean I've been trapped here permanently? No, that can't be right. The Sith wouldn't do such a thing. Ning quickly came to this realization. If the Sith had merely wanted to trap him, they could have simply sealed off the realm gate and kept Ning permanently trapped within the ordinary realm he was in. Let's go check out the other places. Ning flew through the vast realm seam, moving towards some of the other realms. The Sacred Realm. This was the supreme world which was used to control this hidden dimension. Many powerful Sith were located here, and at the center of this world was a trio of towering mountains. Each mountain had a pagoda at the peak, and each pagoda was exactly 12 stories tall. They all emanated auras of dazzling light that caused spacetime to ripple and twist within the area of their illumination. These were the 3 elder palaces which the most mysterious and most exalted denizens of the Sacred Realm dwelt. However, the auras of 2 elder palaces were rather dim and weak, only one of them continued to radiate an aura of incandescent splendor. Within the brightest elder palace, a large group of experts were standing within it, staring through the palace gates to the world outside. At their head stood a youth dressed in deep blue robes. His hair was deep blue while his face grim and cold. He held his hands behind his back, standing ramrod straight and emanating an awesome aura. We failed. The blue-haired youth frowned. It really is hard to get rid of someone in control of an eternal Omega Tao. Exalt. Some of the hegemons and emperors standing behind him had undergone the ritual sacrificium, and one of the hegemons spoke out, Exalt, where did this white-robed Tao Lord come from? We detonated 4 Calamity-class weapons but still were unable to do anything to him. Enough. The blue-haired youth waved his hand, then turned to stare at the hegemons and emperors behind him. He said in a calm voice, we failed our first attempt, which means it is now up to Purgatory to act. If Purgatory succeeds, this matter shall be at an end. If Purgatory fails, we'll have no choice but to draw him into the sacred realm and resolve this through battle. Master, why? He's a Tao Lord who failed the Tao merge. His true soul is crumbling away. So long as we keep him completely sealed within these 8 realms and ensure that he is trapped within the realm scene, he'll die of natural causes, a red-robed youth said. If he really did die of natural causes, that would be an absolute waste. The blue-haired youth shook his head. I'm not going to explain any further. We have to do everything in our power to kill him, even if it costs us our very lives. No price is too great to pay if it means killing him. This is our responsibility as Sith. Understood, the red-robed youth said. Send word to Purgatory, the blue-haired youth said. Once the white-robed Tao Lord reaches Purgatory, Purgatory is to send all of the exiles against him. If they can kill the white-robed Tao Lord, they'll not only be allowed to come back to the sacred realm, they'll also be heavily rewarded. As for the person who actually managed to kill the Tao Lord, I'll give him control over one of the 2 elder halls. Control over an elder hall? That's not appropriate. How can an exile be worthy of controlling an elder hall? Everyone in the hall began to speak out in shock. The blue-haired youth swept them with his icy gaze, quickly silencing them all. He explained calmly, tell them that the white-robed Tao Lord is incredibly powerful, their only option is to kill him through exhaustion and attrition. They also need to remember to keep the soul-eating mantra active at all times. They need to make sure that they swallow all of the true soul fragments that are breaking off of him. Exalts were not to be questioned or challenged. Long ago, this hidden dimension actually had a total of 3 exalts. Later on, this dimension had sent out a grand army to take part in the war, with 2 of the exalts personally leading that army. This exalt had been left behind to guard the hidden dimension, but alas, those 2 departed exalts had never returned. The blue-haired youth turned and departed. With his departure, the hegemons and emperors left in the hall quickly scattered as well. After leaving the hall, 2 Sith hegemons began to quietly whisper amongst themselves while they walked out side by side. This is a Tao Lord in control of an eternal Omega Tao. If we can somehow kill him, we'll be given unimaginable rewards. These 2 hegemons were extremely excited. This is doubly true for the exalt. Even if he dies, once his true soul returns home, he'll be rewarded by being brought back to life via space-time reversal. No wonder the exalt is so excited over this. Reviving an exalt was incredibly difficult, but the Sith Lord of Chaos was capable of it. However, this would cause a degree of injury to the prime essences of that Chaos verse. Generally speaking, a Lord of Chaos would be unwilling to make that sort of sacrifice. However, if one accomplished great deeds, one had to be rewarded for it. Killing someone who was in control of an eternal Omega Tao was viewed as a slightly greater deed than even killing an autarch would be. If they were successful, then the exalt would not only be brought back to life, he would be given many gifts as well. It truly would be a case of him rising to preeminence. Unfortunately, that Tao Lord is terrifyingly strong. Otherwise, we'd charge out and kill him ourselves. Yes, he's absolutely terrifying. Not even the exalt dares to challenge him. He's in control of an eternal Omega Tao, and this is his Chaos verse. With the support of the Tao, he's virtually invincible. Thankfully, his true soul is crumbling away. The more he fights, the faster the true soul will break apart. That's why the exiles in purgatory have a chance. However, the Exalt was quite odd about this. Why did he say that the person who killed the white-robed Downlord would be allowed to take control over an elder hall? Many of the exiles were local natives. Is he really going to let a local take control over an elder hall? They might be our progeny, but they were born in this chaosverse, not our own, that makes them native to this chaosverse, and they are born with power over the Tao. If we let one of them take control over an elder hall, that person might become a source of trouble. Don't worry, our progeny swore long ago not to betray us. And, in the end, they are our children. They share our blood. Why would they view us as enemies? They are still natives, they aren't true Sith like us. They belong to this chaosverse, while we belong to a different one. In the end, this is an insurmountable difference. But we Sith gave birth to them. Enough. Let's not argue about this. These two hegemons were not native to this hidden dimension. Rather, they had invaded this chaosverse alongside the Grand Sith army. Clearly, the true Sith viewed the Sith progeny in this hidden dimension as being different from them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 19, Inside Purgatory. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 19, Inside Purgatory. Purgatory. Many exiled major powers were here, many of whom were hegemons or emperors. Although there were many Downlords who would be exiled here, the vast majority of them would fail the downmerge and die. They might be Sith progeny, but they were born within this chaosverse and thus incapable training in true Sith techniques. The Sith, in turn, were unable to create a set of perfect training techniques that was suited to this chaosverse. They were diametrically incompatible with it, after all. They would constantly be suppressed and weakened by the local prime essences, making it hard for them to comprehend the Tao here. All the Sith could do was bestow some local cultivator techniques to their Sith progeny while giving them some advice and guidance. The skies were dark and gloomy, with some fiery red light off in the horizons. A total of 3 figures were standing within a wilderness area. Ha, our chance has come. The leader of the 3 was a black-robed man who had a large amount of grass covering his head, and his beard was formed from grass as well. His eyes were dark, green, and grim. The Exalt has bestowed powerful treasures upon us. If we can kill that white-robed Downlord, we'll skyrocket in status and even be able to control one of the Elder Halls. Big brother, it is clear from the many gifts the Exalt has offered that he truly wishes to kill that white-robed Downlord. But why, then, would he rather give us so many treasures and so many benefits rather than do it himself? None of those fools in the sacred realm wish to take part either. There's only one possible answer to this: the white-robed Downlord is so terrifyingly strong that even Exalts fear him and are unable to beat him. An ugly old lady said in a hoarse voice, "We need to treat this white-robed Downlord as we would an Exalt, or perhaps someone even more terrifying than an Exalt." "Second sister, you speak sense," the chubby man by her side said immediately. "Of course I know how terrifying he has to be, but in the end, he's still failed the downmerge. We have a chance. Come, let us first go find that white-robed Downlord," the black-robed man said with a growl. "I've had enough of life in purgatory anyhow. I'd rather die fighting for this opportunity." Agreed. Both his companions turned solemn as well. Life in purgatory truly was a living hell. There was little life here, and it was a dry, desolate place. The environment was extremely inhospitable, forcing even hegemons to tread carefully. Worse, even if you stayed in one place and didn't move, some danger would usually descend out of nowhere. Every day spent here was a day spent in fear. This was a miserable life indeed. Ning continued to fly through the realm seam, inspecting everything in his path as he flew past the 8 realms. 6 mortal realms, the sacred realm, and purgatory. By now, Ning had located all of them. However, all 7 of the other realms were completely locked, only the gates to purgatory remained open to him. There was no way to enter the others at all. So they left just one door open to me? Ning chuckled after a moment. It seems the controllers of this hidden dimension have set up a few traps for me. Fine, fine. I'll go play with you. Swoosh. Ning flew over to the Purgatory Realm Gate, then gave it a glance. Ning was rather surprised. No living beings are around it? There was no way his senses could be off. Clearly, there really were no living beings next to the Realm Gate at all. What he didn't realize was that everyone who had been driven into purgatory was in exile. They were all extremely crafty and selfish. No one wished to be the first to attack, and so they all hid far away, using various scrying methods to watch the action at the Realm Gate. Completely unmolested, Ning slipped through the Realm Gate and arrived at the vast world of purgatory behind it. What an impressive purgatory this world truly is! The white-robed Ning descended upon the dark, foul-looking earth. The world around him was covered in darkness, with some flames flickering far off in the distance that were blindingly bright. Around him were many howling tornadoes that quickly appeared and then dissipated, while space and time were rippling behind him. It really is quite chaotic here. This purgatory is filled with countless natural calamities. Even hegemons would have to tread carefully here, while Dowlords are constantly at risk of imminent death. Ning chuckled. But it's better than the realm scene, at least. The realm scene was even more chaotic, to the point where there was nothing stable there at all. At least this place had an environment. Flames illuminating the distant horizons, this did make for an eerily beautiful sight. The destructive tornadoes that constantly swept through this place did as well. As for the evil miasmatic aura of this place that give birth to Vilefians, it was nothing but a bit of amusement to Ning. Now this place is rather intriguing. I'm almost finished merging the Tao of Wind into my eternal Omega Sword Tao. I might as well train here for a time. Although Ning was surrounded by danger, he remained completely relaxed. He immediately sat down in the lotus position. The white-robed Ning sat down there on the foul ground, his sword Tao domain covering the entire area around him, preventing the various types of natural dangers from moving close to him. The place where Ning sat had become sacred grounds, untouched by the filth of purgatory. Whoosh! The wind blew past Ning jubilantly, occasionally revealing a few sparks of swordlight which gathered together, eventually transforming back into wind once more. Ning had reached the hegemonic level in the Tao of Wind long ago. Now, what he needed to do was to infuse it into his sword Tao and create his wind sword Tao. Time passed, one day after another. What's going on? Why has that Tao Lord sat down without even moving an inch? The exiles who were scrying this place from afar were all puzzled. I have to say, that Tao Lord is pretty powerful. He didn't have to do anything, his domain alone was able to block out all the local dangers. The chaotic environment of purgatory is absolutely nothing to him. He's probably trying to buy time. If he wants to drag this out, I'm more than happy to oblige. I've already been trapped here for over 8 million chaos cycles. Let's see who can last longer. I have plenty of patience. Yes, let's wait. The exiled powers were all waiting for the right moment to attack. The years continued to flow on. In the blink of an eye, over 500,000 years had gone by. All of the exiled powers continued to wait patiently for a good opportunity. Although they all had powerful Sith weapons and were confident in their abilities, life in purgatory had long ago ensured that they had become slippery and crafty. The local environment here was bizarre but beautiful in a twisted way, and the flames flickering off in the distance caused Ning's face to flicker with reflected light. Suddenly, Ning's lips curved upward slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. A smiling look was in his gaze. Ning took a sudden, deep breath, causing the wind streams around him to begin to howl. Gra-ah! Suddenly, Ning seemed to let out an enormous roar. In truth, this was nothing more than a single deep breath, but the breath was so ferocious that it generated a terrifying howling sound which shook the earth. It sounded like the bellowing of 1,000 terrifying beasts, and it unleashed countless twisting tornadoes that were formed from countless streaks of swordlight. The howling wind was like the waves of the ocean, crashing out every which way. The howling wind shattered everything in its path like a giant shockwave, crushing mountains to dust and shattering even the distant flames. The wind wave spread out with terrifying speed, moving so fast that even Sith exalts would be caught off guard by it. This was Ning's wind sword Dao. The terrifying gust of wind caused even spacetime to shudder. Flee. Run away. Ning's breath was actually aimed at the 5 emperors who were located closest to him. They were hundreds of billions of kilometers away from him, but it wasn't enough. The Dao of Wind was a fast Dao to begin with, and the wind sword Dao in the form of a howling tempest moved with indescribable speed. Hundreds of billions of kilometers was nothing to it. Although those 5 emperors frantically sought to flee, spacetime was suppressed here. There was no way to warp through spacetime, and so they could do nothing save just watch as the terrifying wind howled through the heavens and moved towards them with incomprehensible speed. There was nowhere for them to hide at all. Attack! Impossible. Go all out against him. The 5 emperors felt a sense of despair. Some attempted to use Sith weapons to fight back, but wind by its very nature is a formless thing. The attacks of the Sith weapons flew straight through the wind, completely incapable of affecting the wind at all. The wind swept through the lands like a giant broom, wiping out everything in its path. Those 5 emperors were instantly ground to dust, with just a few of their top treasures and Sith weapons managing to survive. An area of over 3 trillion kilometers to Ning's left had been completely swept clean in a fan-shaped manner. The entire world seemed to have become incredibly, perfectly flat. The other exiles who were watching this from afar were all scared out of their minds. He did that with just a shout? How powerful is he? The exiles were starting to tremble with fear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 20, Broken One by One. Book 41, The Daoguard Tower, Chapter 20, Broken One by One. What they didn't know was that Ning didn't actually shout. He had just mastered his wind sword Dao, and had given it a little test by blowing some air out of his lungs, but the air had quickly moved at such incredible speeds that all of the exiles were absolutely stunned and terrified by it. He's terrifying. He was able to slay hegemons with ease from a distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers. He truly is unfathomably powerful. All the hegemons and emperors in purgatory combined might stand a chance, but if we were to fight separately we would be defeated one by one. Join forces. Our only chance is to join forces. The exiles were all extraordinarily talented figures, they instantly knew what they had to do. But it was already too late. Now that I have mastered the wind sword Dao, it is time to make my move. I certainly can't win a war of attrition against them. Ning rose to his feet, taking a single step forwards and warping forwards to the location where the 5 slain hegemons had been at. He waved his hand, collecting all of the fallen treasures and Sith weapons. These were all fine treasures that he could either leave to the 3 realms for gift to his disciples and friends. Next, Ning took another step forwards and reappeared next to a lake which was hundreds of billions of kilometers. 2 emperors were by the lakeside, carefully scrying the area where Ning had been just a moment ago. Suddenly, a dimensional ripple appeared next to them, followed by a white-robed Dao Lord appearing from it. His appearance terrified the 2 emperors so much that their legs went soft. How is this possible? How did he find us? We set up formations early on to track from very far away if anyone moves close to us. It didn't look like the Dao Lord made any preparations either. How did he do this? They couldn't understand it at all. In truth, this enormous hidden dimension did put Ning under quite a bit of pressure. Godsense was blocked out, his only choice was to use his eyes. However, his vision was also impaired by many types of invisible energy, limiting the distance at which he could see. I spent 500,000 years training next to the Realm Gate mastering the Wind Sword Dao, just for this moment, Ning mused. If he remained far away from his enemies and was unable to locate them, he would end up in a passive situation where he could only endure attacks from them. This was why he chose to sit down and master his Wind Sword Dao. Ning had previously spent 3,000 chaos cycles training in various Daos. If he had chosen to focus on the Wind Sword Dao, he would have completed it long ago. However, he had not. He had let things happen normally, preferring to spend more of his time on the more difficult Space Sword Dao. There was no need to focus that much on a fairly simple Sword Dao. In Purgatory, he was completely unable to locate any of his foes, and so he chose to focus on the Wind Sword Dao. The wind was something without form or shape, but it blew across the entire world. Thanks to the Wind Sword Dao, Ning was able to ride the wind with his senses and accurately locate every single one of the hegemons and emperors. He might not be able to see them with the naked eye, but he could sense them with the wind. Flee! The terrified emperors hurriedly sought to flee, but Ning glared at them. His gaze seemed to solidify and transform into two streams of wind. At first, the wind seemed quite gentle, but when it blew past the two emperors it transformed into a raging gale. The two emperors tried to flee, but the gale was composed of countless tiny streaks of swordlight that effortlessly ground them into dust. Next, Ning didn't even waste time on picking up their treasures. Instead, he immediately warped through space towards the next squad of enemies. If Ning wanted to actually use some of his energy, he could actually use a Northbow sword to pierce through spacetime and slay them from afar. However, that took up too much of his power. He wasn't willing to resort to this. If he wanted to kill them while conserving his energy, he had to kill them at close range. This was because this hidden dimension had a suppressive effect on his Sword Dao domain, preventing it from expanding to its usual size. When Ning had used his Wind Sword Dao to form a Sword Dao domain that used a howling wind to assault his foes, he had only been able to strike from a distance of a few hundreds of billions of kilometers. At this distance, Ning was able to use his Wind Sword Dao to suppress spacetime and prevent his foes from fleeing. The problem was, there were other foes who were trillions of kilometers away. Some were even more distant. Ning was unable to suppress spacetime at such a great distance. When his enemies saw him attacking, they would be able to escape via blinking away. That's why he had to get close to them, then attack. The white-robed Dao Lord is attacking us. He's warping through space to attack us. Hurry up and join forces. If we stay separated like this, we're all going to die. The exiles were absolutely terrified by now. Whoosh! Ning appeared before yet another squad. This squad had a total of 3 emperors. When they saw the white-robed Dao Lord appear, their hearts were filled with terror. They didn't hesitate at all, immediately unleashing their most powerful Sith weapons to battle against Ning. They knew that escape was completely impossible. They had no chance of successfully fleeing at all. 2 of the emperors each wielded a strange scepter which glowed with a blurry light that swept out to cover Ning. Not even Ning's Sword Dao domain was able to block this blurry light, as it was formless and incorporeal. It completely covered Ning. The 3rd emperor wielded a long spear. He suddenly threw it forwards, sending it howling through the air like a stream of light that shot through the Sword Dao domain and stabbed at Ning. What a powerful illusion! My Dao heart is perfect and I have reached a high level of mastery over illusions, but I was still slightly affected by it. It seems I need to upgrade my Dao of illusions to hegemony as soon as possible. When I ran into that Sith Exalt Dauber, I was slightly affected by him as well. Ning couldn't help but sigh. The Sith truly had reached incomprehensible heights in every single Dao. Although Ning was slightly affected by the illusions, his remained extremely clear-minded and his will was resolute. As for the powerful long spear shooting towards him, Ning simply stood there, not even moving. He took control over his Sword Dao domain, transforming countless streams of swordlight into streams of water and gusts of wind that blasted at the long spear. Although the spear was able to tear through the obstruction of the swordlight, its trajectory was slightly changed. Given the distances at which they were fighting, even the tiniest of adjustments would result in a wide miss. By the time the long spear flew past Ning, it missed by over 30 meters. If many of them attacked me at the same time with a variety of attacks, I might be in a bit of trouble. Just 3 of them? Nothing to fear at all. As Ning dealt with the enemy attacks, he launched attacks of his own as well. He sent a howling wind towards his foes, and by the time he dodged the long spear, his wind had already ground those 3 emperors into dust. Only then did Ning reach out to grab the now ownerless long spear. Next, Ning immediately warped through space, moving towards the next squad. The Sacred Realm. The Iridescent Elder Hall. The blue-haired youth and his 2 disciples were standing before a giant illusory image which was currently displaying the scene of Ning slaying the exiles. As the controller of this entire hidden dimension, who was also responsible for keeping an eye on the outside world, he had the complete ability to watch over everything which happened within this dimension. Every action Ning took was witnessed by him. Those fools! The blue-haired youth's face tightened, and he focused his gaze on the image as he sent his godsense out of the Elder Hall and into purgatory. Spacetime, freeze! The blue-haired youth immediately suppressed spacetime, seeking to block Ning's advance. After Ning warped forwards to kill 2 different squads in purgatory, the Exalt in the Sacred Realm was finally incited to action, suppressing spacetime in the region around Ning. The exiles, however, did not suffer from spacetime suppression. Thus, they were able to quickly warp through space to join together, while Ning was noticeably slowed down. I haven't even picked up any treasures yet. The major power behind this hidden dimension has already chosen to suppress spacetime around me, eh? Ning chuckled. But do you think suppressing spacetime will be enough to bar my path? Whoosh! Ning once more tore a forcible hole through the void before him, creating a rippling spatial tunnel which sent him hurtling more than 600 billion kilometers away. This was the power of his space sword Dao. Compared to the might of his space sword Dao, even the autarchs who didn't specialize the Dao of space, such as Autarch Titanos or Autarchicon, were slightly inferior when it came to tearing through space. The Sith Exalt was using the power of the Elder Hall to suppress spacetime around him, but Ning conserved his energy and used just the power of the Dao itself to tear through the frozen spacetime and teleport a fairly short distance. After teleporting more than 600 billion kilometers, he was already outside the region of suppressed spacetime. As a result, he was able to quickly teleport towards yet another squad, which he dispatched with ease. This sight truly shocked the Exalt in control of the Sacred Realm. I knew that I wouldn't be able to stop him if he went all out, but he was actually able to warp through spacetime just by using the power of his sword Dao domain? The Sith Exalt was scarcely able to believe it. He's already completely surpassed me in terms of mastery over the Dao of space? But his Dao is that of the sword. How could he have reached such heights in the Dao of space as well? He didn't want to believe it, but the display before him was showing him images of Ning dealing with one squad after another. The various squads of emperors began to flee frantically, and slowly some were beginning to finally join forces together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 21, 36 Stone Pillars. Book 41, The Daoguard Tower, Chapter 21, 36 Stone Pillars. Master, what should we do? If we let things continue like this, the hegemons and emperors in purgatory will be so terrified and ineffective that half of them will be massacred before they manage to join forces. The 2 disciples next to the Exalt were all rather anxious. The blue-haired youth calmed down again. He stared at the images within the illusory painting and said in a cold voice, "You underestimate the exiles. They might be useless in all other respects, but one thing they are good at is staying alive. That white-robed Dao Lord will at most be able to wipe out 30% of the hegemons and emperors. By then, the rest will have banded together. I bestowed 2 precious Apocalypse-class treasures to purgatory. I wouldn't be surprised if the Tao Lord died there. All right. The two disciples next to him nodded in agreement. Apocalypse-class treasures were the most powerful treasures the hidden dimension had at its disposal, aside from Daugard towers. Previously, they had used 4 triangular Calamity-class treasures against Ning. Those were a bit weaker, but they were also easier to control. Apocalypse-class treasures were much more complicated to control. The skies were dark. Flames continued to blaze at the ends of purgatory, and spacetime remained completely suppressed. Ning tore through spacetime, repeatedly blinking forwards and slaying the hegemons and emperors at high speed. However, this process took time. The hegemons and emperors who were not destroyed during Ning's first wave of assaults were quickly fleeing towards each other and banding together. A short while later, they fled quite fast. The white-robed Ning stood at the peak of a tall mountain. He swept the land with his gaze. Although he wasn't able to see anything, he was able to rely on the wind to determine that the remaining hegemons and emperors had already banded together into 2 large squads. They had begun to activate the power of their Sith weapons and had set up many traps as they awaited Ning's arrival. These 2 groups will be a bit hard to deal with. Ning could sense how dangerous these 2 groups would be, and so he chuckled, time to go pick up those treasures first. Whoosh! Ning leisurely warped through space, going to the places where he had previously slain hegemons and emperors, then picking up their fallen Sith treasures. What's that terrifying Tao Lord up to? Has he come yet? Not yet. I found him. The exiles all had their own special techniques, and some were actually able to monitor all of Ning's actions thanks to aid from the sacred realm. He's actually looting our treasures? The exiles were all rather speechless as they watched Ning leisurely saunter from place to place, picking up all of the treasures. He hadn't done so earlier, as the battles had been very fast and he didn't want to waste the time. The surviving exiles had all been focused on running for their lives, and they similarly didn't stop to pick up treasures. 19 Sith treasures, each with their own marvelous properties. All of them are quite strong, and some are really powerful. Ning couldn't help but grin. The Sith had naturally prepared many powerful weapons to use against him. After picking up all the weapons, Ning gracefully warped through space to arrive before the first squad of hegemons and emperors. Only 2 squads are left in all of Purgatory, but each squad has a large number of hegemons and emperors as well as special weapons. They are actually quite dangerous. Ning stared towards the desolate wilderness before him, which held an enormous dark red castle that looked almost like some sort of monstrosity. The castle had a total of 9 towers, and a total of 36 strange stone pillars were scattered around it within an area of roughly 1.8 billion kilometers. These stone pillars all had different weapons hovering above them. Come over. Come and die. There were 20+ hegemons and emperors within the castle, and they all stared murder towards Ning. This castle was an enormous fort that was meant for war. 36 emperors were needed to unleash its full power. Although there weren't enough emperors present, many had avatars who could help out, and so they were still able to make full use of this castle's power. Now how should I deal with this castle? Ning stared at the castle from afar, not daring to move too close to it. He could sense that if he moved within 10 billion kilometers of the castle, he would suffer a terrifying attack. I wonder what type of attack this castle can unleash. Those 36 stone pillars seem to be quite dangerous as well, Ning mused. He currently had no information at all regarding what type of attacks those castles could unleash. If he wanted to know, he'd have to go test it out. Once he did, however, he might fall to their fury. Ahaha, you there. White-robed Tao Lord. Aren't you supposed to be a real badass? Why aren't you moving? A loud, mocking, angry shout rang out from within the castle, spreading out tens of billions of kilometers and shaking the world beyond it. I'm thinking. I'm trying to decide how I should deal with this castle of yours, Ning replied with a laugh. Ning continued to scrutinize the castle as he spoke. He could sense that an invisible field of energy was surrounding the castle up to a distance of 10 billion kilometers. Spacetime was completely suppressed within this region, and those 36 stone pillars were rippling with power as well. You can stare at this castle for 10 or 100 chaos cycles, but you still won't be able to see the mysteries which my castle contains, the angry voice replied. Just keep watching. Ning was neither irritated nor impatient by this response. As for the other squad of hegemons and emperors, they watched from afar without moving towards him. Both Apocalypse-class treasures needed a large number of hegemons and emperors working together to control them. There was no real way for them to work together. It was better for them to fight against Ning individually. Ning spent over half a month analyzing the castle and ruminating over the mysterious runes covering the stone pillars. He also carefully attuned himself to the various auras and ripples emanating from the castle. Finally, he was able to come to a simple, preliminary conclusion. This castle's attacks should be of the area attack variety, while the 36 stone pillars will all focus their attacks on me, trying to make it impossible for me to dodge. Nin nodded to himself. The Sith have probably come to a rough estimation of my power and abilities. This castle might actually be a perfect counter for me. Ning was extremely fast, but the Sith Exalt had specifically chosen this castle to counter Ning's speed. Even so, I really don't have any other choices. I have to advance and break through all obstacles. For Ning to die was one thing, as his true soul was already disintegrating. Dying here, however, meant that the paragon of pills wouldn't be able to escape either. Ning was unwilling to see this. Time to go all out and destroy everything in his path. Whoosh! Ning suddenly moved, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards the distant castle. He soon entered the range of 10 billion kilometers. Attack! The hegemon inside the ugly castle immediately issued the attack order, and the 9 castle towers lit up simultaneously, shooting out 9 semi-translucent beams of light that cut through space. The 9 beams of light shot out at 9 of the stone pillars, then turned and also shot through other stone pillars. The beams of light continued to pass through the various pillars, quickly forming an enormous spiderweb of light. As this happened, the weapons above the 36 stone pillars slowly began to build up power. Ning watched silently as he approached the castle. 6 billion kilometers. 5 billion kilometers. 4 billion kilometers. 3 billion kilometers. Right as Ning moved within 3 billion kilometers of the castle, some sort of mechanism seemed to be activated. Hiss! The top of a stone pillar shot out a ray of deep azure light that transformed into an enormous azure serpent which was 300,000 meters long. The serpent immediately flew towards Ning. Crackle! The top of a second stone pillar manifested a giant eyeball with a strange vertical pupil. The vertical pupil shot out a streak of blood-colored light towards Ning. All sorts of attacks filled the air, including attacks of bone-chilling cold, a miasmatic black mist, a vast and evil palm, and layers of folded spacetime waves. These attacks shot out at Ning from every direction, clearly seeking to surround and submerge Ning, giving him no chance to escape as they sought to annihilate him. Ning immediately understood what a deadly situation he had just stepped into. Powerful Sith weapons were able to attack at incredible speeds. When he was attacked by the Daugard Tower which had trapped the Paragon of Pills, he had actually been forced to use his own energy to utilize evasion arts to dodge. In terms of raw speed, these attacks were actually even faster than Ning's own speed. Dodging just one of them would require energy. Dodging 36 attacks of incredible accuracy and which were all coordinated with each other? How hard would that be, Hadot? As for destroying the attacks with raw force? If he tried to do so, his own speed would be affected and he would suffer one attack after another. Ning wouldn't dare to use his own body to resist all these attacks. He would have to rely on his sword arts, which meant he would have to strike out dozens of times. If even the outer perimeter forced him to strike this many times, this single castle alone would be enough to exhaust him to death. Wind! Lightning! Ning raised his 2 arms, pulling out a pair of northbow swords from the sheath on his back. He now had a northbow sword in each hand, and he sent out 2 streaks of swordlight at the same time, employing his wind sword Dao and his lightning sword Dao. Boom! Boom! Ning's speed suddenly skyrocketed while 2 streaks of light appeared behind him. The first streak of light crackled like lightning, while the second was as ghostly as the wind. They seemed to form a pair of wings, with one being of lightning and the second being of wind. Ning had gained certain insights when he had mastered the wind sword Dao. The 5 elements were all able to work together as they were part of a set, and the wind sword Dao and the lightning sword Dao were also able to work together. The wind and the lightning worked in concert, propelling Ning to the maximum level of speed he was currently capable of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 22, The Storm. Book 41, The Daoguard Tower, Chapter 22, The Storm. Whoosh! Ning moved forwards at a terrifying speed, instantly avoiding 2 attacks that swished right past him. It really was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Ning himself had never been in such an incredibly dangerous situation, and he wasn't certain that he would survive it. All he could do was to do his best. His wings of electric swordlight and wind swordlight had granted him incredible speed, allowing him to dodge repeatedly. Slash! 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 Suddenly, the semi-translucent rays of light began to swing over and shoot towards Ning. This caused Ning to immediately grow a bit nervous. Aside from the attacks from the 36 stone pillars, he also had to deal with the semi-translucent rays of light. Dodging became even more difficult for Ning now, and the light in this area had long ago transformed into an enormous web. Dodge! 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 Under tremendous pressure, Ning continuously dodged at incredible speeds and moved in extremely unpredictable, bizarre ways. He's actually dodging? The emperors and hegemons in the castle were all stupefied by this. As they saw it, these attacks were so ridiculously fast that none of them would even be able to react in time. Ning, however, was somehow about to continuously find an empty spot and avoid the furious attacks, evading and dodging past the attacks. Not a single one of them managed to hit him. Mixing the wind sword Dao and the lightning sword Dao together feels absolutely wonderful. This was Ning's first time using 2 different sword Daos together, and as he continued to dodge, the thunder wings and wind wings on his back became increasingly agile and nimble. He was both fast and unpredictable. The 2 pairs of wings worked together in an increasingly marvelous way, allowing Ning to become increasingly faster and nimbler as well. Wind can support the lightning's momentum, while lightning can reinforce the wind's strength. Ning suddenly transformed into 2 howling streaks of lightning and wind as his 2 sets of wings merged together. Now, there was lightning in the wind and a gale in the lightning. Fast, savage, dominating, inscrutable, mysterious. Swoosh! 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 The blurry light of wind and lightning flashed past the semi-translucent rays of light. It avoided the attacks from the 36 stone pillars with ease as it repeatedly found the openings in the attacks, and it continued to advance towards the castle. How is this possible? How is he able to completely dodge all of our attacks? This is impossible. The hegemons and emperors in the castle were growing increasingly nervous. If they were fighting ordinary cultivators, this castle alone would be more than enough to stop their opponents in their tracks. However, Ning was comparable to an autarch in power. If he managed to get close to their castle, they would lose. This was because Ning was more than strong enough to use his sword arts to pierce through the castle, and he could also blink straight inside of it. During the Dawn War, this was exactly what Autarch Bolin and the others had done. They had blinked straight inside the various warships, with the external defenses of no use against them whatsoever. Thus, the only way the castle could be a threat to Ning was by using external attacks against him. The problem was, they could clearly see that those attacks were completely incapable of stopping Ning. go out, go out. All of you, go out. Use every Sith weapon you have to assault this Downlord. The hegemon in charge commanded. We have to stop him and prevent him from getting close to the castle. If he gets close to us, we're finished. Everyone, head out. All hegemons and emperors on standby must head out immediately. If you can disrupt his tempo even slightly, we'll be able to land an attack on him. One attack will lead to another, and he might even die by our hands. Let's do this. In truth, the hegemons and emperors inside were beginning to panic as well. Alas, most of them were needed to control the castle. Even though they had avatars, in the end the castle was only able to send out a total of 3 emperors. These emperors each had 2 or 3 powerful Sith weapons. They stood on the surface of the castle, staring at the distant storm-shaped Ning. Gritting their teeth, they began to attack and attempt to knock Ning off his rhythm. Swish! A chain flew out towards Ning, seeking to wrap itself around him. Alas, before it even reached Ning it was struck by a semi-translucent ray of light and sent tumbling to the ground. Clearly, the rays of light could not differentiate between friend and foe. The castle was using many different types of attacks to assault Ning, and these attacks were harmonized with each other to a tremendous degree, ensuring that they wouldn't cancel each other out. Unfortunately, it was hard for these 3 emperors to fully avoid the semi-translucent attacks from the castle. Damn it! The 3 emperors were being driven mad with rage. Alas, their rage was of no use. Ning continued to advance at high speed as he gained more and more familiarity with mixing his wind sword Dao and lightning sword Dao together. None of the attacks were able to land on him at all. The 3 emperors did their absolute utmost to disturb Ning's movements, but although an occasional attack managed to get close to Ning, none of them were able to actually threaten Ning at all. 1 billion kilometers, 900 million kilometers, 800 million kilometers. Ning moved closer and closer to the castle, and as he did so a full-blown panic began to erupt amongst the hegemons and emperors inside. They all knew that once Ning reached the tower, they would die. Let's run! When Ning reached a distance of 200 million kilometers from the tower, the emperors inside began to break down. None of them harbored any further hopes of being able to stop Ning. Boom! The entire castle transformed into a streak of light that hurriedly began to fly away. At the same time, the castle deactivated its space-time suppression field as it began to teleport away. Do you really think you'll be able to escape? As soon as the castle began to flee, the semi-translucent rays of light all completely vanished. Now completely unimpeded, Ning instantly appeared in front of the castle. He reached out with one hand, touching the castle's exterior. Blink. Ning used just a tiny amount of immortal energy to command the Dao to envelop him, instantly blinking him inside. The tough external shell of the castle seemed to have transformed into a gentle curtain of water which Ning easily passed through, arriving inside. The hegemons and emperors inside all revealed looks of despair. Slash! A streak of swordlight howled outwards, slaying 2 of the emperors on the spot. Put down all of your treasures and accept capture. I'm willing to spare your lives for now, Ning said. Ha? Spare our lives? The hegemons and emperors were all rather shocked. Ning had pursued them with such ferocity and had instantly slain 2 emperors upon entering the castle. This had truly scared them out of their minds. Ning frowned. It seems you would rather die than live, then? No, we want to live. Live. All of us want to live. The hegemons and emperors immediately divested themselves of all their treasures and Sith weapons, then immediately lined up in front of Ning. Ning waved his hand, pulling them all into his estate world. He then waved his hand a second time, pulling the treasures into a different estate world. These so-called Sith progeny are still members of our own Chaosverse. I hope that they aren't absolutely loyal to the Sith, Ning mused. When Ning had first arrived at Purgatory, his goal was to weaken the enemy as much as possible. There was naturally no way he would show mercy. But now that he already gained victory and entered the castle? Ning wasn't going to just murder these people unless necessary. Ning had been able to immediately recognize two of the emperors as true Sith. They were being ignored and suppressed by the prime essences of the Chaosverse, which was proof of their identity. The others, however, were actually Sith descendants. They were creatures of this Chaosverse who had been born and bred here. Ning put away the entire castle, then collected the 36 stone pillars as well. He was in a superb mood. I defeated those hegemons and emperors, broke into the castle, and managed to avoid using too much power. Ning was feeling absolutely wonderful. During this battle, the only thing he had done was use his wind swordlight and lightning swordlight to dodge and evade. Evasion arts consumed much less of his energy than full-force blows. All that flying which Ning had engaged in was perhaps at most on par with what would be consumed by a single sword blow. Blinking into the castle used up very little energy as well. He had been able to achieve his goals with a minimum amount of effort. How could he not be happy? He began to warp through space, arriving at somewhere else where the other hegemons and emperors were gathered. Ning stared forwards, rather puzzled. There were a series of palaces off in the distance, with the central palace being the largest one. It was surrounded by a scattering of smaller palaces, and they were all connected into an enormous palace complex. Ning could vaguely sense the auras of many hegemons and emperors within the palace complex. There had to be more than 20 of them scattered throughout that place. I have the feeling that this palace complex is even more dangerous than the castle. For some inexplicable reason, Ning shivered. He knew that this was his subconscious warning him of the danger. Judging from how the palaces have been laid out, this should be some sort of enormous formation. Ning couldn't help but feel a bit of wariness when faced with such a formation. There's no rush. Ning sat down in the lotus position. Let me first spend some time meditating on my wind sword Dao and lightning sword Dao. When he had been flying forwards at high speed earlier, he suddenly had the feeling that he could merge his wind sword Dao and lightning sword Dao on a deeper level. It was similar to how Ning was planning to perfectly join his space sword Dao and time sword Dao into a space-time sword Dao. Ning now felt certain that he could also perfectly join his lightning sword Dao and his wind sword Dao together into a storm sword Dao. Perhaps I might find an unexpected surprise from this. Ning immediately closed his eyes, allowing his awesome sword Dao domain to spread out around him as he began to meditate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 23, Dire Straits. Book 41, The Daoguard Tower, Chapter 23, Dire Straits. Ning remained seated in the lotus position. Gusts of wind howled past him, occasionally coming together into a mighty storm which was filled with flickers of lightning. Time passed, 1 year after the other. The emperors and hegemons in the palace complex were all beginning to grow rather anxious and impatient. Why hasn't the Dao Lord attacked yet? I can't believe he's actually in the mood to train. The hegemons and emperors were all panicking. The calmer Ning was, the more panicked they felt. It wasn't that their Dao hearts were weak, it was that Ning's performance in battle had been absolutely terrifying. Gentlemen, will our formations be capable of stopping this Dao Lord? The castle was also Apocalypse class, but the Dao Lord managed to defeat it with ease. Although these formations seem quite profound and powerful to us, this Dao Lord might be able to solve them with ease. If that happens, we'll be in serious trouble. Many emperors were worried. Relax. The Exalt himself bestowed it upon us. I imagine he did so for a very good reason. But the Exalt bestowed the Apocalypse class castle as well, right? Enough. It's far too late for worrying about things like this. Either we'll win or we'll die in battle. There are no other options. Besides, as all of you are aware, the castle was something meant for head-on battles, while we are relying on profound formations. If he can't solve the formations, he'll be trapped and perish. You aren't him. Who knows what tricks he might have up his sleeve? Even if he does manage to solve the formations, it isn't as though you have better ones that can be used. Remember, we're exiles. This might be extremely dangerous, but it is also our only hope of survival. This was absolute torture for the hegemons and emperors, and the Sith Exalt in the Sacred Realm wasn't feeling much better. Ning, however, focused all of his efforts on his training. This time, he meditated for an extremely long period of time. Over half a chaos cycle went past before he finished. Boom. One day, the anxiously waiting hegemons and emperors suddenly heard a loud, rumbling sound appear in the area around the seated white-robed youth. Lightning howled like wine through the skies, while the wind itself flickered with crackling electricity. This awesome storm of lightning and wind possessed incredible momentum and ferocity. Under the watchful gazes of the nervous hegemons and emperors, the white-robed youth finally opened his eyes. The storm's sword Dao. Ning nodded in understanding. It had been easier than he had expected to master his storm sword Dao, even easier than it had been to simply master the individual wind sword Dao and lightning sword Dao. Perhaps they are innately meant to be used together, Ning mused. The Dao of space and the Dao of time were naturally meant to be together. When used simultaneously, they would easily and naturally come together to form the Dao of space-time. This was because time and space were indelibly linked together like two spokes on a wheel that fit together perfectly. The Dao of lightning, the Dao of metal, the Dao of water, the Dao of space, and Ning's eternal Omega Sword Dao were all completely irrelevant to each other. They weren't really a good way to link them together, making it extremely difficult to join them together. However, the five elements, the storm, and spacetime were all sets that contained highly compatible Daos. It is time. Ning rose to his feet and stared at the distant palace complex. The entire palace complex was absolutely teeming with formations that were both complex and abstruse, but Ning held no fear of them. Clink. He reached out to draw a northbow sword from the sheath on his back, then began to walk towards the distant palace complex. He's coming. He's headed straight for us. That white-robed Dao Lord is coming. Quick! Everyone, make your preparations. When he's trapped in our formations, we need to immediately launch all of our attacks against him and hold nothing back. If we give him enough time to breach our formations, we'll be finished. It'll definitely take him some time to defeat this formation. We need to do our best to kill him. The hegemons and emperors all stared at the white-robed Dao Lord walking towards them, sword in hand. It was as though they were looking at an absolutely terrifying monster. The only thing giving them some confidence was the fact that they were protected by an ancient and powerful Apocalypse-class formation. Ning slowly sauntered forwards, the power of his sword Dao domain on full display as he used it to cover the region before him. It quickly spread out to cover the entire palace complex, which was hardened into a single entity. Ning's sword Dao domain alone wouldn't be enough to shake it in the slightest. The smaller palaces remained quietly rooted in place, not releasing any of their power at all. I want to see just how powerful they are. Ning suddenly moved, transforming into an illusory shadow that shot towards a pathway which he felt was critical. Boom! As soon as Ning stepped into the palace complex, the earth began to shake beneath his feet while the skies began to change. The awesome might of the complex was fully unleashed, and the scenery in front of him completely transformed into a field of blurry light. Ning was the only person flying through the region of blurry light. Whoosh! He instantly accelerated to fly 10 billion kilometers through the light, but found himself still trapped within it. I feel as though I'm flying in place, as though I haven't actually moved at all. Ning unleashed his sword Dao domain, sending out countless streaks of sword light, but was only able to extend them to a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. Beyond this distance, there was no way for them to advance any further, but what an incredible formation! It actually created its own spacetime continuum. Ning began to ponder on his next step. Given his mastery over the space sword Dao, he was able to see some traces of how spacetime worked here but wasn't even close to actually being able to solve it. This place was already a spacetime continuum unto itself, and he was trapped inside it, unable to leave. So they plan to simply trap me here? Ning shook his head and chuckled. If the Sith truly wished to just trap me, they would have kept me locked within the dimensional realm seam. There would have been no way for me to escape on my own. Thus, there was no way the Sith would simply leave him trapped here. If they wanted to do that, they had plenty of other tools at their disposal. Ning turned his gaze to one side. He could sense that spacetime was changing a bit there. Boom! A streak of dense and dark astral light shot out, filled with malice and wickedness. It was as though endless amounts of sin had been concentrated in this attack, and it was flying towards Ning at terrifying speeds. Ning could sense that this dark astral light posed a threat to him. If he wanted to actually block it, he would have to use his sword. The black astral light was simply too fast. Ning's form suddenly flickered, emitting a thunderous boom as a wild storm behind him which almost instantly pushed him out of the trajectory of the dark astral light aside. The astral light flew past Ning, burying itself deep into the edge of this spacetime continuum and then completely disappearing. Swoosh! Ning immediately charged towards the place where the black astral light had come from, which was also the place he had sensed spacetime changing. Spacetime was temporarily parted there. Ning charged towards that area with his northbow sword at the ready, but halfway there he came to a halt because spacetime had gone back to normal. No further fluctuations could be seen. Just one heartbeat later, Ryip. Another spacetime ripple appeared somewhere else, followed by yet another attack. This time, the attack was an extremely gentle-looking alabaster finger that shot straight towards Ning, almost instantly appearing right in front of him. Ning once more used his storm sword Dao to evade the attack, moving with almost ghostly speed. Damn! Ning's face paled slightly. He knew what his opponents were intending. He was trapped within this tiny spacetime continuum and unable to escape, while his Sith opponents were able to use their many powerful weapons to assault him time and time again at extremely close range. His only choice was to use his divine power to execute evasion arts to dodge these attacks. Thankfully, he had just mastered the Storm Sword Dao, which specialized in speed and agility. As a result, he was able to dodge while using just a tiny amount of energy, but it would still add up. If this continued, his energy supply would continuously deplete while his true soul began to crumble apart at an increasingly fast rate. Each time he used any of his power, the cracks across his true soul would widen and his lifespan would grow shorter. How should I handle this? What's the best way to break through this continuum? Ning was beginning to grow anxious. He scanned the area around him, but it remained a blur of light. There were no flaws or openings at all for this spacetime continuum. An opening might appear when an attack was launched from the outside world, but that opening would quickly close up and be sealed away. Each time, just a single attack was launched, and so the opening was extremely small in size. The hegemons and emperors in the outside world could simply wait for the right moment to attack, giving Ning no chance to flee through the openings at all. All sorts of attacks began to fly at Ning from within this spacetime continuum, and each time they launched from far away. Ning was forced to repeatedly use his evasion arts to dodge. This was the most conservative use of his energy possible. His power continued to deplete. Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency as he pondered over the solution for breaking apart this formation. He never would have imagined that purgatory would be enough to force him into such dire straits. Just like that, Ning was actually in mortal danger. Ahahaha. He has no answer for our formation. He can't solve it. If he can't solve it, he's doomed. The exiles were overjoyed, all their earlier concerns having vanished like the wind. Apocalypse-class formations truly were incredible. The white-robed Dao Lord was completely unable to overcome this formation, which meant that killing him would be simplicity itself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 24, Struggle. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 24, Struggle. Is the very first master of an eternal Omega Dao their Chaosverse has given birth to going to die by my hands today? The blue-haired exalt watching the battle from the sacred realm felt excited as well. Both of the Apocalypse-class treasures I gave those exiles in purgatory are aimed squarely at that Daelord's weaknesses. The castle had area attacks which the Daelord should have been unable to dodge. By all rights, it should have exhausted him to death. Who would have thought that he would possess such incredible speed? Now that we've trapped him within our space-time formation, I refuse to believe he'll be able to break free. Last time, Ning had indeed very nearly died within that castle. Thankfully, the combination of the Wind Sword Dao and the Lightning Sword Dao had granted Ning a level of speed which surpassed what the Sith Exalt had expected, rendering all of those attacks useless. This time, however, Ning wouldn't be so lucky. He had been trapped within a separate space-time continuum, and breaking free would be extremely difficult. The Sith Exalt in the Sacred Realm and the hegemons in Purgatory were unable to contain their delight at Ning's impending death. Within the formation itself, the field of blurry spacetime remained completely separated from the outside world. Ning was still trapped within, and his Sword Dao domain strained against the continuum to no avail at all. There was nothing he could do. Far away from him, a spacetime ripple suddenly appeared, followed by a fiery red bird screeching as it shot towards Ning. Even as it attacked, the distant spacetime hole quickly healed and vanished. Boom! Ning used his Storm Sword Dao to dodge once more. I'm going to die if this continues. Ning couldn't find any flaws to exploit at all, and so all he could do was wave his hand and produce a precious pagoda in front of himself. This was one of the many Sith treasures Ning had acquired. Swoosh! Ning instantly entered the tower. I hope it can last for a fairly long period of time. For now, Ning's only option was to rely on the tower's defenses to buy him some time. Ning waved his hand, causing Azure Fian's avatar to appear next to him. Master? Azure Fian's avatar looked at Ning. Hurry up and take control over this tower, then put your immortal energy into it. Focus all your efforts on defending, Ning barked mentally. It wasn't worth it for him to waste his own immortal energy on activating Sith weapons. Understood. Azure Fian's avatar didn't hesitate at all. He could sense from Ning's grim expression how much danger they were in, and he immediately poured his immortal energy into the tower, causing the many runes and barriers on its surface to light up. He hid inside a tower. The tower won't be able to dodge effectively. Just destroy it. The hegemons and emperors were out for blood. They weren't going to give Ning any chance to rest at all. Slash! A dazzling streak of golden light flew out and appeared in front of the tower, delivering a vicious blow to it. Although Ning was able to control the tower and use it to fly around, the attacks were simply too fast. Ning himself had to rely on using evasion arts to dodge. There was no way this type of tower-type treasure would be able to do the same. Even if it could, he would still be using up his energy, right? The entire point of Ning hiding inside the tower was to save as much power as possible. Boom! The surface of the tower erupted after being struck by golden light, causing a series of ripples to appear. The barrier remained unbroken, even though it looked a bit damaged. These were attacks that could threaten even Ning. After all, they were more than powerful enough to wreck ordinary Sith artifacts. Hurry up and bind this treasure as well. Ning tossed Azure Fian's avatar another treasure, one that looked like a star. It seemed somewhat similar to the Black Sun, but it was a bit weaker. It isn't breaking apart? Hit it simultaneously at two different places. The hegemons and emperors quickly decided to launch two simultaneous attacks against it. As these two apocalyptic attacks landed, the barrier covering the tower was finally unable to endure any longer. The runes of the barrier collapsed, followed by the surface of the tower exploding into countless shards that blasted everywhere. Even the insides of the tower began to collapse and fall towards Ning, but before actually managing to hit him they would all be pushed to one side by his sword Dao Domain. Ning lifted his head, staring at the many cracks that had appeared to his left. "Release that star," Ning instructed. "Yes, Master." Azure Fiend knew that this tower wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, and so he immediately waved his hand, producing a jade-green star that the two of them instantly entered. Boom! Soon, the Sith attacks completely destroyed the tower, causing it to explode and revealing the undamaged jade-green star inside of it. "He has more treasures? Keep attacking." The hegemons and emperors continued to fight fiercely. After 3 attacks, the star destroyed, revealing a realm ship. The realm ship was even weaker, it was completely destroyed after just 2 attacks. Azure Fiend couldn't help but feel aggrieved at how fast these priceless treasures were being used up, but Ning simply frowned. There wasn't enough time, treasures on this level simply couldn't hold for long ago. No other options. Ning had Azure Fiend's avatar activate and take control over that Apocalypse-class castle. This was the most powerful Sith treasure Ning had acquired to date. It was more powerful than the Black Sun, the Tiger Hill, and even the castle which was protecting the 3 realms. Ning had been planning to give it to the 3 realms once he left this place, but he was out of options. His other treasures were too weak, they weren't able to withstand more than just a few attacks. This meant he wouldn't have any time to analyze the flaws of this place, and once he died, all his treasures would be lost. Even the Paragon of Pills would die here. Now wasn't the time to hold back. Boom! A strange, monstrous-looking dark red castle appeared. Ning and Azure Fiend's avatars were located securely within the castle, while Azure Fiend was burning up his immortal energy at a rapid pace to maintain the castle's most basic defenses. That's an Apocalypse-class castle. Wait, that's the castle from earlier. Attack! Attack! Break through it! The hegemons and emperors continued to attack furiously, raining down blows upon the castle. However, the barriers and runes flowing over the surface of the castle were completely undamaged. An Autarch-level attack would have a chance at breaking through the castle's defenses, but these Sith weapons weren't quite at this level. At most, these attacks were comparable to the Blaze Sun ruler's attacks. The only reason these attacks were dangerous to Ning was because of how brittle his body was. He was extremely powerful, but attacks from the likes of the Blaze Sun ruler would still consume some of his energy. Apocalypse-class castles, however, were extremely stable, they could easily endure the blows head-on. Phew! Ning let out a sigh of relief. "Master, if you had such a powerful treasure, why didn't you take it out right away? We lost so many valuable treasures, including a realm ship." Azure Fiend couldn't help but feel some pain at the thought of all that lost wealth. "They don't matter." Ning didn't explain, as he was still under tremendous pressure. He knew that hiding inside the Apocalypse-class castle would merely buy them a bit of extra time. There was no way the Sith would just give up like that. Ning waved his hand, causing the Paragon of Pills, Lord Annihilation, Hegemon Tia, and Hegemon Flameleft to appear. The 4 of them instantly sensed how grim the atmosphere seemed to be, and the Paragon of Pills looked towards Ning in a rather puzzled way. Ning immediately explained, "Please take turns in launching area attacks with the castle." The castle technically had 36 stone pillars as well, but Ning didn't have the time to slowly lay down all of the stone pillars into formation. Moreover, this Apocalypse-class castle's most powerful attacks were actually those rays of semi-translucent light. However, those incredibly powerful attacks consumed a similarly incredible amount of power. Azure Fiend's avatar was enough to maintain their defenses, but what about their attacks? Ning was forced to ask the Paragon of Pills and the others to help out. This castle needed a total of 36 emperors to fully activate it, but it could also be used with a lower number. "All you need to do is make sure you focus your attacks in the same direction," Ning instructed. "I'll go first." Lord Annihilation instantly began to pour an enormous amount of immortal energy into the castle. On top of his natural energy regeneration, he also began to make use of the many immortal pills he carried with him. The 9 towers of the ugly, dark red castle all lit up. 9 semi-translucent rays of light began to shoot out, tearing through the surrounding space even though they were unable to tear through local spacetime. Slash! The 9 towers shot out rays of light everywhere, causing the spacetime membrane of this dimension to ripple slightly. Alas, the membranes remained stable and unharmed. These rays of light are more powerful than the attacks most Sith weapons can unleash, Ning mused. The problem is that as a type of area attack, the power is diffracted. There's no way to use them to breach this dimensional space. This spacetime continuum was extremely stable. Ning had an autarkous power, but he had the feeling that there was no chance he could break through via raw power. If all 9 rays of light managed to concentrate their power on a single location, they might just barely come close to the necessary power level. Continue, Ning instructed. The ugly, dark red castle once more began to launch those repeated attacks. As for Ning, he carefully watched as those distant holes appeared in spacetime with each enemy attack. He was trying to understand the mysteries inherent to this place. We can't break through. The castle is too powerful. We aren't able to breach it at all. The exiles were starting to grow anxious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 25, Remaining Lifespan. Book 41, The Daugard Tower, Chapter 25, Remaining Lifespan. Their attacks were completely ineffective against this castle, and each time they attacked they had to temporarily create an opening in the membrane surrounding this field of spacetime. The fluctuations generated by these brief openings was enough to let Ning analyze the composition of the formations. Alas, the fluctuations disappeared so very quickly that he couldn't actually go close and take a look in person. His only option was to scry them and their secrets from afar. Damn! The Sith Exalt was watching everything from the sacred realm, and he was so angry that his teeth hurt. He never would have imagined that the castle he bestowed upon the first group would prove to be so troublesome now. He has to die. The Sith Exalt knew that they wouldn't necessarily have another chance like this. He instantly sent down 8 more attack-oriented treasures which were strong counters for this castle. Here is a diagram of the barriers surrounding the surface of the castle. There are a total of 21 critical points in total. If you attack 8 of them at the same time, you'll have a chance to destroy it, the Sith Exalt ordered. The reason why he handed out 8 was because he only had 8 of these dark corrosive treasures. These were the only treasures which were strong counters against this particular castle. The exiles began to launch another wave of attacks, while Azure Fiend, the Paragon of Pills, Lord Annihilation, Hegemon Tia, and Hegemon Flameleft used all of their power to fight back. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a series of illusory black long spears shot into the area, slamming against the castle. This time, the barriers of the castle began to tremble and break apart, but thankfully the castle itself was so incredibly thick and sturdy that the attack only blasted out a small crater on its surface. Ning's face tightened slightly. Master, the barriers were breached. Azure Fian's avatar said rather nervously. It is fine, Ning said calmly. The Sith created this castle. They know the weaknesses of the barriers, which is why they were able to breach them with ease. However, the castle's outer layer remains incredibly thick. It won't be easy for them to pierce through it. The strongest defensive strength of this castle lay in the materials it was made from. The Tiger Hill, for example, was sheathed in a thick layer of deep fire blackstone. Breaking through via raw power would naturally be extremely difficult. As for this castle, it was even more powerful than the Tiger Hill. Its surface was created from a strange, dark red metal that seemed to be alive. Ning didn't really know how to describe it, but what he did know was that it was harder to damage than even deepfire blackstone. Those long spears had been filled with a strange type of corrosive energy, which was why they had managed to erode a small crater onto the surface of the castle. If it wasn't for that, the castle probably wouldn't have even been marked. Attack! Attack! One long spear after another flew towards the castle, breaking through its barriers repeatedly and gouging out more and more craters on its surface. Ning cast a sidelong glance at the black mist which clung to those craters. The corrosive black energy was continuing to slowly melt through the surface of the castle. Those offensive weapons are applying the Tao of Darkness to a truly incredible degree. Ning couldn't help but sigh at this. The Sith truly had reached the apex in virtually every single Tao. However, Ning didn't really care. His attention was primarily focused on analyzing the ripples in spacetime which appeared with each attack. Time continued to flow on. The hegemons and emperors attacked non-stop, using up a large amount of immortal energy. Thankfully, they had prepared a large amount of spirit pills to replenish their power. They attacked non-stop for nearly an entire hour. By now, the entire castle was covered with a layer of incredibly dense and corrosive black mist. Everyone inside the castle looked quite nervous, because they all knew that this powerful castle was at the verge of collapse. Dark North, we can't hold on much longer. What should we do? The Paragon of Pills felt both anxious and guilty. She blamed herself for this, because Ning had only fallen into the Sith trap due to having come here to rescue her. Master, do you have any ideas? Azure Fian's avatar was worried about Ning as well. At least it bought me an hour, Ning said. Don't worry about the rest. As he spoke, he waved his hand and drew away the Paragon of Pills and the others. As they disappeared, a look of worry was visible in their eyes. Some were worried about Ning, while others were only worried about themselves. Once Ning died, all of them would die. To be precise, the Paragon, Azure Fiend, Flameleft, and Tia were not afraid of death. They were worried for Ning. Lord Annihilation, however, very much wanted to stay alive. Nothing for it. Life and death shall be determined by this. Ning suddenly cracked a smile. Both his true body and his primal twin had spent this period of time analyzing the mysteries of this dimension, seeking a way to destroy it. His primal twin had even made use of 100x temporal acceleration. Alas, this sort of spacetime formation would not be easy to deconstruct. Even if Ning had 10,000x more time, it still probably wouldn't be enough. We broke through. The hegemons and emperors outside were excited at their successes. Boom! The dark red castle's outer shell was finally corroded through by that dark mist. Die! A dazzling streak of swordlight suddenly lit up. In the middle of that swordlight was a white-robed figure whose eyes radiated a towering desire to do battle. Ning had discarded all other thoughts save for one: stay alive. He had to make it out of this place alive. Only if he made it out would the Paragon of Pills and the others survive as well. Break! 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 Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, simultaneously wielding all 6 Northbow swords for the first time since his downmerge. He seemed to have gone completely berserk, and every single attack he used was that of the Space Sword Tao. The destructive yet ephemeral swordlight began to skyrocket in power as all 6 swords stabbed out at the same time. Ning attacked using maximum power with each sword, and his swords were the Northbow swords, the preeminent offensive swords in all the Chaosverse. Every single strike he unleashed had power comparable to those of the most powerful of autarchs. It must be remembered that although Ning had fought for quite some time, he generally didn't strike with full force on his attacks, while very little energy was used up when he merely used evasion arts. The amount of energy consumed when he went all out was quite shocking. Swordlight flashed again and again and again. Boom! Finally, a hole appeared in one corner of this dimension, revealing the dark world outside. Swoosh! Ning immediately charged outside. As soon as Ning charged outside the formation, he instantly appeared in front of a palace within the palace complex. He blinked inside the palace, slaughtering all of the true Sith within it. As for the Sith progeny, he confiscated all of their treasures and then locked them up for later testing. If they were truly loyal to the Sith, they would be put to death in the future. Phew! Ning's face was rather ashen after he finished mopping up everyone in the palace complex. Now that sucked. I only have 600 chaos cycles left, Ning said with a self-mocking chuckle. He had been forced to use too much power, using maximum force blows each time as he rained a total of 18 consecutive blows upon the formation in order to escape it. And this was after Ning had spent a full hour analyzing the dimension, discovering some of its critical points. Although he wasn't even close to being able to solve it, by focusing his attacks on those critical points he was able to make his attacks 10 times more effective than they otherwise would be. This was why he had chosen to take the risk of launching 18 full-strength attacks with his space sword Dao. An autarch who was trapped in a similar situation would have been able to escape much more easily. He could have simply launched non-stop attacks. An autarch would not run out of energy, and so after 10,000 attacks the formation would be unable to withstand it any longer and collapse. 600 chaos cycles, Ning mused to himself. Based on his original estimates, he would probably die after another 100 full-force strikes, and based on his actual energy usage, the 10+ full-strength blows he had launched had resulted in his lifespan being reduced from 10,000 chaos cycles down to 600. This was because a Daelord's crumbling true soul was like a cracking dam. The more he attacked, the greater the cracks would become. When he first started to fight, the crack would double in size and the true soul crumbling speed would double. As a result, his lifespan would shorten by half, from around 12,000 chaos cycles to just 6,000 chaos cycles. As he continued to attack, his lifespan would drop by yet another half. The second time, it would merely drop from 6,000 chaos cycles to 3,000 chaos cycles. After that, 1,500 chaos cycles. After that, 750. It only took 4 or 5 rounds of attacks for his lifespan to drop from 12,000 chaos cycles to 600 chaos cycles, and it would continue to drop from there on. After another 10 or so rounds, his lifespan would be reduced to just half a chaos cycle. Technically, however, those 10 rounds would only have consumed around 599 chaos cycles, whereas the first few rounds consumed over 10,000 chaos cycles. Clearly, the more he fought the smaller the absolute value of the effect on his lifespan would be. Alas, once his true soul crumbled to a certain degree it would completely fall apart. Much like a dam which was riddled with cracks would eventually collapse, Ning would die after roughly 100 full-force strikes. 600 chaos cycles, it'll be enough. Ning revealed a smile. At least I'm still alive. It was all thanks to that extra hour that I managed to survive and escape. His true soul was now crumbling at a far, far faster rate than it had been in the past. Ning raised his head to stare towards the skies. Next will be the sacred realm. Aside from Ning, Purgatory no longer held any other living beings at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 41, Chapter 26, Dalgard Tower. Book 41, The Dalgard Tower, Chapter 26, Dalgard Tower. Although Ning very much wanted to bring the Paragon of Pills out alive, he knew that there was a high chance that he would die on this trip to the Sacred Realm. Before going there, I need to first take a look at the cultivation methods these Sith descendants used. Ning had always been curious as to how the Sith had trained their progeny. Their descendants were born and bred within Ning's Chaos Verse, making it impossible for them to train in true Sith techniques. How, then, did the Sith teach them? Did they just hand over normal cultivator techniques, or did they use other retrofitted techniques? Whoosh! Ning willed his sword Dao domain to expand outwards, preventing anyone from scrying him. At the same time, he caused a dazed-looking blood-robed emperor to appear next to him. This was one of the several emperors and hegemons Ning had captured. Greetings, Tao Lord, the blood-robed emperor said hurriedly with respect. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Be a good boy and answer them for me, Ning said. Go ahead, Tao Lord. I'll tell you everything I can, the blood-robed emperor replied obediently. Moments later, his gaze turned rather muddled as an illusion took hold of him. He didn't even try to resist it, and even if he did, Ning had reached a far higher level in the Tao of illusions. The tiny strand of sword intent which Ning had sent into his consciously was enough to completely suppress his mind, ensuring that the following illusions worked without fail. It was much like how ordinary mortals might find themselves going totally blank when they saw something that left them absolutely awestruck. They would briefly lose all capability of rational thought. Autarchs who didn't specialize in the Tao of illusions were still able to take advantage of their overall overwhelming superiority to ensure that hegemons would be unable to resist them. Trapping hegemons within illusions was extremely simple, but of course, the stronger one's Tao heart was, the less effective this mind-suppressive technique would be. The Sith truly are vicious. Ning continued to flip through this emperor's memories. They actually have forced all of their descendants to swear lifeblood oaths to obey all orders the Exalt gives them. That way, it'll be extremely difficult for the descendants to break free from the Sith, even if they wanted to. Ha! They actually train in the exact same types of techniques that we cultivators use. Ning shook his head. Even the teaching methods are the same. He flipped through some of the memories he cared about the most, but didn't find any pleasant surprises. Ning then began to review the many memories of the life which this emperor had lived. This emperor had been alive for so long and had so many memories that even Ning would need quite a bit of time to process them all. Ning primarily kept his focus on finding hints which would give him a better chance to develop a perfect cultivation path like the one the Sith used. He wanted to find something that could let him continue to live. If he could live, why should he seek death? Hope was reserved for the living alone, and so Ning had never given up hope. He spent a total of 3 days flipping through this emperor's memories at high speed. Suddenly, a look of delighted shock appeared on Ning's face. So this is... Long ago, the Sith had transmitted certain special cultivation techniques for their progeny to try out. However, many Sith descendants encountered problems during the testing process. Some self-detonated and died, while others saw their true souls destroyed. The Sith tested out a total of 9 different types of techniques, but all of them ended up in failure. Even though the 9th and final technique allowed one to become a Tao Lord of the first step, upon actually becoming a Samsara Tao Lord, the cultivator's body would crumble and their true soul would shatter apart. From that day forth, the Sith gave up their research into those 9 unique techniques and started to pass down cultivator techniques to their children instead. Much like Ning, they trained in divine power and immortal energy. 9 unique techniques? A look of delight was on Ning's face. The 9th one in particular, it actually allows divine power, immortal energy, and all other types of energy to join together, strengthening both body and soul. Only, it would fail once the practitioner actually became a Samsara Tao Lord. Only the most supreme of Sith could have created something like this. I wager it came from their Lord of Chaos, who repeatedly attempted to create a perfect cultivation technique suited for our Chaosverse. Ning felt rather excited. 9 techniques in total, with each cultivator swearing an oath not to pass it down to anyone else? I have to find them. Ning felt a sense of excitement and desire for these techniques. The Sith had failed in their 9 special techniques, because they couldn't truly and directly connect to the Tao of this Chaosverse. Ning, however, could. He might not be at the same level as the Lord of Chaos, but if he acquired those 9 Sith techniques, maybe, just maybe, there would be a chance. He knew that the chance was extremely low, but he still wanted to give it a shot. The hegemons and emperors who Ning had captured had all been alive for an extremely long period of time. They all knew of the 9 secret techniques, but they had all painstakingly followed the normal route to becoming emperors. Most of them hadn't even been taught those special techniques. 3 of them did know the techniques, but they had sworn oaths not to transmit them. If they attempted to do so, their true souls would shatter and they would die. Outside the hidden dimension, the black-robed Ning was alongside the avatars of Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog. They had been searching for many years for a way to break into the hidden dimension. During this period of time, all the other Autarchs had also come over to give it a try, but none of them were able to lock onto the exact location of that hidden dimension. Autarch Titanos. Autarch Mog. Ning asked hurriedly, Autarchs, have you heard of 9 special techniques which the Sith once bestowed upon their progeny? We know of this, yes. Autarch Titanos nodded slowly. During the Dawn War, we actually fought against a number of Sith descendants during our war against the Sith. All of them were completely loyal to the Sith and they fought like rabid dogs. Most of us were filled with bloodlust at the time and showed them no mercy at all. The only one who actually held back and captured a few of them was Autarch Skyfeeder. When she reviewed their memories, she came to learn that the Sith had once transmitted 9 special techniques to them, but all of those techniques were failures. The nearby Autarch Mog nodded. Most likely, the Sith wanted to mass-produce a large number of hegemons or perhaps even Autarchs. They could have their descendants swear lifeblood oaths to never rebel against them, after all. If they succeeded, they would be able to draw power from our Chaosverse, at which point, they could murder those descendants and steal their power, weakening our Chaosverse. Nin nodded. But they failed. As for those 9 techniques, we wanted to find them to see if there was anything which might inspire us, Autarch Titanos said, but after the Dawn War concluded, we were unable to find any traces of Sith descendants, and so we had nowhere to start. What about the ones Autarch Skyfeeder captured? Ning asked. All of them swore lifeblood oaths to never transmit those techniques. When we tried to forcibly rip the techniques out of their memories, their true souls crumbled apart. Autarch Titanos shook his head. Given that we were unable to find any more Sith progeny after this, we let the matter rest. Ning quickly understood. Sith progeny were quite rare, and it was also fairly hard to recognize them at a glance. They looked just like ordinary cultivators, after all. The Autarchs couldn't just spend their time wandering the cosmos and flipping through the memories of cultivators at random, right? The Sith descendants. Ning knew that many of the weaker Sith descendants in the hidden dimension had never even heard of those 9 techniques, much less studied them. The only ones who might truly know those techniques were the high-status Sith who had been along for a long period of time. Those were generally at the Emperor level. I have to spend some time searching this hidden dimension and do my best to find those 9 techniques, Ning mused. The Sacred Realm. The Elder Hall. The blue-haired Exalt remained seated upon his throne, with a large number of emperors and hegemons gathered before him. Some of them were true Sith, while some had been raised and trained over the course of countless years within this enormous hidden region. The Sith had put quite a bit of effort into rearing these descendants, and their success rates were significantly higher than what the native cultivators were used to. Ever since the Dawn War ended, I, Exalt Bowenya, have been stationed in this dimension. I have been here for a very, very long time. The blue-haired Exalt stared downwards, then continued slowly, I feel a sense of deep attachment to this dimension, and I truly do not wish for trouble to occur here. In fact, I don't even wish for a second war to begin against the cultivators. However, that isn't a choice I can make. Nor is that a choice any of you can make. The blue-haired youth stared downwards at them. A terrifying Dowlord has arisen amongst the cultivators, and we have only one choice available to us, kill him. If we can kill him, even sacrificing this entire dimension would be worth it. The blue-haired youth let out a sigh. I know that this place is home for many of you hegemons, and I view it as home as well. I've spent the majority of my long life here. Life here has been peaceful and gentle. I don't want to give it up. But once this Dowlord came here, our peaceful life came to an end. The blue-haired youth's voice rang out within the Elder Hall, and all of the silent hegemons and emperors began to emanate a murderous aura. Some wanted to kill the Dowlord for the great rewards they would be given, but most hated the fact that he had come here and embroiled them in war once more. They didn't want to fight, but not even Exalts would dare to violate the standing orders of the most supreme Sith. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 1, Hawkfong. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 1, Hawkfong. Exalt, who in the world is this white-robed Tao Lord? Why must we sacrifice everything for the sake of killing him? One of the many hegemons below the Exalt, a Sith descendant, couldn't help but ask this question. To this very day, the Sith descendants had no idea what a Tao Lord who has mastered an eternal Omega Tao truly represented for the Sith. In truth, the Sith didn't dare to tell their descendants too much either. In the end, their descendants were native to this chaosverse and had grown up here. Strictly speaking, it was destined for them to be unable to walk the same path together, and so they were purposefully kept in the dark regarding many things. As a result, they now felt that this was completely incomprehensible and not worth them losing their lives over. Right, Exalt. We had thought that killing him would be very easy, but Purgatory was defeated even after we gave it a pair of Apocalypse-class treasures. This Tao Lord is too powerful. Aside from the 3 Elder Halls, we don't have any treasures that are superior to the ones we already sent down, but the 3 Elder Halls are immobile. If we want to proactively attack him, we'll be at a huge disadvantage. Many of us will probably die. We can simply keep him exiled in Purgatory and wait for his true soul to collapse. He'll still die, right? Why is it necessary for us to pay such an enormous price? Why do we have to fight with him to the death? Is such an enormous price truly worth it? The Sith descendants voiced their arguments, one by one. The true Sith were silent. They knew the details behind this, but they didn't dare to expose them. They had been ordered long ago to restrict the amount of contact between them and their descendants, for fear of their descendants learning the truth and losing faith. Worth it? The blue-haired youth, Exalt Bowenya, let out a soft sigh from atop his throne. Yes. I, too, feel that it isn't worth it. Exalt Bowenya stared downwards. But I've already told you everything I can. The things I have left unsaid, I have done so because I am not permitted to. If I told you the truth, I would be violating Sith laws and my true soul would be annihilated. All you need to know is this. Our dimension may seem large, but we are nothing more than a small part of the Sith race and empire. This is nothing more than a small part of Sith territory. Exalt Bowenya waved a finger, causing an image to appear in midair of the white-robed Tao Lord. As for him, he is of grave importance to the entire Sith civilization. We have to destroy him and then capture his true soul. This will be an enormous accomplishment for our race. Sacrificing our entire hidden dimension will be worth it, yes. Even if the sacrifice was greater, it would still be worth it. Everyone below fell silent. The Sith descendants also knew that they were nothing more than a small part of the massive Sith Empire as a whole. If we go against our orders, our entire dimension will be punished and annihilated. All of us, including myself, will be put to death. Exalt Bowenya's voice was glacially cold, and the hegemons below him all felt an invisible sense of oppression. If they tried to find a way out, the only result would be death. There's no way out. We have to kill him. If we kill him, we'll all be rewarded heavily. If we do not, we will all die. If you must blame someone, blame the Tao Lord for having come to our home, Exalt Bowenya said. Now, obey my orders. None of the hegemons voiced any further complaints. The true Sith knew that there was no way to avoid this, while the Sith progeny all knew that shirking back meant death. Johnbeck, Exalt Bowenya called out. An extremely muscular four-armed man with curly hair who was 3 meters tall had been standing close to the front of the throng of hegemons. He stepped forward and said respectfully, Exalt. Johnbeck, it is now time for war. We are throwing everything we have into this battle against that Tao Lord. You have past experience with controlling an Elder Hall, and so from this day forth you shall be the controller of the Iceland Elder Hall. Understood. Jonbek was a true Sith and was second only to the Exalt in power. He had a perfect Dao heart and was highly venerated amongst the Sith. Hawkfang. Exalt Bowenya's gaze turned towards another man. Instantly, the entire hall began to stir. Some of the true Sith began to frown, while others remained quite calm. Most of the Sith progeny, however, grew excited. Hawkfang was a leader amongst the Sith descendants and extremely powerful. Exalt. Hawkfang bowed respectfully. His face was calm, and he was dressed in long black robes. His eyes seemed to contain an endless universe of space and time within them. Exalt Bowenya couldn't help but secretly sigh to himself when he saw this. Hawkfang was a descendant he held in high regard, and was the son of a friend. The man was extremely talented and had reached hegemony in a very short period of time. He stood a very good chance of becoming an autarch in the future. Even the supreme leader of the Sith paid a great deal of attention to Hawkfang. Alas, during the Dawn War, Hawkfang's father, another Exalt, died in battle. Ever since then, Hawkfang seemed to have become filled with many thoughts and worries, resulting in him being unable to progress any further in his path of cultivation. The entire Sith race sighed at the loss. It must be remembered that if Sith descendants became what the locals called autarchs, then as natives to this chaos-verse they would gain full control over the power of the local Dao. An extra autarch on the side of the Sith would be of enormous assistance to them. As the supreme leader of the Sith once said, Hawkfang simply hasn't experienced enough. The only place he has ever lived is that single small dimension. The death of his father caused his heart to be filled with turmoil. He is unable to perfect his Dao heart and he no longer has any chance of reaching autarky. If he had been able to spend more time wandering the universe, his father's death wouldn't have dealt such a deadly blow to his psyche. Now that a shadow has been cast over his heart, it will be very difficult for him to perfect his Dao heart. He had been such a promising figure, but now he was destined to be mediocre. Still, in this dimension, Hawkfang remained the most talented member of the Sith descendants, and he had reached hegemony in a total of 6 Daos. Starting now, Hawkfang, you shall be in control of the same Elder Hall your father controlled, the Flameland Elder Hall, Exalt Bowenya said. Your father died a glorious death in battle for the sake of the Sith. I hope you will prove to be as fearless as your father was and destroy this Dao Lord for the Sith. Understood. Hawkfang remained completely expressionless as he bowed respectfully. Jonbek, Hawkfang, the two of you should immediately go to your respective elder halls and take control over them. Once you do so, the three of us shall decide on a strategy for dealing with this Dao Lord, Exalt Bowenya instructed. As for the other hegemons, await your deployment orders. Understood. The throng of hegemons and emperors all acknowledged the order. The 3 elder halls were all glowing with white light. One of them was shining brighter than the other 2, which were slightly dimmer. They had lain untouched for many years, after all, they were simply functioning on auto mode. Whoosh! The black-robed Hawkfang suddenly flew through the air, moving towards the towering, 12-storied tower which emanated a scorching aura. When he arrived before it, he raised his head and stared upwards, a lost look in his eyes. Father, Hawkfang murmured softly. He still clearly remembered his father bringing him here when he was young. This was his father's Daoguard Tower, and they had played together here. Life back then had been truly carefree, and he had been so incredibly talented that he had succeeded in everything he tried. His father had arranged him to experience a few setbacks to temper him, but they barely slowed him down at all. He had reached the Dao merge with incredible speed, then completed it and reached hegemony. It's been so long, but I've come again. Hawkfang reached out to touch the tower. He could still remember that battle clearly. During the Dawn War, his avatar had accompanied his father in their grand campaign. Towards the end of the war, they had fallen into dire straits. His father had personally destroyed his avatar, not wishing for his avatar to fall into the hands of their cultivator enemies. If the autarchs managed to capture his avatar, they were completely capable of using karma to slay his true body as well. In contrast, when his father killed his avatar, it would have no impact at all. Avatars didn't matter too much to hegemons, as they could simply remake them after they were destroyed. In the end, his father had died during that battle. He had died at the hands of a cultivator known as Autarch Bolin. The cultivators, Hawkfang mused to himself, "Am I a Sith, or am I a cultivator?" Hawkfang shook his head. "Let us fight, then. If you can't even stop someone like me, then you deserve to die. Even if I really am a cultivator, killing some of them in father's memory isn't that big a deal." He stepped into the tower. "Young master." A black golem instantly appeared on the first floor of the great tower, and it bowed respectfully. "I've already received orders to hand the entire Dalgard Tower over to you." Hawkfang nodded. He immediately took control over the entire Elder Hall and began to make plans to deal with the white-robed Dowlord based on the various tricks and traps the hall contained. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 2, Illusion Sword Dao. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 2, Illusion Sword Dao. Hawkfang and Johnbeck quickly familiarized themselves with their respective elder halls. After doing so, they went to meet with Exalt Bowenya again. The three met within a quiet side hall and began to discuss their battle plans. "Exalt, these are all the tools which my Iceland Elder Hall possesses." Johnbeck waved his hand, causing a scroll to appear. This scroll was covered with dense scribbling which recorded the various offensive techniques the Iceland Hall possessed. "These are all the attacks which the Flameland Elder Hall can use." Hawkfang also produced a scroll which was covered with a complete record of what his hall could do. Exalt Bowenya carefully inspected both the scrolls. "Ha! My old friends certainly put a great deal of countermeasures inside their Dalgard towers." Exalt Bowenya chuckled. "My plans for dealing with this Dowlord are simple. Let's fight him openly and use the overwhelming power over our 3 Dalgard towers to fight and kill him head-on." "Fight and kill him head-on? How?" Johnbeck asked, while Hawkfang simply listened without saying a word. "Simple. Our 3 Dalgard towers shall use all the long-distance attacks available to us, as well as treasures that are strong enough to pose a threat to him. Everyone else will swarm him as we do so, and will wipe him out at the base of the sacred mountains," Exalt Bowenya said. Both Johnbeck and Hawkfang were startled. This was an extremely vicious ploy. They had been planning on setting down layers of traps to slowly whittle away at the Daelord's longevity until he finally died, but Exalt Bowenya had a far crueler plan in mind. They were going to send all the hegemons and emperors to attack while the Dalgard towers launched virtually all of their attacks from afar. They would literally focus all of their firepower in one massive bombardment, using all of their tricks and traps and offensive powers at the same time. This was indeed likely to result in the Daelord's death, but the maddened Dowlord would probably butcher many of the hegemons and emperors swarming him. However, Johnbeck and Hawkfang didn't voice any dissent. The Exalt was the final decision-maker, after all. What if he doesn't die at the base of the sacred mountains? Hawkfang asked. How could he possibly survive that many attacks? Johnbeck frowned. And what if he does? Hawkfang repeated. Bowenya smiled coldly. Then the only things left to us shall be our respective Dalgard towers. Even if it costs us our very lives, we have to kill him, because if we can't kill him, we will still die. My plan is to have 70% of the hegemons and emperors take part in the battle at the base of the sacred mountains. The remaining 30% of them will be split amongst the 3 of us. If it really does come down to a series of final battles involving our Dalgard towers, we'll need their help. Bowenya chuckled. He's nothing more than a Dowlord whose true soul is crumbling away. Our 3 towers should be enough to kill him. Exalt Bowenya gave the order, and the entire sacred realm sprinted into motion. An awesome number of Samsara Downlords were teleported away from it, while some of the most supremely talented Downlords were actually given a chance to take part in the fight as well. They were given Sith weapons and would be sent out as fodder to exhaust the terrifying Downlord in battle. Rumble, the levitating realm gate suddenly activated, once more glowing with the same dazzling light that it had emanated for countless years. The realm gate was 100,000 kilometers tall, and it radiated eye-catching splendor. Ning was seated in the lotus position on the ground. He raised his head to glance at the distant realm gate. The realm gate has been activated. However, I'm in no rush to go there just yet. Ning then shut his eyes again, once more focusing on the Tao of illusions. Ever since he had learned of those 9 special techniques, he had scoured the memories of all the hegemons and emperors he had captured. However, there had been 2 hegemons who had extremely powerful Tao hearts. Ning had been unable to successfully review their memories. Ning was planning to capture more hegemons during this trip into the sacred realm. He had to improve his mastery over the art of illusions, improving it to hegemony. Ever since he had mastered the eternal Omega Sword Tao, he had been able to quickly master other Taos as well. For example, he had long ago reached hegemony in the Tao of space and the Tao of time. Training to hegemony was quite simple, but fusing them into his eternal Omega Sword Tao was fairly difficult. As for the Tao of illusions, Ning had yet to upgrade it to hegemony, much less infuse it into his sword arts. Time continued to pass on. He was able to reach hegemony in the Tao of illusions after merely 80,000 years. It could be said that Ning was now at a level where he could easily reach hegemony in any Tao he desired, even complicated Taos such as the Tao of numerancy or the Tao of karma. They might take a bit more time, but he could still do it. To Ning, however, there wasn't much of a point to doing so. These Taos were only useful when he infused them into his eternal Omega Sword Tao. Time continued to flow on. 100 million years. 1 billion years. 10 billion years. The sacred realm had finished making its preparations long ago. The Sith were waiting for Ning, and they began to grow a bit anxious. Why hasn't that Tao Lord come yet? It has been nearly half a chaos cycle. How much longer does he plan to train for? If this continues, is it possible that he'll just naturally expire and his true soul will crumble? The Sith were all rather worried. Don't worry. He won't. The fact that he is still cultivating is proof that he very much wants to stay alive. He wouldn't be willing to just train until his death. Let's keep waiting. That's the only choice we have. He's the only living person in all of Purgatory right now. There's no way for us to set up any formations there, and the power of the 3 Elder Halls would be dramatically weakened if used in Purgatory. We used 2 Apocalypse-class treasures which were a perfect counter against him, but both failed. There's no point in sending anyone else with any other treasures to Purgatory. Our only choice is to wait. Ning was simply too powerful. In the end, even the perfect counters against him had failed. Their only chance was to rely on their Daoguard towers and wait for Ning to come to them. The Daoguard towers, however, were in the sacred realm. Thus, the Sith had to remain in the sacred realm. They wouldn't dare go to Purgatory. 1 chaos cycle. 2 chaos cycles. 10 chaos cycles. 100 chaos cycles. Ning's primal twin in the outside world was training as well, paying no heed to the Sith who were being driven mad with impatience. Finally, the day came when a small smile appeared in Ning's face. He had been completely absorbed in cultivating for many years now, and today he finally felt the joy of finding the Tao he sought. He slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze seemed to be filled with illusions of the birth and destruction of all things in spacetime. Boom! A strange surge of power flowed through the Sword Tao domain around him, causing countless illusions to appear. Countless living beings were born, lived, and fought against each other. Some of them even possessed rudimentary levels of sentience. It could be said that they already had some of the qualities of actual living beings. I never would have imagined that when the Tao of Illusions came together with my eternal Omega Sword Tao, its power would skyrocket by such a great amount. My illusions are beginning to become reality. Ning could sense that the illusory lifeforms he had created were all real. They had their own sentience and even some rudimentary emotions. The only thing they lacked was a sense of self-awareness. Ning now felt rather reluctant to bring this illusion to an end. Once he did, it would represent the annihilation of all the living beings within this illusory realm. So the guesses of countless cultivators who came before me were correct. If one can reach an incredibly high level in the Tao of Illusions, one truly can turn illusions into reality, Ning mused. If I can make another breakthrough and upgrade my Omega Tao to autarky, I'll probably be able to make everything within my heart world projection real. With another thought, Ning gradually cast the illusory world around him into darkness. The countless beings within that world all fell asleep, and then, the illusion came to an end. Although he was rather unwilling to part with them, he couldn't just spend all his time and energy maintaining that illusory realm. Illusions, reality. I imagine there are many cultivators who would rather live in an illusory realm. Ning's illusion sword Tao had reached such a level where many cultivators would willingly allow themselves to be captured by it, because it truly did feel extremely real. Only a tiny little bit of difference remained between it and true reality. Ning's true soul was affected by the power of his illusion sword Tao as well. Reality and illusion intersected repeatedly, resulting in his true soul feeling more comfortable than ever before. Even the true soul's crumbling speed was somewhat lessened. Ning's mastery of the wind sword Tao and lightning sword Tao had been of negligible benefit to his true soul, but the illusion sword Tao was clearly quite helpful. For the sake of this illusion sword Tao, I spent a total of 185 chaos cycles in training. However, the illusion sword Tao has caused my true soul to slow down its rate of crumbling. As a result, I still have 600 chaos cycles left. Ning couldn't help but let out an involuntary chuckle. I guess you really do win some and lose some. Now that I have mastered the illusion sword Tao, it is time to review the memories of those two hegemons. Ning once more summoned the two hegemons he had captured. As soon as the two hegemons looked at Ning, they instantly fell into a dazed stupor. Ning's mastery of the illusion sword Tao meant only autarch stone rule, the master of the illusion Tao birth essence, was superior to him in the art of illusions, and only somewhat superior at that. The other autarchs were all slightly inferior to Ning in this regard. And so, Ning was able to review the memories of the various hegemons with ease. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 3, Wandering the Sacred Realm Alone. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 3, Wandering the Sacred Realm Alone. This was another testament to how formidable the path of the Omega Tao was. Mastering the eternal Omega Sword Tao put Ji Ning on par with the autarchs, and as Ning infused more and more Taos into his Sword Tao, he began to improve in many other areas as well. Given enough time, he would undergo a final transformation and reach a higher level, the level which the entire cultivator civilization yearned for. A pity. Once again, no luck with those 9 techniques. Ning slowly shook his head. They are all bound by lifeblood oaths. There's no way to review those techniques at all. Can it really be possible that every single hegemon and emperor was bound by a lifeblood oath? Is there really no way at all? No. The probability may be low, but there always is a chance. Well. Time to go to the sacred realm. Ning lifted his head to stare at the towering realm gate. It had been glowing with dazzling light for many years now. Ning took a single step forwards and moved towards the realm gate. After stepping inside, he entered yet another tunnel that was formed from many different folds of dimensional space. This was the dimensional passageway which led to the sacred realm. This time, he didn't suffer any attacks within the dimensional passageway. Sneak attacks had clearly proven to be useless against him. After all, and letting him die alone in exile wasn't worth it. They had been waiting for him for many years now, waiting for him to come to the sacred realm. The sacred realm. Ning stood at the exit to the tunnel, staring at the sacred realm around him. Odd. I thought that this place would be quite dangerous, that there would be many different traps and formations awaiting my arrival. Who would have thought that there'd be nothing here? Ning was rather surprised. There was no way any ambush could escape his detection. Ning had been planning to rely on his storm sword Dao to flee at high speeds if he discovered any traps, but now it seemed as it was all unnecessary. Swoosh! Ning flew away from the realm gate and into the skies. He stared down at the vast world around him, quickly seeing the palaces and estates which were located off in the distance. Clearly, there had once been many people who had lived here. Now, the entire sacred realm was deathly silent. All the Dao lords had been evacuated, leaving their empty estates behind. Ning took a deep breath, and as he did so a surge of energy flowed into his body, making him feel quite comfortable. An awesome aura of power pervaded this entire place. The energy here was so dense that an entire army of hegemons could draw upon it and use it to cultivate. What a truly wonderful sacred realm, Ning said with an approving chuckle. Dao Lord. An icy void suddenly echoed in the skies above the sacred realm. Is that the Sith Exalt? Ning stood there in midair, a smile on his face. I thought you'd attack me as soon as I exited the realm gate. I didn't expect you to behave so courteously. I, Bowenya, have been waiting for you for many years now, Dao Lord, the icy void said. I, Dark North, was teleported into this place by you Sith. Ha! Ning chuckled. Honestly, I would really rather not fight you. If you just let me go, that would be the best outcome for both of us. Otherwise, our only option is to fight each other. Many of the Sith descendants were moved by these words. They knew just how powerful Dao Lord Dark North was, and they weren't willing to fight him. If it truly was possible for them to avoid this battle, how wonderful it would be. However, they all knew that this was a fantasy. No one dared to disobey the orders from the Supreme Sith Leader. There was no way out of this deadly battle. Dao Lord Dark North? The icy voice spoke out once more, a fine name. There is no need for us to waste time on words. If you wish to leave this place, you must do so through overpowering us. Given how strong you are, I imagine you can tell where the exit path lies. The exit path should lie within the Daoguard Tower in the very rear, I imagine, Ning said. Ning was able to sense and scan the entire sacred realm through the power of his windsword Dao, and he knew of the presence of those 3 Daoguard towers. All 3 Daoguard towers had a total of 12 stories. Based on what Ning knew regarding the Sith, this meant that these were Daoguard towers which belonged to Sith Exalts. There was no way they would be as easy to deal with as the Daoguard tower he had dealt with some time ago. Ning's acute attunement to space also allowed him to ascertain and verify that the center of the sacred realm, the place where all the dimensional controls were located, was within the Daoguard Tower at the very rear. What he didn't know was that during the Dawn War, all 3 Daoguard towers shared part of the dimensional controls. After 2 of the Sith Exalts died, the Daoguard towers had been modified so that the only one which could be used to control this hidden dimension was the one which Exalt Bowenya controlled. Impressive, Dao Lord Dark North. The icy voice continued, then come and fight me, if you dare. Humph! Ning let out an amused snort. Be there shortly. Relax. Ning began to leisurely fly through the sacred realm, blinking through the various regions within it and inspecting it carefully. Ha! Ning stood before a mountain wall which was filed with many carvings as well as some cultivation techniques. Now that's interesting. Ning was like a tourist, wandering through the various parts of the sacred realm and visiting many of the sects it held. The hegemons and emperors had been waiting for battle for many years now, and they all felt rather speechless at Ning's behavior. Still, they had already managed to wait for over 100 chaos cycles. A bit more time would make no difference at all. They could be patient. Ning spent a total of 15 days touring the sacred realm. A pity. I didn't find any trace of the 9 techniques I'm interested in. Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. The sacred realm had been used to train samsara downlords for countless eons. Many techniques had been recorded here, and not all of them had been destroyed during the evacuation. Ning was able to broaden his horizons by inspecting the remaining ones, but he didn't find the ones he really needed. Whoosh! Ning began to fly closer towards the sacred mountains. There were a total of 3 towering Daugard towers at the peaks of 3 of the mountains, and they were all glowing with dazzling light that caused spacetime to ripple around them. The effect of the light extended to a distance of 1 trillion kilometers, and the effect was continuous. Not even Autark Mog, who specialized in the Tao of space, would be able to teleport through this region, to say nothing of Ning. This was one of the things which made an Exalt's Daugard tower so incredibly dangerous. Spacetime was completely suppressed here. This truly is a beautiful world. A pity that it is about to be torn apart by war, Ning said. Even if it is destroyed, we can remake it in the future, that icy voice replied. Ning said nothing further. He drew a northbow sword from the sheath on his back, then continued to fly forwards as he carefully inspected the area around him. I can sense danger within every inch of the sacred mountains. It doesn't matter which direction I enter from, I'll still be face incredible danger. I have no choice but to just charge in. Whoosh! Ning continued to fly forwards. Suddenly, the hills below him began to tremble and shake, followed by rippling ley lines to appear. A massive formation that was 100 billion kilometers in size began to activate, and it completely separated the surrounding dimension away from the normal spacetime continuum. The dimensional separator again? Ning shook his head and laughed. An area of 100 billion kilometers around him had been completely separated from the outside world. Ning had suffered a similar attack while rescuing the Paragon of Pills. Ning couldn't help but sigh at how the Sith seemed to be able to play with space, cutting through it as though it was a cake. Ning simply stood there in the air, sword at the ready as he calmly glanced at the standalone dimension which had been formed around him. He was waiting for them to come to him. If he didn't fight, how was he supposed to capture more emperors and search for those 9 techniques? Whoosh! 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 Vile auras began to appear at the margins of this sealed spacetime continuum, and the vile auras began to come together and form Vilephions. These Vilephions were all extremely powerful, the most powerful Vilephions Ning had seen thus far. They were probably all at the Otherverse Lord level of power. Exalt-level Daugard towers are able to make use of even more of the power of the Sith energy generator. As a result, they can give birth to Vilephions of tremendous power. Still, for them to produce a total of 105 Vilephions of such power at once, they've probably brought out everything they built up over the course of eons. Ning remained quite calm. This was all as he had inspected. These Vilephions would at most be able to slow him down a bit. Gwar! Kill! Die! Cracks began to appear in the ground at the margins of this sealed continuum, and various creatures began to fly out of those cracks. Their eyes were all dead, and they were at varying levels of power. Some had auras comparable to Otherverse lords, while others were noticeably more powerful. Still, they were all somewhat inferior to the likes of the Blaze Sun ruler. Not that strong, but there are certainly quite a lot of them. If they all attack at once, it'll be a bit troublesome. Ning frowned slightly. It would consume quite a bit of his energy to kill all those Vilephions as well as those poor mind-controlled living golems. Moments later, a total of 9 figures appeared around Ning. Ning frowned again. Tao Lords? The 9 figures were all Samsara Tao Lords, but all of them were unspeakably powerful. Tao Lord Dark North will be more than enough to deal with you. You aren't worthy of the hegemons and emperors dirtying their hands. The 9 Tao Lords all had crazed looks in their eyes. Tao Lords were generally fearless to begin with, and the Sith Exalt had offered them enormous rewards for this mission. He had also given them control over many Vilfians and living golems. They naturally were going to do their absolute utmost in this battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 4, Successfully Surrounded. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 4, Successfully Surrounded. Within this sealed continuum, Ning's sword Dao domain was only able to extend up to a distance of 1 billion kilometers. The invisible suppressive power of the sacred realm was simply too strong. Attack! Once Lord Dark North's domain sweeps over us, we'll be dead, a black-winged Daler sent mentally. Given Ning's power, even hegemons and emperors would fall to his domain unless they were protected by incredibly powerful treasures, to say nothing of mere Dao lords. He would be able to toy with them as he pleased. You actually want to attack me with such a minuscule amount of power? Ning made his move, transforming into a streak of light that flew towards the Dao Lord closest to him. The 9 Dao Lords were all separated at the margins of this sealed continuum, each in a different direction. That way, if Ning wanted to deal with them, he would have to fly to them one by one. Kill! Kill this Dao Lord! Kill him! The Vilfians and the living golems let out crazed roars as they fearlessly swarmed towards Ning, seeking to surround him. As for the 9 Dao Lords, they immediately set up various treasures which were controlled by the power of a Dao Guard tower. Ning's answer to this mass attack was to continue flying forwards at high speed while manifesting countless streaks of swordlight within his sword Dao domain. They sent the Vilfians and the living golems stumbling backwards, falling to the ground, or even go flying into the air. Only a tiny number of them were able to get close to Ning, with the majority unable to approach him. This was why a powerful domain was so useful in battle. Ning was able to use it toy with anyone at or below the other Verse Lord level of power. Clack! 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 Strange edifices began to appear in front of the 9 Dao Lords. They looked like miniature castles, with each being 9,900 meters tall and completely golden. Semi-translucent towers could be seen at the very top of the castles. These 9 Sith treasures were controlled by the Dao Guard tower, and they were powerful treasures which could be used to attack from afar. The main mission for these 9 Dao Guards was to get in and then put these 9 treasures in position. If they managed to do that, they would have succeeded in their task. These Dao Lords truly are fools. Ning flew so incredibly fast that he was already within 1 billion kilometers of the first Dao Lord. His sword Dao domain instantly captured the Dao Lord, preventing him from moving at all. Get in here! Ning didn't attack, instead choosing to draw both the Dao Lord and the treasure into his estate world, separating it from the power of the Dao Guard tower. Re-yip! Beams of dazzling, destructive energy spat out from the other 8 castle towers, moving with incomprehensible speed and striking with Nyatark levels of power. The attacks were incredibly powerful, but in the end they were generated by treasures. There was no way these attacks could compare with attacks from actual autarchs in terms of profundity. They relied strictly upon overwhelming speed and power. Swoosh! Ning used his storm sword Dao to evade. Whoosh! 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 He evaded all 8 destructive rays of light. By the time those 8 rays of light had flown tens of billion kilometers and reached Ning, Ning was able to brush past them and let them splatter against the distant dimensional membrane, causing it to tremble. As for the Vilfians and living golems, the ones touched by the rays of light were instantly and easily chopped apart. However, the Vilfians and the living golems were able to quickly recover. Killing them wouldn't be that easy. Rumble, suddenly, yet another rift appeared at the margins of this sealed continuum. A total of 50-plus hegemons and emperors flew out from within this rift. Ning raised an eyebrow, then immediately transformed into a streak of light as he flew towards those 50-plus hegemons. However, as he did so, another rift appeared in the distance. Another squad of 50-plus hegemons and emperors appeared from this second rift as well. 8 of the 9 treasures remain intact. Good enough. The hegemons began to advance. When they saw that 8 of the castle towers were once more glowing with destructive light, they couldn't help but secretly feel a sense of joy. This Dowlord Dark North is nothing more than a Dowlord whose true soul is crumbling away. We have over 100 hegemons on our side and are supported by treasures from the Dowguard Tower. I refuse to believe we cannot kill him. We'll smash him apart with one coordinated strike. We'll be rewarded for our victory and this calamity shall be at an end. Attack! The hegemons and emperors were brimming with malevolence. Whether it was because they had to obey orders, wanted to protect their home, or desired the great rewards promised, they had to kill Ning, but... Whoosh! 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 A miniature star began to appear in front of each of the 100-plus hegemons and emperors. The 100-plus miniature stars manifested runes which began to accumulate different but equally terrifying types of power. Flameland Astral Chains. Iceland Astral Chains. The hegemons began to launch their various weapons as well. The 9 castle-like treasures were fixed in location and didn't need to be controlled, but the various astral chains were more complicated and needed to be controlled. Thus, the Sith had sent over 100 hegemons and emperors to man them. Each of the miniature stars was drawing power from the Dowguard Towers, then controlled by a hegemon or emperor to launch attacks via a formation that made it hard for Ning to dodge. Whoosh! The 50-plus hegemons and emperors to the left released streams of icy energy from their miniature stars. The icy energy shot straight towards Ning like rays of frozen light, completely freezing even spacetime. The combined power of the freezing energy was absolutely at the autarch level of power, even autarchs would be temporarily suppressed by such an assault. To the right, streams of fiery golden light appeared as well, joining together and shooting towards Ning at terrifying speeds. To one side, freezing cold. To the other, blazing heat. These were 2 diametrically different types of energy, and each was capable of threatening even an autarch. When used in concert, they became even more terrifyingly powerful, especially now that they came together in accordance with an incredibly profound formation. They flew towards Ning in an intricate manner, making it almost impossible for him to dodge. Swish! 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 The 8 streams of apocalyptic light continued to attack as well, slowing down Ning's movements. Ning moved like the storm, transforming into a blurry shadow of lightning and wind. However, the Flameland Astral Chains and the Iceland Astral Chains being used by the hegemons and emperors had completely locked onto Ning, and they arced in the air as they continued their pursuit of him. I can't dodge them? A look of shock and anger appeared on Ning's face, while looks of excitement appeared on the faces of the 100-plus hegemons and the 8 Dowlords. Whoosh! Ning hurriedly retreated backwards, wishing to draw those 2 terrifying types of energy together and cause them to collide. That fool! Did he think that our treasures would interfere with each other? When the 2 astral chains link up, merging fire and ice together, the power shall only increase. The hegemons all smirked as they watched the freezing energy swirl together with the golden flames as both continued to shoot towards Ning. Finally, the energies began to clash together. Tink! Each collision was extremely soft, and the only result was a series of strange dimensional ripples being generated as the attacks became even more powerful. They watched as Dowlord Darknorth continued to retreat, his face ashen as he frantically used the Northbow sword in his hand to execute the Water Sword Dow. A stream of watery light circled around him, striving to block the attacks, but some of the destructive power managed to pierce through the water. Of course, this was with Dowlord Darknorth doing his best to conserve his energy. Dowlord Darknorth had clearly been caught off guard by the 100-plus streams of energy assaulting him. He executed repeated sword arts, striving to block as his true soul began to crumble more quickly. Ha! The Exalt's prediction was spot on. He might be fast, but the astral chains are a perfect counter for him. When the astral chains from the Flameland Elder Hall and the Iceland Elder Hall merge together, they are his absolute nemesis. It'll be hard for us to kill him outright, but we'll be able to exhaust a large amount of his energy and hasten the collapse of his true soul. The hegemons grew increasingly excited. To kill this terrifying Downlord was unrealistic. All they could do was exhaust as much of his power as was possible. Each time the Downlord defended, his lifespan would be shortened. Eventually, he would die without them needing to do a thing. Kill. 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 Again. The hegemons and emperors were all in a wonderful mood. Ning had gotten the worst of his first clash against them. This time, he transformed into a streak of light and shot straight towards them. Clearly, he wanted to try and capture or kill as many hegemons as he could. If he succeeded, the astral chains would become ownerless and he could take them away with ease. Downlord Dark North, our Exalt has already predicted your every move. The hegemons scattered every which way, but as they flew the miniature stars flew with them, allowing them to maintain the astral chain formations. Boom! Yet another rift appeared at the borders, resulting in 35 more hegemons appearing. After they appeared, they immediately produced their own treasures and joined together into a formation. Soon, a thick black miasma began to sweep out and cover the entire sealed continuum, causing an ominous feeling to arise in Ning's heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 5, Exhaust him. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 5, Exhaust him. Ning remained quite calm, because this entire time he had the feeling that this sealed continuum had not finished revealing all of the dangers hidden within it. Although none of these dangers were truly lethal, if he didn't handle them correctly he would pay a heavy price for it. Inside the brightest of the 3 elder halls in this hidden dimension, Exalt Bowenya was looking nervously at the images in the air before him. The images were displaying the chaotic battle going on within the sealed spacetime continuum. Explosions were occurring everywhere as energy blasted about willy-nilly. Even though he was in control of the sacred realm, he wasn't able to clearly see what was going on in the battle. Clearly, a chaotic and terrifying war was going on, with all 3 Exalt-class Dalgard towers focusing their long-distance firepower against Downlord Dark North, with all the hegemons working to assist the towers. What's the situation? Exalt Bowenya barked coldly. He was able to get a vague sense of what was going on from watching the images, and it seemed as though his side held the advantage. They had surrounded Downlord Dark North and were blasting him with attacks. Exalt. More than 20 avatars belonging to the battling hegemons and emperors were gathered next to him. True Sit did not have avatars, as they were constantly being rejected and suppressed by this chaos verse. It was impossible for them to use their godsense to keep and maintain an avatar. In contrast, the Sith descendants were native to this chaos verse. They all had avatars. Clearly, then, the avatars located next to Exalt Bowenya all belonged to the Sith progeny. These avatars belonged to the various squads who had been assigned to take part in this battle. Through them, the Exalt was able to quickly issue new orders as well as be updated how the battle was progressing. Exalt, don't worry. We have an absolute advantage in this battle. We're definitely going to win, a horned man said excitedly. The astral chains have completely countered Downlord Dark North's advantages. Each time, he is forced to use his sword arts to defend against us. He's constantly using up energy, and his true soul is crumbling at an increasing pace while we are sending more and more people into the sealed continuum to assault him. He'll only be able to capture or kill one of 2 of us within a short period of time. This sealed continuum was 100 billion kilometers in size. Ning moved much more slowly due to all of the attacks raining down on him, and he was using up a lot of energy. As a result, he had to slowly move from emperor to emperor as he captured them. With our grand formation having been established, he won't have any chance at all of capturing anyone from our team of 35 hegemons and emperors, a black-robed elder said confidently. He's already used his sword arts at least 10 times by now, and this is just the beginning. We have many tools remaining that we haven't even used yet. Exalt, let us use all the tools we have at our disposal. Exalt, let us take part in the battle as well. All right. Exalt Bowenya revealed a look of delight. Ha! I knew it. He's not going to pull anything unexpected out of his sleeves. The Exalt was no fool. Each plan he had used against Ning had a very high chance of success. In Purgatory, the Apocalypse-class castle would have stood a good chance of exhausting Ning to death, if it hadn't been for Ning's Storm Sword Dao allowing Ning to move much faster than anyone had anticipated. As for the spacetime formation, the only reason why Ning had survived it was because the Apocalypse-class castle had bought him an extra hour of time to gain insight into a few of the formation's mysteries. As a result, he had launched 18 strikes and broke through that formation. After these past 2 failures, the Sith Exalt was actually beginning to lose confidence in himself. This time, however, everything was progressing smoothly in accordance with plan. This caused him to feel quite delighted. This attack is much more powerful than the 2 previous attacks in Purgatory combined. An expectant look was in Exalt Bowenya's eyes. We have 3 Daoguard towers working together to rain attacks on him, after all, and we also have a large group of hegemons and emperors going all out against him. Even if we can't kill him head-on, we can exhaust him to death. Send in the Bloodfiend Maze formation as well, Exalt Bowenya ordered. Understood. 2 of the Sith descendants next to him immediately acknowledged the order respectively, then sent their squad of 52 hegemons into battle as well. Have all 18 of the death attendants enter as well. Exalt Bowenya commanded. Just a short while later. Exalt, Lord Dark North is completely helpless against the death attendants. All he can do is rely on his speed to dodge. The more he dodges, the more awkward his movements become. We're landing more and more attacks from the astral chain formations and the other formations, and he's forced to use more and more sword arts to defend. His true soul is beginning to crumble faster and faster. Exalt, we're definitely going to win. All of the avatars of the Sith taking part in the battle were extremely confident. Ha ha ha, I knew. Exalt Bowenya let out a laugh as he prepared to issue his final orders, but then he suddenly hesitated. He asked, how many of our hegemons and emperors have been captured or killed? Around 65 of them were taken or slain, a black-robed elder said. Their formation was in control of the entire battlefield, allowing them to know the casualties they had suffered. Quite heavy. Exalt Bowenya couldn't help but smile, even as he said these words. Even if all the hegemons died, it would be worth it if they killed Lord Dark North. Right now, just 20% or so had perished. Yes, our casualties are indeed quite heavy, but Lord Dark North is extremely important to the entire Sith race. If we can kill him, it will all be worth it. The hegemons and emperors were brimming with the desire to do battle. They had known long ago that this would be a calamitous battle, but at least the situation was better than they had expected, even though more and more hegemons and emperors were being slain. If that's the case, then send in the final 2 formation squads as well. All remaining hegemons and emperors, use your respective treasures to assist. Don't let Lord Dark North focus his attention on any one area in particular, Exalt Bowenya said. Yes. Instantly, a large number of hegemons and emperors charged forth. This final wave included an enormous number of emperors, there had to be over 2,000 of them. In truth, there was a limit to how many hegemons could be used by the 3 Daoguard towers. At most, 800 hegemons was enough. More than 2,000 of the other hegemons were simply there to obscure Ning's vision and to distract him. After all, Ning would continuously counterattack and either kill or capture these hegemons. If he managed to kill someone who was in control of a Daoguard tower treasure, the impact would be significant, but if he only managed to kill one of the screeners, it would have no impact on the Sith combat power. Of course, even though these emperors were merely a screening force, they were also provided with formations and Sith treasures to slow Ning down. It seems I'll be able to deal with Lord Dark North just by sacrificing a few hegemons and emperors. Exalt Bowenya smiled broadly. Time continued to tick past, second after second. We've already lost more than 90 hegemons and emperors. Lord Dark North has used his sword arts over 40 times by now. He managed to capture another 30 hegemons and emperors, but most of them were useless pawns. It won't affect our combat power much. By now, he's used his sword arts over 50 times. The battle grew increasingly ferocious. He's already captured over 200 hegemons and should have used his sword arts at least 80 times by now. His true soul is crumbling quite rapidly. The avatars continued to make detailed combat reports to the Exalt. Over 20 hegemons belonging to the Iceland astral chains have been captured. The formation has been destroyed. Suddenly, this new report came out. The astral chain formations could still be maintained after suffering light casualties, but at a certain point it would still break apart. Keep fighting. Lord Dark North won't be able to last much longer, Exalt Bowenya said calmly. He's used his sword arts many times, even if he didn't go full force for most of them, it should still have exhausted him tremendously. As time continued to flow on, 3 more of the major formations were breached as well. By now, Ning had either killed or captured over 500 hegemons and emperors, and had used his sword arts over 180 times. Almost. Exalt Bowenya was waiting eagerly. We're going to win. Each strike would consume a significant amount of Lord Dark North's vitality, even if the strikes were not full force. Based on his calculations, the Lord would die after a total of around 200 strikes. We've lost over 600 hegemons and emperors, while he's already used his sword arts more than 200 times. We still have over 2,000 people left, but we only have 3 formations remaining. Lord Dark North is quite clever, he's been focusing his efforts on the hegemons who are in control of the formations. Hold nothing back. Exalt Bowenya ordered coldly. He'll be dying any moment now, while we have over 2,000 hegemons and emperors left. We'll be able to exhaust him to death. But, for some reason, the closer they came to success, the more uneasy Exalt Bowenya suddenly began to feel. He shook his head, forcing down that uneasy feeling and reassuring himself that it had appeared because he wanted to win too badly. Over 700 hegemons and emperors have been captured. While we only have 2 main formations remaining, the other formations aren't important and are just meant to screen the real ones. Lord Dark North hasn't died yet. Over 800 have been captured. He's used his sword arts over 250 times, but he still hasn't died. We only have 1 main formation left. Why hasn't he died yet? Exalt Bowenya was growing increasingly nervous and impatient. Not good. Exalt. Suddenly, half of the remaining avatars turned completely ashen. One of them said frantically, Exalt, we've been counter-trapped. Counter-trapped? The Exalt was completely dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 6, Putting on a Show. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 6, Putting on a Show. Exalt Bowenya's face tightened. He murmured softly to himself, is he actually exhausted, or was he just pretending? He was beginning to feel some suspicions. The battle had progressed far too smoothly, causing him to feel a hint of unease deep inside. Each time, however, he had reassured himself that he was simply overthinking things. Upon hearing the remaining hegemons cry that they had been counter-trapped, Exalt Bowenya's intuition, tempered by countless years of adventuring in battle, screamed that something was seriously wrong with this battle. Are all of you trapped? Exalt Bowenya asked. We're all trapped. This entire place is filled with black fog. I can't see the other hegemons and emperors. We've been trapped as well. We're trapped. The various avatars of the hegemons and emperors all spoke out frantically, causing Exalt Bawenya to feel increasingly uneasy about this. Within the sealed spacetime continuum of 100 billion kilometers, Ning stood there in midair, relaxed and at his ease. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away, some magic treasures and formations continued to rain down attacks upon a second white-robed Dao-Lord Dark North. This second Dao-Lord Dark North was doing his best to dodge and evade while using his Water Sword Dao, Storm Sword Dao, and other techniques, with his true soul at the brink of collapse. What is real is false. What is false is real. Ning murmured softly, none of these hegemons are able to see through my illusion Sword Dao. I'm able to toy with them with ease. Ever since he had been trapped within this sealed continuum, his frenzied fighting and his crumbling true soul had all been falsified by his illusion Sword Dao, but Ning's Sword Dao domain was able to spread out to a distance of 1 billion kilometers. With but a thought, he caused this entire region to be transformed into an illusory realm. At Ning's current level of insight, the illusory beings within his domain had gained a basic level of sentience, emotions, and intelligence. This was an absolutely terrifying concept. In comparison, simply faking a battle scene within this domain was incredibly simple. The hegemons and emperors only saw what Ning wished for them to see. If Ning was able to use his Omega Sword Dao to become an autarch, his illusory domain would reach the level of being able to manifest reality itself. By then, his illusions would be real on both the surface and inside. He could create an illusion of a universe treasure, and it would become a genuine universe treasure. If he created the illusion of an expert, they would become real experts. But of course, this would require him to constantly consume a large amount of power. Even now, the beings created by his illusions possessed intelligence, emotions, and sentience. Ning's illusion Sword Dao had become one of his killer techniques. In a battle against an autarch, it would be somewhat effective but wouldn't necessarily be the determining factor, but against mere hegemons and emperors? The illusion Sword Dao could toy with them with ease. However, it took Ning time to capture those hegemons and break their formations, which is why he had continued to put on a show and buy more time. Master, we've already taken control of this formation, Azure Fian's avatar reported. Good. Ning revealed a delighted look, then waved his hand. A formation base which was 10 million kilometers long suddenly appeared next to him. Azure Fian's avatar, the paragon of pills, Lord Annihilation, Hegemon Tia, and Hegemon Flameleft were jointly controlling this grand formation, which was one of the many formations which Ning had taken away. He had let his team choose from the available formations and find one which they could use. Assemble the formation and use it to cover everything within 100 billion kilometers, Ning immediately ordered. Trap them all. Let none escape. All right. Leave it to us. Azure Fiend, Lord Annihilation, and the others were all quite excited. Capture 2,000 hegemons at one blow? They had never done or even seen anything like this before. All of them felt both eagerness and nervousness. Whoosh. 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 A large amount of black fog spread out from within the formation. It almost instantly covered the entire sealed continuum, spreading out to a distance of 100 billion kilometers. This formation had been meant to deal with Ning. It only had a minor effect on him, but it was perfect for dealing with these hegemons and emperors. I can't see anything. What a terrifying aura of darkness. I've been suppressed. I can't see anything either. I can't resist it. We've been completely trapped. We've been trapped as well. The 2,000 remaining hegemons and emperors were all beginning to panic, because Ning had already dealt with the most powerful formations earlier. The remaining hegemons had just a single powerful formation left, but it was an attack-type formation that couldn't affect this grand darkness formation at all. Once the darkness spread out, almost 99% of the hegemons and emperors were completely paralyzed. The rest were able to fight back a bit thanks to the treasures they possessed, but there were only around 10 or so in total. they wouldn't be able to make much of a difference. Time to bring it to an end. Ning immediately began to fly towards those remaining hegemons. His sword Dao domain quickly spread out to cover them, completely suppressing them and making it impossible for them to move. With but a thought, Ning drew all the hegemons into his estate world and imprisoned them in separate parts of it. Whoosh! 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 Soon, all of the hegemons and emperors within the sealed continuum had been drawn away. Impressive, Dark North. I never would have dared to imagine a result like this. The Paragon of Pills was incomparably excited, while the nearby Azure Fiend, Lord Annihilation, Tia, and Flameleft were stunned as well. Now that I've taken part in such a great undertaking, I can die with no regrets. I imagine my old friends wouldn't even believe me when I tell them about this. Hegemon Flameleft sighed with shock. More than 2,000 hegemons and emperors. Azure Fiend sighed as well. Nin nodded. More than 2,800, to be precise. However, it was all thanks to you helping out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to activate that formation on my own. All we did was use that formation in a very simple manner, nothing else. Lord Annihilation said hurriedly, in the end, it was all thanks to your unearthly power, Dao Lord Dark North. You dealt with the biggest problems, allowing us to sweep up the scattered remnants. Stop flattering me, Ning said with a laugh. Go ahead and enter my estate world. This was merely our first battle in the sacred realm. It is far too early to be celebrating. With you by our side, Dao Lord, we'll definitely make it out alive. Lord Annihilation continued his flattery. Be careful, Dark North. The Paragon of Pills looked at him. The sealed spacetime continuum was now completely empty. The only person left within this region of 100 billion kilometers was Ning. Now that was a fine show we put on. Ning couldn't help but grin when he thought about what had happened just now. In order to make the performance seem as realistic as possible, he even used up a few of his Sith treasures, allowing them to take blows meant for him and then explode in dramatic fashion. He actually made use of them as well, as the fragments would clearly be real even after flying out of the range of his sword Dao domain. Illusions, reality. Ning was now an absolute grandmaster in blending the two together, and so all of the hegemons and emperors fell into his grasp. I'll scan their memories first. He had captured most of them alive, sparing even the many true Sith he had captured, all for the sake of finding those 9 special techniques. This was something which would have an impact on his own chances of survival. He waved his hand, causing a true Sith hegemon to appear before him. Dao Lord Dark North? The Sith hegemon stared at Ning, shocked. He then gritted his teeth and said, what do you want? Ning continued to maintain his illusion sword Dao domain. To the Sith, it looked as though Ning's true soul was crumbling away rapidly. It looked as though Ning was at the very verge of death. Do you want to live, or do you want to die? Ning asked. Live? Die? The Sith hegemon was stunned. Who would choose death if life was an option? But as he hesitated, Ning secretly lured his mind into the illusory realm, causing a dazed look to appear in his eyes. Ning then began to flip through the memories of this Sith hegemon. He also swore a lifeblood oath not to reveal anything? Ning's face tightened. The Sith truly are cautious. Even the true Sith were forced to swear lifeblood oaths. He wasn't able to find the 9 techniques, and so he turned his attention to the hegemon's other memories, carefully viewing them in the hopes of finding something useful. Within the brightest Elder Hall, Exalt Dawinya stood silently on his feet, with the avatars of his servants by his side. All of their true bodies had been captured alive. Clearly, they had already lost the first battle. All the hegemons and emperors had been captured, with a tiny fraction having been killed. Exalt. 2 figures appeared next to him. It was the incarnations of Hawkfong and Zhanbek. It was fairly easy for such high-level cultivators to use divine power to manifest incarnations. So long as the incarnations remained fairly close to their true bodies, the incarnations could be maintained with ease. Hawkfang and Johnbecke's true bodies were both located in the other two elder halls, which were quite close. As a result, it was easy for them to maintain incarnations here. However, incarnations formed via divine power were all extremely weak, negligibly weak when compared to their true bodies. In contrast, avatars were different. Avatars could come close to true bodies in power, with some able to reach 70% or even 80%. What should we do next? Johnbecke's incarnation asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 7, Pity. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 7, Pity. Exalt Bowenya instructed, go ahead and cancel the formations. Understood, Hawkfang said. The formation which sealed the spacetime continuum around Ning was under the control of his Flameland Elder Hall. The sealed continuum quickly dissipated, allowing the region at the base of the distant sacred mountains to go back to normal and reveal Lord Dark North at its center. Ahahaha. Sith Exalt, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Ning called out loudly from the base of the sacred mountains. From afar, it looked as though his true soul was crumbling quite quickly. His true soul has crumbled to the point where he is on the verge of death. I'm amazed at how calm he is. Johnbeck stared downwards from his elder hall to the base of the sacred mountains, then let out a sigh, truly impressive. If I was in his position, I'd probably have gone completely berserk by now, Hawkfang's incarnation agreed. Exalt Bowenya stared from afar, his forehead creased in a frown. Do you think Lord Dark North's true soul is truly crumbling that fast? Or is it perhaps a deception? A deception? The avatars of the hegemons, Hawkfang, and Johnbeck all stared at him in surprise. They had all reached incredibly high levels of insight. To deceive them would be nearly impossible. They had never encountered something like this after becoming hegemons and emperors. You haven't experienced enough. The things you see, the things you sense, it can all be a lie. Even your own intuition can be deceived. Exalt Bowenya looked at the distant Ning. We've lost the first battle, just like that. I can't help but feel that something is wrong. If Lord Dark North was extremely skilled in the Tao of illusions, he would be able to put on a show which none of you could see through. A show? Hawkfang and Johnbeck spoke out at the same time. Both were shocked. That's just one possibility. It's also possible that he really is at the verge of death. Exalt Bowenya narrowed his eyes. Unlike these hegemons and emperors, when he lived in his own chaosverse he was an actual autarch, and his opponents were also autarchs. In fact, he had even met someone who was even more powerful than the autarchs. He was much more experienced and knew just how terrifying the Tao of illusions could be. Exalt Bowenya said calmly, I'm just saying that this is a possibility. You have to be wary of it during our upcoming battles, but what should we do next? Hawkfang and Johnbeck looked at Exalt Bowenya. What can we do? Use our Daoguard towers to fight back against him as best we can, Exalt Bowenya said. Their Daoguard towers had already used up virtually all of their many long-distance offensive treasures in the first battle. Exalt Daowenya's goal had been to focus fire everything on Ning and destroy him in their first engagement. However, they had already lost that critical battle. As a result, they now had far fewer resources available to him. The only things left were the Daoguard towers themselves. Boom! Ning suddenly soared into the skies, then landed down upon the peak of a distant mountain. He then sat down in the lotus position, establishing a sword Dao domain that completely separated him from the world beyond. A region of 1 billion kilometers transformed into a blurry field of light, preventing Exalt Bowenya and the others from seeing anything else. He's started to train again? He's about to die. He's still training? Everyone, even Exalt Bowenya, felt their hearts clench. When Ning had first entered purgatory, he had done the same thing. He sat down in the lotus and meditated until he mastered his wind sword Dao. After defeating the first castle, he had then entered another lengthy training session which had concluded with his mastery of the storm sword Dao. And after breaking through the space-time formation, he had trained for over 100 chaos cycles before mastering the illusion sword Dao. Each time Ning concluded a battle, he would begin a training session, and each time, the training session would be quite long. Now that Ning had finished his first big battle in the sacred realm, he actually started to train once again. Exalt-Bawenya and the others had no idea as to how they should respond. Ning sat there in the lotus position at a peak below the sacred mountains, his sword Dao domain severing this peak from the world around him. Time to continue. Ning summoned another Sith hegemon and began to flip through his memories. Time continued to flow on. Each hegemon consumed quite a bit of time, ranging from 4 hours to as long as 5 days. Whoosh! Ning willed a Sith descendant to appear before him. This one was fairly handsome but quite skinny. When he saw Ning, a shocked look appeared on his face. Dao Lord Dark North. Next, a maddened and hateful look appeared in his eyes. Not good. Ning sensed a bit of danger. He hurriedly retreated while taking out a large astral treasure and placing it before him. Boom! The skinny emperor suddenly exploded, causing a terrifying surge of power to blast outwards. This explosion was on par with the might of the Blaze Sun ruler, and it smashed directly onto the astral treasure in front of Ning. The treasure was smashed it backwards and sent flying more than 10 million kilometers before Ning managed to regain control over it and bring it back. He actually detonated a treasure he was carrying on him to launch one final attack. He knew that his chances of killing me were slim, but he was still willing to sacrifice his life? Ning shook his head, murmuring softly to himself. He had clearly seen the maddened, hateful look in that Sith man's eyes. The man had truly viewed him as a hated foe. Ning, however, didn't feel any enmity towards them. Strictly speaking, the Sith descendants were actually natives to this chaos-verse who had been born and bred here, just like Ning himself. Another half-month went by. Ning continued to summon Sith descendants and flip through their memories. On this day, he summoned a female emperor. She was similarly startled when she saw Ning appear before her, then moved to self-detonate without hesitate. Freeze! This time, Ning moved much more decisively. Previously, he would chat a bit with his prisoners to shake their willpower. This time, he instantly sent a tendril of the sword intent from H's illusion sword Dao into her body. The maddened look quickly disappeared from the crazed female emperor eyes and was replaced by a lost look. Ning shook his head, his mood poor. He began to scan the female emperor's memories. This woman was known as Empress Gracevoid. Her path of cultivation had been one filled with setbacks. She had originally been a mortal physician, but a stroke of karmic luck had set her upon the path of cultivation. Her heart was filled with kindness and benevolence, and she chose the Taoist title Gracevoid because her clan's apothecary shop had been named the Gracevoid Hall. The title Fairy Gracevoid or Taoist Gracevoid had accompanied her as she had progressed up the path of cultivation. She bore love for all life, including even the grass and the plants. Her heart was filled with love for everyone, but most of all she loved the homeland where she had been born and bred. However, this battle against Ning was a battle which could not be avoided. One side had to die. The Sith viewed the cultivators as their mortal enemies, and Exalt-Bawenya himself had stated that if they lost, this dimension would still end up being annihilated by that cultivator Dao Lord. Her homeland would be completely destroyed. Empress Gracevoid couldn't accept this, and so she swore she would kill this demon known as Dao Lord Dark North. She would be willing to pay any price needed to accomplish this. The greater the love, the deeper the hate. Ning let out a sigh. Hand over all of your treasures, Ning said, and the illusion-trapped Empress obediently handed over all of her treasures. Ning didn't really care about the treasures themselves, of course. His worry was that this empress would once more attempt to commit suicide. "Now wake up," Ning said softly. The empress trembled slightly, regaining her clarity of mind. When she saw Ning, she once more prepared to launch a desperate assault, but then, she realized she had no treasures on her at all. If she simply tried to self-detonate herself, the resulting blast wouldn't be enough to threaten even a mere hegemon, to say nothing of this terrifying Tao Lord. "Why must you act like this upon seeing me?" Ning shook his head. "Another emperor tried to do the same earlier. I was a bit slower and wasn't able to save him." "There's no need to shed crocodile tears," the empress said angrily. "You cultivators are our mortal enemies. Once we lose the war, our home will be finished. I, Tao Lord Darknorth, swear on my very life itself that even if I do gain victory in the sacred realm, I'll leave without harming any of the 6 mortal realms here," Ning swore. The empress was stunned. There was no way to falsify a lifeblood oath. "I never wanted to destroy your world," Ning said. "And you aren't even true Sith. Technically speaking, you belong to the same race as me. The Sith are the outsiders, not us." "Ha?" The empress couldn't believe it. "And no. I'm a Sith descendant. There's no question about that," the empress argued. "Even so, you are fundamentally different from them on an intrinsic level. Haven't you noticed yet? They treat you as nothing more than a pawn." Ning felt pity for these Sith progeny. He held both Empress Gracevoid and the man who had self-detonated in high regard, even though they all wanted him dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42, Chapter 8, Battle to the Death. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 8, Battle to the Death. Different? The Empress fell silent. As an eternal Empress, she was no fool. She had realized long ago that there were some differences between the Sith descendants and the true Sith. Over the course of many years, the hegemons and emperors within this hidden dimension had slowly diverged into 2 main camps. The first was led by the true Sith, while the second was led by the Sith descendants. There were indeed some true Sith who held their descendants in contempt. Exalt Bowenya ensured that they didn't go too far and that conflict didn't erupt, but everyone could sense the tension. Still other Sith managed to hide their contempt, but the more powerful descendants could still sense it. This infuriated them all the more, which was why they ended up following Hawkfang and setting up their own camp. "We train in divine power and immortal energy, but they train in a completely different type of energy," the Empress said softly. "We might both be hegemons, but our side completely surpasses them in power. When we strike, the mighty power of the Tao flows through us, but they are dramatically weakened and don't have the power of the Tao behind them. We descendants know all these things, and we have many suspicions, but without a doubt, they are our ancestors." An anxious look appeared in the Empress' eyes. "Hawkfang, for example. His father was one of the Exalts. We might have some quarrels with them, but we are definitely their children and grandchildren. There's no question about this at all, and so without a doubt, we are Sith." "Wrong." Ning shook his head. "The power of the Tao comes from the power of the primordial chaos, which is omnipresent. They have been rejected by it, which is why they are unable to summon the power of the Tao, and only the true Sith will be rejected. You, however, are part of our chaosverse. You are completely different types of lifeforms from them. In this battle, I have to admit, you Sith progeny are placed in a rather awkward situation." Ning shook his head. "You'll only be truly free once this war comes to an end." The female Empress had the vague feeling that Tao Lord Darknorth was not lying to her. "I understand." This was her only response. She said nothing further. "Go then." Ning waved his hand, sending her back into his estate world. Ning continued to rifle through the memories of the hegemons and emperors. None of the true Sith attempted to self-detonate, because they all knew the truth. This was an invasion, while they were the invaders and had lost. They did, however, feel some degree of resentment towards Ning. They were unhappy that Ning had come here and disturbed their tranquil lives, embroiling them into a deadly war once more. As for the Sith progeny, nearly 10% of them attempted to self-detonate or launch some other type of attack. They were willing to sacrifice anything for their homes. As a result, Ning immediately captured them with his illusions when he summoned them, then rifled through their memories to know what they were intending. That way, they didn't have a chance to attack Ning. Poor bastards. They'll be in a rather awkward position until the day that this war ends. Even if they wanted to join the cultivators, could the cultivators trust them? Of course not. The mighty cultivator civilizations didn't need a few extra hegemons or emperors. They would probably first put them in internment camps somewhere else, not letting them take part in the war to come. Once our Chaosverse gains a controller, there will be no more invaders. Only then would our Chaosverse be strong and confident enough to welcome the Sith descendants without needing to worry about them. Although Ning felt mixed emotions about them, his decisions would not be impacted by those emotions. He knew that this was just one of many sad stories that came as a result of this clash of civilizations. If they lost this war, all cultivator civilizations in this Chaosverse would be brought to an end. That would be a true apocalypse. Thus, Ning wouldn't show any mercy at all to the true Sith. He killed almost all of them after flipping through their memories, sparingly only those few who Ning felt were quite benevolent in nature and had been forced to take part in this war against their will. 10 years later. On this day, Ning finally finished reviewing the memories of the 2,800 plus hegemons and emperors he had captured. Nothing. Ning frowned. He had expected this result, but he still felt quite disappointed. Everyone who had ever learned the 9 special techniques had been forced to swear lifeblood oaths not to transmit them to any others. There was no way to review the techniques at all. Exalt Bawenya, perhaps? Ning rose to his feet, staring at the 3 glowing Daugard towers off in the distance. Judging from the memories I reviewed, he should be the one in control of this entire hidden dimension. He seems to have some sort of connection to the Sith Heartlands, as the orders to the Sith are sent via him. But the heart of the Sithlands have been sealed off long ago. How is it that they are still connected to the outside world? Ning frowned. During the Dawn War, the autarchs had commanded countless cultivators to assault and defeat the Sith. They had occupied the outer perimeter of the Sithlands, then completely sealed away the Heartland regions. But this hidden dimension, not only had the autarchs been unable to discover it, it was even in contact with the Sith Heartlands. I wonder if the experts within the Sith Heartlands have a way to escape or not. Ning was beginning to feel a bit of worry. Being in contact was one thing, but if the Sith army was somehow able to slip out without anyone noticing, that would be a serious problem. Time to go to war. Ning rose to his feet, then turned and stared at the 3 distant Daugard towers. He took a single step forwards, quickly soaring into the skies towards the Daugard towers. His sword Dao domain continuously expanded, while he maintained the illusion of his true soul crumbling at incredible speeds. He looked just like a Dao Lord who was on the verge of death. He's coming. Exalt Bawenya and the incarnations of Hawkfang and Zhanbek were gathered together. The other hegemons and emperors had retreated. It was now up to the 3 of them to carry out this battle. Bawenya! Ning's voice echoed throughout the heavens as he flew towards the Daugard tower located at the very rear. He's actually headed straight for my Daugard tower? Exalt Bawenya frowned. Exalt, what should we do? Hawkfang and Zhanbek were both rather anxious. Previously, they had been hoping that Ning would attack their Elder Halls first. The Elder Halls were all Exalt-class Daugard towers, and each was filled with countless dangers. They had clung onto the hope that Ning would actually charge inside their Daugard towers, but Ning had completely ignored them. This was because Ning could vaguely sense that the central control mechanisms for this entire hidden dimension were located within the rear Elder Hall. If he's heading straight for me, Exalt Bawenya said coldly, then just go ahead and give him a proper greeting. Hawkfang, you go first. If you fail, Janbek will follow you. Understood, Hawkfang said respectfully. Don't worry. Although I suspect Tao Lord Dark North might be feigning weakness, as a Tao Lord he probably hasn't been training long enough to reach such a ridiculously high level in the Tao of Illusions. If his injuries are real, then he should be at the verge of death. It'll be easy for you to kill him, Exalt Bawenya said. By now, Ning was already very close to the Daoguard Tower in the back. Suddenly, a rumbling sound could be heard. The three towering Daoguard towers were located on the peaks of three separate mountains. The sound of explosions suddenly emanated from one of them, causing the earth to shake as it began to separate from the mountains beneath it. What? Ning turned to glance at the distant Daoguard Tower, watching in shock as it slowly separated from the mountain beneath it. Daoguard towers are incredibly hard to establish. They were actually willing to discard the foundation for that tower? Daoguard towers were extremely stable after being constructed. Daoguard towers were extremely powerful, partially because of the treasures they held, but also because of the extremely complicated formations governing their foundations. These formations allowed them to draw large amounts of energy through the earth, ensuring that the Daoguard Tower could function indefinitely. The complex formations also allowed them to maintain control over an extremely wide region, making that region part of their territory. The technique they had used to trap Ning within that sealed spacetime continuum during the previous battle was just one example of that control. Now, however, the three Daoguard towers had already exhausted all of their long-range attacks. Their only option was to use the towers themselves to fight. When the situation was truly dire, or when a tower's owner was determined to battle to the death, some truly berserk actions could be taken. For example, when Ning had rescued the Paragon of Pills, the controller of that tower had actually allowed the tower itself to crumble in order to release the terrifying being trapped beneath it. Every single Daoguard tower was the home base for a powerful Sith expert. If they were truly driven to the brink, they could separate the Daoguard Tower from the foundation, choosing to either flee or battle with the foe to the end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 9 Dueling Hawkfang. Book 42 The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 9 Dueling Hawkfang. Once the Daoguard Tower breaks free from its foundation, many of its formations will become unusable, and it'll no longer be able to draw any more energy into itself. It'll only be able to use whatever energy it already accumulated prior to breaking free, Ning mused to himself. Without the foundation supporting its many formations, the Daoguard Tower will be dramatically weakened and won't last long in battle. And I don't even need to go inside that Daoguard Tower. Ning was brimming with confidence. I'll definitely win this battle. The frenzied war outside the sacred realm had been dangerous to him because there had been 2,800 hegemons and emperors attacking him, reinforced by multiple formations and treasures from the Daoguard towers. If Ning had chosen to fight them squarely, he probably would have died in that battle. Thankfully, he was able to rely on his illusion sword Dao to put on a fine show without actually using up much energy. Now, things would be much simpler. The only thing worrying him was the Daoguard Tower controlled by Exalt Bawenya. The other Daoguard towers would be comparatively easier to deal with. I need to conserve as much energy as I can. Ning watched as the distant Daoguard Tower flew through the skies in his direction. Based on the memories I searched, this Daoguard Tower should be the Flameland Elder Hall which Hawkfang controls. I hear that he's an incredibly talented genius who has a chance of becoming an autarch. After breaking free from its foundation, the Flameland Elder Hall began to fly by itself through the air. This was going to be a battle to the death, a war without quarter. Roughly 400 hegemons and emperors were within the Flameland Elder Hall. The entire sacred realm only had a total of around 1,200 hegemons and emperors left, and they were divided into 3 squads controlled by Hawkfang, Janbek, and Exalt Bawenya. The hegemons and emperors who followed Hawkfang were all Sith descendants. Hawkfang, Lord Darknorth, is already at the verge of death. There's no need for you to fight personally. Let us go instead. We'll exhaust him to death, a muscular, fiery armored man said. Right. Hawkfang, you have to stay alive. So long as you are alive, the future generations of hegemons and emperors here will have someone to protect them and make their lives easier. Let us be the vanguard in this battle. Once we kill that demon, this tribulation will be at an end and we'll all be able to relax. Hawkfang was silent. His heart was filled with many mixed emotions. He didn't feel much hatred towards Lord Darknorth, because he had seen too much and knew too much. He had long ago learned the truth when his avatar had accompanied his father in that final battle during the Dawn War. Is there no way out at all? Hawkfang glanced at his comrades. All of them were native to this dimension. They were powerful experts who had arduously arisen from amongst the countless mortal cultivators born within this realm. He had known them for countless eons, and they were all linked together by deep bonds of love and affection. There's no way out. We've all sworn oaths long ago to be loyal to Exalt Bowenya and obey his commands. If we flee, we'll all die. For the sake of my friends and brothers. Lord Darknorth, I suppose you'll have to die in their stead. Cold light flashed through Hawkfang's eyes. Hear my orders. Hawkfang called out loudly. All of the hegemons and emperors turned solemn and let out acknowledging shouts. Assemble a total of 3 Ragnarok formations. We'll need a total of 192 emperors to control them. Hawkfang swept the area with his gaze, then waved his hand and sent his immortal energy flying out towards 192 of the figures present. You shall control these 3 formations. Hurry up and take control. Understood. Everyone else, focus on offensive formations. We'll split the remaining hegemons into 6 squads which will control these formations. Hawkfang divided up the remaining hegemons into multiple squads. He had more hegemons and emperors than he needed to fully staff the Dalgard Tower's formations, and so he assigned them to control other formations instead. Hawkfang, what about our avatars? Our avatars will be able to fight as well. The Sith descendants said hurriedly. Hawkfang replied coldly, deploy your avatars as you see fit. Prepare all your treasures and get ready for our final battle. All right. Let's go. The hegemons and emperors quickly began to take control over the respective formations. Ning's sword Dao domain was continuously maintaining an illusory field within its reach. To the Sith, it looked as though Ning was soaring through the skies towards them, but in reality, Ning was more than 600 million kilometers away from his illusory location. The Dalgard Tower. If I refuse to go inside, what can it possibly do to me? Ning stared as that 12-storied tower flew towards him from afar. This Dalgard Tower radiated a weighty aura of might, and it did give Ning a vague sense of danger. It continued to move closer to Ning's real location, causing him to frown. He immediately began to retreat, wanting to pull away from it as much as possible. Attack! This cold shout came from the lips of a black-robed man whose eyes were terrifyingly calm. He stood at the entrance to the Dalgard Tower, staring at Ning. Ning was able to see the opening, but he certainly wasn't going to charge into it and enter the Dalgard Tower. Hawkfang? Ning immediately recognized this person. He had already met Hawkfang numerous times while rifling through the memories of the captured emperors. Rumble! A series of formation lines suddenly lit up on the 9th floor of the Dalgard Tower, with a large amount of power circulating through it. Whoosh! A dimensional wave filled with destructive power swept out towards Ning, moving so fast and covering such a great area that it almost instantly appeared before him. Damn! They've actually completely boxed me in. Ning frowned when he saw this. His illusions were so active, but his opponents had launched such a large-scale attack that everything within his sword Dao domain was being assaulted, including both the illusory Ning and the real Ning. There was really nothing Ning could do against such a large-scale area attack. He immediately drew a northbow sword and lightly sliced the air, causing a dimensional ripple to spread out and surround him. He was going to use his space sword Dao to counter these dimensional ripples. Ning was securely ensconced in a dimensional bubble which resisted the all-encompassing attack. Ning could sense exactly how much power was pushing against him, and he made sure that his bubble held just a tiny bit more power. He also continued to maintain the illusions with his sword Dao domain, having the illusory Ning also block with the space sword Dao. Attack! Yet another order rang out. This time, the 6th floor of the Daoguard Tower unleashed a terrifyingly large streak of saber light that shot out in a fan shape. This fan of saber light was composed of countless tiny streaks of saber light that were densely clustered together. Their power was overwhelming, and they also constitute a vast area attack that completely covered the entire sword Dao domain, viciously smashing through everything within it. There was nothing Ning could do except use his sword arts to defend once again. Fortunately, it didn't require too much energy as these untargeted area attacks were much less dangerous to Ning, in that the force exerted against each individual within the area was much lower than in the case of a targeted attack. It was just barely at the Blaze Sun ruler level of power, and so Ning was able to block without too much difficulty. Attack! This time, the attack came from the 3rd floor of the Daoguard Tower. It burst forth with the most powerful attack yet, unleashing a stream of golden flames which covered the skies and blazed away at everything within the sword Dao domain. Have they already guessed that I'm using illusions? Otherwise, why would they exclusively use such large-scale attacks? Ning frowned. These large-scale attacks weren't that dangerous, but they still took up some of his energy. Ning couldn't help but feel worried. Time to change strategies. Exalt Bowenya and Zhanbek were carefully watching this battle from afar. It was impossible for Hawkfang to fully control the tower while using his god sense to maintain a connection with an incarnation, and so he had dispelled it for now. The only people remaining here were Bowenya and Zhanbek's incarnation. Watch carefully, Zhanbek. Exalt Bowenya stared at the distant Ning intently. I hope Hawkfang can win this battle, but if he loses, you are next. You are one of the most impressive Sith hegemons to have come here. I don't care too much if the others die, but I hope you will survive. Don't worry, Exalt, Zhanbek said. Zhanbek was the only hegemon within this entire hidden dimension who had a truly perfect Dao heart. He was close to becoming an Exalt himself. True Sith were only able to become Exalts in this dimension, but their children could become autarchs. This was why the Sith had paid so much attention to Hawkfang. In his heart, though, Exalt Bowenya still felt closer to Zhanbek. He couldn't help it, the two were both true Sith. It doesn't matter if Dao Lord Darknorth really is skilled in putting on a show. We'll find out the truth soon enough. Zhanbek stared from afar. If he can endure even this sort of all-out assault from Hawkfang's Flameland Elder Hall, we can be all but certain that his injuries were a false front. Yes. If he truly is at the brink of death, it's highly unlikely that he will be able to defeat Hawkfang's Flameland Elder Hall, Exalt Bowenya agreed. Hawkfang's quite intelligent as well. Zhanbek continued to watch, then let out a cold smile. He's using up all the remaining power of his Daoguard Tower to launch repeated wide-scale attacks. That was the 15th wave of attacks. Exalt Bowenya just continued to watch silently. So what if Hawkfang died? So what if even Zhanbek died? He cared, but not that much. So long as he himself survived and managed to successfully kill Ning, he would be a happy man. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 42 Chapter 10, Utterly Exhausted. Book 42, The 5 Truncheon Chapters, Chapter 10, Utterly Exhausted. The white-robed Ji Ning was continuing to dodge and retreat in midair, while the Flameland Elder Hall was continuing to launch frenzied attacks against him. Rumble. The Flameland Elder Hall launched attack after attack, using those massive streams of golden fire, the enormous fans of Saberlight, and those giant dimensional waves. On top of these wide-ranging area attacks, they also launched quite a number of single-target attacks against Ning. These single-target attacks were more focused, and as a result they were more powerful. We've already launched a total of 15 wide-range attacks, and also launched 19 waves of attacks with our other formations. How is he still able to keep fighting? The hegemons within the Flameland Elder Hall who were in control of the formations were beginning to grow anxious. His true soul is collapsing even more quickly now. He'll probably be dying soon. He's so powerful that he far surpasses any other Dao Lord. His true soul is probably much stronger as well, allowing him to stay alive for a longer period of time. Let's give him another blast. He'll die any moment now. Under Hawkfang's direction, the hegemons and emperors in the Flameland Elder Hall launched yet another furious wave attacks, while Ning continued to retreat while blocking as best he could. Time continued to tick away. Hawkfang watched as the rate at which Ning's true soul crumbled away continued to increase. He was clearly in increasingly bad shape. Any ordinary Dao Lord would have died long ago. Ning, however, was able to somehow keep fighting. More time passed. Ning continued to run around the area, blocking and defending. He looked as though he was in his death throes, but he simply wouldn't die. By now, the Fireland Elder Hall had used up the majority of its energy stores. It's all an illusion. Hawkfang suddenly said coldly, a frozen look on his face. An illusion? The avatars of the emperors next to him were all stunned. As the battle had raged on for longer than they had expected, they too had started to grow increasingly uneasy, but they could tell that the white-robed Daelord's true soul really was crumbling away faster and faster. It looked as though they were very close to succeeding in their task of slaying this Dao Lord Dark North. They really didn't want to believe it was all an illusion. Hawkfang gritted his teeth. He was already at death's door before we even started. By now, the Flameland Elder Hall has used up more than half of our energy stores, yet he is somehow still able to keep up the fight? He's just a Dao Lord. How strong could his true soul possibly be? Then the hegemons and emperors all started to panic. So it really is an illusion. Exalt Bowenya watched from afar. He is the first Dao Lord to master an eternal Omega Dao in this Chaosverse. He truly cannot be underestimated. Still, while I knew his sword arts were powerful, I never would have imagined that his illusions would be so incredible as well. Even I cannot see any flaws in his illusions. Exalt Bowenya remained quite calm. He had been alive for a very long time, and the Sith Chaosverse was a far more advanced place than this one. Back in his homeland, there had been quite a few who had become eternal emperors via an Omega Dao. Thus, Exalt Bowenya was able to accurately judge Ning's power and abilities. However, he felt that since Ning was a Dao Lord who had failed the Dao merge, by all rights he should have been lacking in areas aside from his primary Dao, as he simply hadn't been alive long enough. Now, it seemed, Dao Lord Dark North had reached incredible heights in the art of illusions. Then what should I do, Exalt? John Beck frowned. Follow our original plan, Exalt Bowenya said. I'll give you every treasure I can spare. There's no way Hawkfang can win this fight. His Flameland Elder Hall will run out of energy soon, and once it does it won't even be able to continue flying. This battle will be up to you. Understood. John Beck nodded. What a pity. Exalt Bowenya stared off into the distance. We have had innumerable progeny, but Hawkfang was quite arguably the most talented one to have ever arisen within this Chaosverse. He had a good chance of becoming an autarch. If he succeeded, his status would have skyrocketed to a level that was much higher than my own. Unfortunately, his Dao heart was flawed and he has never been able to perfect it. To become an autarch, one needed a perfect Dao heart. The same was needed to master an eternal Omega Dao. He'll probably die here. Exalt Bowenya let out a sigh. Once the power of the Flameland Elder Hall was used up, it would no longer pose a threat to Dao Lord Darknorth at all, who would be able to capture Hawkfang with ease. Not even Exalt Bowenya would dare to battle Ning head-on without the backing of his Dao Guard Tower.